Across the street from the Wild Wolf Bar, Versus' eyes widened in disbelief as she watched a flamboyantly styled version of herself emerge from the bar, arm in arm with Jack. Quickly averting her gaze from the pair, V retreated to a corner and lit a cigarette, attempting to calm her turbulent emotions. The situation V found herself in was exceedingly complex. All she could recall was that she had initially been a mere player. Upon hearing that Cyberpunk 2077 had introduced a new ending post-launch, she had delved into the game, only to stumble through the dismal tower ending and find herself inexplicably inhabiting the body of V, who had undergone surgery that rendered her incapable of utilizing any combat augmentations. Yet the absurdity did not end there. It felt as though fate had played a cruel trick, kicking the essentially incapacitated V back to the year 2077. I thought having you initiate a second playthrough under these circumstances was already enough of a nightmare, and now you tell me there exists another V in this timeline. What does that make me? V gazed skyward, her expression one of desolation. Ironically, she could not even recall her name prior to this ordeal, only the knowledge related to Cyberpunk 2077 and the memories she carried as V. Hello, Night City. This is your Stanley. Our dream-chasing city is embarking on yet another long day. Listening to Stanley's familiar voice emanating from the radio, reciting an almost memorized introduction, V couldn't help but scoff, What a load of nonsense about a dream-chasing city. Given the current predicament, it seemed that the apartment in Little China Super skyscraper H10 belonged to this world's V, leaving her truly homeless. Reflecting on her previous gaming experience, she recalled purchasing apartments across various districts in Night City, never once worrying about finding a place to stay. Housing is indeed something one cannot take to the grave. With that thought, V extinguished the cigarette that had burned down to half its length, tossing it carelessly into the litter-strewn alley. Wait, suddenly, V remembered that upon returning to 2077, she had yet to check her sole functioning implant, the neural processor. My savings are still intact. For V, this was the only good news amidst her turmoil. Thanks to her hoarding tendencies as a gamer, she had amassed over 10 million euros by the time she completed the game. This sum would rank her among the wealthiest individuals in Night City. Perhaps this was the last vestige of mercy from the heavens? Looks like that old saying holds true. I'm so poor that all I have left is money. V chuckled self-deprecatingly. Given her current state, having money did little to alleviate her concerns. This was Night City, where the likelihood of encountering a mugger far surpassed that of meeting a beggar. Lowering her gaze to her prominent chest, she lamented, how had she ever chosen to play as a female V? Ultimately, she resolved to avoid wandering the streets, as the probability of encountering a lecherous man might be even greater than that of facing a robber. With so much savings, is it too much to call a taxi? V mused, opening her contacts to see if she still had Delamain's number, only to find that nearly everyone's contact information remained intact. After a few beeps, V successfully connected with Delamain. Delamain Taxi Company, good day, sir or madam. How may I assist you? Old Del, please activate the premium packer across the street from the Wild Wolf Bar. V watched in disbelief as a flamboyant version of herself emerged from the bar, arm in arm with Jack. Quickly averting her gaze from the duo, V retreated to a corner and lit a cigarette, hoping to calm her racing thoughts. V found herself in an exceedingly complicated predicament. She only recalled being a mere player who, upon hearing that Cyberpunk 2077 had introduced a new ending post-release, had decided to complete the game, ultimately achieving that infuriating tower conclusion. To her bewilderment, she found herself transported into the body of V, who had undergone surgery and could no longer utilize any combat implants. Yet, the mischief of fate did not cease there, as the heavens seemingly played a cruel trick, thrusting a fundamentally incapacitated V back into the year 2077. I had thought that being thrown into a second playthrough under these circumstances was already maddening enough, and now you tell me there exists another V in this timeline. What does that make me? V gazed skyward, her expression one of utter desolation. Ironically, she could not even recall the name she had before her transference. All that remained were fragments of memories tied to Cyberpunk 2077 and the identity of V herself. Hello, Night City. I'm your Stanley. Our dream-chasing city is embarking on yet another lengthy day. Listening to Stanley's familiar voice emanating from the radio, reciting a nearly memorized opening line, V couldn't help but scoff. What a load of nonsense, this dream-chasing city. Given her current situation, it seemed the apartment in the H10 super skyscraper of Little China also belonged to this world's V, leaving her truly homeless. Recalling her previous gaming experience, where she had acquired apartments across various districts of Night City, she couldn't fathom being worried over a place to stay. Houses are indeed things one brings neither in life nor in death. With that thought, V extinguished her nearly burnt cigarette, discarding it carelessly into the littered alley. Wait, suddenly, it dawned on V that since returning to 2077, she had yet to check her one remaining fully functional implant, the neural processor. My savings are still intact. This constituted the only glimmer of good news for the current V. Thanks to her hoarding tendencies as a meticulous player, she had amassed over 10 million euros by the time she completed the game. This sum placed her among the wealthiest individuals in Night City. Could this be the last vestige of mercy from fate? Looks like that old saying holds true. I'm so broke that all I have left is money. V chuckled self-deprecatingly. In her present state, possessing money did little good. This was Night City, where the likelihood of encountering a mugger exceeded that of meeting a beggar. Then V glanced down at her pronounced chest, pondering how she had ever chosen to be female V. Ultimately, she decided it was best not to loiter on the streets. The probability of encountering a lecherous assailant was likely greater than that of encountering a mugger. With so much savings, calling a taxi shouldn't be too much to ask, right? V then opened her contacts, hoping to find Delamain's number, and was relieved to find nearly everyone's contact information still available. After a few beeps, V successfully connected with Delamain. This is Delamain Taxi Company. Good day, sir or madam. How may we assist you? Old Del, activate the premium package for me and send a car to pick me up, V said, generously paying for the service. Certainly, esteemed client. May I have her name? My name is V. Valerie. She hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to use her real name. Understood. Miss Valerie, please hold on. Your vehicle is en route. Delamain did not keep Valerie waiting long. The car soon arrived before her. Miss Valerie, where to? Valerie rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. She concluded that she should acquire some means of self-defense first. The nearest gun shop. Minutes later, Delamain's vehicle halted at the entrance of a gun shop in Haywood. Upon entering, Valerie decisively selected a Unity and a Prelude, but hesitated at the checkout, ultimately deciding to purchase an RT-46 Storm as well. This high-tech electromagnetic handgun had once been her favorite, yet now, without the ability to utilize combat limbs, she could barely manage the recoil. She had initially intended to abandon this firearm, but spotting a Kanto security robot outside sparked an idea. After returning to the car, Valerie chose a familiar contact from her phone. After several rings, the call connected. Who are you? How did you get my number? A woman with striking green and purple hair appeared on the video call. My name is Valerie. Judy Alvarez, the best braindance editor in Night City. It shouldn't be difficult to find you. Stop talking nonsense. I don't use this contact for work, and am not free to take personal calls right now. I'm not here to ask you for braindance editing. Valerie interjected before Judy could hang up. I know you possess excellent skills in mechanical modifications, that I am looking to commission a powered exoskeleton arm. Judy frowned on the video call, her tone incredulous. You're asking me, a braindance editor, for something like that? It's 2077, not 2017. Gorilla limbs are readily available from any cybernetic doctor in Night City who would want such antiquated toys. I'm swamped with braindance work and have no time to help you with a toy point 10,000 euros. If you agree, they'll immediately send you 5,000 as a deposit. Valerie cut straight to the chase. After a moment of silence on the other end, Judy finally replied, Damn, since when does Night City have money falling from the sky? What are your demands? It must at least have the capability to suppress the recoil of the RT-46 Storm, not be overly bulky, and appearance is irrelevant. I need it done quickly. The deposit is on its way. Valerie concluded her requirements and promptly transferred 5,000 euros to Judy. Wow, a real big spender. Cough, cough, valuable client, Judy exclaimed over the call. Aren't you worried I might hang up and keep your deposit? I trust you enough to send you money directly. I know what kind of person you are, Valerie smirked. Fine, send me the arm's dimensions and wait for my notification in 2 days, Judy said before ending the call. Fortunately, Valerie's optical implant still retained several useful functions. After transmitting the scanning data of her right arm to Judy, She glanced out the car window at the twilight of Night City, where a light drizzle had begun to fall, darkening the skies. Old Dell, take me to the apartment building at Company Square. Certainly, Miss Valerie. If one were to pinpoint a relatively safe area in Night City, it would undoubtedly be beneath the towering skyscrapers. Valerie resolved to go all in and rent the most expensive apartment available. After securing a place to stay tonight, I'll thoroughly assess the resources I still possess and carefully plan my next steps. Meanwhile, in the basement of Lizzie's bar, Judy had finally completed her work. She removed her Braindance headset and began contacting her sisters from the mocks. Sisters, find me a Kanto security robot with good aesthetics. If anyone can get their hands on a military-grade Guardian robot, that works too. Yes, I want a complete one, especially the right arm and battery module intact. Hurry, I need it tonight. It'll pay 5,000. Shit. In that night, nearly all members of the mocks mobilized, scouring the streets for any Kanto security robots that might be easy pickings. Chapter 2. Long time no see. Before the glass window of the Company Plaza apartment, Valerie held a wine glass in her hand, gazing despondently at the brightly lit night city outside. She contemplated the resources still at her disposal, as well as her current predicament. First and foremost, she was affluent. Compared to most mercenaries in Night City, she was undeniably wealthy. Far more so than when she had been the second in command of the anti-intelligence division at Arasaka in her previous life, wealthy enough that opening another establishment in the afterlife would pose no challenge. Secondly, she had connections, perhaps. She still retained contact information for nearly everyone she had known in her former life, even the details for that heavy artillery-smoking fellow. However, now, she was the only one familiar with them. While they remained oblivious to her existence, perhaps some of these individuals had come to know the V of this world, but Valerie was acutely aware that she was not that person. Even her close comrade in arms, Jack Wells, was now seen cavorting with that V, while she could only watch from a distance. In this world, her place had vanished. She would have to forge new relationships with everyone on her extensive contact list. Lastly, she was a shell of her former self. In 2077, a battle-hardened mercenary with combat implants could only be regarded as mere fodder in Night City. Those unable to utilize combat implants were even less than that. Reduced to the dust of this city. Ready to be swept away by the slightest breeze. Most of Valerie's implants had not been removed. Rather, they had been disabled, retaining only the bare minimum functionality for basic movement, given her current state. Should these implants be reactivated, her fragile neural network would shatter like brittle chips, leaving no chance of even becoming a cyber-psychopath. She needed to seek the assistance of an expert, Valerie murmured to herself while shaking the wine glass. The following morning, she purchased a fine bottle of wine from a liquor store near her apartment and boarded a Delamain car headed for Watson District, instead of traversing Misty's psychic shop to the back alleys. She opted for the side entrance. Inside the clinic, Victor was engrossed in a boxing match when he faintly heard footsteps approaching from the stairs. He looked up to see a woman clad in a tailored black suit. Sporting a neat bob and wearing dark sunglasses, she exuded an unmistakable aura of corporate professionalism. Long time no see, old Vic, Valerie remarked, removing her sunglasses to look at the man before her, who was still clad in a blue short-sleeved shirt. V, long time no see, didn't you just visit me the day before yesterday? How come you've changed your attire in just 2 days? Victor gazed at the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure of V. I've come seeking your help for an examination. Valerie placed the bottle of wine on Victor's desk and proceeded directly to the surgical recliner. Sounds good. Once Valerie lay down, Victor connected a data cable to the interface at her neck and began running diagnostics on the control panel. My heavens, where did you acquire this multitude of implants? As various data indicators flashed on the screen, Victor's brow furrowed deeper. What on earth is going on with your central nervous system? V, I'm at a loss. Aren't I? Valerie interjected. That's what you said in 2079 as well. I don't comprehend what you're saying. Victor stammered for a moment. Do you trust me, Victor? Valerie sat up straight, retrieving a cigarette from her pocket. Of course, Victor hadn't felt this sense of helplessness in quite some time, and he responded with a hint of resignation. First, let me share some good news. The V you saw the other day is likely still out there. Alive and well. So, you mean to say that you are not V? Victor gazed at her in astonishment. After all, the system had detected her physiological data, which matched the records left by V. Yes, I once was. Valerie lit her cigarette and spoke slowly. I am now merely a specter returned from the future. Misty would surely find this intriguing, but I only trust my eyes, which see a disheveled living person. Victor felt a tinge of irritation. Let us put it scientifically. You must have heard of the parallel universe theory, haven't you? Consider me as someone from another parallel universe, a different timeline. In that timeline, I underwent numerous tribulations, countless farewells and hellos, ultimately leading to my current state. Ultimately, I'm unsure of what transpired. All I know is that I have arrived here, in Night City of 2077. Fortunately, many events have yet to unfold. Your physical condition certainly reflects that you have experienced much, Victor said, half convinced. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Valerie, currently a jobless wanderer. Valerie extended her hand toward Victor. Victor reciprocated the handshake, saying, Victor, an expert in cybernetics. That bottle of wine will serve as my consultation fee. Valerie gestured toward the wine on the table. That is sufficient to grant you a premium membership here. Victor replied with a wry smile. Rest assured, Victor, I am not one to be easily defeated by reality. Indeed, the V I know is much the same. What are your plans moving forward? There will always be a way. I will likely need to seek your assistance again. Valerie flicked ash into the ashtray and continued. I came today merely to visit an old friend. I must ask you to keep my affairs confidential. Do not speak of them to anyone, including that V you know. Not a problem. Confidentiality is part of my duty to clients. I will return in due time, Valerie said, extinguishing her cigarette in the ashtray before donning her sunglasses. In my current state, it seems becoming a mercenary is out of the question. However, perhaps I could find sustenance as an intermediary. Then you must find a reliable subordinate. Do not allow anyone to take advantage of you. Victor cautioned. Of course, I already have 2 candidates in mind, but one may require some effort to contact. I'll await your good news. Valerie walked to the staircase and turned back to wave at Victor. Take care. She glanced at the back door of the psychic shop, ultimately resolving to pay Misty a visit. Misty, who was preparing incense oil, sent someone at the back door and turned to look. You've changed your attire. I've been through some things, Valerie admitted, offering a gentle smile. Could you help me gauge my fortune? What? Are you starting to believe in my methods now? Misty teased, yet she had already picked up a deck of tarot cards to shuffle. Let us go. Misty placed the shuffled deck on the table. Draw 3 cards. Valerie placed one hand flat on the table and leisurely drew 3 cards. Misty flipped over the first card. The first card represents your past. Misty frowned as she examined the revealed tarot card. The tower in its upright position. Are you certain you're all right? It's a bit dire, Valerie replied nonchalantly. What's wrong with this card? The upright tower signifies sudden change and destruction. It represents those truths that have been overlooked or concealed in the past, heralding a seismic transformation. Valerie raised an eyebrow, reflecting inwardly, how accurate. The second card represents your present. Misty seemed to exhale deeply. It's the death card upright. But there's a glimmer of hope. Misty's demeanor piqued Valerie's interest. Do tell. The upright death card signifies a necessary release and transformation, often implying the conclusion of a phase, paving the way for new opportunities. Such transformations are frequently accompanied by pain, yet they are essential for growth and development. The third card represents your future. Misty revealed the final concealed tarot card. The Hanged Man in its upright position symbolizes surrender, sacrifice, and a new perspective. I find your future rather elusive, Misty observed, gazing intently at Valerie's face obscured by sunglasses. The combination of these 3 cards may suggest a significant transitional period, wherein old structures and patterns are dismantled, making way for new growth and change. This is a time that requires courage and acceptance of transformation. Though challenges and uncertainties may arise, ultimately, these changes will yield new opportunities and personal growth. No one can see their own future, Valerie chuckled, shaking her head. Is the fee for the reading still €100? Complimentary, Misty maintained her intense gaze. As long as you answer one question of mine. All right, ask away. You aren't. Misty squinted, inquiring meaningfully. The V I know, are you? Yet you still seem to be the Misty I know. Valerie's lips curled into a knowing smile. That I believe you already possess the answer to that question, don't you? As Valerie exited the divination shop and reboarded the Delamain car, she dialed the old captain's number. This is the old captain. Are you contacting me to discuss some business? I'm here to buy a car, of course, old captain, Valerie responded with a smile. A connoisseur. In all of Night City, there is no 4-wheeled vehicle I can't procure. Do you have any outlaws, Daddy? The old captain exclaimed excitedly over the phone. If you have money, then certainly. Do not rush. I can still raise my offer by another 30%, but I have a condition. Speak freely. Assist me in locating someone's contact information. As long as I successfully establish communication with her, regardless of the outcome of our discussion, your payment is assured. Valerie's words were imbued with an unmistakable air of affluence. How forthright. Who are you looking for? Lucy, the former hacker of the Cyberpunk squad. Do you recall her? Goodness, you're putting me in a bit of a bind. They fell silent after last year's incident at the company plaza. If this were so simple, would I need to spend money to consult you? Valerie scoffed. I know you have connections. Will you take this job? Of course, I will take it. A fool does not turn down money. Await my news. The old captain concluded with great urgency and hung up. Chapter 3. The extraordinary resilience of Watson District. Indeed, the Watson District is a place of remarkable talent and spirit. Valerie, clutching her unified firearm, found herself taken aback. She never anticipated that the brief walk from the roadside to Judy's apartment would lead her into the midst of a gang shootout, clad in a suit. She was mistaken for a member of the Tiger Claw gang by the Vortex gang thugs fresh from their assault on the former, although Valerie could not utilize her combat implants at the moment. The instincts she honed during her mercenary days remained sharp, as the 5 eyes of the opposing Vortex gang thug zeroed in on her. She swiftly ducked behind a parked car. There's another one. The Vortex thug shouted, brandishing an M221 Saratoga and directing fire towards Valerie as his 4 comrades unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the vehicle, shattering the glass and showering her in shards. Damn, how infuriating. Against such lowly adversaries, not even 5, but 10 would have been easily dispatched in an instant during her days with Sionway. Once the 5 thugs had exhausted their magazine, Valerie took a deep breath and, capitalizing on their reload, swiftly emerged from behind the car in a kneeling position, firing 2 shots in rapid succession. The crisp sound of her unified handgun rang out, and one of the Vortex thugs crumpled to the ground. Sparks and blood erupting from his head, the remaining 4, witnessing this, began to crouch and seek cover, making it significantly more challenging for Valerie to achieve another decisive strike. The 4 thugs commenced a coordinated advance. Providing cover for one another, Valerie, risking exposure to incoming fire, leaned out repeatedly, expending 2 entire magazines before managing to eliminate 2 of them. At this juncture, the last 2 thugs were nearly upon her. And with no time to reload, Valerie decisively swung her unified handgun at the nearest thug's face while drawing her Prelude revolver from its holster, unleashing all 6 rounds in rapid succession. However, Valerie was no longer the legendary mercenary V. Her arm struggled to control the recoil of the Prelude. The precision she once possessed had diminished, and in her haste, she missed 4 out of 6 shots, only managing to knock 1 thug down. Just as the final Vortex thug leveled his weapon at her, the sound of gunfire and the clattering of the bolt echoed, and he was soon reduced to a gruesome mess of flesh and metal. Damn it, why the hell are you making such a racket outside the apartment building at this hour? Judy, wielding an M2038 tactician's rifle, approached Valerie, her teeth gritted in frustration. She cast a glance at Valerie and quipped, given your performance, I now understand why you required a powered exoskeleton arm. Come upstairs with me. Let's see if it fits. Valerie rolled her eyes, retrieved her unified handgun, stowed it back in its holster, and followed Judy up the dilapidated apartment building. There it is, on the table, modified with the arm of a Kanto security robot. The battery module is housed in a box on the back, capable of running for 30 hours when fully charged. I adjusted the size based on the data you provided. Theoretically, it should fit. Valerie donned the powered exoskeleton arm under Judy's guidance, testing its movement and finding it reasonably agile. The exoskeleton would respond to her joint movements, albeit with a slight delay of a few milliseconds, which was acceptable compared to her previous weakness. However, the Kanto logo on her shoulder. Valerie glanced at the logo, and then at Judy. What are you looking at? You wanted this done quickly and claimed not to care about appearances, right? I rushed to complete it for you. Do you expect me to repaint it? Judy retorted sharply. Once you settle the remaining balance, you can take it with you. Thank you. Valerie's cybernetic eye glowed blue as she transferred the payment to Judy and handed her a business card printed earlier that day. I intend to commence my intermediary dealings in a few days once my personnel are in place. Should any business arise, feel free to reach out. I'll offer you a friendly price. Judy skeptically accepted the card, scrutinizing Valerie from head to toe. You? I admit I appeared a bit flustered earlier, but my personnel are professionals. Valerie smiled awkwardly. All right, though I likely won't have any business for you. That's not certain. In Night City, if you don't seek trouble, trouble will find you. Valerie refrained from voicing this thought, suppressing a scoff within her mind. After leaving Judy's apartment, Valerie gazed at the strewn bodies of the Vortex and Tiger Claw thugs sprawled across the street. Along with a multitude of spent casings, the sight of such devastation compelled her to roll her eyes. It had been half an hour since the incident occurred in CPD. Not a single soul in sight. Valerie recalled the Night City joke. The mayor announced a significant drop in crime rates because they didn't tally the figures from Peaceful State. If they exclude the Watson district in the next assessment, the rate might plummet by another 10 percentage points. As Valerie walked along, she noticed a tiger claw thug still gasping for breath on the ground. Bang, bang. With an impassive expression, Valerie holstered her smoking unified handgun. As if she had merely crushed a cockroach, leisurely, she crossed the street and entered a Delamain vehicle. Take me back to the city center. On the way back, B received a message from the old captain. I found the person. But she currently resides at the lunar colony. If you wish to contact her, you must schedule a time in advance. Only at the spaceport will there be network access for interplanetary calls. I hear it's exorbitantly expensive, but I suspect you won't mind the cost. I've arranged an appointment for the day after tomorrow. Remember, whether the conversation succeeds or not, you owe me. Additionally, the car you requested is ready for you. Feel free to collect it at any time. Chapter 4. Escape from Night City, but not from the corporation. A corporate dog, and a clever one at that. On the laptop screen, a girl with gradient pink hair was gazing at Valerie with an icy stare. Don't get me wrong. This laptop was purchased just this morning at the company Plaza's Mall. And I haven't had a chance to rewrite its system yet. Sitting in the spaceport lounge, Valerie smiled and continued, after all, I'm meeting a hacker. I must prepare adequately. I don't recall knowing anyone of your stature. I heard you spent a small fortune to establish contact with me. What do you seek? Let me first ask you a personal question. Have you been happy during your time at the lunar colony? Then, as if answering herself, Valerie added, I would wager you are not. For while you escaped Night City, you cannot escape the corporation. The girl on the screen fell silent for a moment, her expression shifting to one of irritation as she retorted. Are you out of your mind? You're willing to pay over 1,000 euros per minute for a connection just to toy with me? Listen, I received word that Atom Smasher is returning to Night City. If I were you, I would rather return to Night City, assist me, earn money, and perhaps find some enjoyment. Return to Night City for amusement? Nonsense. It's a cesspool. Someone with your fanciful ideas will inevitably drown in it. So, you've decided to abandon everything here in Night City. Valerie took a cigarette, placing it between her lips but not lighting it, for she knew she could not contend with the spaceport security forces. You wouldn't know the half of it. He risked his life to send me to the moon, Lucy. Like you, I departed from Arasaka. David was young and unaware of the corporation's treachery. But I am well aware. You and I both know the extent of Arasaka's holdings at the lunar colony. How do you know I know many things, Lucy? Valerie lowered her voice. A significant upheaval is approaching Night City. And I want you to return and assist me. I also wish to show you a grand performance regarding Arasaka. Details must await your return. Discussing them now is too perilous. I want to know where to watch this Arasaka performance. Why must I return to help you? Lucy scoffed. Because I can involve you in this, including exacting revenge on Adam. Moreover, I can first transfer you 500,000 euros, which will cover your round-trip ticket. Think it over. Since you are aware of my past, do you trust me so readily? Lucy appeared somewhat intrigued, perhaps because we share a certain kinship in our suffering. The Lucy on the screen remained silent. But a line of numbers appeared on the computer display. Valerie's cyber eye immediately illuminated with a blue light as she transferred 500,000 to the account. The Lucy on the screen's cyber eye glowed blue for several seconds before she said, I have received the money. I will return in 3 days. Valerie understood that the account was unlikely to be directly under Lucy's name. The money probably traversed several countries before it reached her. Do you need me to pick you up? Haha. Lucy scoffed lightly. She was no longer the type to easily trust others. I haven't agreed to your boat. Yet if you truly know me, you should also be aware of where to find me at night. Valerie pondered where Lucy might appear after nightfall. I understand now. See you in 3 days, and we can have a proper face-to-face discussion. Then I hope you genuinely have something to offer, rather than just empty boasts. Lucy concluded and vanished from the laptop screen, which then went dark as a plume of black smoke emitted from the exhaust vent. Valerie chuckled softly, truly cautious, while riding back to the city center in a Delamon vehicle. Valerie flung the now-defunct laptop out of the window, casting it directly into the sea. She then dialed the old captain's number. It seems you have finished your discussion. How did it go? The old captain inquired with curiosity. You are also in the intermediary business, old captain. You know the rules. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Fine, fine. Then please expedite the final payment. Also, when will the vehicle you requested be ready for pickup? Valerie transferred the final payment to the old captain. Of course, the money will be sufficient. But for the vehicle. I would appreciate it if you could hold it for an additional 2 days. I will collect it then. Fine, fine. You're the boss. Your word is law. By the way, from what you just said, are you also an intermediary? But my ragtag crew has been assembled yet, so I haven't started any business. What's this? You have a deal to introduce to me. I swear, if you try to poach my business, I'll be grateful if you don't. The old captain looked disdainful. Haha, perhaps we will have opportunities for collaboration in the future. After all, there's money to be made together. Valerie was amused by the old captain's sudden change of demeanor. Collaboration is possible, but primarily, I need to profit from it. Very well, let us consider this deal closed for now. We'll discuss future matters later. All right, we'll talk later. After ending the call with the old captain, Valerie dialed another number. After several rings, it finally connected. Hi. Roger, how is business? Oh, who are you? I don't recall. Roger, clad in a yellow vest, asked blandly. I intend to enter the intermediary business, so I'm here to pay my respects as a newcomer. Heh, being an intermediary isn't as easy as it seems. If you want to engage in business here, you must first establish your reputation. Roger scoffed. The reputation will come, but before that, I have a matter to entrust to you. At last, Valerie managed to light the cigarette she had been holding in her mouth. Here to discuss business with me, have you prepared the funds? Roger replied nonchalantly. I've heard that Dexter Deshawn is returning to Night City. Valerie replied, diverting from the question. It seems you are quite well informed. But what does that have to do with the business we are discussing? I want to know his route and time of return. I have some scores to settle with him, Valerie stated flatly. Roger frowned upon hearing this. You should know he is a registered intermediary in the afterlife. You wish to confront him, yet you come to me for information. I know, but first, he has been hiding from Night City for 2 years. And he hasn't returned yet. So I assure you he will never come back to Night City. How about that? This doesn't violate your rules, does it? Roger remained silent for a while, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Then her cyber eye glowed orange as she spoke. Look into Dexter Deshawn for me. Chapter 5. Betrayal and being betrayed. Valerie drove the fugitive vehicle she had obtained from the old captain along the coastal promenade of Company Street, heading towards her target. Soon, she spotted her objective, a figure clad in a green and purple tracksuit. Good evening, Lucy, Valerie called out as she opened the passenger door to the figure facing away from her. The person turned around, lowering her hood to reveal her signature gradient pink hair. Get in, let us talk. Lucy did not respond or enter the passenger seat. Instead, she opted to open the rear door and sit in the back. Valerie paid no mind to her cold demeanor, closing the door and starting the car. After driving a short distance, Lucy broke the silence first. What exactly are you? Why don't you tell me what you found out? Valerie responded with a smile. Hailing from Haywood, left Night City 2 years ago for Atlanta, only just returning this year. Just a common street thug, with nothing to align with the person before me except that face. Ha ha, it seems you haven't checked my measurements. Valerie burst into laughter. I do not find this amusing. Please answer my question sincerely. Lucy's cold voice emanated from the back seat. You know I have the capability to turn your head into a pretzel at any moment. This matter is somewhat complex. Then let us stick to the simpler points. I am V, which is correct, but not the V you've uncovered. Though it may sound rather astonishing, it is indeed the truth. How shall I put it? I am V from another parallel world, having arrived here from Night City in 2079. How I got here, I do not know myself. As for evidence, I cannot provide any. At most, I could offer to take you to meet this world SV, and no need for that. I followed her around for half a day yesterday. Lucy replied expressionlessly. She wouldn't be foolish enough to wait until the agreed day to return from the moon. It is evident that I was a non-entity in Night City just a few days ago, Valerie said casually. Then explain what you meant by leaving Arasaka. Please allow me to introduce myself. Former Deputy Minister of Arasaka's Counterintelligence Department, V. True name Valerie. However, that was in my original world, and at this point in time, I have already been ousted from Arasaka, thus I have no ties to this Arasaka. Do you know what you resemble in my eyes right now? Lucy questioned, unsure if she had begun to believe Valerie's words. What do I resemble? A disabled person, a wealthy landowner, or a lunatic? You resemble a chaotic amalgamation of Night City. Oh. How so? Valerie expressed mild surprise. The style of Arasaka, the military technology of Sion Wiston, and the most ridiculous part is that inexplicably adorned exoskeletal arm emblazoned with the logo of Kanto. Then you should recognize that I am currently unable to utilize combat implants. Valerie replied coolly. If I couldn't see that, I wouldn't have gotten into your car. Lucy scoffed, then added, you should know that I possess numerous ways to kill you. I am aware. But I also know that you will not act against me until I satisfy your curiosity. Valerie appeared entirely unfazed by Lucy's threats. Would you like to hear my story? Lucy remained silent. After being expelled from Arasaka, I, like the V you know, became a mercenary. During a major job, I lost my best friend, and the intermediary fed me a peanut. Although I managed to survive, I was left with a lingering illness. I have only a few weeks left to live. However, perhaps fate intervened, as another employer approached me, claiming to have a cure. What was the result? I was played again. She only wanted to heal herself. Upon discovering the truth, I sold her out to New America in exchange for treatment. The price was 2 years bedridden and the permanent loss of another partner, not to mention that using any combat implants would cost me my life. Valerie paused, awaiting Lucy's reaction, which did not take long. You know, I recalled a saying, never trust anyone in Night City. Valerie interjected. Oh, so you know everything? Lucy's dissatisfied voice came from the back seat. Then why should I trust you? You should also be aware of what happened to our little squad, because you are an anomaly in Night City, and I, at present, am a wandering soul within its confines. Valerie replied flatly, if what you say is true, with all that money, why not choose to leave Night City and find a quiet place to spend the rest of your life? Valerie fell silent for a moment, then gripped the steering wheel with one hand while pulling out a cigarette with the other. Do you mind if I smoke? You do as you wish. Valerie ignited the cigarette perched between her lips and slowly began to speak. If it were 2079. Perhaps I would heed your words and leave Night City, seeking refuge in a tranquil little town, living a life of complacency. But the present circumstances are far different. In 2077, within this very Night City, there are still matters that weigh heavily on my mind. Yet it seems, Lucy retorted with a hint of sarcasm, that what you hold dear does not belong to you. My feelings towards them and their ownership are not directly correlated. Lucy.as Lucy observed the scenery shift outside the window. They were departing the urban sprawl of Night City. Where are we headed? To visit a friend of mine, a legend of Night City. Shall we turn on the radio for some music? Suit yourself. Valerie switched on the radio, and the familiar strains of the temperature station filled the air. That I couldn't wait for you to come clear the cupboards. Valerie's face twitched at the lyrics. Noticing the change in Valerie's expression, Lucy inquired, is there something wrong with this song? If you find no issue, then that's sufficient. Valerie sighed in relief. Lucy found her reactions rather baffling. The two sat in silence, listening to the music as the car drove toward the oil fields on the outskirts of Night City. Chapter 6. Partners at the oil fields outside Night City. Valerie parked the car by the roadside. Have we arrived? Lucy asked. Indeed, Valerie replied as she exited the vehicle, gazing at the long-abandoned oil fields. Where are the people you mentioned? Lucy followed suit, looking out at the desolate landscape. Valerie scoffed, her cigarette held aloft as she pointed to the ground in the distance. Of course, they are buried here. Haven't you heard the phrase, there are no living legends in Night City? What about Atom Smasher? Lucy raised an eyebrow in question. Valerie rolled her eyes in disdain and retorted, do you truly consider that monstrosity to be human? Is he living when his existence is dictated by others? Is that what you call living? Better than being dead? Lucy implied with a hint of meaning. Have you heard of Soul Killer? Valerie discarded her cigarette and posed the question. I heard about it while working at Arasaka. It was a project completed by Alt Cunningham, said to be capable of scanning a person's consciousness. Having once been a hacker for Arasaka, Lucy was somewhat familiar with their projects. Then you must also know about Relic. Valerie lit another cigarette. Lucy shot her a look of incredulity and replied curtly, Arasaka has plastered Relic advertisements all over the streets. Valerie flicked the ash from her cigarette and asked nonchalantly, have you ever considered the connection between the Relic project and Soul Killer? The relationship between a burner and a storage device. Lucy answered decisively. Actually, Arasaka has a digital prison that stores numerous consciousnesses, called the Soul Knot. Valerie gestured to the ground. In 2023, that guy brought a nuclear bomb into Arasaka Tower. He also freed Alt Cunningham, who was trapped in the Soul Knot, using a program written by Spider Murphy. Wait, Lucy exclaimed, astonished. Are you saying that Johnny Silverhand is buried here? Is it so strange? There are plenty of people buried in the cesspool of Night City. Johnny's situation is rather fortunate, Valerie replied nonchalantly. You say that, but I could just as easily point to a patch of ground and claim Morgan Blackhand is buried there. Valerie shrugged. I have no proof, but I can find a witness who can attest to my knowledge of Johnny Silverhand. Lucy gestured for her to continue. Valerie dialed Rogue's number. Valerie, didn't I already provide you with the intel you requested? Why are you reaching out again? This time, I wish to inquire about Johnny. Johnny? Which Johnny? Rogue paused. The one who died in 23. Who else could I be referring to? I heard a rumor and wanted you to confirm it. Spit it out. Rogue's expression darkened. When he hired you to break into Arasaka Tower in 13, he promised to pay double and was followed by Arasaka's lapdogs, correct? Damn. Just recalling that incident gets me riled up. He hired me to save his ass. Wait, How do you know about this? Valerie replied casually. I encountered an old chap at a bar who claimed he was there that day in Atlantis. I thought he was just boasting. You called me for that trivial matter, and don't ever mention that bastard to me again. Rogue cursed before hanging up. Valerie turned to Lucy, whose cybernetic eye glowed in orange hue, and said, So, do you believe me now? Lucy remained silent. What was I saying? Valerie continued. Yes, about Johnny Silverhand freeing Alt Cunningham. Oh right, from the soul knot. Valerie took a deep drag from her cigarette, then continued. Then Johnny was caught red-handed by Atom Smasher. And Saburo Arasaka set him up with Soul Killer, leaving his body hastily buried here. Why did you bring me here to ramble about the soul knot and relic? Lucy asked impatiently. Have you heard the rumors about Arasaka's Reichu coming to Night City? There are whispers about that. Everyone knows he is coming, but no one knows why. In reality, he stole a prototype biological chip from the Relic Project at Arasaka's headquarters, intending to sell it to Netwatch. And that chip contains the consciousness of Johnny Silverhand. Lucy's eyes suddenly sharpened, and she asked, So you want me to help you intercept him? Valerie shook her finger in front of her. No, it's not us who will intercept. It would be quite difficult with just the two of us. But remember the story I told you? The first commission. V and her good friend took on that big job. Bingo. When the time is right, someone will naturally put out a commission to intercept, and we simply need to maneuver within that framework for the chip to land in our hands. I don't understand what you need that chip for. That chip is what kept me alive after I took a bullet to the head, but at the same time, it is eroding me, taking over my nervous system. I see. The life-saving surgery you underwent was to remove it, but at the cost of compromising the integrity of your nervous system, making it impossible to use combat implants. Lucy realized with clarity. I had no prior knowledge that the cost would be so steep. Valerie's expression darkened as she continued. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. While I survived thanks to that chip, the price is that Johnny will completely seize control of my nervous system within weeks, achieving a resurrection of sorts. This is also the true objective of Arasaka's Relic Project. Lucy crossed her arms defiantly and said, So after all this talk, it's all about helping you. What do I gain from this? If I reclaim the chip, I will have the chance to restore its functionality. Valerie pointed to the implant at the back of her neck, which had been severely restricted in its capabilities. To settle the score with Atom Smasher, I need to regain my strength. Just a chance. Lucy seized on the key point. Yes, merely a chance, but I am confident, as that is something I once lost. Lucy remained silent, pacing back and forth in front of Valerie. Finally, as if making up her mind, she declared, All right, I will take a gamble with you. Before Valerie could respond, Lucy added, However, I have conditions. Speak. First, I am merely assisting you. I am not your mercenary, and you have no authority to give me orders. Secondly, when you are ready to act, come find me. You have no say in where I go or what I do in the meantime. Lucy asserted solemnly. Then what about my intermediary business? If I need your assistance, I can forego your commission. But regarding the cut from my intermediary dealings, you must provide me with a share based on the actual situation. So you mean to say we are partners? That could work. After all, Valerie was indeed in need of a reliable hacker. You could certainly interpret it that way. Now, you may share how you plan to operate. Lucy confirmed. Valerie smiled at Lucy's acceptance and sent her information regarding Dexter Deshawn. We need to start with this fat bastard. He's got a rather hefty bodyguard. Lucy glanced at the data, then shot Valerie a disdainful look. Frowning, considering just the two of us. This might be quite a challenge. I have more manpower. I will contact her right away. This is manageable. After saying this, Valerie dialed a number that she had been unable to reach in 2079. Chapter 7. The vengeful specter. A sleek Celeries was cruising down the highway toward the heart of Night City. Suddenly, the driver spotted a rogue vehicle blocking the road ahead. A woman clad in a suit, her arm adorned with a powered exoskeleton, leaned against the car door, smoking a cigarette, seemingly waiting for something. The road ahead was obstructed. The driver had no choice but to slow down. The vehicle approached the woman. Now less than 20 meters away, it suddenly stalled, and a plume of black smoke billowed from beneath the hood. What is happening? Oleg, a large, burly man seated in the back of the vehicle, with a golden cybernetic arm, inquired from the driver's seat. Boss, the car's been hacked, came the response from the driver named Oleg. Look at that woman ahead. She's likely the culprit. The two men inside the car observed the woman, who was now striding toward them. Get out and confront her. Oleg stepped out, and the woman halted 5 meters away from him. I need to speak with Dexter Deshawn privately, she stated bluntly, discarding her cigarette. Oleg regarded the woman warily and asked, Who are you? I said I wanted to speak privately. No sooner had she finished her sentence than a sharp crack pierced the air, followed by Oleg's head erupting in a spray of blood and sparks. The lifeless body, its head shattered, fell before her. "Miss, I don't recall knowing you," Dexter, still seated in the vehicle, remarked as the woman approached the window, feigning calm. "Right now, you don't know me," she replied, raising her right hand adorned with a powered exoskeleton. Gripping an RT-46 Storm. "After today, you won't have the chance to know me either." Dexter attempted to draw his gun in retaliation, only to discover he was paralyzed, having unknowingly fallen prey to a malicious hack. "You what the hell are you?" Dexter's trembling voice emanated from the car. Just a demon returned from hell. With a thunderous bang from the RT-46, the rear window of the car shattered instantaneously. In Dexter's dark, rotund head burst like a balloon, splattering red and white everywhere inside the vehicle. Valerie leisurely returned her gun to its holster, retrieved a burning grenade from her waist, pulled the pin, and casually tossed it into the car, then strolled back to her own vehicle without a backward glance. 200 meters away, atop a boulder, a woman with her dark hair tied up rose. Wielding a silenced ST-32 icebreaker sniper rifle, Lucy emerged from the rear of the vehicle parked haphazardly in the street, her expression one of displeasure as she glared at Valerie, who was walking toward her. "I said, why are you wasting time talking to him?" Sorry. Old memories overwhelmed me, and I couldn't help but chat a little longer." Lucy refrained from responding, instead gazed toward the other end of the street, where a heavily modified Thunderbolt appeared. It screeched to a halt before them. The driver's window rolled down, revealing a young woman with sun-kissed skin who inquired, "Boss, is this job settled? Care to introduce me?" Lucy raised an eyebrow. "Pan and Palmer," Valerie introduced, "the finest driver in the Adacardo family. I thought I mentioned that I'm working independently now." Valerie cast a glance at the sniper rifle resting in the passenger seat, revealing a smile that held some inscrutable significance for Pannon. She then continued, "This is Lucy, my partner, who also provides hacking support." Pannon and Lucy exchanged nods, acknowledging one another. Valerie then stated, "I've already transferred your commission. You work efficiently. If I have another job, I'll reach out to you again. By the way, are you still running cargo?" "Not really," Pannon shrugged. "Us wanderers have a tough time in the city. It's only in my old line of work. Running cargo, that I can still get jobs. I should warn you. Partnering with mercenaries to run cargo is no walk in the park compared to being in a family." All right, you sound like an old maid." Pannon waved her hand dismissively, starting the engine. "No worries. I'll be on my way. I have another job to catch." Watching the Thunderbolt drive into the wasteland, Valerie shook her head helplessly. "So, what do you plan to do next?" Lucy asked Valerie. "Of course, I'm off to establish a name for myself in the afterlife." "Get in the car?" The afterlife. Clad in a new outfit, Lucy, along with Valerie, still in her black suit, strolled leisurely down the steps. Lucy had transformed her appearance, donning a white jacket with a hood covering her hair and a mask obscuring the lower half of her face. "There's something I'm not sure if I should say." Valerie hesitated, spit it out. "Why not change your hair color and go as Kiwi Eye instead?" As expected, Valerie's teasing earned her a roll of Lucy's eyes. Lucy seemed disinclined to engage with the foolishness beside her, quickening her pace to enter the afterlife's doors first. Just as Valerie was about to follow, the doorman, Emmerich, blocked her path. "And you are?" "I'm Valerie, here to see Rog." Upon hearing this, Emmerich's cybernetic eye glowed orange. "Rog, Valerie is here to see you. Oh, very well." Emmerich stepped aside, allowing Valerie to enter. "Rog is currently unavailable to see you. Feel free to make yourself comfortable." "Why didn't he stop you earlier?" Valerie queried, hastening to catch up with Lucy. "Obviously, I've been here several times last year. I'm practically a regular, so he wouldn't stop me." Valerie and Lucy took a seat at the bar, and the bartender Claire approached them. "What would you two like to order?" Valerie glanced at Lucy, gesturing for her to go first. Lucy tapped her fingers on the table, seemingly resolute, and said, "A David Martinez." "All right, one David Martinez. And you?" "I'll have a Long Island iced tea." Valerie hesitated briefly before specifying, "which includes gin, rum, vodka, tequila, Cointreau with lemon juice, cola, and a spoonful of sugar. I know that drink. Please hold on. I thought you'd order something with a legendary name." Lucy remarked, "Johnny Silverhand is a drink everyone orders when they come here. It's dull." Valerie shrugged, replying, "I initially wanted a vodka with lemon juice and ginger beer, but then I thought it would be like cursing him with death. So I passed." Valerie actually used to enjoy tequila, but after going through so much, her heart had become as mixed as the drink she just ordered, full of conflicting flavors. So, are you planning to use the Long Island iced tea as your signature drink?" Lucy asked curiously. If I continued being a mercenary, I'd probably want a drink like this to leave my mark. At that moment, Claire returned with the drinks, and Valerie took a sip from her glass. But now, I'm here to conduct business as an intermediary, not to become a legend. So please don't curse me with death. Lucy and Claire couldn't help but laugh at her words. From this day forth, the intermediary roster in the afterlife would no longer include the Black Jesus, but would instead feature a female demon. Valerie raised her glass, watching the bar's lights refract through the glass and liquid, casting a unique glow. Here's to our prosperous business. Chapter 8. The Nameless Pawn, or the renowned hero. Super skyscraper H10. V, with her short purple hair, rubbed her nose as she exited the elevator. As she stepped out of the building's lobby, she spotted Jack, seated at a street stall, devouring fried noodles from a paper box. The goddess has arrived. I said you were taking too long. I'm starving, Jack complained, wielding his chopsticks. Come, sit down. Once I finish a few bites, we'll go see old V. V lazily settled on the stool beside him and inquired. Didn't you say you had a surprise yesterday? Was I imagining things? Or did you actually say that? Jack took a bite of meat and chuckled in response. It's both. Who told you to forget everything? By coincidence, I've landed us a major job, big, fat, score. V, irritated by the constant system error messages popping up on her control panel, interjected, just finish what you were saying. That it's not a huge deal. Someone sent a job offer, but do you know who she is? Valerie, the recently risen intermediary, the one known as the female demon of the Afterlife nightclub, always clad in a black suit, with a powered exoskeleton arm. She's got quite the reputation. Valerie, upon hearing that name. V paused momentarily. Isn't that my name? When did I become an intermediary? But then again, with so many people in Night City, it's not surprising to have someone with the same name. Huh, I hadn't heard of this person before. Jack slurped up a noodle and replied, she just popped up last month. I heard she took out Dexter Deshawn, the big shot who has been on the run for 2 years. Formerly the Black Jesus of the Afterlife. In just a month, she has completed dozens of jobs, and her momentum is fierce. V pressed further. What kind of jobs? We're not going to risk our lives. Are we? Jack replied, she wants to meet with you, talk privately. However, whether it works out depends entirely on you. Sis V, visibly displeased, retorted. Why is it me? Why did you and T-Bug hide? Jack shrugged and replied, I've heard that T-Bug has indeed had a conversation with her partner regarding some technical matters. As for me, I've long since faded into obscurity. Hence, she thought it would be best to discuss the job with you. After finishing the last bite of his noodles, Jack said to V, you see. V, it's only natural for her to want to meet you since this task was assigned by her. It's not as dire as you make it out to be. Trust me, V retorted with irritation. Since you put it that way, do I really have a choice? Her success rate in business was alarmingly high, and I had heard she was accustomed to providing mercenaries with a portion of the payment up front, settling the remaining amount upon completion of the task without delay. Jack seemed intent on reassuring V, continuing, working for such intermediaries is indeed a secure endeavor. Don't even mention intermediaries. V, whether irritated by the incessant system notifications dancing in her periphery or simply disinterested in intermediaries, waved her hand dismissively. They scavenge for clients, seeking the lowest bid fools to do their bidding, only to discard the corpses in a trash heap once the job is done. Jack chuckled at this, responding, damn, that's exactly how it is. V. He placed the takeout box and chopsticks on the table, then pulled out a card from his pocket, placing it before V, saying, I brought your car. Yesterday, I had a friend from the factory fix the spot where we collided with the scavengers. At last, a smile graced V's lips as she picked up the card and tucked it away, saying, thanks, Jack. You're a gem. Miguel's work is absolutely stellar. It drives like a brand new vehicle. We'll see about that. Shall we take it for a spin? Let's see if it holds up. Get in. V and Jack rose simultaneously and made their way to the car. V's apartment was not far from Old Vic's shop. Just a couple of turns and they would arrive. Jack stayed behind at Misty's shop, while V headed straight into the back alley. Arriving at Old Vic's clinic, V opened the iron gate and greeted Old Vic, who was engrossed in a boxing match. Hello, Old Vic. You still look as robust as ever. Vic turned to V, blinking as if confirming something. What's this? Don't recognize me anymore? V inquired, puzzled. It's you. V. I was just thinking we hadn't seen each other in a while. What brings you here today? Sighing, V replied, my last job involved connecting a client's neural interface that I'm afraid I might have been poisoned. Old Vic began adjusting his toolkit for the left hand, casually asking, is it a splitting headache, nausea, and are you sensitive to bright lights? You hit the nail on the head. No worries, kid. I'll sort you out shortly. By the way, how have you been? I recently got acquainted with an intermediary who assigned me a job. Her name is Valerie. Upon hearing this name, old Vic paused momentarily. What? Is there an issue with her? V detected a hint of concern in old Vic's demeanor and asked nervously. Not necessarily that I know her from the afterlife. And I've heard she has quite the spending habits. Just do your best. Kadad, I still need to rig some new gear, something legit, enhance my vision, and get a grip attachment. Old Vic chuckled. Heh, really? You've finally come to your senses? V smiled back. Since I've taken on a big job, I naturally need better firmware. I'll owe you for it. Once I get paid, I'll return the favor with interest. You know how I am.no more credit next time. In the end, V procured a 1 Malawian kwacha model of the Quicksilver optical implant and a ballistic processor from Old Vic on credit, while also clearing out some viruses. After bidding farewell to Old Vic, V headed to the meeting point with the intermediary. As per Jack's instructions, beneath a bridge, a rogue vehicle was parked by the roadside, and a woman clad in a black jumpsuit and white vest stood outside the car. Upon spotting V approaching, she extended her hand to open the rear door, gesturing for V to enter. Having just installed a new optical implant and linked it to the NCPD database, V whimsically decided to scan the woman before her. However, the results displayed only 4 words. Highly confidential. If you scan around indiscriminately after getting in, be wary of your new Quicksilver optical implant, came the woman's displeased voice. V smirked, then casually entered the vehicle. The woman closed the door and took the driver's seat. The back seat was now filled with swirling smoke, making it difficult for V to discern the woman's features. All she could make out was the woman's sharp red hair, large lens sunglasses obscuring half her face, and the rumored powered exoskeleton arm. Miss V, the intermediary said, offering an open cigarette pack. Care for one? Thanks. V unapologetically took a cigarette from the pack and lit it with her lighter. Seeing you in person is quite different. V awkwardly remarked. Miss Valerie. Heh, drive on. Valerie instructed the driver as the car slowly began to move. I can tell you're not one for sweet talk, Miss V. V replied in a nonchalant tone. I've always believed that a sharp tongue is no match for a strong fist. Valerie chuckled softly again, saying, You're far more interesting than I anticipated. Are you testing me? Not at all, just engaging in idle chatter. Valerie glanced out the window, then turned back to V, continuing, I just landed a significant job. Compared to your last task with the scavengers, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do tell, what's the nature of this job? There's a prototype technology, specifically, a biological chip. Just bring it to me. It's that simple. Valerie spoke with an air of indifference, making it sound as straightforward as a trip to the mall. I presume it's from the Arasaka Corporation. Indeed. Valerie smiled. What? Are you afraid? V, unable to discern her expression through the sunglasses, sensed a provocative undertone. No problem. Worst case scenario, I die. Night City is Arasaka's turf. Do you dare to meddle with them? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Valerie replied flatly, continuing, in the afterlife, who doesn't engage in such dealings? Besides, I'm not insane. I'm not asking you to storm Arasaka Tower and steal it. This job must be executed discreetly. I trust you understand? V exhaled, relieved, and pressed on. So how do we proceed? You must have a plan. First, I have some business disputes with the Vortex gang that need your attention. It's quite simple. Our client is eager to meet the person responsible for the job. And you need to negotiate with her. The Vortex gang, what do they have to do with this? Valerie produced a chip and handed it to V. Plug this in. V accepted the chip, inserted it, and began reading the information contained within, which detailed the Vortex gang in a military technology prototype robot. As V perused the data, Valerie's voice flowed in. 2 weeks ago, the Vortex gang hijacked a military tech transport, and the military is still oblivious to the culprit. Among the stolen goods is a prototype robot called Little Flathead, a high-end model I intended to purchase. Just when I transferred the funds, these scoundrels changed leaders, and they are likely to default on the deal now. Without that robot, the plan to acquire the Arasaka chip will fall through, and this business will be dead in the water. Additionally, I've received word that a woman named Meredith Stout from Militech is also interested in this matter. She is like a feral cat, scratching around for information about the transport. You might consider how to leverage that. Here is her number. Valerie transmitted a number to V. Who is this client? Why do I need to meet her? The client is Evelyn Parker. I couldn't dig up much about her background, except that she has connections in Pacifica. She requested to meet someone who can get things done face to face. Valerie inhaled a puff of her cigarette and continued, As for me, I'm here to strategize and oversee the operation. You know T-Bug. She prefers to avoid dealings with others. As for Jack, when it comes to wielding weapons, he always defers to you, so it must be you who goes. You certainly know us well. I heard you took over Dexter Deshawn's business. Sort of, Valerie replied, glancing at V. What makes you trust me? V was wary of ending up like Dexter Deshawn. And what makes you trust that black man who disappeared for 2 years only to resurface? Valerie scoffed. Girl, this is Night City. Valerie extinguished her nearly burnt-out cigarette. Asking, I've laid out everything you need to know. Will you take this job or not? Why not? Excellent. I'll arrange the meeting time with the client. The location is Lizzie's bar. The car pulled over to the side of the road, and the door on V's side swung open. As V was about to exit, Valerie called out once more. Lastly, a personal question. Do you aspire to be an unknown nobody or to make a name for yourself? Night City does not harbor nameless souls. I have work to do. V decisively replied, shutting the door behind her. Valerie watched V's retreating figure from within the car, sighed, and muttered to herself, still too young. At that moment, Lucy, seated in the driver's seat, turned around with a displeased expression and addressed Valerie. Have you had your fill? You two damn smokers nearly suffocated me, whether you're a nameless nobody or renowned across the land. Just the thought makes me feel nauseous. Valerie glanced at the cigarette pack in her hand, reminded by Lucy that she had indeed refrained from smoking prior to encountering the silver hand. Quite intriguing. Intriguing, my foot. Hurry up and take your turn at the wheel. Huh? Weren't you a smoker in the past? I quit ages ago, back when I was on the lunar colony. Chapter 9 Impressive. Huh, Valerie, a bit fidgety, was perched atop an overpass, aiming her cat sniper rifle towards the drainage ditch. Are you certain this is safe? Lucy asked, standing beside her with binoculars in hand. I came here alone once before, and nothing happened. I was merely spectating, Valerie replied, but as she gazed at V being restrained by military tech agents in the drainage ditch, she couldn't help but bite her lip. So, what exactly are you doing with that sniper rifle? Lucy retorted. Well, I come from a different background. A street girl facing off against corporate dogs management makes me a tad uneasy, Valerie observed through the scope as V was released by the military tech goons and exhaled in relief. Her index finger lifting from the trigger guard. It seems she has reached an agreement, Lucy commented. After lowering the binoculars, she turned to Valerie and inquired, next, she's likely heading to the All Foods factory. What? Are you planning to follow her? I'm not her babysitter. She's more familiar with dealing with gangs than I am. We should focus on our preparations. Valerie packed away the sniper rifle, then seemingly remembered something and asked, by the way, have you booked the private room at Afterlife? Lucy was taken aback and countered, you didn't book it? Weren't you the one who was supposed to meet them at Afterlife? Valerie hastily dialed Rogan's number. Damn it, who was in charge of the money here? Lucy couldn't help but curse. After finishing her call, Valerie asked Lucy, you sorted out the fake identity for entering the KB building, right? That's taken care of, Lucy shot back, rolling her eyes at Valerie, considering it was her who initially funded this endeavor. Valerie sighed in relief and dialed again. Hello, old captain. Have you procured the vehicle I requested? The condition is terrible. How bad can it be? It can't be incapable of driving 30 kilometers, can it? It could be. Huh. Have it ready. I'll come pick it up later. Lucy watched as Valerie paced back and forth, conversing on the phone. Once she hung up, Lucy asked, what's the room number? I'll go chat with T-Bug first. All right. You go ahead. I'll send you the room number shortly. Don't forget to pick up the military tech gear on your way. Oh, by the way, send me the fake names and identification codes for those two. I need to get a package from Delamain. Valerie fussed like a mother hen. Lucy couldn't resist rolling her eyes at her again, claiming she wasn't a babysitter. After Lucy departed, Valerie resumed her phone calls. Meet Sai, are you and Scorpion ready? Keep it low-key. No. You need to make a big splash. It's best if the whole city knows. Remember, this time we can't operate under the Arasaka banner. It's imperative to leave survivors to report back. Make it clear that it was I, Valerie, who orchestrated the heist of Arasaka's goods. By the way, you have gang attire, right? You have something from the 6th Street gang. That works too, but the vehicles must bear the 6th Street insignia. The advance payment will be sent shortly. Valerie had yet to even catch a glimpse of the relic chip, yet she was already dishing out cash like it was nothing. Half an hour later, en route to retrieve the vehicle, Valerie received a call from V. You wrapped up the Vortex gang business already? The little buzz cut is in hand. Was it smooth sailing? Valerie lit a cigarette and asked, did you encounter any trouble? What's the word from military tech? Trouble was inevitable. And you were right on the money. That cash you sent to Brick. Royce S. scumbag didn't he intend to acknowledge it. Oh, how did you handle it? Did you leverage that military tech woman? Valerie was genuinely curious about how V had navigated this situation. I met with Stout and struck a deal with her. I obtained a prepaid chip from her, claiming I'd use her funds to settle the Vortex gang's debt. And you followed through on that? Did as she said, Nonsense. Corporate dogs have deep traps waiting for others to leap into. Oh. So how did you manage things with Royce? Valerie asked, intrigued. That scumbag. Damn it. He actually dared to point a gun at my head. With that attitude, he expects me to pay. I shot him a bullet right through the chin, exiting through the forehead. Aha. And what about Brick, the former leader he locked up? On the other end, the once arrogant V's voice suddenly diminished. Brick? Well, what about him? Valerie pressed. I slipped while trying to deactivate the detonator, and now it's a bit challenging for Brick to even fight back. Valerie's mind momentarily went blank at V's words. Then she snapped back, saying, V, you saw the bounty the NCBD put on Brick, didn't you? Ha ha ha. How could that be? Just a slip of the hand. V's awkward laughter only solidified Valerie's suspicion of what was on her mind. V, are you really that desperate for cash? A favor from a gang leader and 6,000 euros. How could you choose a mere 6,000 euros? Miss Valerie, is this your first day in Night City? Do you think favors from that pack of Vortex scum are valuable? Today you do them a favor. Tomorrow they might repay you with bullets. V replied with annoyance. Fine, fine, as long as you're not afraid of being hunted down by the Vortex gang. Suddenly, Valerie recalled that V had mentioned where the chip from military tech had ended up and asked, what about the chip Stout gave you? What? Are you concerned about that too? She gave it to me. And how I use it is my decision. That thing has a damn virus on it. Are you out of your mind? Valerie was nearly infuriated. TCH, that doll was extracted ages ago. If Royce had treated me better, I might have considered giving him a share of the doll's bounty. Though knowing it was a lost cause, she still sent Brick 10,000 euros. Later, she spent over 1,000 euros gathering intel on the Vortex gang, only for it to culminate in V pocketing over 10,000 euros. In essence, after all this, had she effectively spent over 10,000 euros to acquire the little buzzcut? Valerie was momentarily taken aback by V's shocking revelation. And after a few seconds of silence, she finally spoke. Impressive. V. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. I still have to meet a client at the Lizzie's nightclub. Bye. V seemed eager to avoid Valerie bringing up the military tech chip. Quickly ending the call, Valerie found herself amused by the chain of V's actions, thinking about how things would unfold when it came time to rescue Nancy. Wait. If the plan to steal the chip from the KB building goes smoothly, Johnny would ultimately end up in her hands. Then, wouldn't that mean the task of rescuing Nancy from the Vortex gang would still fall to her? Damn it. V, you're setting me up. Chapter 10. It's about time, girl. At the staircase of Afterlife, Jack had just finished a call with his mother when he spotted V approaching. You look like you just ran a marathon. Is something up? V expressed concern upon seeing Jack's sweaty forehead. After all these years in the game, I still sweat bullets every time I talk to my mom. She is terrified I'll end up like most of the Wells men, tossed in a stinky dumpster. I'm at my wit's end. The more I reassure her that everything's fine, the more I feel like a liar. But starting tomorrow, everything will change. Afterlife, here we come. Afterlife, such a renowned name. Known far and wide. V remarked, observing Jack's excitement with mild indifference. Oh, is that so? Many significant deals for the nomad tribes have been struck here. Jack replied, it's no surprise, when doing business in Night City. This is the most fitting place. Jack turned and descended the stairs, brimming with enthusiasm. Are you ready for an eye-opening experience? Let us go. V chuckled and shook her head, following him. This place used to be a morgue. Intriguing, isn't it? I've mentioned that before, Jack. Oh, I forgot. Ha ha ha. The two laughed as they arrived at the entrance of Afterlife, only to be halted by the doorman, Emmerich. And who might you be? V calmly replied, we're friends of Valerie. We have an appointment to meet her here. Emmerich turned his head, his cybernetic eye glowing orange, and inquired, oh, Valerie? I have two individuals here claiming to be looking for you. You're not at Afterlife. Oh, well then. Emmerich concluded the call and turned back to face Jack and V, stating, she mentioned that she has matters to attend to outside and instructed you to proceed directly to box 103, where her partner will meet with you. With that, Emmerich stepped aside, allowing the door behind him to swing open. Upon entering, V couldn't help but voice her thoughts. What is she up to? This is it. The very heart of Night City. Jack, marveling like a tourist, exclaimed, right here, pulsating incessantly. Did you hear that? He continued, almost rhetorical. Can you imagine? Susan Wells, Old Snake, even Morgan Blackhand has graced these very stools, resting his head on this bar. As Jack rambled, he attempted to swing his leg over to sit on the bar stool. Hey, Jack? V quickly pulled him back, reminding him, someone's waiting for us in the box. Oh right, I almost forgot. We'll sit next time. He replied. The two navigated their way to box 103 and knocked on the door. Upon entry, V was surprised to find the woman who had driven Valerie. It turned out she was Valerie's partner. T-Bug was also present, and it appeared they had been engaged in conversation for quite some time. You made it. I'm Valerie's partner. You can call me Lucy. Hello, hello, Jack boisterously declared as he plopped down beside T-Bug. Grinning, we're all family here. Let's keep it together. It's our first in-person gathering. T-Bug added. V noticed Lucy tapping the glass coffee table and inquired, where's the little flat top? Come on, open your eyes, Jack prompted V. V retrieved the small flat top and placed it on the table inside a box emblazoned with a military technology logo. After V settled into a seat across from Lucy, Jack remarked, this box is nice. It's soundproof. Jack V shot him a warning glance. No worries, he has a point. The business we're discussing does indeed necessitate caution against eavesdropping. Lucy interjected, then turned her gaze to V. What do you think of our client? After a moment of hesitation, V replied, I think she's adequate. She gave me a glimpse of the penthouse suite at the Cyberpunk Tower, and she recorded the original footage of the dream. Bug has already filled me in. Lucy nodded. V slightly furrowed her brow and asked, so, you know who the target is? Isaka Raisan, the son of the Earth Emperor, the primary heir. I'm well aware it's not like we're dealing with Isaka Saburo himself. His son is hardly a formidable figure, Lucy remarked nonchalantly. So does our client merely wish to meet and greet? Or is there something more she needs to convey? V replied, I believe she simply wants to assess me. Let's review the plan. How has Valerie arranged it? Lucy gestured to the two small boxes containing chips on the table, saying, everything is inside. Take a look. V and Jack retrieved the chips from the boxes and inserted them into the ports on their necks. T-Bug chimed in, Lucy and I have taken care of all the details. This mission will feel like a stroll through a shopping mall. Please elaborate. I want to hear more, Jack urged. Lucy began to explain slowly. A Delamain vehicle will take you to the front entrance of the Cyberpunk Tower. At that point, you will waltz in with false identities. Bug will breach the hotel's subnet to assist you from the sidelines. It's the collaboration between me and the little flat top, T-Bug added. Finally, you slip into Ration's penthouse and make off with the relic. That's the gist of it. I must emphasize once more for this operation, maintain a low profile. And ideally, avoid killing anyone. We will keep in contact online. Do you have any questions? Lucy inquired, looking at the two. V asked, will we be using Delamain's cars for transport? Jack interjected. The best taxi service in all of Night City. Not a mal. Delamain's vehicles are safe, and his discretion far surpasses that of your average taxi driver, Lucy replied. In fact, no one knows how he manages to pass his annual inspections, Jack interjected, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Delamain will bring you back here. If anything goes awry, Valerie and I will arrange a fallback to a safe house, Lucy continued. Where is this safe house? V pressed on, disclosing that would defeat the purpose of safety. Lucy refused to answer, adding that it was merely a contingency plan, and suggested that they hoped matters would not escalate to that point. Any other questions? Could you elaborate on these false identities? We need to know who we are supposed to impersonate, V inquired. This time, it was T-Bug who responded. Jack will be Ram in Vitorino. You will be Hannah Conwell. Ram in. TCH. Jack asked, so, what exactly are we doing? Military technology and Isaka's standard arms trade. Just say you are here for a meeting with Isaka's security representative, whose name is Takagawa Hajime. I've got everything covered. Lucy concluded. V ceased her inquiries. At that moment, Jack, who had been bouncing his leg incessantly, spoke up. Wait, I have a question. When can we discuss that matter we all care about? Lucy subtly rolled her eyes before responding. The fee for newcomers remains the same. You will receive 30%. Jack expressed dissatisfaction, saying, why only 30%? I've heard on the street that working for Miss Valerie comes with an advance payment. Lucy retorted without hesitation, look at the little flat top. The military technology attire, the false identities, and the intel. It doesn't require funding. Furthermore, everyone is at risk in this venture. As for the advance payment, I can offer you and Bug 10,000 euros each. While for V. Lucy glanced at V, her eyes narrowing, I can forego the advance, but the division among the three of us needs to be renegotiated. V replied. Lucy fell silent for a moment before speaking. All right. Valerie had previously instructed me. The lowest I can offer is 35%. That's barely acceptable. Jack responded. I must remind you that firearms are strictly prohibited in the Cyberpunk Tower. You must leave your weapons in the vehicle and can only carry the box containing the little flat top inside. It may be a bit premature to ask, but when will we receive the final payment? Jack questioned. Once the goods are in Valerie's hands, you will be promptly compensated, Lucy said, producing a chip. By the way, V, please keep this chip with you throughout. What does it contain? V asked warily. A chip that can synchronize your visual feed in real time, both bug, and I need to see whatever you can observe in the Cyberpunk tower. This serves as a condition for increasing your share, Lucy explained. The vehicle we've summoned is already waiting outside. With that, Lucy stood up and exited the box. After a brief wait outside, T-Bug emerged from the establishment and greeted her. I am off to prepare the equipment. See you online later. Lucy, appreciating her efficient and no-nonsense colleague, replied, see you online. Before long, she spotted V and Jack, now dressed appropriately, emerging from the establishment with their box in hand and getting into the Delamain vehicle. As Lucy watched the Delamain vehicle drive away, she dialed Valerie's number. They've set off. Good. I'm nearly prepared on my end as well. By the way, how are you so certain they would demand a higher share? Lucy inquired curiously, because Jack is clearly still Jack, as impulsive as ever. Valerie sighed on the other end, shaking her head. I'll need you to keep an eye on them. Ensure their safety. Notify me when the time is right. I will certainly prioritize their safety. You should be more concerned about them. I'm looking forward to the grand performance you hinted at, shrouded in mystery. Haha, I assure you, it will be quite satisfying. Truly spectacular. That's settled then. We will rendezvous according to plan. Valerie concluded the call, and Lucy chuckled softly before mounting the motorcycle Valerie had gifted her and departing the parking lot of the establishment. Chapter 11. Acquiring the goods. Welcome to the Cyberpunk tower. Please line up and proceed one by one. The security guard stationed at the security checkpoint addressed V and Jack as they approached the entrance. Sure thing, brother. Sir, Jack responded, carrying the little flat top in front of him. Suddenly, the security checkpoint's red light activated, issuing a warning, prompting the guard to stop Jack and inquire, wait a moment, there's an issue. Could you please explain the reason for bringing a combat robot into the Cyberpunk tower? Standing behind Jack, V interjected, we are under no obligation to explain ourselves. The guard hesitated, just as he was about to escalate the situation. A concierge, adorned from head to toe in gold, approached the entrance, tablet in hand for verification, and spoke. You are here to see Takagawa-kun, correct? After V nodded, the concierge bowed and apologized. We made an error. Please accept our sincerest apologies. The two passed through security and approached the front desk to check in. After verifying their identities, the receptionist remarked, I will notify Takagawa-san that you have arrived. Please wait a moment. That instant, T-Bug interjected through the communication line. No, this cannot happen. It will disrupt the plan. Stop her. V, stall her. Without delay, V responded, no need to inform him. We will return to our room to rest briefly, and then we shall seek him out ourselves. The receptionist, puzzled, inquired, but isn't Takagawa-san waiting for you? Just then, Jack chimed in, unleashing his knack for tall tales, weaving an elaborate story about encountering a cybernetic lunatic at the airport, delivering it convincingly. To their astonishment, the receptionist was entirely taken in, revealing that their room was the Azure Suite on the 42nd floor. Jack and V then engaged in casual conversation as they stepped into the elevator. You need to temper your temper, V, Lucy cautioned over the encrypted line. I merely believe that as a representative of military technology, I need not heed that security guard, V retorted. Hey, you make a fair point, Jack chuckled. Upon reaching their room, they began to manipulate the mini-drone. Under V's command, the drone successfully infiltrated the control room of the Azure Tower, subduing Arasaka's hacker. Listen, the IC is thicker than I anticipated. To breach it will require several hours. T-Bug began to hack into the main network of Azure. Several hours? Can't it be expedited? Jack grumbled. V added, can't Miss Lucy lend a hand? Are you trying to set my head ablaze? Miss Lucy is our intermediary. She must keep an eye on our escape route. Sit back and admire your dapper suits. T-Bug retorted exasperatedly. Jack and V could only endure as they awaited further developments. Time swiftly passed amidst their banter. Arasaka Raishin has arrived in the lobby, Lucy announced. Let us resume our work. The security on the top floor has been dealt with. T-Bug added. Jack, slightly exhilarated, exclaimed, Perfecto. It's our turn to shine. V rose to accompany Jack as they boldly strode into the elevator, ascending directly to the top suite. Upon exiting the elevator, Jack surveyed the room, exclaiming, Humph, the heir of Arasaka lives quite well, far better than Raoul Well's son. Focus, everyone, the safe. T-Bug reminded them. What's the rush? Jack inquired. Raishin's signal has gone dark. You need to hurry. Lucy urged. V dashed straight to the location of the hidden safe he had analyzed in the Super Dream. It's beneath the floor. Find the switch, T-Bug instructed. V recalled it being by the bedside table, hurrying over to retrieve the tablet and begin his operation, discreetly pocketing the handgun left by Arasaka Raishin. "It's ready. Come over, V," Jack shouted excitedly as a platform rose from the floor. "What's next?" V asked, glancing at the platform. "Connect to the personal link. I will unlock it." T-Bug replied. V extracted the connection cable from his wrist and plugged it in. Just a moment T-Bug began the intrusion. Suddenly, a jet-like sound echoed from outside the window, prompting Jack to turn and look. "There are people in the sky, Bug. I can't tell who it is." Lucy frowned, responding to the busy T-Bug. "I see the employees are becoming frantic. Over 200 are milling about. It could be a significant figure. This feels ominous. How much longer?" Jack asked anxiously. "Damn. Raishin's signal has returned. He is heading to the top suite." Lucy's voice grew tense. Quickly unlock the safe," Jack urged. "Almost done." "Done." As T-Bug finished speaking, V's connection cable ejected from the platform. The sealed door of the platform opened, revealing the safe inside. "Hand it to me. I'll carry it," Jack said, grabbing the safe. "Is the relic chip intact?" T-Bug inquired. "Biological chip integrity is 100%, so it appears to be fine," Jack replied, glancing at the screen on the safe. "Good. Let us go," V urged. The two hurried toward the elevator. Just as they reached the door, Lucy's voice suddenly cut in through the comms. "Damn, it's too late. Arasaka Raishin is in the elevator. Hide," T-Bug commanded. "Where?" V asked frantically. "Behind that large pillar, quickly." "Are you kidding me?" Jack cursed in distress. "Quit the chatter. Hurry." T-Bug opened a small door behind the pillar. V and Jack swiftly squeezed into the pillar, which housed a small server room. "Miss Lucy, what do we do now?" V asked. "I suggest you remain silent. The elevator has arrived, and the hovercars have landed on the roof. I'm already in contact with Valerie." Lucy replied in a tense voice. "This is impossible. That's Atom Smasher," Jack exclaimed, staring through the one-way glass at the open elevator door, astonished. "Seeing Atom Smasher, and you're still talking? Do you want to die here?" Lucy scolded over the comms. "Are they coming?" Arasaka Raishin paced irritably in front of the coffee table. "Just arrived at the helipad. On their way over," a synthesized female voice responded. Arasaka Raishin plopped down onto the sofa, anxiously fiddling with the tablet on the table. "Who exactly is coming?" V whispered urgently. "No. No, this cannot be Arasaka Saburo," T-Bug responded in shock. Through V's visual synchronization, both T-Bug and Lucy witnessed the figures descending from the rooftop, one bodyguard and an elderly man in a kimono. "Bug, Valerie just notified me. She said to transfer control of the mini-drone to me. Also, V and Jack, Valerie instructed you both to remain silent no matter what you see. She is on her way to assist you." They both quickly fell silent. T-Bug promptly began transferring control of the mini-drone. After Arasaka Saburo dismissed the bodyguard, he began conversing with Arasaka Raishin in Japanese. Following a few heated exchanges, V and Jack beheld through the transparent glass screen the classic scene of familial betrayal, Arasaka Raishin choking his father to death. "Is this the grand spectacle you wanted me to witness?" Lucy, syncing with V's vision, was utterly shocked by the unfolding events. V and Jack were left speechless. It wasn't until Arasaka Raishin announced to the hotel staff that an assassin had poisoned his father and then exited the room that they regained their senses. "That was his own father," Jack exclaimed in disbelief. "And you're still inside? Get the hell out." T-Bug, furious that the two were still frozen in place, warned them. "Arasaka's security team is about to storm upstairs." "Damn it, we're finished," V grumbled as he maneuvered to emerge. "Not yet. I'm still here." Lucy, nervously piloting the mini-drone, was connecting the server containing various hotel data to the building's security system as per Valerie's instructions. "Bug, disconnect the mini-drone," Lucy urged anxiously. "Disconnected." T-Bug promptly complied. No sooner had T-Bug spoken than the entire building plunged into darkness, with sparks flying from nearly all electronic devices, even the elevator coming to a halt. "Head to the helipad on the rooftop. I just opened the door," Lucy instructed. "What did you just do?" T-Bug asked in shock. "Time is of the essence. I activated the entire server of Azure Tower to assault the Black Wall," Lucy replied, somewhat apprehensively. "Damn. Are you out of your mind?" T-Bug exclaimed, nearly panicking. Had she hesitated for even a moment, she would have faced the Black Wall's retaliatory strike. "But the results are impressive, aren't they?" Lucy countered. As V ascended the stairs, he spotted the Atlas-type trauma team hovercar flying by outside, muttering, "If they're coming to rescue Saburo, they're a bit late. Damn, there are people on the roof." Just as V reached the rooftop, he saw two burly Arasaka bodyguards standing by Arasaka Saburo's hovercar. "Who goes there?" the two bodyguards shouted as they aimed their guns at V and Jack. However, before they could pull the triggers, the distinctive sound of 2 electromagnetic gunshots rang out, and their heads exploded in succession. Following the commotion, V turned to see Valerie standing in the trauma team's hover car. Her RT-46 Storm rifle still smoking. "What are you waiting for?" Valerie shouted at them. The two hurriedly made their way to the hover car. Valerie extended her arm from the vehicle, first seizing Jack's outstretched arm and pulling him inside while asking, "Where's the cargo?" "Right here." Jack finally exhaled in relief once aboard the hover car, proudly patting the box he held close to his chest. Valerie nodded, turning to pull V in next. As a result, she discovered that V did not require her assistance at all. By this time, V had already climbed into the hovering vehicle, sprawled on the seat and gasping for breath. Valerie turned, setting the vehicle's target location while simultaneously conversing with Lucy. "Lucy, they have boarded the vehicle. We are about to commence our withdrawal. Please meet us at the designated location." Meanwhile, V seized the opportunity during Valerie's operation of the hovering vehicle to cast a complex glance at the box containing the relic chip that Jack had placed by his feet. Chapter 12. Need more money? May I ask you something? You all can swim, right? Inside the hovering vehicle, which was flying low over the waters of Colorado Bay, Valerie suddenly inquired of the two individuals seated before her. "What do you mean?" V immediately frowned and retorted, "I suppose I wouldn't drown." Jack answered honestly, "If you don't want to sink to the ocean floor along with this wretched vehicle, you must reach the surface before it submerges." With that, Valerie had already moved to the open side door. She turned and smiled at the two, then took a step back and leaped from the hovering vehicle. "Damn! Jump now, Jack!" V urgently called to Jack, who, without hesitation, followed suit and leaped out of the vehicle. Although Jack was unclear about the situation, he hastily grabbed the box and plunged into the sea after Jack and V surfaced in the water. Valerie was already on the deck of a small yacht, drying her fiery red short hair with a towel. It turned out Valerie had spotted the yacht piloted by Lucy, which had arrived at the designated location. Prompting her to lead V and Jack into the water. "Do you two need life rings?" Lucy asked, holding a life ring attached to a rope. V gritted her teeth and did not respond. Instead, she swam with determination to the yacht's side, grasped the edge, and hauled herself aboard. Jack, meanwhile, struggled to stay afloat while exerting himself to shout, "I would love to say no, but I have this box." Lucy chuckled and tossed the life ring towards Jack with force. Jack placed the box onto the life ring, then grasped its edge and signaled an OK gesture towards Lucy, together with V. Lucy pulled the rope to bring Jack and the box alongside the yacht. Having dried her hair, Valerie casually tossed the towel to V before striding to the helm, gripping the steering wheel as she began to navigate the yacht toward the shore. The four of them, along with the box, soon reached the shore and entered a dilapidated warehouse. Is this what you call a safe house? V scrutinized the shabby sofas and a three-legged table within the warehouse, asking Valerie with irritation. The most crucial aspect of a safe house is, naturally, safety. Surely, you understand this simple principle? Valerie replied indifferently, "I'll keep watch outside." Lucy glanced at V, offered a meaningful smile, and exited the room. "What about what I asked for?" Valerie extended her hand towards the two. V gestured to Jack with a nod, signaling him to hand the box over to Valerie. Jack complied without hesitation. Valerie took the box, opened it, and her expression instantly darkened. Furious, she drew her RT-46 Storm from its holster, pressing it against V's forehead, and shouted, "Do you dare to play me for a fool? Hey, don't get worked up. What's going on with you?" Jack, from behind, pulled out a handgun and aimed it at Valerie's head. This was something V had discreetly slipped into his possession as they came ashore. "Did you not even take a glance at what was inside the box? Have you just been foolishly holding on to it?" Valerie pointed at the empty box on the ground, her angry voice echoing throughout the warehouse. "What the hell? Where's the chip?" Jack stared incredulously at the empty box. Bewildered, he then turned to V, who had been standing with her arms crossed, wearing a calm expression. "Who the hell is playing whom?" V retorted coldly, "You clearly knew that Arasaka Saburo would be in the penthouse suite. Didn't you? You not only deceived me but also Jack, T-Bug, and even kept your partner in the dark. You are the one who has played everyone. Now you want the chip? Fine, let's renegotiate the price." Sure, V, Valerie sneered. "I can predict Jack. I can predict T-Bug, but you truly baffle me." Her laughter sent a chill down Jack's spine. Most alarmingly, the voice of this intermediary sounded eerily familiar to him. Valerie removed her frog sunglasses with her other hand. V's expression shifted from surprise to fury as she shouted, "Who the hell are you?" As you can see, Valerie maintained her cold smirk, lowering her arm. "Vita, who do you think I could possibly be?" It was then that Jack recognized the face from Valerie's profile. It was strikingly similar to V's, yet their hairstyles and demeanor were entirely different. What is going on? Jack was utterly bewildered by the situation. What, Jack, has she not told you her real name? Miss Valerie, Valerie taunted, glancing at Jack before turning back to V. You insufferable imposter. Imposter. Ha. Who do you think you are for me to impersonate you? Please. Think for a moment with that Euro-soaked brain of yours. Why do you think I know so precisely that Arasaka Saburo would appear at the Cobalt Tower and why I could arrange your escape route so accurately, without waiting for V to respond? Valerie continued, because everything you went through before Lucy took over for the buzzcut, I experienced as well, exactly the same, and unfortunately, in my story, there were no hovering vehicles descending from the sky to rescue me. T-Bug was burned to death in the hacker chair by Arasaka's hackers, and Jack died from a bullet wound to the abdomen while trapped in a Draman car that couldn't change course. As for me, I was the V who fantasized about making a name for myself, only to be shot in the head by the damned intermediary, Dexter, that fat bastard, and left in a trash heap on the outskirts. I am nothing like you, V exclaimed angrily. V, you are indeed not like me. Your origins, your thoughts, are all different from mine. But think about it. If you were to return to that situation, what could you possibly change? Now that fate has granted me a second chance, I dare not gamble. If there had been even a 1 or 2 minute discrepancy when you stole the box, what might have transpired? V was left speechless. After a moment of silence, she finally asked, then why did you feel the need to orchestrate this heist? Because I need that damned chip, Valerie replied, glancing at the completely dazed Jack. And without this big deal, you wouldn't have a next time, would you? V silently pulled the relic chip from the slot, holding it in her hand as she inquired of Valerie, is it truly that important to you? You can ask old Vic about my situation. He knows my health condition, and I am trying to prevent you from becoming the next me. Valerie extended her hand. Give it to me. It cannot be exposed to the outside world for too long. Huh? Even if everything you say is true, what does it matter that you are another me? V scoffed. Right now, Jack and I are burdened with the blame for killing Arasaka Saburo. How do we settle that score? The one who assassinated Arasaka Saburo represented military technology, and the one who infiltrated the Cobalt Tower was a prototype military robot, Valerie replied. The hotel's servers have been utterly destroyed along with the Blackwall's counterattack. No one can trace anything back to you two. But the word on the street is that Jack and I took on your big deal. Indeed, I do have a significant deal in the suburbs today. Valerie remarked. What do you intend to do? Fine. More. Money. V articulated each word with emphasis. I've transferred the funds to you. This deal was originally priced at 50%. Valerie was infuriated by V's brazen demeanor. Are you satisfied now? Good luck to you. Take it. V handed the chip to Valerie, but I have a feeling this matter is far from over. Of course, it's not over. Valerie took the chip and inserted it into her own slot. Checking the chip's integrity. As she was still alive, and well, the chip would not activate or write data. It was Arasaka Saburo who had perished, and let us not forget that this chip's original buyer was not me. Valerie continued. Moreover, I still need to obtain the complete technical documentation for this device. I have a mountain of work awaiting me. For the next week, you two need to keep a low profile and stay home as much as possible. If you can't resist the urge to wander into the world, and someone inquires about what business you conducted here today, just say you impersonated the 6th Street Gang and stole a shipment from Arasaka. And made quite a profit. Understood? She then urged, now, tell me, what do you plan to do next? Listen, I am me, and you are you. What I choose to do next is none of your concern. I still maintain that Night City does not harbor nameless individuals. V pointed at Valerie's nose, adding, as for Jack. Let's see if he can get past Mrs. Wells first. Upon finishing her statement, V glanced at Jack, who began to perspire at the mention of those words. Remember to ask Old Way to perform a neural scan on you when you return. Truly, you dare to insert anything into your head, Valerie said to V with a tone that resembled an older sister reprimanding her younger sibling. Oh, V replied with a mocking tone, so concerned about me. Then help me pay off my debt to Old Way, will you? You can get lost. What does your debt to V have to do with me? Valerie was on the verge of being driven mad by V, who seemed to be throwing money away. I think you're right. You are you, and I am me. Let us consider this matter settled, now. Hurry up and leave. What a load of crap. This feeling of working for myself. It's just so damn bizarre. After stepping outside, V muttered a curse under her breath, but she truly is generous. Jack, following behind V, gazed at the numbers in his account with a blissful expression and exclaimed, Hey, whose buddy are you? Anyway, V asked, her face contorted in displeasure. Of course, I'm the illustrious V, Jack replied. hastening his steps to wrap his strong arm around V. "You're good, buddy." The last to exit the warehouse, Valerie looked at the two figures gradually receding into the distance and sighed helplessly. She had initially hoped to use this experience at the Indigo Tower to make these two stop dreaming of legendary exploits. But as it stands, the results were minimal. So, how does it feel to be outmaneuvered by another version of yourself? Lucy approached Valerie while pushing a motorcycle, smiling as she inquired. "You figured out the chip was swapped early on, didn't you?" Valerie asked, irritated. Lucy merely smiled without answering, hopped on her motorcycle, and departed. Valerie realized that Lucy was avenging her being drawn into this mess. Side point one after another. Chapter 13. Beep beep. You bastard. Weeks later. At the Second Amendment gun shop on the 7th floor of the H10 super skyscraper, a shooting competition was taking place. This contest could be deemed rather frivolous, although it was stipulated that only handguns could be used. Any model was permissible. Additionally, points could be scored simply by hitting the target, regardless of which lane it was in. After a chaotic barrage of gunfire within 60 seconds, Wilson, standing behind the contestants, began to announce, "Cease fire. Everyone, stop. The competition is over. First place is Valerie. Second place is V. Third place is Rudy. The rest of you mediocre shooters should learn how to handle a gun properly. All right, now scram." Valerie approached, undeterred by V's murderous glare, and retrieved her first-place prize from Wilson. "Thanks, Wilson. This gun is beautiful," Valerie remarked as she opened the cylinder to inspect the chamber. Wilson awkwardly smiled and then leaned toward V, whispering, "Is she your sister? Her shooting skills are impressive. Get lost." V shot him a furious glance and turned to Valerie, demanding, "What the hell are you doing here?" "What?" Valerie chuckled, countering V's question. Wilson, didn't he specify that non-residents couldn't participate in the competition? Did he? Without waiting for V's reply, she turned and left, leaving V grinding her teeth in frustration. Fuming, V took the elevator to the parking garage. As she sat in her car, preparing to drive off and clear her mind, a Delamon taxi that had been parked across from her suddenly revved up and crashed straight into her vehicle. Following a solid collision, the front of V's car crumpled, and the engine was utterly wrecked. To her further irritation, the Delamon taxi fled the scene, honking as it did so, exclaiming, "Beep beep, you bastard. Delamon. I'll be damned." V emerged from the driver's seat, ready to unleash a torrent of curses in the direction the taxi had fled. A car that looked quite familiar descended from the upper level of the parking lot, coming to a halt before her. As the window rolled down, V saw that the driver was none other than Valerie. TSK, you look like you've had quite the crash. You stopped just to watch me make a fool of myself, didn't you?" V, still fuming, chose to vent her frustration. Valerie opened the passenger door and said, "Where to? I'll give you a ride." "Get lost. You think I'm getting in your car?" V retorted without hesitation. "I nearly lost my life the last time I rode with you." "Then why not call Jack to come pick you up?" Valerie asked with a smile. 2 minutes later, the outlaw drove out of the H10 super skyscraper parking lot. Valerie glanced at V, who was seated in the passenger seat and rolling her eyes at the window. With a playful smile, she asked, "Have you figured out where you want to go?" "To Twisting Street." V replied without turning her head. "If it weren't for Jack being grounded by his mother, she wouldn't be caught dead in this, which SCAR.to settle the debt with the garbage collection agency, right?" Valerie asked while steering the wheel. V glanced at Valerie, beginning to suspect she might be experiencing a split personality, as the one driving seemed to be another version of herself. "You might want to check your messages. I suspect Delamon has already sent you the compensation paperwork," Valerie suggested. V checked her inbox and indeed found a message waiting for her. Suddenly, she recalled something and felt her blood pressure soar, far more than if she had activated biological rage. "You knew that damn car would come crash into me, didn't you?" Valerie admitted candidly. "I advise you to refrain from cursing at me, kid. In a way, you're cursing at yourself. I'm not as sinister as you are." V was so furious that she nearly struggled to breathe. Soon, Valerie parked at the entrance of Twisting Street and told V, "Hurry in, settle the bill, and come right back out. I'll take you to confront Delamon." V said nothing and slammed the car door as she exited. 10 minutes later, V returned to the passenger seat. This time, the two sat in silence as Valerie drove V to the entrance of the Delamon Taxi Company in the city center. "You can leave now. I'll take the subway back later." V said dismissively as she got out of the car. Valerie merely smiled, saying nothing. V had been inside for quite some time, nearly 20 minutes, before she emerged to find the outlaw still parked by the roadside. Approaching, she saw Valerie leisurely sitting in the car, smoking. "Are you just that idle today?" V asked, annoyed. "You were inside for so long. It seems you chose to accept Delamont's commission. Valerie responded evasively. V's expression shifted, and she asked warily, "You can guess that? You're not trying to snatch this job from me, are you?" Valerie looked at V as if she were an idiot and replied, "If you can guess that I was once hit by a Delamont taxi, then surely you can also guess that I've taken on this commission. Get in the car. I'll take you to find his prodigals." V remained suspicious of Valerie and did not get in. Valerie rolled her eyes at her and said, "Today, I'll be your driver for free. Consider it a form of apology, okay?" Only then did V get in the car. Once seated, Valerie asked, "Where do you plan to start?" "Near the Maquon district." Valerie pondered for a moment, recalling which rogue Delamont had lost control in the Maquon district. After she remembered, she turned to V and said, "I suggest you buckle up. It might get a little bumpy." V looked unconvinced. Maquon district was the city center. How bumpy could it possibly get? Half an hour later, in Maquon district, Valerie crouched by the roadside, smoking, glancing at V, who was rubbing her forehead. Then at the outlaw's engine hood, which was smoking from the collision. "You call this a little bump?" V angrily kicked the now immobilized Delamont taxi. "What do we do now?" V asked, noticing that her car was in no condition to drive. Valerie didn't respond. She simply stared intently across the road. V followed Valerie's gaze and spotted a Thunderbolt Corby C240T parked on the opposite side. Then, they exchanged knowing glances. "Oh, you know what I'm thinking." It seems this time, we managed to reach a rare consensus. Chapter 14. Your commission. You decide. Delamont's children truly opened V's eyes. She had never seen an artificial intelligence contemplating self-destruction, wanting to leap off a cliff in the Valley District. Speaking as if it were suffering from depression, V spent several minutes coaxing it to agree to restore Delamont's control in the Seascape District. They encountered a peculiar taxi that wanted to murder V and Valerie. Thanks to Valerie's reminder, V successfully dispatched the suddenly appearing Vortex gang thugs, the last vehicle, before being restored to Delamont's control. Warned Valerie that she was doomed. In Colorado Farm, they met a Delamont taxi that introduced itself as Clarice, insisting that V eliminate 8 Flamingo models before it would continue the conversation. Eventually, the two drove around Colorado Farm several times to gather enough Flamingo models. "Clarice, are your flamingos still screaming?" V asked the AI in the taxi with a sarcastic tone. "Perhaps I will have to return after all. I require support. Only those who possess a tumultuous heart can truly become radiant stars." Upon uttering this phrase, the Delamain regained control over itself. What on earth is this nonsense? V rolled her eyes, nearly driven to madness by the chaotic collection of taxis. "There's one in the Badlands." "Shall we take a look?" Valerie inquired while gripping the steering wheel. Fine. How many are left?" V responded, a hint of impatience creeping in. Valerie pondered for a moment, counting on her fingers before replying. "Badlands, North Industrial Zone. North Oak District, 3 in total. What the hell? Including the previous ones, are we not to circle the entirety of Night City?" V felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance. Valerie remained silent, steering directly towards the landfill in the Badlands. 10 minutes later, V emerged from the Delamain taxi amidst the refuse, approaching Valerie's parked vehicle. "Got any smokes?" V inquired, her expression resembling that of a lifeless fish. "What?" Valerie chuckled, producing a pack of cigarettes and handing it over. "Isn't communicating with beings from another realm amusing? Amusing? Utter nonsense." V mimicked the taxi's tone. "You hail from the material world, a being composed of proteins." Indeed, it sounded quite accurate when uttered by a wandering AI. Valerie remarked, "It's mainly that smug demeanor. Were it not for old Dell's reputation, I'd have happily gifted it a grenade." V retorted, exasperated. "Where to next?" "The North Industrial Zone. Though it's a bit far. It's certainly preferable to heading to North Oak District." Valerie replied, "All right, let us hurry up and finish this wretched task today. I should never have taken this job. You could have reminded me. Even if I had, would you have listened?" Valerie shot a sidelong glance at V. "That's true." V scratched her head. Having taken the job, she felt compelled to see it through, a matter of professional ethics. Upon reaching the North District, they swiftly located the Delamain taxi, which upon sighting them, revved its engine and attempted to flee, broadcasting over the communication channel, "Do not follow." Yet Valerie drove closely behind, circling the industrial area until V's patience wore thin. "Pull alongside it. I'll intercept," V declared, clenching her fists, her gorilla cyberware creaking ominously. Valerie nodded, flooring the accelerator and positioning the car parallel to the Delamain taxi. V flung open the passenger door, seized the moment, and leaped out, landing 2 powerful fists against the left side of the Delamain's front, sending it careening off the road and crashing into the factory's doorframe. Coming to a halt. As V hit the ground, she rolled and stood, brushing off the dust. Let us see where you think you're going. Once V returned to Valerie's vehicle, Valerie asked, "Can you really use the gorilla cyberware like that?" V shot her an incredulous look. As if you've never done it before, Valerie started the car, responding nonchalantly, "Actually, I haven't. When I had combat cyberware, I wielded Manus blades." After a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived at the North Oak district, where the Delamain taxi resembled an anxious patient, lamenting over the communication channel about its overwhelming stress as it crawled along like a tortoise. This taxi was rather accommodating, seemingly fearful of entering the city and insisting V drive it back. After some negotiation, it was ultimately decided that Valerie would take the wheel, as her driving skills were steadier than V's. However, midway through the journey, the taxi insisted on stopping to calm down, nearly provoking V into an outburst of expletives. When Valerie drove the car to the entrance of the Delamain Company garage, V headed to the front desk to report. "Thank goodness that S finally over." V muttered as she rejoined Valerie outside. "Oh, you think this is as simple as it gets?" Valerie countered, her tone light and teasing. "What?" V asked, confused. Just then, a rogue driver pulled up in front of them, revealing that Valerie's car had finally been repaired and returned. "Hop in. I'll take you back," Valerie said as she started the vehicle. Upon returning to V's apartment building, Valerie advised, "Call me in a couple of days if you sense something's off with Delamain." This left V utterly perplexed. 2 days later, Valerie indeed received a call from V. "Damn, you were right. Delamain seems to be in serious trouble." V expressed anxiously. "Where are you?" "At Delamain's front entrance. Its double doors seem to be malfunctioning, and I can't get in." "All right, I'll be there shortly." When Valerie arrived, she waved at V, who was still scratching her head at the front desk. Valerie led V to the slope of the Delamain garage, pointing to a rooftop in the alleyway. V swiftly scaled the building, discovering an open skylight. "You should come up too," V called back to Valerie. "You think I'm capable of that? The wall is too high." Valerie shot her an exasperated look. "Come on, I'll give you a hand." V extended her arm. Only then did Valerie leap up, grasping V's hand, and with V's assistance, she reached the roof. "Did you bring a gun?" Perhaps out of an inexplicable trust in V, Valerie had opted not to wear her powered exoskeleton arms today. She merely held a prelude in both hands, poised before her. V nodded, producing a red-painted JK X2. "Isn't this Roy's gun?" Valerie inquired. "Aha, it's quite handy." Together, they opened the skylight and entered a pitch-black office. "Damn, this door is locked too." V muttered, tugging at the handle. Meanwhile, Valerie activated the office computer, browsing through files before looking up at V. "Go unlock that computer. The password is 1234." V complied, inputting the password and successfully unlocking the office door. Who on earth uses such a feeble password? "Haven't you noticed this office hasn't been used in ages?" Valerie replied. "Delamain has long since terminated its human employees. Whether or not their SA password matters little." As soon as V stepped out, she attempted to rush forward, but was abruptly yanked back by Valerie. "Watch out for those cables. They're electrified," Valerie cautioned. "Damn." V was about to retort that she knew, but suddenly noticed a Delamain security drone eyeing her, unhesitatingly firing bullets. V reacted swiftly, raising her handgun and returning fire. After a brief exchange, V emptied her magazine, taking down 2 security drones, while Valerie managed to shoot down another. "Looks like I win this round." V chuckled as she reloaded her weapon. "Enough of that. Hurry up and clear the way," Valerie urged, exasperated. Although the path behind them was winding, under V's nimble movements, it proved manageable. She even took the time to glance back occasionally, ensuring Valerie, who wasn't as agile, kept up. Eventually, the duo navigated their way to Delamain's control center. As several versions of Delamain squabbled on the screens, V and Valerie approached the core. "What do you think?" V asked Valerie. "You have 3 choices." Valerie replied, gazing at Old Dell's core. "First, you can destroy the core directly, annihilating Old Dell and granting freedom to his children. Second, as Old Dell suggested, you can reset the system, but that would also reset Old Delaware. The third option is to merge their codes, though the repercussions may not be any better than the first 2. What would you do?" V inquired. "This is your assignment. The decision lies with you." Valerie responded, not directly answering. "I can't handle something as technical as merging codes. I'm no T-bug." V admitted, feeling cornered. "Then you're left with 2 choices." Valerie shrugged. "Damn it. Let us reset. Then, compared to a new Old Dell, having several deranged taxis roaming Night City is far worse." V resolved, stepping forward to grasp the switch beneath the Delamain data core, extracting it, twisting it 90 degrees, and then pressing it back in. "Welcome to your first experience with Delamain Travel Services. How may I assist you?" Delamain's voice echoed around them. Ultimately, Valerie and V found themselves in a vehicle sent by Delamain, departing the Delamain taxi company. You still haven't T answered me, V asked, gripping the steering wheel. How did you choose back then? There was a guy who urged me to free Delamain's children, and I softened, so I shot the core. Valerie replied casually. Aha. I never pegged you as the soft-hearted type. VTs. I didn't see it in myself either. When I worked at Arasaka, I certainly didn't buy into the whole equality and freedom nonsense. Valerie adjusted her seat, leaning back. Keeping up with V without high-performance cyberware was exhausting. Upon reflection, perhaps Johnny had already infiltrated my nervous system, leading me to easily adopt his ideology. What? You were a corporate dog? A dog for Arasaka? V asked in disbelief. Before I got fired, I was the deputy director of counterintelligence. Quite a respectable position. Valerie chuckled. Damn, no wonder you love wearing that suit. V grimaced. I can't even imagine how ridiculous I'd look in a suit. What? Didn't you check yourself out in the Arasaka Tower? I'm afraid I can't assist with that. What are you talking about regarding rent? I have yet to express my gratitude to you for securing a lucrative deal for both myself and Scorpion. Mitsai promptly retrieved the car keys and handed them to Valerie, suggesting that she could return them after using the vehicle, while also requesting her assistance in looking after their girl. Agreed, Valerie replied without hesitation. Taking the keys and entering the camp, she sought out the merchant at the Ikado camp, purchasing a cat sniper rifle and a substantial stash of explosives, calling on Jack to help load the items onto the vehicle. Goodness, why are you buying so much dynamite? Jack inquired while assisting in placing the explosives into the trunk. You'll see soon enough, Valerie replied enigmatically as she adjusted the sniper scope. Before long, V and Pan Am emerged carrying supplies. V, you and Pan Am take one vehicle, while Jack and I take the other, Valerie instructed. Why can't it be Jack and me in one car, and you with Pan Am? V retorted, pouting in dissatisfaction. Are you more familiar with the Badlands than I am, Haywood? Valerie countered playfully. What? Are you suggesting you wish to share a vehicle with me? Before Valerie could finish her sentence, V jumped directly into the passenger seat of Pan Am's Thunder, shutting the door behind her. Valerie turned to Jack. It is indeed an honor to ride in the vehicle driven by the boss, Jack said with a grin. Valerie chuckled, shaking her head as she took her place at the wheel. The two vehicles proceeded to Stone Ridge Mountain, an abandoned town that had once been part of Night City's outskirts. Now eerily deserted as its inhabitants had either relocated to Night City or fled entirely. Help me place these explosives in the derelict gas station and convenience store on the left side of the road, Valerie instructed, retrieving the explosives from the trunk and tossing them to V, Pan Am, and Jack. The plan is simple. Once they arrive and disembark, I'll detonate the explosives to draw their attention. V and Jack will charge in from both ends of the road to flank them, while Pan Am and I will provide sniper support. One crucial point to remember. Do not blow up the vehicles. Pan Am still needs to retrieve the goods. Understood, Jack affirmed as he made his way toward the gas station. V and Pan Am exchanged glances before heading toward the convenience store. Meanwhile, Valerie climbed to the rooftop of the substation, clutching the detonator and sniper rifle, lighting a cigarette as she observed their preparations. Hours passed, and darkness enveloped the area. 3 vehicles with illuminated headlights approached from the distance. They're here, Pan Am communicated over the comm channel. I can see them. It's not like I'm blind, Valerie remarked, watching the cars enter the town. She then queried, V, Jack, have you found suitable cover? I'm all set, V replied. Very secure, Jack added. Valerie grasped the detonator, eyeing the foot soldiers of the Maelstrom gang disembarking, murmuring, let there be light, with a press of the detonator. The gas station and convenience store erupted in a dazzling blaze, the powerful explosion toppling several nearby Maelstrom thugs. Before the remaining gang members could comprehend the situation, V and Jack emerged from both ends of the road, overwhelming them with gunfire. Some of the quicker Maelstrom thugs took cover, but as they raised their weapons to retaliate against V and Jack, they were systematically targeted by Valerie and Pan Am from across the street. Each sniper shot finding its mark. The concrete barriers offered little protection against the penetrating power of Valerie's cat rifle. Soon, the remaining Maelstrom thugs lay scattered on the ground, those still alive swiftly silenced. That son of a bitch Nash didn't even show up at Stone Ridge, Pan Am cursed as she located the goods. Just kicked down his door. Where else could he possibly go? Valerie remarked, producing a cigarette from her pack and tossing one to V as she lit her own. Are we just going to walk away from this? Jack asked excitedly. Look at you, so pleased, V retorted with a notch. The Maelstrom base was not far off, merely a turn away, and soon the two vehicles arrived at the cave entrance. Are we all prepared? Valerie inquired. Less chatter. Let us finish this quickly and get out. V replied. Pan Am drove the Thunder into the cave first, with Valerie following closely and Meetsai's vehicle. As Pan Am executed a drift, V hurled 2 flashbangs from the passenger seat towards the maelstrom entrance before leaping out like a cheetah. Sprinting up to the second floor, Valerie and Jack exited their vehicle. Jack, brandishing a gold-plated hand cannon, unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the disoriented maelstrom thugs. Valerie, cigarette in mouth, wielded both Prelude and Unity, alternating fire against the gang members attempting to fight back. Just as they finished their rounds, V dispatched the sniper above and confronted Nash. Before Nash could register what was happening, V's punch sent him crashing through the window, face first into the ground. Oh look, it's Nash, Pan Am teased, standing over him with her pistol drawn. Are you lying here eating dirt? How dare you mess with my goods? With that, she emptied her magazine into his head as he struggled to rise. Wow, Chica, that was seriously brutal, Jack exclaimed, holstering his weapons as V leaped from the window. Hey, biological dynamics don't come cheap, V replied with a smile. Well, now that Pan Am's task is complete, let us accompany her to deliver the goods, and then enjoy a drink at the hotel. Valerie discarded her cigarette and turned toward Meetsai's car. Tomorrow, it will be my turn for business. Chapter 17. Passengers in the sky, you called me out of the city in the dead of night just to hear this drunken scheme of yours? Lucy glared at Valerie in the parking garage of the Sunset Motel, her expression murderous. It must be executed. Lucy, Valerie replied. Not only do I have to listen, but I also have to carry it out. Lucy retorted angrily. You plan to blow up an entire power station just to hijack a floating vehicle. Do you hear yourself? What do you think? Valerie turned to V and Jack. Why are you looking at me? I'm here to get paid, V replied dismissively. It's just an unattended power station. If we were blowing up the headquarters, that would cost extra. Jack scratched his head, chuckling. Honestly, it's not my power station. So blow it up if you want. Then it's settled. Lucy, you and V will take Pan Am's vehicle to the power station while Jack and I find a scenic spot to wait for you, Valerie declared, clapping her hands to finalize the decision. She then exited with Jack to drive away. By the way, what were you discussing with that street vendor earlier? Jack curiously asked Valerie in the car. When you meet a vendor, it's natural to shop. Isn't it? Valerie replied mysteriously. Some items are hard to find in the city, but more accessible outside. They parked at an open area on the mountain. And after disembarking, Valerie used binoculars to survey the power station. Looks like they're moving quickly. They're already returning, Valerie mused as she observed the Thunder approaching. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Crap. What's wrong? Jack asked, startled. Valerie quickly dialed Meetsai's number. Meetsai, are you in trouble? Meetsai asked on the line. No. I called to warn you to avoid any trouble. Listen, no matter what happens after dawn, none of your Ikado people should leave the camp. It's for your safety. Valerie spoke rapidly. All right, we're supposed to stay put anyway. Sounds like you're planning something big. Stay safe. Meetsai replied that we will. Remember, don't leave the camp. Valerie reiterated. Just as she hung up, Pan Am's vehicle pulled up. Noticing Valerie's sigh of relief, Pan Am teased, we're still far from action. Why are you so anxious? Have you ever considered what you would do as a nomad if you saw a floating vehicle about to crash? Valerie retorted. Well, when something falls from the sky, of course. Pan Am began, but her smile vanished. Crap. I need to call them. I already notified them, Valerie answered. Phew. Pan Am sighed. And the 5 of them either sat in the car or leaned against the doors, watching the sunrise over Night City. Can you give me the inside scoop? V suddenly asked, leaning against the passenger door of the Thunder. What inside scoop? Valerie countered, leaning against Meetsai's borrowed Corby mule. What's the deal with the person you're planning to kidnap? V flicked the ash from her cigarette. Anders Hellman, the director of the Relic Project. Arasaka's chief bioengineer, Valerie replied nonchalantly. Damn, another relic. I think I saw him in a dream. You're not mistaken. It's him. V acknowledged, pausing before glancing at Jack, who was still resting in the sea. To be honest, I don't want Jack getting involved in your affairs. Your private operations are always quite large. Valerie pressed her lips together and inquired. Do you think I am selfish? Indeed, V replied bluntly. I do harbor my own selfish desires, and I admit it. Valerie spoke slowly. But you understand, Jack, that boy who dreams of becoming a legend in Night City. Has he truly given up on his aspirations? V furrowed his brow and replied. His dreams could cost him his life. You wish for him to survive, but the price is relinquishing his legendary dream. Valerie placed a hand on V's shoulder and said, in a way, you two are selfish. Without waiting for V's response, she continued, but it differs from my intentions. I will do my utmost to look after him. Though it remains perilous, it allows him to pursue his dreams with a semblance of safety. V smiled noncommittally and then posed another question. What is your perspective on my continuing as a mercenary? I cannot say for certain, as you and I are indeed different, Valerie responded generously, yet even someone like me cannot remain settled. You, having ventured alone in Atlanta for several years, are certainly not one to sit idly. Indeed, if I were to languish in bed like a salted fish awaiting death, I would prefer to perish immediately, V replied with a shrug and a smile. Heh, Valerie chuckled. V, although your experiences are fewer than mine, you possess a remarkable clarity of thought. At that moment, Pan Am approached and handed a detonator to Valerie. After receiving it, Valerie tapped on the car door. Oh. Jack opened his eyes, looking at Valerie with confusion. Are we starting now? Valerie handed over the detonator with a smile, saying, wait for Pan Am's signal, then you may press it. You currently hold assets worth millions of euros. How does that feel? It's freaking awesome. Jack exclaimed with excitement. I despise this plan. Lucy murmured discontentedly from the back seat of the car. Valerie understood her reaction, for all hackers detest EMPs. Look, from the direction of Pacifica. A car is approaching. Pan Am shouted. Jack placed his finger on the button, ready to press it at any moment. As Pan Am shouted, go. Jack pressed the button with vigor, yet nothing happened. Press it a few more times. The power plant is experiencing electromagnetic interference, Lucy advised. Jack pressed several times, and only then did the power plant explode in the distance. The hovering vehicle directly above the power plant suddenly dropped in altitude, yet it did not plummet but maintained a steady flight. Damn, are Zeta Tech's hover vehicles that resilient? V cursed vehemently. I anticipated this. Use this, Valerie declared, retrieving a portable missile launcher from the trunk of Pan Am's vehicle and tossing it to V. V caught it, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and aimed the scope at the hover vehicle. As the rapid locking sound echoed, V pressed the launch button. A missile shot forth, soaring above the hover vehicle before diving straight down. The missile ultimately detonated above the hover vehicle, which was struck hard, beginning to sway as it descended. Quick, pursue. Everyone climbed into the vehicle, heading toward the hover vehicle's landing site. Along the way, they encountered several small drones from Konak attempting to intercept them. V operated the heavy machine gun mounted on Pan Am's vehicle, retaliating. However, just as he shot down one small drone, the machine gun jammed. Just as Pan Am leaned out to fix it, Lucy, seated behind her, activated her orange light, causing the remaining S as the enter key was pressed. In the blink of an eye, Valerie, who had been resting with her eyes closed on the surgical chair, jolted upright as if struck by a high-voltage shock. Damn, Valerie straightened her posture, yanked the data cable from her neck, and gasped for breath. Are you all right? T-Bug inquired, visibly startled. At that moment, Valerie's right cybernetic eye glowed with a brilliant blue light, while the left remained entirely unremarkable. As if her mind had been sharply pricked, Valerie flexed her arm and replied, I feel defined. I just need a moment alone. Just as old Vic was about to ask another question, Valerie suddenly furrowed her brow and said, could you all please step outside for a bit? All right, just let me know if you feel uncomfortable, he responded, to which Valerie nodded. Once everyone had exited, she lit a cigarette for herself. Are you satisfied now? Valerie inquired, gazing at Johnny Silverhand, who stood before her. But I'm not satisfied at all. Where the hell am I? Who the hell are you? Johnny exclaimed, peppering his words with profanity. I can sense your consciousness reaching out to me. Yet I can only observe, like a marionette on strings, Johnny continued, pacing in front of Valerie. That's because you're dead. You're merely a consciousness parasitizing a chip. You inhabit my body now, acting as my cybernetic parasite. So naturally, I am in control, Valerie explained. How is that even possible? A consciousness stored in a chip. Why don't you go write a science fiction novel? Johnny retorted, incredulous. Welcome to the year 2077. Johnny, but you're right. It's indeed quite sci-fi, Valerie replied. Damn it. This can't be real. I must still be alive somewhere else, Johnny muttered to himself anxiously. Heh, Valerie scoffed, uninterested in waiting for him to accept reality, and donned her sunglasses as she stepped out. Oh, it seems you're all right. Did the chip activate successfully? Lucy asked, glancing at Valerie as she emerged from the clinic. It's somewhat successful, though that guy, Valerie gestured to her head and remarked, is a bit noisy. What about the cybernetic arm? Lucy pressed. Just then, Lucy witnessed Valerie suddenly vanish. Fortunately, Valerie reappeared behind Lucy, cigarette in mouth, saying, it just feels like there's much more pressure than before when I use it. What do you plan to do next? T-Bug has already left, and old Vic, V, and Jack are still at Misty S shop. I'm thinking of heading to Afterlife for a drink first, Valerie replied with a smile. And let this guy in my head see some sights. I want to be going. You should ask V and Jack if they want to join, Lucy said before turning to leave. Chapter 19. A drink with Johnny Silverhand. Your eye is so blue. Is it really all right? V asked, trailing alongside Valerie, annoyance evident in her tone. I've already adjusted the brightness to the lowest setting. Should I change the color? Valerie replied, lowering her sunglasses to look at V, transforming the faint blue glow of her cybernetic eye into an orange hue. Screw you, V shot back, raising her middle finger at Valerie. When she pushed the sunglasses back up, it became nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discern that her right eye was still glowing blue. Is it really just a matter of brightness? No normal person has one cybernetic eye constantly illuminated, V remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Valerie. Some people have all 5 eyes lit up. The two settled at the bar, where Valerie discreetly pointed to a pair of Maelstrom members not far away, saying, "You actually think there are normal people in Afterlife? What the hell? Do people of 2077 play so flamboyantly?" Johnny asked. Somewhat astonished. "I've wanted to ask you both this for a long time. What exactly is your relationship?" The bartender, Claire, approached the two. "Heh. I've been curious about that too," Valerie replied. "I'm the one who finds her work." Valerie pointed at V. "I'm the one who pays her to work." V simultaneously pointed at Valerie. "All right then. What will you two be drinking?" "A Johnny Silverhand," Valerie answered. "What the hell is that?" Johnny's voice echoed in Valerie's mind. "The tequila of the white wine god. Strange, aren't you drinking your Long Island iced tea anymore?" V inquired, glancing at Valerie after placing her order. "Just changing up the flavor occasionally," Valerie replied. Using the names of Night City legends to refer to certain drinks is a local specialty. And Johnny Silverhand is the drink most commonly favored by the bar's owner, Valerie explained to Johnny. "Oh, and who is the owner of this bar?" Valerie turned her gaze toward a booth, where a figure clad in a yellow top was seated, engaging in business discussions. "Look, your old acquaintance. Damn, Rogue. Here I am in this wretched state, and she's lounging comfortably on the sofa," Johnny exclaimed, astonished as he stared at Rogue. "You brought this upon yourself." Johnny. "If you had just listened to her back then and withdrawn early, you might still be the resident performer here," Valerie retorted without hesitation. "By the way, it's been a month. Do you have any news about Evelyn?" V asked, taking a sip of her tequila. "What? Are you still thinking about the 50-50 split she mentioned?" Valerie countered with a smirk. "You know about that?" V blurted out. Valerie regarded V with an expression that suggested, "How could you not know? You must know where she is then." V pressed. "Why are you so concerned about her? The money I gave you, you've already spent on upgrading your cybernetics. I'm just worried she might suddenly show up demanding her share, and you'd have no way to explain," V replied, somewhat exasperated. "You needn't trouble yourself with that," Valerie said, and noticing Rogue's client leaving, she picked up her drink and approached. "Rogue," Valerie called out, lifting her glass toward Rogue. Rogue, recognizing Valerie, nodded to her bodyguard, who stepped aside to let Valerie through. That bodyguard looked somewhat familiar. Johnny's figure appeared on the opposite side of Rogue's sofa. "Old Snake's son. Weren't you both on the same team?" Valerie referred to their mission at Arasaka Tower. "Damn, it's him," Johnny exclaimed, realization dawning on him. "What are you discussing?" Rogue inquired. "Do you have any connections in Dogtown?" Valerie placed her nearly empty glass on the table. "I thought you might want to chat about my situation," Johnny remarked discontentedly. "Next time, don't ever mention that bitch to me again." Those are Rogue's exact words. Valerie mimicked Rogue's tone in response to Johnny. "Damn." Johnny was infuriated a bit, but not much. Dogtown is Colonel Hansen's territory, and Mr. Hans does have some connections there. As for me, I occasionally have contact when Hansen's people come out to do business," Rogue replied, crossing her legs. Rogue then asked, "What? You're thinking of stepping into Dogtown?" "Not exactly stepping in. You know me, I typically don't interfere with the business of local middlemen," Valerie said, taking a sip from her glass before continuing. "I've just heard there's a market there where you can find some goods that you can't see in Night City, and I wanted to take some friends for a stroll. Plus, I've heard there's a luxurious nightclub there, far more impressive than ours. Heh, I can't compare to a warlord." Rogue seemed unfazed by Valerie's comparison. "If you want to go in, you can certainly reach out to Mr. Hans. His business spans both Dogtown and Pacifica, so it shouldn't be hard to just take a look around." Speaking of friends, Rogue pointed towards the bar, where V appeared to be on a phone call. "What's the deal with that person?" "She's my clone. If I kick the bucket one day, I'll transfer my soul into her," Valerie replied with a laugh. "Heh, that's actually a bit funny." Rogue seemed amused. "I'd love to have a clone," Johnny grumbled. Whether it's a joke or not remains to be seen, especially since Arasaka has dabbled in soul extraction. Now they're working on the relic project. Who knows when Saburo Arasaka will announce he is back from the dead, Valerie said nonchalantly, causing Rogue's expression to shift as if she had thought of something unpleasant. She then gestured again towards the bar, saying, "If that's your clone, you'd better keep a close eye on her." Valerie looked over and noticed V had already left and I was joking. "You actually took me seriously?" Valerie laughed heartily. "Who knows what you're thinking? You were the mastermind behind that incident at the K-Bike, weren't you? Weeks have gone by, and it's as if that business never happened at all." "What? Did you get the client blacklisted?" "Rogue, you know me. I've always been very principled in business." Valerie refrained from expressing that if others didn't play by the rules, then she had no obligation to either. However, the constraints of rules are mutual. Rogue saw through it but chose not to address it. She had heard of a previous incident where Rogue curled his lips in reluctance and lifted his own glass, murmuring, "Very well, a toast to that wretched person. Damn it. Can't she utter a single kind word?" Johnny cursed vehemently. At that moment, Valerie received a call alert and, after a brief word with Rogue, departed for the next life. "V, what's the matter?" she inquired. "Jack just informed me that he has a deal, supposedly from Taiping State." "What the hell? He dares to take on a deal from Taiping State. Are you following him?" "Yes, he's just emerged from a church. And I'm tailing him closely." "All right, keep an eye on him. I'm heading to Taiping State right now." As Valerie hung up the call with V and prepared to drive, her phone buzzed again. Frowning, she noticed that the call was from Judy Alvarez. It's best not to speak of people during the day, nor of ghosts at night. Chapter 20. Misfortunes never come alone. "Judy, what is it?" Valerie asked, gripping the steering wheel anxiously as she drove towards Taiping State. "Do you remember the deal involving the stolen goods at Gamby Building?" Judy inquired. "Get to the point. It was Evelyn Parker who went missing first. She has been missing for weeks, and now I wish to locate her." "Are you discussing business with me right now?" Valerie's car spun out, drifting past an intersection. "I recall you mentioning a friendship discount." Judy felt a twinge of anxiety. After all this time, she wondered if Valerie would still honor it. "We can discuss the payment later. Do you have any acquaintances in Yunding?" "A few." "Then you can inquire about her. I'm busy with something else." Valerie concluded the call abruptly. Valerie parked at the corner of the intersection, glanced at the Empire Mall, and dialed V's number. "V, where are you now?" Valerie asked in a low voice. "Jack just went upstairs with a large black man. There are Voodoo Gang members guarding the stairs. And I can't follow him." V whispered. "He'll be coming down soon. Find a place to hide and don't let him see you." Valerie opened the glove compartment and retrieved a holstered weapon belt, fastening it around her waist. "Why?" V questioned. "The Voodoo Gang will link their mercenaries into their Poseidon network. What Jack can see, the Voodoo Gang can also see." Valerie drew her gun, checked the magazine and chamber, then began to attach the silencer. "Damn it. What should I do?" V muttered, instinctively stepping into a corner to light a cigarette, occasionally glancing towards the staircase. "Just keep an eye on Jack. I know where his mission is. You merely need to watch him along the way. When we reach the destination, we will meet naturally." She loaded the chamber and tucked it under her arm before closing the glove compartment. "Are you planning to go in alone?" Johnny's figure appeared beside the car, leaning against the door with a grin. "I've done it before. Kindly keep your mouth shut. I'm, in fact, cleaning up your mess." Valerie retorted sharply. "What the hell does this have to do with me?" Johnny exclaimed, bewildered. "You'll find out soon enough." Valerie dismissed him, her phone buzzing once more. "Judy, what did you find out?" "You were right. She returned to Yunding. However, my contacts there say she's been in trouble for the past 2 or 3 days. All right, I'll have someone look into it. Wait for my news." Valerie hung up and turned to call Lucy. "Urgent matter?" Lucy asked. "I'm tied up here. I'm sending you 8,000 euros. First, go recruit 3 or 4 capable with one hand gripping a pistol aimed deep into the tunnel, and the other clutching a dagger pressed against her throat." She remained poised. "Shoo." Valerie waited until the Voodoo Gang thug had completely breathed his last before withdrawing the blade. "Are cybernetic enhancements in 2077 truly that terrifying?" Johnny appeared before Valerie, inquiring. "This one is top-notch. However, I cannot utilize it for an extended period. My mind and your chip would overheat and burn out," Valerie replied. She advanced through the pitch-black tunnel, ultimately reaching the now-abandoned Intercontinental Maglev station. Within the secret chamber, the Voodoo Gang members were preoccupied with their tasks, blissfully unaware that intruders had infiltrated right beneath their noses. "If I were you, I would simply toss a few grenades in," Johnny urged from the sidelines. Valerie shot him a disdainful glance before sheathed her dagger and retrieved a flashbang from her waist. A clattering of metal echoed, successfully capturing the attention of the Voodoo Gang hackers. They discerned what was rolling on the ground. A blinding white light erupted forth. Amidst the cacophony of gasps and screams, Valerie rose from her cover, dual-wielding her weapons. Following a barrage of gunfire, Valerie confirmed there were no survivors and holstered her pistols. She approached the server console, beginning to sift through the Voodoo Gang's logs. Wait. Alter. Johnny noticed a fleeting name in the logs and quickly halted Valerie. Aha. The true mastermind behind the relic heist. They intend to lure Alter Cunningham out from behind the black wall using you embedded in the chip once they obtain the relic. Valerie continued her examination without pause. What do they want with Alter? And what is the black wall? Silverhand pressed urgently. You should be aware of Barmos, right? Valerie ceased her operations. She had perused the recent logs and found no indication of how the Voodoo Gang became aware that the consciousness embedded in the relic belonged to Silverhand. Barmos, of course, I know him. His wanted posters were plastered everywhere back in the day, and the chaos he caused with that virus was monumental, Silverhand replied. Far more monumental than you realize. Bartmoss's virus rendered nearly all AI worldwide uncontrollable, even forcing nations to completely isolate their critical infrastructures from networks. It was akin to a cyber tsunami. If accessing the internet was once likened to surfing, then the nearly 20 years following 2022 felt like plunging into raging waters, drowning at any moment. Around 2040, the Netwatch, with a cadre of hackers, developed a firewall program to contain the rampant AI. This program is known as the Black Wall, although many remain unaware that the Black Wall itself is an AI. But what does this have to do with Alter? Johnny asked impatiently. Thanks to you, in 2023, your reckless actions inadvertently freed her, unleashing an AI imbued with all the technological data from the Arasaka data fortress. Her power now exceeds your imagination, Johnny. The Voodoo Gang aims to draw her out, hoping she can carve a breach in the Black Wall for them, allowing the gang to cross over with their families. Valerie replied tersely. At that moment, Valerie's communicator chimed. It was a call from Lucy. They had managed to retrieve the individual, but she was now in a coma. What should we do next? Lucy said nonchalantly. First, have her sent to Old Vic. I'll arrange her matters later. For now, can you assist me with a remote data copy? Valerie instructed. Let me see how much data there is. I'm currently outside and cannot dive deep. Lucy responded. Valerie extracted the data cable from her wrist and connected it to the console, then addressed Lucy. Help me check if we can extract a copy of their Poseidon. Lucy began to search the Voodoo Gang's database through Valerie's link. Holy hell. Are these people insane? They actually plan to live on the other side of the Black Wall? Have they lost their minds? Lucy scowled. Didn't they develop a subnetwork for Poseidon to protect them? Valerie queried. Protect my foot. I know all too well what lies beyond the Black Wall. They've merely created a shoddy imitation and think they can play cowboy in cyberspace with their Poseidon. Whether it can last even a millisecond on the old net is questionable. It's utterly delusional, Lucy scoffed at so. Their Poseidon is utterly worthless. Valerie frowned. Outside the Black Wall, completely worthless. But on this side, it can be considered a rather decent, intelligent IC. It would be quite difficult for an average hacker to breach, and it also facilitates encrypted communication. Can we extract a copy to take with us? Valerie inquired. You can forget about a complete transfer. To accommodate such a vast data volume, you'd first need to prepare a storage server of equal scale and a sufficiently robust data fiber optic cable. However, I can attempt to copy a portion of its AI model and source code. Thus, the file size wouldn't be excessive. In the future, we could utilize them to create our own streamlined version of the AI. But if it comes with conditions, I'd recommend you just relocate their entire server. It would save a lot of hassle, Lucy replied. Relocating is out of the question. The Netwatch has already reserved these assets, Valerie stated. I've made a deal with them to exchange it for your and T-Bug's clean slate. After a brief silence, Lucy spoke again. I've completed the copy. And thank you. Half an hour later, the Netwatch agent, accompanied by several others, entered the Voodoo Gang's secret chamber and commenced work around their servers. By the way, it seems you've extracted some items, the Netwatch agent inquired. Indeed, it shouldn't pose any issues for you, right? Valerie acknowledged candidly. You are aware of the purpose for which the Voodoo Gang utilizes it. Correct? The Netwatch agent asked, furrowing his brow. His subordinates halted their work, turning their gazes toward Valerie. Don't you dare try to intimidate me. Valerie retorted brusquely. With this data volume, once you take it back, the Black Wall will seal the breach in under 10 minutes. Moreover, I am not among those foolish enough to create trouble for myself by poking a hole in the black wall. The Netwatch agent chuckled, signaling his subordinates to resume their tasks. What we agreed upon still stands, Valerie said, her hand resting on her holster. Unlike the Voodoo Gang, the bounties on those two hackers have already vanished. Their files have been lost. The Netwatch agent replied with a smile. I must say, encountering a capable intermediary like you earlier would have been beneficial. Valerie tilted her head. Your clandestine operations never sought an intermediary. I'm well aware of your rules, and I won't disclose anything about the Black Wall. That I also wish to avoid harassment from a pack of foolish hackers. Let us just say we know our paths are aligned. I hope for future collaboration. Not a chance. We've just crossed paths. Let us part ways amicably, Valerie concluded before turning to leave. Perhaps she would need to liaise with the Netwatch again in the future. But for now, she wished to avoid entanglements with them. After exiting the church, Valerie called Jack. Jack, how is it going on your end? What about Placid? All set. That guy was still running his mouth right before his demise. And V made quick work of him, Jack responded with a grin. Then that S settled, Valerie remarked. Jack, be cautious with future deals. All right. After hanging up, Valerie contemplated reaching out to Judy, weighing what price would be appropriate. Perhaps I should also assess my assets. Chapter 22. A Spectacle. V. What are you up to? Valerie was calling V.in the Badlands. Damn, I shouldn't have driven this car out here, V exclaimed, swaying in the driver's seat. Nearly losing her lunch from yesterday's meal. Now you understand why I wanted to borrow Mitch's vehicle last time, right? Valerie relished the moment that I asked again. What is the reason for your call? V snapped. If there's nothing, I'll hang up. I was planning to invite you to the Japantown festivities, but since you're not in the city, I suppose that's off the table. By the way, what brings you out of town? It's Pan Am. She said it's urgent and quite pressing. What a terrible road. V cursed. Pan Am? Valerie pondered, recalling that this must relate to Saul's abduction by the Maelstrom. She hadn't expected Pan Am to seek V instead of herself. This girl that not letting the intermediary profit. Huh. I guess you'll be spending the night outside the city. Good luck with that. I want to act as an intermediary for profit. Valerie concluded and hung up. Damn it. Can't you at least give me a hint? V cursed again as her vehicle jolted. In the evening, Valerie arrived at the upper levels of Japantown. Finding a stall to settle down. 2 skewers of yakitori, pleased. As she savored her skewers, she awaited her contact. The sky darkened, and the crowd swelled. Likely drawn by the evening's Arasaka festival. A figure clad in a white vest emerged from the throng, prompting Valerie to wave her hand eagerly. You arrived far too late. Had you come sooner, we wouldn't be jostling amidst this throng, Valerie remarked. Lucy shot her a glance, retorting. Isn't it because I was helping you train the AI that I lost track of time? Fine. I suppose I should have called to remind you. So, what chaos do you plan to stir up tonight? Lucy inquired, her brow furrowed. Harusuka Hanako will be attending this event, Valerie replied nonchalantly. What? Are you planning to eliminate her? Johnny interjected from the side. I'm not a fool. Even if I wanted to take action, this wouldn't be the right moment. Why would I assist Harusuka Raisin? Are you implying something will happen tonight? Lucy whispered. If I'm involved? Yes, Valerie replied ambiguously. But right now, I'm merely a spectator, so it's uncertain. She couldn't be sure if Takamura Goro would approach Harusuka Hanako without her presence. As the float took its position, a colossal holographic projection materialized above the street. The Harakun Festival had commenced. With no tasks at hand, Valerie could indeed appreciate the parade floats, especially considering the considerable investment Harusuka had made to create this visual spectacle. Something's up. Lucy quietly pointed towards a billboard. It seems he has indeed arrived. Valerie recalled that there was supposed to be a sniper stationed there, but now the sniper had vanished. Who is he? Johnny inquired with curiosity. How to describe him? The last samurai of Harusuka. What a load of nonsense, Johnny scoffed. Suddenly, Lucy appeared startled, nervously retreating behind Valerie. What's wrong? Valerie asked. Perplexed. On the float. That's Atom Smasher. Lucy hissed through gritted teeth. Don't worry. I'm here. Valerie feigned nonchalance as she glanced towards the float's deck, where Atom Smasher was patrolling. Atom seemed to sense her gaze and looked in Valerie's direction. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. Damn Atom Smasher. How is he still alive? Johnny gritted his teeth. I'll settle the score with him. But not now. Valerie's words were directed at both Lucy and Johnny. She patted Lucy's shoulder, signaling her to relax. As the float passed by, Valerie noticed that all 3 sniper positions were unoccupied and said to Lucy, let us go. Things might get a bit chaotic. Just as they reached the ground floor via the elevator, they heard the crowd above erupting in gasps. It seemed Takemura had succeeded. Valerie lit a cigarette, stating casually, "Takemura, that bodyguard of Harusuke Saburo?" Lucy responded in surprise. "This man is as thick-headed as they come. If he wants to topple Harusuke Raisin, he needs to see Harusuke Hanako tonight. But with Atom Smasher up there, how can he pull it off?" Lucy frowned. "I used to wonder that too," Valerie replied, glancing at the float that had now come to a halt above them. "But once I began acting as a middleman orchestrating schemes, I started to understand. Harusuke Hanako is most likely a bait." "Bait? If it's to lure a bodyguard, that's quite a large piece of bait." Lucy pondered aloud. "It's meant to draw out all the high-ranking loyalists to Harusuke Saburo." Valerie replied dismissively, "What does Harusuke Raisin intend to do?" Lucy felt increasingly bewildered by the unfolding developments. He seeks to rebel against the corporate structure. His previous attempts through the underworld have failed. Now, he desires to control Harusuke and subsequently dismantle it from within. Harusuke Saburo's son wishes to overthrow the company. That's perhaps the most amusing joke I've heard. Johnny remarked sarcastically. He won't achieve anything. At most, he'll just bring down the Harusuke Enterprise. Valerie summoned a vehicle and took the driver's seat. Noting that the world isn't solely dominated by Harusuke's super enterprise. In a certain light, he's as Navi as Johnny Silverhand. Better than some who do nothing but sit idly and wait for death. Johnny grumbled. The depths of Night City are profound. Not to mention Harusuke, military technology, and Kanto, which already hold prominent positions. There are also Zeta Tech, Chiba, Biotech, and even Petrochem, all lurking with intent. And let us not forget how Night City got its name. "Yea," Lucy, seated in the passenger seat, replied stoically. "Indeed, observing the situation and identifying opportunities is our best course of action." Valerie started the car and left Japantown. In a few days, I plan to wander around Dogtown. Would you care to join? Valerie inquired. If Night City is a cesspool, then Dogtown is the foulest part of that cesspool. Lucy scoffed. I have no intention of going to that wretched place. During her time evading Harusuke, she had spent a few days in Dogtown, and the experience left her feeling it was hardly a place for humans. I'm quite curious about what a place like Dogtown, free from corporate oversight, would be like, Johnny said, reclining in the back seat. Valerie replied with disdain, There's no place in this world that can truly escape the grasp of corporations. The difference is merely whether they feed you shit openly or in secret." Chapter 23. The price. Speaking of which, have you decided how much you wish to charge? After a day filled with sand in the Badlands, V returned to Night City and headed to Afterlife, hoping to wash out her stomach with a couple of drinks. There, she encountered Valerie at the bar, also indulging in spirits, and approached her for a chat. I don't recall owing you any money." Valerie feigned confusion, responding, "Damn you." V retorted playfully, lifting her cocktail glass and sipping through the straw. I was referring to Judy. You helped her rescue Evelyn Parker from the scavengers, didn't you? I'm considering it. Valerie took a sip of her drink before continuing, I do have a plan, but I'm unsure of its reliability. Oh, you actually doubt your own plan. V teased. I thought you were always the one with perfect foresight. Valerie shot V an exasperated glance and replied, that time I was set up during the smuggling. Thanks to you. So why not let me help you brainstorm? V asked curiously. Valerie scanned the surroundings to ensure no members of the Tiger Claws were present before whispering to V. I intend to take over Cloud. What, Cloud? Take it over? V thought Valerie might have malfunctioned. She was considering seizing one of Night City's largest dens of vice. Keep your voice down. Valerie slapped V's shoulder. The Tiger Claws are worthless, and the girls working there are quite disgruntled. Judy has some connections at Cloud. With a bit of effort, it shouldn't be too hard to take over. The real challenge lies in the management afterward. I can't handle such a massive business alone. Besides, if I snatch the Tiger Claws den, they won't remain idle, and I can't keep watch over it constantly. You mean to collaborate with a gang? V furrowed her brow. She remembered that aside from the Tiger Claws, there were only scattered scavengers left in that area. The Vortex gang from the North District wouldn't dare step into Japantown. Yes, a local snake to cooperate with. A gang. Who can we rely on? Valerie began counting on her fingers for V. Tiger Claws. I'm planning to extract their teeth. Vortex, certified cyber psychopaths. Mox, if they can keep Lizzie's bar safe. That SA win. Scavengers scum. A motley crew. A local snake? Why not go for Kajitsun? V suggested. V. While I know Kajitsun, we aren't exactly on friendly terms. As the saying goes, business rivals are foes, especially when it comes to someone like Kajitsun, a local middleman. Valerie continued speaking, her gaze fixed intently on V. V felt bewildered and asked, What are you staring at me for? How about you take the lead this time? Valerie proposed. V quickly rejected. What are you joking about? I'm just a mercenary that if you want me to smash up Cloud, we can discuss that, but don't drag me into a long-term business that I'm not asking you to negotiate. I want you to chat with Kajitsu. Just say someone disapproves of the Tiger Claws misdeeds and intends to smash up Cloud. Engage her response. V contemplated the suggestion seriously before asking, if Kajitsun asks me whose idea it was. What should I say? Just say it was a job I heard about. Then see if she wants to discuss it with you or come to me directly, Valerie replied, fiddling with her lighter. All right, I can give that a try. Just as V agreed, she suddenly recalled something and curiously asked, by the way, I heard you plan to venture into Dogtown. Yes, I plan to go in a few days. I need time to find someone to arrange permits. After all, that place isn't under Night City's jurisdiction. Valerie smiled and inquired. Why? Are you interested too? A bit. I heard from the word on the street that there's going to be a lavish banquet there, attended by prominent figures. V said with a hint of longing. Then V shifted her focus, squinting at Valerie. But I think, given your personality, unless absolutely necessary, you wouldn't go to such a place, right? Valerie paused momentarily, toying with the lighter, and replied evasively, V, do you truly intend to be a mercenary for the rest of your life? How is that relevant to me? V raised an eyebrow. If the chip lodged in your brain cannot be removed. Then yes, Valerie pointed to the chip slot, answering calmly. And what does that have to do with being a mercenary? V inquired further. My mercenary career effectively ended after I left Dogtown, Valerie said, her gaze drifting to the array of glasses hanging above the bar. Her expression tinged with melancholy, both physically and mentally. Do you wish to return there now? V asked, perplexed about Valerie's thoughts. If given the choice again, V would certainly avoid the Arasaka Tower, this time. I don't plan to enter as a mere pawn. Valerie replied with a smile, mainly because I feel that the corporations in Night City are living a bit too comfortably. Without some change, I find it rather dull. I love hearing that. Johnny interjected from the other side. Is it dangerous? V asked. In Night City. Is there anything that isn't dangerous? Valerie replied in a low voice. It's far more thrilling than your petty thefts. Plus it offers a chance to meet the new president of America face to face. What? What? You can't be, V asked, her expression wary. Are you trying to lure me onto your pirate ship? Interested in joining me on a Back to the Future trip? Valerie boldly confessed, producing a cigarette case and offering it. Signaling if V would like one, V tapped her fingers on the table, contemplating for several seconds. Finally, as if resolved, she took a cigarette from the offered case and placed it in her mouth. So, how will the payment be arranged this time? She inquired. Valerie lit her lighter, simultaneously lighting V's cigarette as she responded. You can buy any light weapon or cybernetic enhancement you fancy in Dogtown's black market. And I'll cover the cost. If we manage to acquire Cloud Op, aside from the share for Ogawa, the remainder will be split evenly between us. Lastly, I'll find a way to procure for you a mysterious gift of military-grade technology that isn't sold to the public. You've painted quite the picture, haven't you? V remarked, realizing the extent of the danger involved, a hint of excitement in her smile. This is indeed no ordinary affair. Painting pictures is precisely the job of a middleman. Valerie replied with a grin. I can agree to that, V said seriously. But you must also promise me that this time, Jack won't be involved. Of course, I'll only arrange for the two of us. Valerie responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, V couldn't help but curl her lips in a smirk, retorting, so you had already calculated me into your plans. Huh, aha. I intended to give it to you regardless of your agreement. Valerie said, playfully resting her hand on V's shoulder. Besides, if you refuse, having a free pass into Dogtown is still a good deal. Damn it, corporate dogs really know how to scheme. V chuckled, then stood up, declaring, I'll contact Ogawa first and see if we can negotiate for Cloud Op. I await your good news, Valerie said, raising her glass. I'm also looking forward to visiting the upscale establishments of 2077. Johnny chimed in cheerfully. You can visit all you want. Do you even have the means? Just visit. Chapter 24. Cloud Top. Judy. How is Evelyn Parker faring? Early in the morning, on the balcony of Cloud Top, Valerie and V encountered a haggard-looking Judy. Thank goodness you reminded me to tie her up first. I didn't anticipate that she had endured so much. Judy trailed off, sniffling. Judy, it will pass, Valerie reassured, patting her shoulder. This is V. You've met before, remember? Valerie gestured toward V, who stood beside her. Judy glanced between V and Valerie, asking, I meant to ask her last time. What is your relationship? Valerie chuckled without answering. V rolled her eyes, replying, If you had asked that at Lizzie's, perhaps I wouldn't have boarded her pirate ship. Now that you ask, I can only say no comment. Let us set aside such trivial matters. We're here to discuss something with Maiko Maeda. Valerie redirected the conversation. I'll open the door. Judy proceeded toward a junction box on the balcony. She deftly opened it and began tinkering. Oh, such defenses. It's unlikely you could bypass them on your first T or Y.D. Oh, you know how to circumvent their system. V remarked with interest. Oh, you know about this. Valerie chuckled, questioning. V rolled her eyes, ignoring her. I should be able to. I suspect they haven't updated since I left last time. Judy replied. It seems I was right. It's as flimsy as paper. Having finished her task, she closed the box and said, Follow me. Judy opened the door to the balcony, leading Valerie and V into a lavishly decorated office. Maiko Maeda, seated behind the desk, extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray. She intended to say she was pleased to see them, but she despised lying. And I don't appreciate uninvited guests, as you know. Indeed, and I understand why you feel that way, Judy retorted sharply, but we are here to discuss Cloud Op. So, you want to return, that's acceptable. You know I value your skills. Maiko Maeda replied disdainfully, bringing this pair of twins along. Are you looking to recruit? Valerie's words caused Judy to twitch at the corner of her eye. V, unwilling to indulge her, stepped forward, gripping Maiko's throat and lifting her from the chair. Threatening, I am not fond of your tone, nor your words. I in your line of work. You must have heard how Jotaro Kujo met his end, right? Do you think your neck is as tough as his skull? Maiko Maeda recalled the details she had recently learned about Jotaro Kujo's demise. The man had been strangled to death, his brain splattered like tofu. What do you want? Maiko's voice quivered slightly as she asked. The underlings of the Tiger Claw gang will arrive in a few minutes. Let us keep this brief and make a deal, Valerie stated, taking a cigarette from Maiko's desk and lighting it. I'll have the Tiger Claw gang removed from Cloudtop, and then it will belong to me. I'll place you in the position of Hiromi Sato. How does that sound? A lucrative deal. Wouldn't you agree? Just the three of you? Although Maiko was being choked, she remained skeptical about their ability to evict the Tiger Claw gang. V scoffed at her words. Have you heard of the name Tsurugi Toki? That guy is about T in less than 10 seconds. Valerie had dealt with the three henchmen, leaving Judy barely able to catch a glimpse of their silhouettes. It seems that the powered exoskeleton arm I crafted for you has become utterly redundant. Judy remarked while fiddling with the wiring box of the cloud system. I still have it stashed in the trunk, just in case it may prove useful one day, Valerie said as she lit a cigarette and waited nearby. Damn it, the death of the wooden man must have raised their alertness, and they switched their protective layers, Judy exclaimed, punching the wall in frustration. Lucy, your turn. Valerie stepped forward, producing a signal receiver and inserting it into the console. Lucy swiftly breached the protective layer, accessing their system backend and taking control of the cloud security system. We can ascend via that elevator outside, Lucy informed them. Valerie entered the elevator alone, as Judy needed to remain on the maintenance level. V, Jack, are you there? Valerie inquired within the elevator. We've been here for a while, V replied. What about Connor's squad? They are already on standby at the balcony, Lucy answered. Let us get to work. I've reached the rooftop, Valerie stated as she exited the elevator. At the entrance of the cloud, V and Jack swaggered in, and just as the receptionist was about to greet them, V pulled out his gun, pointing it at her head. Hands on your head, crouch down. Otherwise, you won't live to see another day, V threatened. Jack also drew his twin guns as he entered the service area, casually remarking, V, you'll have to vouch for me to Misty when we get back. I am not here to indulge in pleasure houses. Valerie had already jumped from the rooftop to the apartment balcony, silently dispatching the bodyguards within the penthouse and arriving at the door of the reception room. The cloud is secured, and Connor's squad is returning to the hovercar. They will rendezvous with you shortly, Lucy communicated over the channel. Just as Valerie reached the door, she overheard someone inside furiously ranting in Japanese, lamenting how the Cloud's management had fallen from above, their mangled body a mystery, and the impact on business immeasurable. Without hesitation, Valerie swung open the door and declared, from this moment forward, the Cloud's business is no longer your concern. Maiko Maeda discreetly stepped aside, silently rubbing her temples, while Hiromi Sato shouted, Who the hell are you? Where are the security guards? They're all dead, and you're too loud, Valerie retorted, drawing Prelude from behind her and firing a shot that exploded Hiromi Sato's head. She then turned her gaze toward the other two high-ranking members of the Tiger Claw gang. As for you two, Wakako said she would spare your lives, Valerie stated bluntly, if you wish to avoid death. Obediently take the elevator down. Who do you think you are? Just as the Tiger Claw boss finished his remark, They heard commotion from outside the window. They turned to see a pitch-black Atlas hovercar hovering outside. Four M251S Ajaxes extending from the open side doors, their ominous barrels aimed directly at them. So, what do you think you are now? Valerie sneered. Those who are sensible should leave quickly. I might save myself a couple of bullets. Under such circumstances, the two Tiger Claw bosses dared not retaliate, darkly fuming as they exited the conference room. Once they stepped into the elevator, Valerie waved to the hovercar outside. The mercenary captain inside nodded at Valerie before closing the side door. After the hovercar departed, Maiko Maeda, who had remained silent until now, furrowed her brow and asked, now that the cloud is yours, how can you ensure the Tiger Claw Gang 1T return? The internal chaos within Arasaka renders their backing unable to assist. Some interests they wish to retain will have to be relinquished. Moreover, this is a concern for Wakako. She certainly didn't acquire her 40% stake in the cloud for nothing. Valerie stepped forward. Picking up a katana from the table, suddenly, she unsheathed the blade, pressing the edge against Maiko's neck as she spoke. I know you are ambitious and understand the rules of the game. Now that Hiromi Sato's position and this apartment belong to you, I expect you to devise a new operational plan promptly, and I shall grant you a 10% share of the cloud as profits. However, I must warn you, should the cloud engage in the same sordid affairs as the wooden man, you will meet the same fate as him. Upon finishing her warning, Valerie sheathed the katana, patting Maiko on the shoulder with a smile as she exited the room. As though she were not the one who had just issued the threat. Do you know what is more disgusting than being a corporate lapdog? Johnny mocked as he appeared beside Valerie. Those who aspire to run a company. How unfortunate. I used to be a corporate lapdog myself. Even more unfortunate is that the world now operates on market economy principles, and it's far worse than your 2023. Chapter 25 Shadows of the Past. How is the encrypted communication channel performing? Valerie was testing the communication feature of the subnet program. This subnet program had been reconstructed from the source code and AI model extracted by Lucy from the Poseidon subnet, for which Valerie had specially procured a new server .its working splendidly. V, gripping the steering wheel, remarked, speaking of which, how much did you spend on this contraption? As soon as the pass for Dogtown was finalized, Valerie eagerly summoned V to head to Pacifica. She had already seen news of the new president of the United States, Rosalind Myers, departing on her official aircraft. Actually, it wasn't that much. The server I bought is only 1/5 the specifications of the Voodoo Boys setup. Valerie, seated in the passenger seat, replied, after all, I don't need a data fortress, nor do I have that many users online. It was just the water-cooled compartment that took quite some effort. Placing the server in the waterlogged old district? Ingenious. Johnny scoffed from the back seat. It allows for water cooling and offers great concealment. It's a brilliant solution. Valerie responded, glancing at the rearview mirror. ICE is being deployed, but the specific effectiveness still requires further adjustments to ascertain. Lucy was also connected to the subnet, monitoring and debugging the system. By the way, why do I have to drive? V shot a sideways glance at Valerie. Because I'm the intermediary, and you're the bodyguard. V, Valerie answered, turning to face him. Damn it, I'm starting to regret being a mercenary. V grumbled, at least finish this one job. V to Valerie pulled out a cigarette to place between her lips. However, before she could light it, a communication alert sounded. The caller ID read Songjime. Can you hear me, Miss Valerie? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Valerie silently smiled and lit her cigarette. Of course, I can. I just don't know who you are. Valerie replied. As long as you can hear me. That's good. My name is Song Xiaomei, and you can call me Lark. I know who you are, and I'm aware of your connection to the death of Saburo Arasaka, as well as your condition. Heh, are you threatening me, sir? Valerie retorted with a cold laugh. No, not at all. Listen, simply inserting a relic chip is only a temporary fix. It doesn't resolve the root issue. I have a way to completely heal your nerve damage, provided you fulfill my commission. Let us hear it. I don't accept just any commission. Valerie feigned a disinterested demeanor. No, it's not convenient to discuss now. We'll talk once we reach Dogtown. With that, the call ended. Who was that? V asked Valerie. An incompetent chess player. Valerie replied with a smile. Speaking of which, how long is this line going to take? Valerie leaned out the window, observing the queue waiting for security checks. They had been stuck at the intersection for over 10 minutes. How the hell would I know? This is my first time here. V's fingers impatiently tapped the steering wheel. After what felt like an eternity, Valerie's car finally passed through security and entered Dogtown. However, not long after they arrived, Lucy's voice came through the subnet link. Valerie, someone is attempting to hack into your system. IV detected the source of the attack as the black wall. Valerie replied, "It's her. Let her in. I hope you won't regret this," Lucy warned. "Johnny, you'd better log out for now." Valerie glanced at Johnny Silverhand, who was lounging in the back seat with his legs crossed. "What?" Johnny didn't finish his sentence before he transformed into a stream of data and vanished from the back seat. Unlike when he had merged with the chip in his brain, Valerie now possessed the highest command privileges over the relic chip. "I must admit, I find it astonishing that I can't breach your ICE right away. The hacker behind you clearly exceeds my expectations." Song Jmei's figure replaced Johnny's position. "So, Miss Lark, could you share the details of the commission?" Valerie inquired coldly. "Currently, my physical body is on the Ark-1. The President of the new United States, Rosalind Myers, is sitting directly opposite me." So what?" Valerie replied flatly. "You seem remarkably unfazed, having witnessed Saburo Arasaka being choked to death by his own son. I can't say I'm surprised by Myers standing before me. Now, let us discuss the specifics of the commission. Our plane has been compromised, and we are currently en route to Night City. We will likely be forced to land in Dogtown soon. It's mostly due to some interference that has disrupted conventional communications that I can only infiltrate your relic to have a face-to-face conversation with you." "Isn't it just being hacked? With your skills, couldn't you just counter-hack it?" Valerie flicked the ash off her cigarette into the wind. "I could, but I'd need 24 hours, complete equipment, and unlimited coffee. But right now, I have none of that. Since you know we had to make an emergency landing in Dogtown, why not reach out to a middleman there?" Valerie continued to inquire. "You mean that Mr. Hans, he is a former executive from Petrochem. You want the new American president to plead with the Dixie folks for help. So it seems I am your only hope," Valerie said with a smile. V, who was driving, noticed Valerie's inexplicable grin and felt a chill run down his spine. "Yes, ensuring the president's safety is your primary task. The emergency landing itself poses no threat, but the real issue lies in Dogtown. You must rescue the president before anyone else does. All right, but we need to discuss our fee for this assignment. I can repair your damaged neural core completely. Are you unaware that in Night City, the most futile rhetoric is to paint illusions for a middleman? I need something tangible first, as a retainer." Valerie displayed her indifference to her promises. "Your relic, being an experimental model, has a significant amount of redundant waste data that I've optimized it for you and installed military-grade combat software." Valerie raised an eyebrow at the newly loaded combat software on the system interface. "Not enough that I could procure this from the black market for a bit more cash. I need something more practical that I don't believe I can provide you with anything more useful at this time. I've heard that your new American CIA possesses a morphic camouflage technology. Get me 2 of those, along with the complete technical documentation. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, right?" Song Xiaomei paused for a moment and asked, "How do you know? It's not only you who can look into my affairs, Ms. Nightingale. Besides, I require this technology to better fulfill the assignment. The CIA would never agree to such a request. I'm not asking the CIA. I'm asking you, Song Xiaomei," Valerie asserted firmly. After a brief silence, Song Xiaomei relented. "I'll send you the technical documents right away, but you'll need to figure out how to acquire the body modifications yourself. I can only provide you with an address." With that, she transmitted a set of files to Valerie. "I don't want to be unreasonable, but after all, we're opposing Hansen on his turf in Dogtown. I understand. I suggest you find a vantage point from which to observe the emergency landing site. I think the rooftop of that construction site would be quite suitable. In a way, if I encounter danger up there. Should I jump or stay put?" "I didn't bring a parachute," Valerie retorted, her tone sharp. "All right, but I still recommend that you find a place where you can quickly ascertain the emergency landing site. I am the middleman. Please don't instruct me on how to do my job, Miss Employer." Valerie turned to V, who had parked the car by the roadside and was waiting patiently, and asked, "Did you bring the gear?" V replied with silence, simply pulling out a Karen electromagnetic pistol and racking the slide. Valerie nodded and said, "Let us go find a scenic spot." Chapter 26, The Crash Site. "Nightingale, are you still there?" Valerie and V stood at a higher elevation, surveying the streets of Dogtown. "Yes, what's up?" Nightingale's digital avatar appeared beside Valerie. "I suggest you prepare for impact. No sooner had Valerie spoken than a surface-to-air missile shot up from deep within Dogtown. Damn. Before Nightingale could finish, another missile followed suit, the first one detonating in proximity to the aircraft. "The president. You must." Nightingale's voice crackled intermittently, with a thunderous explosion. The second missile struck the plane directly, causing it to begin a rapid descent. Nightingale's communication went silent. "Wow. This emergency landing is rather loud. The shocking descent left V momentarily speechless. This is what a crash looks like. It's time for us to act. Valerie patted V on the shoulder and turned to head towards the car. As V drove towards the crash site, Nightingale re-established the connection. Okay. I'm back. Sounds like it was quite a fall. Valerie remarked nonchalantly. I just ejected. It was a safe landing. What about the president? Before I ejected, I made sure Myers got into the safety pod. Hurry to the wreckage and rescue her. Be quick. I'm on my way, Valerie replied, glancing in the rearview mirror, but there is some bad news. The Phantom Dogs reinforcements are right beside me. Vehicles adorned with Phantom Dogs insignia sped past Valerie's car. Damn, this is quite a show. Even if we make it, it'll be tough to get her out. Let alone escape Dogtown. V gritted his teeth as he watched the hovering vehicles pass overhead. After finding Myers, we can take her to Elizabeth Crest Street. That's south currently the safest place in Dogtown. Nightingale inadvertently answered V's question. Nightingale mentioned finding a safe spot to take the president. Valerie said to V, I hope your employer is truly reliable. V expressed his concern as the car reached the intersection. V spotted the Phantom Dogs forces setting up a blockade not far ahead. What now? V pulled the car over and looked at Valerie. While breaching a blockade shouldn't be too hard for the two of us. Valerie pointed to a pile of debris on the left side of the road. But I think that we should detour. Valerie and V arrived at a dilapidated second floor, where they saw two Phantom Dog soldiers chatting. Valerie made a gesture to slice her throat, and V nodded. One soldier, passing a cigarette, had his neck snapped by V, while the other, caught off guard by his comrade's fate, was swiftly dispatched by Valerie's Manus blade. Piercing through his throat. In perfect synchrony, the two stealthily made their way to a crane. Observing the Phantom Dogs engaging in fierce combat with high-tech military combat robots below, V said, I'll go down to find them. You cover me. V climbed onto the crane's arm. Valerie readied the recently acquired cat-like electromagnetic rifle, aiming at the Phantom Dogs below. As V jumped down, he crushed one of the three Phantom Dog soldiers beneath him. And before the other two could react, Valerie's shots exploded their heads in rapid succession. The sound of the cat's rifle firing. V swiftly picked up the fallen D5 copper. A deafening explosion erupted outside, sending shockwaves through the air. Damn it. President Myers picked up a rifle from the ground and rushed out, firing as he cursed. Don't let go. Goodness, is the president of the new America this fierce? V also stood up and grabbed a rifle. It was her who initiated the unification war. Wouldn't you agree? Valerie shook her head and drew the RT-46 Storm from its holster, pressing it against the wall. Reinforcements from the Hound of Hell had arrived, and even a mech was present. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by V's fire on the mech, Valerie struck its weak point identified by the military combat software using the RT-46 Storm. The mech erupted in a shower of sparks before it toppled over and exploded. Well done. You should join my ranks. President Myers shouted excitedly, continuing to fire. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm not ready to take a government paycheck just yet. Valerie retorted and immediately took aim, dispatching another enemy. Though reinforcements were plentiful, the trio swiftly cleared the area of foes with their relentless firepower. Still with us, Lark? Valerie inquired. Valerie, what's the situation? We're holding up. All three of us are still alive. Don't forget, the safe house is on Elizabeth Crest Street. I don't have Alzheimer's, but given the current circumstances, we need to find a way out first. Valerie glanced at the drone flying towards them. She shouted to V and President Myers, this is no place to linger. We must retreat. Chapter 27. The escape from the ambush. My men are all dead. It's all because of me. President Myers gritted her teeth. Valerie and V lifted the gate, allowing Myers to enter first. Looks like I need to be cautious too. Valerie chuckled. Hansen's forces are more formidable than they appear. You have no idea how deep this water runs. Myers said, stepping to the balcony to survey outside. We've been compromised, which means someone is aiding Hansen from within. Probably someone in Washington. The new American government undoubtedly knows about the plane crash, and satellite tracking can see us landing in Dogtown. Unless the conspiracy here is more complex than we imagined. Hansen must have started a propaganda war. This makes it even harder for my people to cross the border. Don't you have any inside connections while in Dogtown? Valerie asked coolly. Myers shot Valerie a sharp look, and after a moment of silence, she replied, honestly, I trust no one right now. Damn it. I have no clue. ASV listened to Myers. She became momentarily lost in thought, only to be snapped back to reality by Valerie's meaningful gaze. She blinked in confusion and asked, Why are you looking at me? I'm just here for the money that if you trust Lark, Valerie said, retracting her gaze from V to address Myers. Then we should head to the safe house she arranged before making further plans. Myers nodded in agreement, preparing to move forward. However, just as she lifted her foot to take a step, she suddenly clutched her neck and exclaimed, "Wait a moment, damn it." She returned to the balcony, stomped on a shattered glass bottle, and picked up a shard, igniting a lighter to heat the glass. If Hansen has an informant in Washington, he could be tracking me. Wherever I am, I implanted a subdermal tracker, and I need to get it out quickly. If I nick an artery, we'll have a problem. Who will help me? Myers extended the shard towards the two. Valerie L. At last, it unleashed over a dozen miniature missiles, swiftly decimating the spectral canine soldiers present. Is it over? V inquired, peeking from behind cover. It seems that we should be fine now. No further detections. Good heavens. The voice of the Lark emanated from the speakers of the Chimera mech. What do you mean, good heavens? V asked, puzzled. The Chimera is losing control. The mech began to thrash about uncontrollably. Valerie's expression turned grave as she remarked, "The real trouble has arrived." "What nonsense is this?" V exclaimed in frustration. Valerie produced a detonator and pressed the trigger, simultaneously igniting the plastic explosives affixed to the joints of the Chimera. The damaged mech could no longer support its frame and collapsed to the ground. "Give me a hand, V," Valerie called, as they both leapt onto the mech's head. Pointing at a circular armored cover secured by 3 large buckles, V approached and forcefully pried open the buckles, pushing aside the armor. Valerie extended her mantis blade and severed the exposed core's power line, prying the core free. A grenade. At Valerie's signal, V retrieved a grenade and inserted it directly into the core before they both jumped off the mech simultaneously. The explosion signaled the definitive destruction of the Chimera. Valerie exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness that's over. The elevator has arrived." V appeared shaken, gesturing toward the already opened elevator doors ahead. Valerie beckoned them inside and pressed the button for the subway station level. "The Lark has gone silent. We must head to the safe house first." Chapter 28. Contingency plan. Something feels off. In the dilapidated subway car, Miles halted, furrowing his brow. "Can you try contacting Song Xiaomei again?" V, who was guarding the rear with a rifle, turned to Valerie. "I suppose I can give it another shot," Valerie replied, adopting a resigned demeanor. While ostensibly calling for the Lark, she discreetly inquired with Lucy through the subnet, "Is the connection to the Black Wall still intact? Although there are some residual data, it appears to be disconnected for now," Lucy replied through the subnet. "What's the verdict? Did you make contact?" Miles asked. "No, still no response." Valerie shrugged. "Damn it. Hurry up and tell me what's happening with Xiaomei up ahead." "It's probably not good. She might have been countered by Hansen's hackers. Keep spinning the tale." Johnny was released by Valerie. "Those who engage in hacking risk being burnt. It's truly unpredictable." "No. She won. Song Xiaomei has been out of sorts lately, temporarily lagging behind," Miles said. "It's likely she encountered something unsavory on the other side of the Black Wall." Lucy, eavesdropping on Miles, scoffed. "But I believe she's making her way to the rendezvous." Miles continued. "No, I don't believe that," Valerie interrupted, asserting that the situation is too precarious to ascertain whether it's the Lark or Hansen's forces waiting there. "Oh, what do you plan to do?" Miles inquired, a frown creasing his brow. "A contingency plan. I'm going to send you directly out of Dogtown," Valerie remarked, lighting a cigarette. "It's a fine idea, but can you fly? Even if you could, you wouldn't breach Hansen's air defenses," Miles retorted, arms crossed over his chest. "Let us find someone who can fly and legitimately enter and exit Dogtown to pick you up," Valerie chuckled in response. "And where do we find such a person?" Miles asked, puzzled. She didn't believe that anyone could possess such connections. "We'll retrace our steps, and once we reach the surface, you'll understand," Valerie stated. Turning to head back, Davi merely rolled his eyes, but followed suit, and Miles had no choice but to follow Valerie back. Upon reaching the surface exit, the trio observed over 20 spectral canine soldiers combing the streets. "Are you now certain that your contingency plan isn't a rotten idea?" Miles asked, exasperated. "Sure." Valerie pointed at a figure swaying toward them from a distance. Judging by the silhouette, it appeared to be a woman. Her eyes and the pair of auxiliary eyes on her forehead glowing with an eerie red light. "She looks rather familiar," V muttered. The spectral canine soldiers soon noticed the approaching figure and raised their weapons. Shouting, "Who goes there?" Scram. As the soldier's words faded, the figure's arms shot out, revealing a pair of mantis blades. The soldiers, with guns trained on her, decisively pulled the triggers, but it was too late. The figure had already darted forward, plunging her sharp blades into one soldier's chest. With a swift motion, the soldier was cleaved in two. Open fire. Quickly, open fire. The remaining soldiers, realizing the danger, unleashed a barrage of bullets toward the figure. But most missed the agile assailant, and the few that did strike her had no effect in halting her advance. One after another, the spectral canine soldiers fell before her lethal blades. Why is there a cyber psychopath here? One soldier cried in terror. Damn, it seems she is heading our way. Miles whispered urgently. Isn't that the same individual I subdued in the North District just yesterday? V asked Valerie through the subnet. Indeed, she is rather adept at utilizing Krenzikov, I must say, Valerie replied. I'm asking why she is here. V snapped back through the subnet. Didn't you ask me what was in the trunk of the car this morning? Well, this is the answer. Damn. We smuggled a cyber psychopath into Dogtown. V was astounded. I say. One of you needs to deal with her. She is coming this way, Miles stated anxiously, glancing between the two, as if attempting to communicate with his eyes. V looked at Valerie, his gaze seemingly asking her to handle the mess she had created. Don't fret. Look, reinforcements have arrived. Valerie pointed skyward. Just then, the sound of a hovering vehicle filled the air as a black-painted scorpion tail lion hovered above them. As the side door of the vehicle opened, four members of the anti-terror tactical unit crouched at the edge, observing the recent carnage wrought by the cyber psychopath. One female member whispered something to her companion before leaping from the vehicle alone. Silver mantis blades shot forth from her arms, and before the cyber psychopath could react, she was upon her, severing one of her arms. Stanislav V murmured. In mere seconds, the cyber psychopath was reduced to several pieces, unable to retaliate. Clap, clap, clap. Valerie slowly applauded, emerging from the shadows. The anti-terror tactical unit lives up to its reputation, Valerie remarked with a smile. That I remember you. You were the one who took down a cyber psychopath at the Jingong Temple the other day. The anti-terror officer before them sheathed her mantis blades and addressed Valerie. You have a remarkable memory, Inspector Melissa. Valerie feigned deference, behaving like a schemer eager to curry favor. If you have matters to discuss, please do so. The cyber psychopath has been dealt with, and I must disband my team. The woman, referred to as Inspector Melissa by Valerie, replied curtly. Valerie beckoned to the corner from which she had just emerged, and V, along with President Miles, stepped forward. Upon seeing Miles, Inspector Melissa smirked slightly, as if she understood why Dogtown had erupted into chaos that night. She instructed her team via comms. Descend. What exactly are you planning? Miles glared at Valerie. She had no doubt that if she made any sudden moves, this mercenary would take ruthless measures against her. Valerie ignored her, turning to Inspector Melissa. I trust you would be more than willing to offer a ride to this beleaguered new president of America? Naturally, preventing the escalation of the situation in Night City is part of our anti-terror tactical unit's mandate. Inspector Melissa gestured toward President Miles, inviting him to proceed. Her two team members approached Miles's side. UVE betrayed me, Miles seethed. Don't speak nonsense. My directive was to protect you within Hansen's territory. Transferring you to the anti-terror unit fulfills my obligation perfectly. You can safely leave Dogtown. And it's a win-win.as for how you fare in Night City. That is beyond my concern. Let us go. If we linger here, Colonel Hansen will hold us accountable at the Night City Hall. Inspector Melissa stated sternly. Damn it. Miles had no choice but to comply and follow the anti-terror team onto the hovering vehicle that I recall you mentioning that you would consider joining us. I await your response. Inspector Melissa said, turning to board the vehicle. As the side door closed, the vehicle ascended toward Night City. When did you establish a connection with the anti-terror tactical unit? V inquired, watching the departing vehicle. Did you not hear her just now? The other day, Valerie shrugged. I purchased most of my suits at the Jingong Temple. I thought you intended to use the president as leverage. Only that which can be realized constitutes leverage. Otherwise, it is mere waste, Valerie replied as she walked alongside V. I secured a favor from the anti-terror tactical unit through her, which is quite advantageous. Staying in this place any longer will only attract more of Hansen's sycophants. You know, you are far more cunning than I initially imagined, Johnny remarked as he appeared beside Valerie. People can be greedy, but they must be aware of their own limitations. Matters concerning New America should be left to those who are equally competent. Valerie dismissed the taunts with indifference. So, have you figured out how to collect the final payment? Johnny inquired with keen interest. Where shall we go now? V asked. First, let us retrieve our advance payment. Our dealings with the Lark are far from over. Chapter 29. The mask, is this what you refer to as an advance payment? V pondered over an implant resembling a mask. Scrutinizing the intricate circuits within .it was the clandestine technology of the new American Federal Intelligence Agency, mimetic masking technology. Once installed and paired with the target's behavioral data, one could perfectly replicate the target's appearance, voice, and even habitual gestures. As Valerie drove away from Dogtown, she explained, "Incredible, isn't it? How have I never heard of such a thing?" V exclaimed in astonishment. If you had heard of it, it wouldn't be classified technology, would it? By the way, why not simply have that clinic cybernetic surgeon install this, rather than stealing it? V cautiously placed the mask back in its case, fearful of damaging the delicate circuits. Valerie shot V an exasperated glance and retorted, "V. Please use your brain. This is classified technology from the new American Federal Intelligence Agency. That cybernetic surgeon is undoubtedly an agency operative. Do you wish for them to be oblivious to your misdeeds? So, who do you intend to have install it?" V queried with curiosity. "We'll consult old Vic. Although this technology is highly advanced, the installation itself isn't much more complex than cosmetic surgery. As for the firmware, I already obtained it through the Lark," Valerie concluded, tapping her temple with her finger. "By the way, V. If you were to face that police chief, what are your odds of winning?" Valerie probed. After some contemplation, I'd say it's about 50-50. That female officer is quite skilled, and then there's Stanislav, not easy to deal with. What about you?" "Let us call it a mutual 40-60. Valerie replied. "If it's purely a matter of combat, I doubt I could best her. However, from my observations, my Stanislav should outperform hers, allowing my weapon to strike faster than her movements." Although security had tightened considerably in Dogtown following such a significant incident, Valerie, with her complete documentation, successfully exited the area after passing through scans without issue. I still haven't had the chance to explore their stadium." V stretched, expressing a hint of regret. "By the way, when is the Emerald Blue Gala?" V inquired. 3 days from now. Wait, do you have an invitation to the Emerald Blue? V suddenly realized a potential issue. "Well, considering I'm a prominent intermediary now, I do have one," Valerie responded. "Consider these days a mini vacation for you. Feel free to explore or pick up some casual gigs in Dogtown to get familiar." The two quickly left the peaceful state, taking the highway back to Watson District. "Domai. I've never seen such a cybernetic implant before. Had you not acquired the firmware, you wouldn't even be able to maintain your own appearance." Inside the clinic, old Vic examined the mask while marveling at it. "So, you can install it?" V asked. "Absolutely. With the firmware, the installation is rather straightforward." Old Vic replied with a smile. "Who shall go first?" he inquired, looking at the two. "I will. I've had experience before, though I was dismantled by New America afterwards." Valerie stepped forward. "Go ahead." Old Vic approached the surgical chair, adjusting the equipment. Following old Vic's anesthesia procedure, Valerie rose from the chair. "It doesn't seem any different?" V scrutinized Valerie's face closely. Valerie smiled and activated her pre-programmed behavioral features. Her face morphed into old Vic's likeness, speaking in his voice and mannerisms. "Well, how about that? The effect is rather impressive, isn't it?" "Goodness gracious. Incredible. Just a change of clothes, and you would be indistinguishable from the original." V circled around Valerie, observing her transformation with fascination. "Could you refrain from making such embarrassing noises in front of me?" Old Vic covered his face, bemused. "Is it really that astonishing?" Johnny scoffed, appearing beside V, since he required Valerie's eyes to perceive. He could not see her transformation, only hear her altered voice. "So, do you wish to undergo the transformation as well?" Valerie gestured towards another box of masks on the table. "Absolutely. Are you going to perform the installation?" V asked playfully. Valerie reverted her behavioral features to her default state, playfully scolding. "Get lost. I merely simulated old Vic's behavioral traits, not his expertise." Old Vic chuckled and shook his head, retrieving the mask implant from the box. Soon, V completed the procedure as well. "This software is for scanning behavioral features. It's already been sent to you along with the calibration methods." Valerie transmitted the software to V. Continuing, "If you wish to achieve a near-perfect simulation, you must first familiarize yourself with the target, capturing as many variations of their emotional data as possible. Of course, if your aim is merely to disguise your identity or make an escape, altering appearance and voice will suffice without all the fuss." "Thanks. V exclaimed, brimming with excitement to experiment immediately. Hey V, it's best to keep this under wraps. After all, the origin of our two implants is dubious. You can use it until our business in Dogtown is thoroughly concluded, but ensure no one knows it's you. All right, I'll be cautious. V promised, preparing to leave. Don't forget to purchase a formal outfit. You should dress appropriately for the gala. Valerie advised. Understood, stop acting like a mother. V replied somewhat reluctantly. Thank you, Old Vic, here's your fee for the service. Valerie transferred money to Old Vic. Isn't this a bit excessive? The implants were provided by you. Old Vic frowned at the considerable sum that appeared in his account. Consider the surplus a confidentiality fee. I'm off now. Valerie declared before departing. Upon reaching the street, Valerie summoned another seldom-used sports car. The destination was not far. It was the Afterlife nightclub. She parked in the lot, refraining from exiting to change into a more masculine shirt and a black suit jacket. Finishing off with a black tie, then glanced at the empty passenger seat. What's up? Johnny appeared in the passenger seat. I'm giving you a day off. How does that sound? Valerie smiled mysteriously. Get lost. Are you just bored and playing games with me? How are you giving me a day off? Are you going to pull me out and toss me in the freezer? Johnny rolled his eyes, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. It was impossible before, but now it is. With a snap of her fingers, Johnny in the passenger seat transformed into data flow, and soon he saw Valerie's digital avatar materialize beside him. What kind of trick is this? Valerie's body echoed Johnny Silverhand's voice. Holy hell! Johnny was astonished to discover he was controlling Valerie's body, quickly flipping down the sun visor to gaze into the mirror. He saw his own face reflected back. I've lent you my body for a day of fun. How does that sound? Valerie's digital avatar smiled. What is happening here? Johnny was still trying to comprehend. I've temporarily transferred control of the body to you while my consciousness enters deep dive mode, transforming into data flow to communicate with you. However, don't think you can do as you please. I can reclaim control of it. It seems quite a few people still remember your face. Valerie teased as she appeared beside Johnny. You know, I am somewhat of a legendary figure myself. Johnny struck a pretentious pose. Hey, Tay. Even though you've gone and fashioned yourself a face resembling Johnny Silverhands, entering the afterlife is not as simple as you wish. The bouncer, Emmerich, reached out to block Johnny's path. Speaking with indifference. Am I barging in or what? Tell him you're here as Lucy's client. Valerie replied, I'm Lucy's client. Here to see her, Johnny said in an arrogant tone to Emmerich. All right, just wait a moment. Emmerich began to contact Lucy. Lucy, their essay out. What was your name again? Robert. Johnny glanced at his left hand and answered that on the other end. Lucy had just finished discussing business with a client when she received Emmerich's call, informing her that a client named Robert was here to see her. Robert? Haven T heard, but wait a moment. Lucy saw a message from Valerie sent through the subnet. Let him into the afterlife. His expenses are on my tab. I am currently outside, so if he wants to enter the afterlife, let him wait for me inside, and his expenses will be charged to Valerie's account. Lucy responded to Emmerich.at the entrance to the afterlife. All right, Lucy isn't here, but she said to let you in and wait for her. Emmerich stepped aside. Upon entering the afterlife, Johnny headed straight for the bar, eagerly taking a seat and beginning to tap his fists on the bar top. Here it comes, here it comes. The bartender, Claire, approached Johnny and exclaimed, No way. Johnny Silverhand. Looks so real. Must have cost a fortune. Huh? Johnny thought about how Valerie had spent half a day securing this prosthetic. And it was indeed quite valuable. He nodded and said, Hurry up with the drinks. What would you like? Tequila? Bring a whole bottle, Johnny said eagerly. All right. Claire placed an ice-filled glass and an entire bottle of tequila in front of Johnny, saying, Enjoy. I warn you to take it easy, Valerie said with a dark expression beside him. What? Are you already worried about your wallet? Johnny pulled out a cigarette pack and lighter from his pocket, lighting one and savoring the smoke. Wallet? What I'm worried about is my liver, Valerie replied irritably. Umph, Johnny chuckled, filling his glass and downing it in one go. Refreshing, Johnny suddenly shouted, drawing the attention of those drinking and discussing business around him. But Johnny paid no heed, pouring himself another drink and chugging it down again. What he didn't notice was Rog sitting in a nearby booth, glaring at him with an intense look. Find out how that guy got in here, Rog commanded. Her bodyguard nodded and contacted the bouncer, Emmerich. Emmerich informed that the guy was a client looking for Lucy, named Robert, and that his expenses were on Valerie's tab. The bodyguard reported back to Rog. Robert, just as I suspected, Rog sneered, then ordered, "Get him an electric guitar and ask him, since he looks just like Johnny Silverhand, if he can play a couple of tunes." Rog's bodyguard, Crispin Whalen, fetched an electric guitar and approached Johnny, saying, "Since you look like Johnny Silverhand, you should be able to strum that guitar, right?" Johnny shot him an irritated glance before looking in Rog's direction. Responding gruffly, "Is this your boss's idea? Can't you see I haven't finished my drink?" "Johnny, that's enough. You've already drunk over half a bottle," Valerie threatened. Johnny looked reluctant. He stubbed out the cigarette he was smoking in the ashtray. Taking the electric guitar, he shot Crispin Whalen another glare and grumbled, "Where are the effects and amp? You expect me to play a lute with just an electric guitar?" "Over here." Claire pointed to the corner where a rock music sound system was set up. Johnny picked up the electric guitar and walked over to the sound system, turning off the song that was playing, causing everyone to look at him. After connecting the electric guitar, Johnny struck a pose and plucked a few strings. "TSK, who asked the idiot who tuned this?" Johnny cursed as he adjusted the guitar and effects. "What do you want to hear?" "Shouldn't you be asking Rog that?" Valerie asked with a smile. "To hell with Rog. She didn't invite me for drinks." "Then, how about Never Fade Away?" Valerie replied. "Huh. Good taste. If I had to choose, that's my favorite too." "We lost everything." Johnny softly hummed a line before swiftly strumming the guitar strings. As the powerful melody resonated from the speakers, the patrons of the afterlife gasped in astonishment. It sounded just like the album. Johnny was merely playing the guitar and not singing along, yet some patrons began to sing along spontaneously. Once the song concluded, Johnny decisively leaned the electric guitar against the sound system, operating it to continue playing the previous track. Some patrons, still wanting more, urged Johnny for another song, to which he retorted, "Get lost. I'm not here to perform." Just as Johnny was about to return to the bar for another drink, Crispin Whalen approached him and gestured politely. Johnny glanced at Rog and coldly told Crispin Whalen, "Go back and tell her I'll speak with her, but not today that I'm enjoying my rare day off." Johnny mentally added, "Just wait until you call me a loser. I have a feeling she'll come looking for me to settle the score soon." Valerie shot Johnny a glance. "Not my problem. You're the one who pulled me out of Arasaka, so it's only right she comes to you for reckoning." Johnny had Claire refill his glass with ice, then poured more liquor into it. "You better stop that. More drinking." Chapter 31 Moth Bar. Two lovely ladies. What would you like to drink? The owner of Moth Bar, Daphne, was polishing a glass while addressing Valerie and V, who had just settled at the bar. "You decide." Valerie shrugged in response. "In that case, I'll whip you up a special cocktail." The owner smiled and replied, then turned to V, asking, "And you?" "Just a can of Bimbo Monkey." "I usually don't drink while working," V answered. Daphne raised an eyebrow and replied, "I'll get that for you." "Could you not act like you're here to cause trouble?" Seeing the owner turn to prepare the drinks, Valerie leaned towards V and whispered, "Aren't you the one here to stir things up?" V retorted. Valerie shot her a glare without responding, as she noticed the owner approaching with their drinks. "Here's what you ordered. Take your time." "Thanks." Valerie took a sip from her glass. V observed Valerie's relaxed demeanor and opened her drink can. "You two aren't locals, are you? Am I right?" The owner leaned on the bar and inquired, "Is it that obvious?" V frowned. Valerie, however, pulled open V's unbuttoned coat, revealing the suit vest and shoulder holster beneath, then pointed to the golden cross hanging on V's chest, stating, "With what you're wearing, even the blind in Night City can tell you're from Haywood." V pouted. She had put effort into this respectable outfit based on Jack and Mrs. Wells' recommendations. That big golden cross was a gift from Jack. "You're not much better off, looking like a corporate lapdog." V quipped, "We're here to do business in Dogtown. We came here today to find someone," Valerie said coolly. "Oh, looking for someone? I know the neighbors around this junkyard pretty well." "Maybe I know who you're looking for," the owner asked, smiling. Valerie glanced around the bar at the other patrons, who weren't sitting too close. Lowering her voice, she said, "The person I'm looking for." "You definitely know. Oh, the bar owner raised an eyebrow. "Her name is Alex. I'd like to discuss something privately with her." Daphne's expression darkened as she turned to the center of the bar, knocking on it loudly, announcing, "Sorry everyone, we're closing up. That's it for today." A drunken man sitting by the door shouted, "To hell with that. I'm not leaving." He quickly stood up and exited upon seeing Daphne's dark expression. Then she swiftly seized her handgun and brandished a mantis knife against her neck. "Damn it. Don't get worked up," Valerie said with a smile. "Alex, there's no one else here now. You can drop the disguise." With that, Valerie sheathed the mantis knife. "What do you want from me?" Alex removed her disguise, transforming into a different visage. "I must first pose a question to you." Valerie unloaded the magazine from the confiscated Queen's handgun and set it down on the table. Do you truly intend to remain with the new American intelligence agency for the latter half of your life, living as you do now? And if I do, what if I don't? If I do, the moment I step out that door, Hansen and Arasaka will know there's a safe house for the new American intelligence agency beneath the moth bar. Valerie lit a cigarette. If not, then we can continue our conversation to S.O. I have no choice. It seems you wish to continue talking. That is indeed good news to S.O. Tell me. I'm all ears. Alex also took out a cigarette, lit it, and leaned against the bar. A couple of days ago, something fell from the sky. You know, even the dogs in Dogtown are aware of it, provided they have eyes. Valerie produced a commemorative coin embossed with the new American coat of arms and Nusa. Asking, does this look familiar to you? You're with the agency? No, that's not right. Where did you get this? Alex frowned at the coin. V also looked at Valerie with curiosity, uncertain of the origin of her token. I picked it up while saving Myers that day, Valerie replied. What the hell? You call that picking it up? Johnny's figure appeared at the bar. V scoffed, realizing she was not the only adept thief. Where's the president? Taken away by the anti-terrorist task force. Whether she has returned to New America, I couldn't say. Valerie appeared indifferent, as if discussing something unrelated to herself. Damn, those lunatics in the anti-terrorist task force. Alex felt on the brink of madness. Rest assured, the agency will soon come looking for you, and the one who will arrive will be your former superior. Lida, that guy defected to Arasaka 7 years ago. That's impossible. Alex vehemently denied through gritted teeth. Whether it is or not, you will naturally find out in due time. Valerie calmly sipped the drink Alex prepared for her. I came to seek your collaboration. You wish to subvert me? Alex frowned at Valerie. Let us not frame it in such harsh terms. I merely wish for you to reflect on what you have gained from serving the agency all these years. Empty promises, teammates awaiting reckoning post-war. Perhaps it's time to learn a valuable lesson. That sounds quite accurate. New America really is that way. Johnny laughed heartily. Alex silently smoked until only a stub remained, pressing it against the bar as if making a resolute decision. So, what do you want me to do? Nothing at all. What? Simply continue running your bar, awaiting lead to S visit. When he comes seeking your assistance, you can negotiate terms as you see fit, then carry out the tasks he assigns. Valerie finished her cigarette, pressing the butt into the ashtray before continuing. During this period, all I ask is that you occasionally share tidbits of information with me. Once this matter is resolved, we can discuss your retirement from the agency. It's that simple. Why should I trust you? For now, you have no choice but to trust me. Do you? Ever since the plane crashed into Dogtown, you, a pawn of the agency, have been placed on the chessboard. In fact, someone else wishes to use me as their pawn, but I refuse to play along, for I know they are ruthless. Consider it carefully. I await your contact. With that, Valerie left a note on the bar and exited the moth bar with V. Oh, you think she will believe your nonsense? V inquired as they stepped outside. I am not certain. Her greatest flaw is her poor memory. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lingered in Dogtown for 7 years. Valerie shrugged with a hint of resignation. I came today merely to plant a seed in her mind. Whether it sprouts or not is up to her. She is a decent person. I don't wish to see her sink any further. And what comes next? V asked. Valerie gazed up at the tallest building in Dogtown. Naturally, we must meet our employer. Chapter 32, The Banquet. Hey, V, leave the gun in the CA or at the entrance of Gem Azure. V parked the car and was about to exit when Valerie pulled her back. We're not here to cause a scene. V frowned slightly and reluctantly reached beneath her jacket, retrieving her handgun and placing it in the vehicle's storage compartment. Just days ago, we were fighting for our lives. And now we're here to attend their banquet. V said with a sullen expression. Relax, we're merely intermediaries and mercenaries here to attend the banquet, while also scouting for potential business opportunities. Valerie replied, placing her own revolver in the storage compartment. Finally, she looked into V's eyes and said, as for you, just consider it a vacation. Enjoy some music and have a couple of drinks. And you? Me. I'll be doing what intermediaries do, mingling with notable figures, building connections, and perhaps seeking out our clients. Valerie opened the door and stepped out, adjusting her suit. V followed suit, locking the car door and walking a step behind Valerie. Please hold on while I verify your identities. The doorman at Gem Azure blocked Valerie's path. After 2 seconds of scanning, the doorman said, Welcome to the banquet, Miss Valerie. Who is this behind you? V. She's responsible for my security today. The doorman confirmed both individuals were unarmed after the scanning process and granted them entry. The two entered the lavishly decorated hall, heading directly toward the elevator. This feels even worse than last time it can be, V remarked in the subnet. She discreetly assessed the guards on either side, armed with various weapons, including matched, "We're here openly. There's no need to wear a glum face." Valerie replied in the subnet. They stepped into the elevator, where a server pressed the button for the banquet hall. "Hanson, you've got to hand it to him, he knows how to throw a party." I never had such flair back then. Johnny's figure appeared in the elevator, leaning against the transparent glass overlooking the hotel's cascading light. "Your concert at Arasaka's entrance was no slouch either. You even handed out Molotov cocktails to the fans. Haha, the Ikado special, always a blast." Johnny laughed heartily. After as the elevator doors opened, Valerie and V were greeted by the dazzling lights and decorations of Gem Azure. They entered the banquet hall, where many were already drinking and mingling. "Wow, so many familiar faces from the television," V exclaimed. "Rather, see if anyone is missing. The NCPD chief, politicians, diplomats, celebrities, corporate executives, and mob bosses, they're all here. Welcome, would you care for some champagne?" A server holding a tray of champagne approached the newly arrived duo. V was about to decline when Valerie directly took 2 glasses from the tray, handing one to her. "That you're here to enjoy, not to work," Valerie reminded V in the subnet. V reluctantly accepted the glass, downing its contents before returning the empty vessel to the server, saying, "Thank you. Enjoy your evening." Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Boss." V and Valerie turned to the source of the voice, discovering it was Maiko Maeda. "Maiko, you're here too?" Valerie inquired. "After all, I'm ostensibly the manager of Yunding." Maiko replied, a cigarette perched between her fingers. "I'm here to learn from fellow industry peers. To V. Why don't you explore a bit? I'll have a word with Maiko." Valerie instructed V, who nodded and wandered off. "You came to Dogtown alone." Valerie surveyed the guests inside. "I wouldn't dare. I hitched a ride with the NCPD." Maiko pointed to Jerry Fort, the chief, who was berating the 6th Street gang not far away. "I advise you to be cautious. The Tiger Claw gang is also present." Valerie indicated a group of Japanese gangsters inside. "You mind your own business, boss," Maiko replied nonchalantly. "On Hanson's turf, the Tiger Claw won't dare to act recklessly. As long as you're aware, I'd rather not replace you as the manager of Yunding anytime soon." Valerie shook her head and turned to ascend the stairs to the upper level. Soon, Valerie spotted Mr. Hans engrossed in his phone and approached him. "Greeting, Mr. Hans. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person." Hans looked up, recognizing Valerie, extending his hand with a broad smile. "Ah, if it isn't Miss Valerie, the mastermind behind Yunding, the demoness of the next life. That I didn't expect you to attend Hanson's party as well, that I'm merely riding on Rog's coattails." Valerie extended her hand to shake hands with Hans, while the woman sitting opposite him gracefully rose to vacate her seat. "Speaking of which, is V currently working under your direction?" Hans inquired once Valerie had settled in front of him. To be precise, I have employed her assistants, and she is also taking on other intermediaries' commissions. As Valerie pulled out a cigarette, before she could retrieve her lighter, one of Hans' lackeys had already stepped forward to light it for her. "I recall that she has assisted you with a couple of jobs, hasn't she?" Valerie countered. "Indeed. One job involved extracting 2 NCPD miscreants from Dodger, and another was preserving a cybernetic doctor from a cleaner. Both tasks were executed with remarkable precision." Hans expressed his admiration for V's professional capabilities, adding, "I wish to deepen our collaboration in the future, given the plethora of opportunities in this bustling locale." "You have no objections, I trust?" "What objections could I possibly have? Once she concludes my business, she remains a lone wolf," Valerie replied with a smile, adding that if any further relationship were to develop, it would merely be that of friendship. As long as you do not betray my friend, witnessing her prosper under your guidance would bring me joy at most." While Valerie and Hans engaged in conversation, their gazes wandered to other areas of the upper level, and soon she spotted her target. "I see my client. I must take my leave." Valerie extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray and bid farewell to Mr. Hans. Songjime leaned against the railing, observing the vibrant crowd below, contemplating how to extricate herself from Hanson's grasp while still acquiring items from the Little Big Dipper. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching, and a faint residue of the black wall signal emanated from the newcomer. "Songjime, you are quite elusive," Valerie's voice came from behind her. Turning around, Songjime was met with Valerie's cold smirk, eliciting feelings of both delight and alarm. The delight stemmed from the opportunity to break the deadlock, while the alarm arose from the realization that Valerie was not someone to be trifled with, and she appeared more like a debt collector. "You don't seem surprised." Song Xiaomei ventured. Why would I be surprised? Surprised that you were wearing a gown at Hansen's party? Or surprised by your plethora of cybernetics? Valerie leaned back against the railing, continuing with a cold laugh. The arrival of Sky One in Dogtown was orchestrated by you and Hansen. And as for your cybernetics, I have seen even more extravagant augmentations on Atom Smasher. For a moment, Song Xiaomei was at a loss for words, eventually conceding. Yes, I originally planned this with Hansen. I was responsible for bringing down the plane and then capturing Myers. However, the missile launch and the pursuit of her were beyond my knowledge. To conspire with a tiger, one must also be a tiger. Or at the very least, a wolf, Valerie scoffed. And you, a fledgling in a cage. Yet your ambitions soar like that of AROC. To be honest with me, how do you intend to settle my outstanding balance? I do have a plan, but I lack the opportunity to execute it. Song Xiaomei sighed, expressing her relief at encountering Valerie, adding that she truly did not know what she would do without her. Enough with the pleasantries. Share your plan. Valerie retorted curtly. I am on the brink of death. The dead can indeed evade their debts. Valerie dismissed her emotional appeal, coldly responding, I have stumbled upon something I should not have on the other side of the black wall. And my time is running out. Does this have any relevance to what you previously promised me? Hansen possesses the antidote that can save me, and that substance could also restore your neural core. Hansen has unearthed something from Dogtown's bunker that could heal us both. To seize it. We require an inside job. She spoke. Song Xiaomei discreetly produced a chip and handed it to Valerie. Continuing, I will act as an informant and notify you when the time is ripe. Then we will execute our plan, and as soon as we acquire the device, we will make our escape. Valerie accepted the chip without uttering a word, for she noticed Hansen approaching with a glass in hand. Xiaomei, here you are. Hansen greeted as he approached the to-go. Is this not the infamous demoness of the afterlife, Miss Valerie? Greetings, I am Kurt Hansen. Hansen politely extended his hand to Valerie. Valerie reciprocated, saying, Hello, Colonel Hansen. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. The party is splendid. Enjoy yourself. Hansen glanced at the lark, then turned to Valerie, inquiring, Do you two know each other? I worked for Xiaomei during my mercenary days. We had our ups and downs, but it can be considered an old friendship. Valerie glanced at Song Xiaomei, naturally providing her response that, oh, is that so? Hansen placed his hands behind his back, looking at Song Xiaomei, apologizing for interrupting their reunion, stating that Xiaomei needed to accompany him, as several prominent figures in Night City were eager to meet her. One cannot keep them in suspense indefinitely, otherwise they might truly grow hungry and consume Dogtown. You call the shots. Song Xiaomei replied, then lightly touched Valerie's neck, saying, We shall discuss this later. Valerie nodded, then turned her gaze back to the floor below, where she spotted V engaged in conversation with Hino Shuji. I'm connected. I tapped the chip and linked up. How intriguing. Song Xiaomei's digital avatar reappeared beside Valerie. I never agreed to continue with your business. Valerie said darkly. I know you're upset, Valerie, but the situation is complex, and I cannot explain everything right now. I genuinely need your help. I only wish to obtain the antidote that can cure us both. It's as simple as that, with no ulterior motives. Very well. I will consider it. At this moment, I cannot afford to elaborate. If I lose focus again, Hansen will grow suspicious. Tio put it simply. While Hansen has unearthed something, he cannot access it. Besides me, he requires the keys from 2 hackers. Since you acquired the shape-shifting camouflage technology from me, you could find a way to deal with those 2 hackers. Obtain the keys and impersonate them to negotiate with Hansen. Once we have the device, we will escape together. Another perilous endeavor. Valerie scoffed. The antidote and the hacker's information are contained within the chip I gave you. I truly must leave. I implore you. With that, Song Xiaomei vanished. Damn, Valerie, I just encountered someone downstairs who looks exactly like Arasaka Saburo's bodyguard. After chatting for a bit, I discovered he's actually a comedian. It's hilarious. V's voice resonated from the subnet. Valerie chuckled, inserting the chip provided by the Lark into her slot to read the data within. Indeed, as the Lark had indicated, it contained detailed information about the Little Big Dipper and those 2 twin hackers. V, after the performance, let us meet at the bar on the 1st floor. We have work to do, Valerie remarked, observing Liz's performance just commencing below in the subnet. Understood. Chapter 33. Deal closed. Have you grasped the persona theft scanning program? Valerie asked V while lifting her glass at the bar, casting a glance toward the gambling tables. I understand it, but guiding the target to exhibit various emotions. V replied, also eyeing the target. Have you thought about how to initiate contact? Isn't that simply playing roulette over there? Let us get some chips and join in. There will be ample opportunity for conversation. Valerie gestured toward the gambling table. Why are you staring at me? Valerie noticed V's gaze fixed on her. Can you play roulette? I certainly cannot. I'll just stand beside you and act as your bodyguard, V responded. What? A Haywood who doesn't gamble. Valerie looked at V in surprise. V rolled her eyes at Valerie, replying curtly, what does a street kid like me know about such things? I've played pachinko, but never anything so high-end. Valerie sighed in exasperation. It seemed she would have to take the lead this time. Hello, miss. Valerie addressed the chip exchange attendant. I'd like 10,000 euros in chips. After Valerie transferred the funds, the attendant presented her with a palm-sized platter. Good luck to you. You're really going all in. Aren't you? V remarked. You can't catch a wolf without parting with a child. Valerie approached the gambling table, asking the robotic dealer, is betting still open? Please proceed. Valerie placed the platter on the table. The chips displaying as a holographic image. Read, Valerie boldly wagered 10,000 euros. This extravagant bet raised V's eyebrows. Such an amount would have been sufficient to hire herself for a job in the past. The attention of the twin hacker siblings was also drawn to Valerie's lavishness. So, what's the introduction? The hacker sister inquired. Valerie, this is V. And you two. Or Lou Castle. This dullard is my brother, Emmerich. Or Lou introduced herself in a flamboyant manner. How's the luck treating you? How much have you won? Valerie asked. We've just begun. Not much has happened yet. Emmerich replied with a stoic expression. Valerie snapped her fingers at a nearby server, then asked the twins, would you two like something to drink? My treat. As the server approached, or Lou ordered, I'll have a bourbon. Ugh, mon frre, my brother. Doesn't he drink alcohol? Did you catch that? Additionally, please bring a glass of pure water for this gentleman. Valerie thoughtfully remarked, what would you two like to drink? The waiter inquired of Valerie. Something strong. Whiskey, she replied. Oh, you think that's acceptable? A Japanese brand. It's alright. And please bring my bodyguard a glass of pure water as well. Valerie added, your drinks will be served shortly, the waiter said before departing. The roulette had just spun, landing on red, X-Murd. Aurora exclaimed in frustration. Valerie placed another bet of 10,000 on red. After a brief exchange of whispers between the siblings, Aurora turned to Valerie once more, saying, I've suddenly realized your hands aren't any cleaner than those of all the whores and bastards here. With a sly smile, Aurora continued, unless, of course, you're just a tourist. A pathetic fool destined to watch others indulge. Valerie remained unfazed, while V furrowed his brow. Ha. Caught you. Valerie laughed, placing another bet on black and responding, who among those who visit the gem blue can claim their hands are clean? I've lost count of those who have died directly or indirectly because of me. Do you remember how many ants you've crushed? I do appreciate your audacity. Aurora chuckled lightly. The wheel spun again, landing on black. Emmerich expressed a hint of joy, remarking, not bad. Looks like we're winning. A nearby male patron cursed. Damn, what a joke. Before storming off, Valerie tapped her fingers on the table, placing another 10,000 on black. Then raised her eyes to the twins, asking, I hope I'm not interrupting your enjoyment. Not at all. Emmerich replied indifferently. Oh, what are you saying? They're just being polite. Aurora teased, swaying her hips as she approached Valerie. Leaning on the table with one hand and resting her chin on the other, she inquired, you weren't eavesdropping on us, were you? N'est-ce pas, Miss Valerie? As she lightly touched Valerie's left hand resting on the table. TSK. This girl is quite flirtatious. Johnny commented, appearing behind Aurora. The wheel spun again, landing on red, prompting Aurora to return to her brother's side. Noticing Valerie's 2 consecutive losses, V couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Feeling as though he were the one losing money. Ha. You've been discovered, Valerie remarked as she placed another bet on black. Who told you two to be so captivating? Oh, really? Inquiring into the private lives of others. That's quite dangerous. You might hear things you shouldn't, Emmerich warned, glancing at Valerie at that moment. The waiter returned with their drinks, setting the whiskey and water before the 4 of them. If I've offended either of you, I sincerely apologize, Valerie said, taking a sip from her glass. I just have a bit of a professional habit. After all, those of us in the intermediary line of work have grown accustomed to listening in on what we shouldn't. We were discussing the local situation, particularly our host, Monsieur Kurt Hansen. A man of considerable wealth and enterprise, making a fortune. Look around. Celebrities, politicians, even the NCPD chief has graced us with his presence. So I wonder, Wouldn't it be better for Hansen to wash his hands of it all and become a legitimate businessman? Valerie continued. But my dear brother, he seems to think otherwise. Another spin revealed red. And V felt his blood pressure rise. Valerie, too, was somewhat speechless at her third consecutive loss. Look at your terrible luck. Bet black this time. Trust me. Johnny interjected, gesturing. Valerie made a sweeping motion, placing another bet of 10,000 on black. Who is Kurt Hansen? Aurora asked, taking a sip of her drink. Valerie smirked, retorting, well, he is certainly not a law-abiding citizen of Night City who pays his taxes on time. The benefits of under-the-table dealings. Kickbacks, protection fees. These two are forms of taxation. There is no such thing as a business without risks. Dogtown's economy relies on Night City for its growth. Hansen is no exception. The key is to have diversification. I have a small company in Paris that handles phone calls and meeting arrangements. If any issues arise, I take care of them. Seems you have quite an opinion on Hansen's business. Valerie raised an eyebrow. Questioning. Military sales in banana republics can only last so long, Aurora replied. The wheel spun again, landing on red, and Valerie felt a vein throbbing on her forehead. You can get lost, Johnny scoffed before disappearing. My luck really is terrible. V. Help me pick a bet, Valerie said to V beside her. Red. V replied. Valerie placed her bet on red. Meanwhile, the sibling duo concluded their French exchange. Aurora picked up where she left off. If I were Hansen, I would kick out all the drug addicts and turn Dogtown into a paradise for the wealthy. Isn't that precisely what Night City planned to do in Pacifica? Valerie interjected. Just earning a little money isn't impressive. One must think of the working class. Invest, create jobs, open shelters, then engage in philanthropy. It's the perfect way to launder money, with billions flowing through it, trust me. After Aurora finished speaking, she playfully raised her eyebrows at Valerie. The wheel spun again, landing on black. Valerie glanced at V, who pretended to look elsewhere. Valerie placed another bet on red. You never seem to grow up, just too adorable. Emmerich's indifferent voice chimed in. What did you say? Aurora glared at her brother. Hansen will run his business honestly. Nonsense, Emmerich remarked, his expression one of indifference. Once you reach Hansen's position, you have no choice. Valerie took another sip of her drink and continued Emmerich's thought. He not only has to consider what those beneath him think, but must also gauge the reactions of his business partners. Otherwise, there are plenty of others waiting to take his place. I must admit, you have a keen insight. Emmerich nodded at Valerie. The wheel spun again, landing on red, and Valerie finally regained some of her losses, satisfied that she had gathered enough emotional data from the siblings. Valerie gestured to her chips, saying, Care for a little thrill? Shall we play show hand? Winner takes all. Interesting, interesting. Then let us each pick a color. Either you lose everything, or we do. How about a game of luck? Aurora exclaimed excitedly. That's the way to play. Wait a moment. You suddenly appear, buying drinks, chatting, and now you want to play big. Something feels off. What is your background? Emmerich asked suspiciously. Valerie. I'm somewhat well known in Night City's nightlife. Feel free to check. Valerie replied with a smile. Are you satisfied now? Aurora asked her brother irritably. Emmerich shrugged. You proposed the game. You choose first, Aurora said to Valerie. Valerie placed all her chips on red. Then we'll bet on black, Aurora declared. Emmerich helplessly placed all his chips on black. Under the watchful eyes of the four, the wheel spun one last time, landing on red, and all chips went to Valerie. Aurora angrily slapped her brother. I'm terribly sorry. It appears tonight I am the victor, Valerie said with a smile as she picked up the chip-laden disc, signaling for V to leave. You've taken care of your end. Right? After exchanging chips, Valerie asked V. Plenty of samples. No problem. Valerie nodded with a smile. Shall we go? I had quite an enjoyable evening. Chapter 34. Kidnapping here. Valerie tossed a remote-like device to V from the trunk of her car. Why does this look so familiar? V furrowed her brow, feeling an uneasy recollection associated with the device. The siblings had rented a supercar from a company in town, and I need you to find an opportunity to slip into the car. When they drive to Hansen's lair, we'll black out the vehicle and disguise ourselves as them to enter the stadium and locate Hansen. Valerie succinctly outlined the plan. Damn, I remember now. I first met Jack because of this thing. V exclaimed, pointing at the device in her hand, her tone irate. I'm not that fool, Kirk. Valerie shot V an exasperated glance, retorting, with my status, would I let you use such low-grade trash? V inspected the device closely. Trying to discern any differences cost me quite a bit. I've sent you the hideout. After you hijack the car, meet there. How about the actual individuals? Valerie, lighting a cigarette, glanced at V, and replied, "I'll arrange for someone to handle that. You need not worry." Valerie closed the trunk of the car and walked toward the driver's seat. V quickly followed. Taking the passenger seat and pondering, she asked, "How will we know where their car is headed?" "That's a good question. Don't forget our team consists of more than just us two. Leave the vehicle tracking to Lucy." "Lucy, are all the people in position?" Valerie inquired within the subnet. "They are all set and waiting for you," came Lucy's somewhat displeased voice from the subnet. As Valerie drove through the gates of Dogtown, Lucy continued in the subnet, "The twins have already departed. But they've lost signal shortly after leaving downtown." Valerie halted the car at the intersection and addressed V. "We can only rely on you to keep watch. Find a higher vantage point to scan for the cars entering Dogtown. It should be easy to identify that supercar. And what about you?" "Of course, I'll be at the hideout waiting for you. Hurry up." V made their way to the rooftop beside the road via scaffolding. Keeping an eye on the entrance. It wasn't long before V spotted a convoy adorned with ghostly dog livery entering Dogtown. "I see a convoy. It's Hansen's crew. But I doubt they would escort two hackers in such a manner." V remarked in the subnet. "Hansen must be mobilizing forces to bolster security at the stadium. I've received word from Alex that the Bureau has begun operations in Dogtown. This won't interfere with our plans." "Will it?" V asked, frowning. "They don't have much intel right now. They shouldn't act rashly today," Valerie replied. Several waves of vehicles continued to arrive, during which Valerie noticed an accident at the intersection. "Target spotted," V exclaimed upon seeing a supercar registered under the Phantom Guard. Confirming that both hackers were inside, marking signals. "Received. Lucy is already tracking them. We still have some time before our scheduled meeting, so they might want to have some fun first," Valerie noted as she checked the time. "They've parked and are heading into the club. I've sent you the address," Lucy's voice echoed from the subnet. V followed the signal to the twins' parking spot, retrieving the device Valerie had provided. "I hope this thing is reliable." V reluctantly pressed the switch on the device. The trunk of the car lit up green and popped open with a click. Ensuring no one was watching, V bent down and crawled into the trunk. Plugging the data cable into the terminal. "I'm in. The car's camera is operational," V reported. "Excellent. Ready to act at any moment." Valerie affirmed. "I've remotely adjusted the IC to ensure you can control the car at a crucial moment." Lucy suddenly chimed in. Thanks to V waited in the trunk for quite some time, nearly dozing off before hearing Valerie say, "Wake up. They're coming out." Through the car's front camera, V saw the twins appear on screen. Once they got in the car, Emmerich took the driver's seat while Aurora appeared to be inebriated in the passenger seat. The two chatted in French about Hansen, and V found herself captivated by their gossip. Eventually, Valerie had to remind her, "Focus on the task, V. We're almost at the stadium entrance." Only then did V begin to take control of the vehicle, causing the two inside to panic. After a brief moment of confusion, they attempted to regain control, but in the face of the adjusted IC, they were momentarily powerless. V drove the car back to the hideout without resistance. As soon as they entered the hideout and the car came to a stop, the doors opened uncontrollably, and two electric shockers greeted the siblings simultaneously. V opened the trunk and emerged from the car, only to find 7 or 8 individuals wearing digital masks staring at her. "What the hell? Is this a kidney harvesting operation?" V instinctively reached for her gun. "Don't." Emmerich, V, retrieved a standard-issue handgun from his coat and placed it inside, while Valerie, shrugged and remarked, "I've had quite a few rounds to drink. I left it behind for fear of an accidental discharge. Then, we must check our IDs over there. Familiarity is one thing, and joking is permissible, but after all, this is a serious business venue. I hope you both understand." After the scanning was complete and the gate opened, Murphy proudly declared, "Here lies the heart of our little empire." Valerie, leaned over the railing, observing the helicopters and chimera mechs in the arena with keen interest. Pointing at the chimera, she inquired of Murphy, "That mech looks impressive. How much does it cost? Is it like buying a car?" "Somewhat, but we only deal in bulk wholesale, not retail. Our business caters to clients from all over the globe, and we never pry into what they intend to do with their purchases." Upon finishing his statement, Murphy continued to lead the way, while Emmerich, V, frowned, gazing at the clients below engaged in business. Members of the Arasaka, the three soon arrived at a private booth, where the guards were even more formidable. With no fewer than 10 soldiers from the Spectre unit, Hansen, who had just concluded a discussion with his subordinates, turned to the approaching duo and said, "Welcome, it is a pleasure to meet you both." He then glanced out the glass window, observing the Lark below, who was busy dismantling a piece of equipment. "The Lark is still at work on the device. It will take a little while longer." He then turned back to the two and said, Perfect timing. Let us have a chat. Hansen led them to the sofa, retrieving a handgun from behind him and placing it on the table. Oral, Valerie, took a seat beside Hansen, casually stating, "No rush. I may have had a bit too much to drink and need to take a breather." "What about him?" Hansen inquired, looking at Emmerich V. "My brother doesn't drink, but if I were to pass out, he would have a hard time as well." Oral, Valerie, replied with a laugh. "Do you always conduct business while intoxicated?" Hansen asked. Oral, Valerie, shifted closer to Hansen and teased, "Would you believe me if I said this is my first time?" "I would," Hansen responded with a smile, "but I don't even believe it myself." Oral, Valerie, exclaimed, bursting into laughter. "My sister is just like that." Emmerich V. explained helplessly, but it won't interfere with business. At that moment, a waiter arrived with a bottle of wine and 3 small glasses. Hansen stood up, pouring wine into the glasses while saying, "Let us raise a toast. Here's to a successful collaboration." Seeing Hansen lift his glass, Oral, Valerie, also raised hers, saying, "Well said, that I'll pass." Emmerich V. replied nonchalantly. "Then you'll miss out," Oral, Valerie, quipped, finishing her drink and leaning over to take Emmerich V.'s glass, downing it in one go. "Let us talk about something else. Did you enjoy yourselves at the gym the other day? I heard you both that made quite a profit." Hansen asked. "How should I put it? It was a disaster," Oral, Valerie, replied, feigning exasperation. "I truly apologize, though. Moral, isn't that precisely why I'm here, to recover those losses?" "That's good," Hansen responded with a chuckle. The conversation continued with Hansen attempting to extract information, while Oral, Valerie, responded with poise, interjecting playful banter, when Hansen mentioned his intention to sell arms to Western Europe. Oral, Valerie, first picked up the handgun on the table, weighing it thoughtfully before saying, "My brother and I don't deal in arms. However, there's always a first time for everything." Hansen continued, "But I plan to sell within the community." Oral, Valerie, paused and replied, "That depends on what price you offer." Oh, Hansen raised an eyebrow, asking, "Aren't you afraid of making money and losing your life?" "We have our own methods, just as you do back in New America, Colonel," Oral, Valerie, insinuated. "Ha ha ha. You certainly have high aspirations." "We shall discuss this matter further at another time," Hansen concluded, bringing the topic to a close. "Ah, Xiaomei," Hansen said, looking at the Lark who had just entered. "The mainframe is ready. We can begin." The Lark informed Hansen that, "Don't forget our conditions. One goes to input the access code, and one stays behind to keep me company." Hansen glanced at the two before saying, "I have consumed quite a bit since yesterday. I'm afraid I might tremble when inputting the code, so let my brother handle it." Oral, Valerie, suggested. The Lark gave Oral, Valerie, a puzzled look, not understanding why she wouldn't leave the mercenary behind to accompany her instead. Emmerich V. stood up and addressed the Lark. "Then let us go." "Follow me," the Lark said, turning toward the door leading downstairs. Chapter 36. The Final Opportunity. What to do after obtaining the neural matrix. "I have a plan. Hack the local network, rewrite the stadium's defense system, and let them destroy each other. But can you handle Hansen alone?" The Lark was downstairs controlling the device while simultaneously communicating with Oral, Valerie, upstairs through the relic chip. Oral, Valerie, feigned drunkenness, yawning beside Hansen. "Focus on your task. Just let me know when you're ready to make a move." "Understood." The Lark had successfully separated the device's casing, revealing its core glowing with a blue luminescence. "Valerie, in 2 minutes, chaos will ensue. Be prepared. I will seal the booth's door, and if you wish to escape, you must first eliminate Hansen and his men." Emmerich V. had already plugged in the data cable to the device. After the Lark worked on the computer for a while, Emmerich V. began entering the password. "It seems our transaction is about to yield results," Hansen remarked with a smile beside Oral, Valerie. "I too am eager to discover what lies within," she said, leaning against Hansen as if to entice him. "I'm hacking the stadium's defense system. It's quite challenging. I must not breach the black wall." The Lark seemed to extract something from the device. "The defense system is about to launch an attack on Hansen's troops. The booth's door is sealed, and you can act at any moment. Colonel. It appears your dealings." Oral, Valerie, had leaned in very close, speaking in a teasing tone. Hansen looked at Oral, Valerie, with confusion. What he saw was Oral, Valerie, weary as the trio entered the door. The Lark stumbled, nearly losing her balance, and leaned against a crate, gasping for breath. Once the Lark had regained her composure, the three continued forward along the maintenance shaft until they arrived at a sewer. The plan was as follows. We would first exit from behind the stadium. I arranged for 2 vehicles, one for you and one for me, so they wouldn't catch up to us so quickly. The trio spotted a glimmer of light ahead shining into the sewer. It seemed the exit was near. I felt a heaviness in my head and lightness in my feet. The lark wobbled unsteadily as she moved forward. Suddenly, a handgun pressed against the back of her head, filled with implants. What else are you hiding from me regarding the antidote? Valerie's cold voice came from behind the lark. The lark froze in place, her eyes wide open. Everything I told you was the truth, she protested loudly. But you also concealed part of the facts, did you not? There is a significant difference between voluntarily revealing certain matters and having them disclosed by me. Do you understand, Miss Song Xiaomei? Valerie prodded the lark's head with the gun. Warning, this is your final opportunity. V stood silently by, observing. The lark weakly collapsed onto the ground, closing her eyes as she said, "Just shoot. Do you think I would flinch?" Valerie shifted the gun away and pulled the trigger, the bullet striking the ground. Then she placed the barrel back against the lark's forehead, coldly stating, "The next shot will not be diverted." "The antidote is here," the lark exclaimed, retrieving a small vial from her body. "This contains the solution, but it can only cure one person, me. Or you. You can shoot me now and take it away." She displayed a demeanor of utter resignation. However, Valerie did not accept the antidote. She merely lowered her weapon and said, "You have earned your final chance, Song Xiaomei." The lark looked at Valerie in astonishment. "I have reviewed your dossier. You mistakenly believe yourself clever, yet you continuously commit foolish acts." Valerie holstered her gun. "You have betrayed your friends, sold out Li Da, and have been manipulated by Myers. After all this, you still wish to exploit me and Hansen." Valerie spat angrily. "Song Xiaomei, do you even realize how utterly foolish you are?" With a swift kick, Valerie forced open the iron door of the sewer. Addressing the lark, "The commission fees have changed. I want you to extract incriminating evidence against Myers regarding Blackwall, as well as all technical documentation on the rogue AI from Xiaobei that you have collected concerning Blackwall. Can you manage that?" "I can," the lark replied, lowering her head. "Get lost." Valerie pointed toward the exit of the sewer, adding, "Don't think you can escape. If you wish to continue living, you'd best obey me." Once the lark had staggered away, V finally spoke up. "You just let her go? I had no intention of claiming that item from the start. Then what was the point of causing such a ruckus in Dogtown?" V asked, bewildered. Valerie gazed toward Night City, observing the towering steel forest, and replied nonchalantly, "Every little bit counts. The plague of Night City can afford to lose one more." Chapter 37. The new power broker. "This is the commission I accepted." "Why are you following me here?" V asked, dissatisfied. As she regarded Valerie in the elevator of the Heavy Heart Club, "The task you have undertaken pertains to the future of Dogtown. That I need to discuss this matter with Mr. Hans," Valerie responded coolly. "Why do you believe Mr. Hans will take you seriously?" V inquired bluntly. "That a middleman can be bought by anyone, as long as it aligns with their interests. What he desires is for the status quo of Dogtown to be maintained, or even managed more stably within his puppet strings," Valerie explained, as if the negotiation's success were already a foregone conclusion. "And what is it that you seek?" Based on her understanding of the other party, V suspected Valerie was still scheming something. My objective is not dissimilar to Hansen's. The only difference is that I wish for the future of Dogtown to have fewer corporate pawns," Valerie replied. The elevator soon reached the 3rd floor, and their conversation ceased. Valerie approached Mr. Hans's private room with ease, her demeanor calm as if meeting an old friend. Meanwhile, V remained uncertain of Mr. Hans's attitude. Although he always spoke in a cordial manner when assigning her tasks, she could tell he was the most calculating middleman she had encountered, aside from Valerie. After V knocked on the door a few times, it opened on its own. V glanced at Valerie and stepped inside first. Mr. Hans sat on the sofa, observing the two entrants with a rather displeased expression. "Miss Valerie, did I recall you mentioning during our discussion at Jewel Green that you wouldn't interfere with my employment of V?" Mr. Hans fixed his gaze on Valerie, who had casually taken a seat opposite him. "If it were any other commission, I would not interfere. However, your desire to install a new power broker in Dogtown warrants a discussion," Valerie asserted as she lit a cigarette and gestured toward the documents on Mr. Hans's table. "Are you implying that you intend to intrude on Dogtown to seize my business?" Mr. Hans raised an eyebrow, his tone somewhat hostile. "I simply aim to ensure that no destructive elements emerge in Dogtown," Valerie replied with indifference. "Oh, are you referring to?" Mr. Hans questioned, uncertain of how much the other party knew about the current upheaval. "For instance, the clause of Arasaka." Valerie's gaze suddenly sharpened. "I believe you jest. This commission has nothing to do with Arasaka. Mr. Hans chuckled lightly. Oh. Are you suggesting that you are completely unaware that your chosen successor for Dogtown, Bennett, is currently entangled with Arasaka? Valerie retorted with a cold smile. Mr. Hans furrowed his brow, sensing that the other party had seen through his machinations. I know you fear that military technology might take advantage of the current situation to seize control of Dogtown. Thus, you seek to ally yourself with Arasaka for support to counter military technology. But have you considered that, having just lost their big boss, Arasaka is itself a chaotic mess? If any faction believes you could be a valuable pawn, you would be better off relying on the Voodoo Boys. Do not forget, Petrochem still has a bounty on your head. Mr. Hans remained silent, coldly staring at Valerie as he pondered. He was not surprised that Valerie was aware of his true identity. After all, it was not a particularly secretive matter. Moreover, he had been ensconced in Dogtown for many years, and Petrochem could do little against him. This woman before him, however, was another story. Intelligence indicated that she had dared to deliver the new American president to a terrorist task force. Additionally, this V, a recently ascendant lone wolf assassin in Night City, evidently shared an undisclosed connection with the female demon of Night City before him. So, what is it that you are proposing? Mr. Hans finally spoke as Valerie neared the end of her cigarette. It is quite simple. Eliminate Arasaka. Valerie extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and continued. I assume you are aware that I have made enemies with New America, and the CIA wishes to use me to locate their lost asset. In a certain sense, our situations are quite similar. You speak lightly, but without a corporation backing you. Even if Hansen were still alive, he would be as good as dead. Removing Arasaka would not replace corporate spies with military security forces. Mr. Hans thought that this woman was either overly arrogant or utterly insane, genuinely believing that Dogtown could operate independently of corporate control. That I meant to say eliminate Arasaka, not to suggest that Night City should operate in a vacuum. Valerie clarified, realizing Mr. Hans had misunderstood her intent. Then who do you plan to bring in? Mr. Hans probed, curious about who this woman was aligned with. I intend to bring in the Netwatch, Valerie stated pensively. Upon hearing this, Mr. Hans's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. He could now ascertain that the woman before him was genuinely mad. Dogtown. It is part of the Pacific States. Which faction is most prevalent in the Pacific States? The Voodoo Boys. Who are the Voodoo Boys' sworn enemies? Netwatch. As if Dogtown weren't chaotic enough already. With the current manpower of Netwatch, they would need to hire a multitude of enforcers just to secure their entrance into the Pacific States. Did she plan to rely on them for Dogtown? They alone would not suffice. But what if we included the Terror Task Force? Valerie countered meaningfully. Mr. Hans couldn't help but gasp in shock. Did she mean to return Dogtown to Night City? The involvement of the Terror Task Force and Netwatch would deter other corporations in Night City from brazenly invading Dogtown on both the physical and cyber fronts. As for how to navigate the remaining intricacies, I believe you would handle that with ease, as long as Dogtown remains untouched by the cybernetic madness. The riotous task force will not interfere with your affairs. Although the cyber monitoring team may engage in trivial pursuits concerning Dogtown, what if they find themselves restless? If they succumb to the temptation of poking at the voodoo gang behind the black wall? Or if they seek to acquire that coveted object beneath the stadium that Pajua Petrochemical has been obsessively eyeing, it will invariably tug at their nerves, provided that you refrain from foolishly provoking the black wall. And if business can still proceed as usual from the Cuban side, then you and Dogtown remain the puppeteer. Hans rose and moved aside, turning his back to V and Valerie as he began to contemplate. Finally, he inquired, what if Arasaka does not relent? If Arasaka teams up with the military technology giants of Night City to exert pressure on the City Hall, that delicate balance you speak of would be mere folly. Arasaka and military technology will not frolic in Night City for long, I assure you, Valerie boldly stated. Hans turned to look at Valerie, realizing that the incident with the Azure Tower was likely intertwined with her, suggesting she held some leverage over Arasaka. But could she transform that leverage into a formidable weapon? If we dismiss Arasaka, I estimate Dogtown could withstand no more than 3 months. Mr. Hans lit a cigar and remarked. That's enough, Valerie replied with a smile. You will witness the spectacle of New America within a week. Then can I proceed with my and V's commission? Mr. Hans asked. Naturally. I only care about the outcome. Let V savor the pleasures of the process, Valerie chuckled, patted V on the shoulder, and exited Mr. Hans's elegant chamber. Damn it, I'm beginning to ponder whether I should continue meddling in your political games. V said with a scowl. I can offer double the previous commission, and the support will be guaranteed. Hans waved his hand, holding the cigar. Upon hearing this, V chuckled and rubbed his hands together. Then this game becomes worth playing again. Chapter 38. Until the tower collapses, leave the gun in the car. V. The spaceport has security regulations. Firearms are prohibited, said Lark in a feeble voice from a van outside the orbital spaceport. I do not wish for a repeat of the incident at Hansen's funeral here at the spaceport. V cast a complex glance at the visibly distressed Lark, recalling the incident where she had shot Bennett at Hansen's funeral. She retrieved her handgun from the holster and placed it on the passenger seat. Damn it. I've stirred up that affair again. I hope you don't betray me this time. V gritted her teeth. For you now, having a gun or not makes little difference, Lark replied. Rest assured. I will keep a close watch over you this time. Remember, the Tycho terminal. V opened the car door, stepping out into the terminal. Under Lark's guidance, V arrived at the security checkpoint. When V heard the security personnel say they needed to disable her combat cybernetics, she clenched her fists. Don't act impulsively. V. Follow his instructions. Lark soothed over the comms. Once we regroup, I will help you unlock the cybernetic restraints. V had no choice but to plug the data line into the terminal indicated by the security personnel. Biometric ID recognition is in progress. Please look at the camera, the orbital security officer instructed, pointing to the camera beside him. Follow his instructions. I have already preloaded your file into their database. Lark guided. V turned to the camera, and after a few seconds, the security officer spoke again. Scan completed. Thank you for choosing Orbital Aviation. We appreciate your cooperation. V disconnected the data line and proceeded into the waiting area. Head over to the baggage claim. My friend who bought the tickets left something there. Lark reminded her. V arrived at the baggage claim, entered the number Lark had sent, and a yellow suitcase appeared on the conveyor belt. Construction clothes? V frowned at the open suitcase. Find a secluded spot to change. Construction is ongoing at the Tycho terminal, so you can blend in with this outfit. But be cautious of the security robots and cameras. They are not easily deceived, Lark replied. All right. V grimaced, taking the suitcase into the restroom, leaving her weapons in the car, her cybernetics locked, and changing attire to infiltrate her. This felt all too familiar. V changed into the construction uniform in the restroom and headed towards the construction site. I have some bad news. The CIA's hacker has begun infiltrating the orbital security system, so you need to be careful, Lark warned. Can New America just waltz in here? V asked incredulously. Miles is no pushover. Stay vigilant, V, Lark replied. V easily evaded surveillance and security robots, entering the elevator to the rooftop. V, I've reached the rooftop, but I'm still about 30 or 40 meters away. Find something to pull me up. Lark requested as soon as V stepped out of the elevator. Unable to hold back a roll of her eyes, V gazed at the drizzling rain and remarked, I'm starting to suspect you're doing this on purpose. Help me out, V, Lark pleaded. V searched for something, ultimately tossing a fire hose down for Lark to catch. With considerable effort, Lark managed to pull herself up despite her combat cybernetics being disabled, leaning against the railing. Clad in a thick trench coat, Lark gasped for breath and pointed to a small bag she had brought, saying, V, you're geared. V discovered her combat cybernetics had been unlocked, approached, and retrieved the bag, pulling out the J-key, X2 Chinchin for inspection. Quipping, you're too heavy. You ought to lose a few pounds. Ha. They continued forward for a short distance when Lark suddenly exclaimed, Damn it, New America is coming. Hide. The two ducked into a ventilation shaft and crawled deeper inside. As they navigated, they glimpsed New America's armed helicopters and hover cars landing on the rooftop, with Lyde and President Miles present. If our little bird falls into enemy hands, the consequences would be dire. We are the only ones aware of this. There must be no mistakes. Otherwise, New America will face ruin. Lark scoffed. Did you hear that? I anticipated this outcome. V's expression darkened. She had come to see Miles's true colors. Miles truly is a scoundrel. She has more tricks up her sleeve, but as long as I can survive this ordeal, she won't be around for long, Lark grimly stated. The two evaded New American soldiers searching the rooftop, carefully making their way into the elevator. Just as the elevator doors were about to open, they heard gunfire outside. It was a clash between New America's troops and the space agency's security. Under V's protection, they carved a bloody path through the crossfire towards the train platform. Pausing in a safe area, V curiously asked, By the way, who arranged this flight? The individual called himself Mr. Blue Eyes. I suspect he is linked to the Knight family, Lark replied. Damn it. Arasaka, Kanto, military technology, Knight family. I've stirred up all these corporate giants in Night City. You're nothing but a jinx, V grumbled. Their safety was short-lived. While traversing the corridor of the terminal, they were pursued by New America's armed helicopters, and soldiers blocked their path. V had no choice but to dodge the helicopter's machine gun fire while picking off new American soldiers. With Lark stumbling behind her. To the control tower, we need to take the maglev train to the launch pad, Lark urged. However, a large contingent of new American soldiers awaited them at the control tower. V had to withstand the onslaught of new American firepower, covering Lark as she rushed to operate the maglev train. Damn it, there are more and more of new America's lackeys. I can barely hold on. V ducked behind cover, occasionally peering out to fire. Almost there, Lark rapidly and nervously operated the console. At that moment, an armed helicopter hovered above the control tower. Increased numbers of new American soldiers began to close in. Just when it seemed they were at the end of their rope, a missile struck the armed helicopter. The distinctive alarm of the riotous task force blared, and several hover cars emblazoned with their insignia arrived above. This is the riotous task force. I command all armed personnel engaged in combat to cease fire immediately. Otherwise, we will take all necessary measures. The announcement from the riotous task force echoed. V glanced at Lark, who had taken cover beneath the console, and Lark nodded in acknowledgement. However, the new American soldiers had already received their orders. They were determined to capture Lark, ignoring the riotous task force's warnings as they continued to fire and advance on the two. It seems some prefer to drink the bitter cup of punishment, the riotous task force announced, and the side doors of their hover cars swung open, with heavily armed operatives commencing fire on the new American soldiers below. New America's elite forces were momentarily suppressed and unable to raise their heads against the fierce firepower of these official cyber maniacs, taking advantage of the riotous task force's engagement with new American soldiers. V quickly assisted Lark in fleeing toward the maglev train. Several minutes later, at the launch platform of Orbital Aviation, V, with a somber expression and eyes closed, stepped off the train, slowly making his way toward the spacecraft that was poised for takeoff. Damn it, V halted, casting a dark glare at Lida, who was emerging from the ship. Put her down, Lida commanded, gun aimed at V. All right, I'll put her down. V gently lowered the Lark to the ground. Do you even realize whom you are protecting? Lida asked menacingly. I only know that she is on the brink of death. V replied. Just you? As far as I know, the Lark was hired through an intermediary named Valerie. She has been operating alongside you. Where is she now? Lida pressed forward. I'm right here. The Lark, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly appeared behind Lida and incapacitated the new American CIA agent with a stun gun. I don't understand why we took such a huge risk to come here. V said, picking up Lida's handgun. A flicker of light crossed the Lark's face, transforming it into Valerie's visage. Of course, it's to document tonight's grand performance. This is crucial evidence of a terrorist attack by New America on Night City. Valerie retrieved a cigarette from her coat and lit it. Was the mobile terror response team called by you? V inquired. I don't have that kind of influence. They merely received intel ahead of time to protect the citizens of Night City. What about this man? Valerie gestured towards the incapacitated Lida. We can't let a flight to the moon leave empty, Valerie said, lifting Lida's upper body and turning to V. Come on. Lend a hand. The two worked together to hoist the bulky figure into the spacecraft's cabin and close the door. They then retreated to the platform, sitting on a bench as they watched the spacecraft begin its countdown to launch. We are ready on our endpoint. One last confirmation. Are you certain you wish to give this opportunity to her? Lucy called in. At that moment, Lucy was in the new American experimental facility beneath the stadium, observing Valerie with a technical expert borrowed from Regina, who was busy with Song Jmei lying on the equipment. Absolutely. Lucy, I thought you would understand my choice, Valerie responded. After learning about her past, I do feel a bit of sympathy for her. But I cannot comprehend your decision. This opportunity for your own treatment will be lost. I never intended to heal myself this way. My current objectives have largely been achieved. Whether New America will fall is uncertain. But military technology will inevitably be expelled from Night City, Valerie remarked, gazing at the ascending spacecraft with a smile. Doesn't that mean Arasaka will dominate entirely? Let Arasaka revel for a few more days. If Johnny Silverhand can breach Arasaka Tower once, he can certainly do it again, Valerie retorted with a cold smirk. What's the next step? V asked Valerie. Didn't you mention that Senator Peralez's wife wanted to meet you to discuss matters? The grand play of Night City is far from over. Chapter 39. The attack. The Peralez couple approached me, indeed intending for me to assist in investigating Mayor Ryan's death. Now they want me to help examine the victim of the cyberpsychotic attack. Chao Ming, seated in the senator's vehicle, V was communicating with Valerie through the subnet. Agree to help him, Valerie suggested. V extended his hand towards Senator Jefferson, saying, All right, let us see what I can do. Excellent. Whatever clues you can uncover to clarify the situation will suffice. Senator Jefferson replied, handing V a chip. V took the chip and inserted it into Chow Mang's headband, preparing to don it when Valerie spoke up through the subnet. Once you wear the headband. Open port 1650, I'll join you. Okay. V complied and entered Chow Mang's mind. The moment the experience began, a large face filled V's vision, nearly provoking him to throw a punch, just before he started the playback. Two figures appeared on the screen. One was Valerie, and the other appeared to be a rock musician. All right, let us see what's inside, the man said. Who the hell is this? V asked, pointing at Johnny in confusion. Johnny Silverhand, the main character of that relic chip, Valerie replied curtly. He insisted on tagging along to see Doe. I've heard much about you. V began the playback, and within seconds, he witnessed Mayor Ryan conversing with Deputy Mayor Hot. I remember seeing Hot and Jim Green. He seemed to be discussing business with Arasaka back then. V paused the playback and remarked, that's not surprising. It seems Night City is becoming Arasaka's backyard. Johnny interjected. V resumed the playback, listening to their dialogue. The Red Queen's race, Valerie, you should know where that is, right? V queried. An underground club. Someone of the mayor's stature cannot just waltz into a place like Liz's bar. Valerie answered. They had barely left when the attack occurred. V felt this attack was too coincidental. Or perhaps that lunatic was just incredibly lucky. There is no need to be paranoid. Johnny scoffed. Shut up. Johnny, Valerie snapped. V continued to watch, observing a man in a leather coat entering the scene. He presented NCPD credentials, claiming he needed to speak with the mayor's security chief. The NCPD is involved too? V thought, sensing the situation growing more complicated. Maybe he's just trying to curry favor with the mayor. Johnny dismissed. While many in the NCPD are indeed scum, there are those who genuinely strive to do their jobs. Valerie countered helplessly. Interesting. The moment the mayor exits, the security system fails. Such timing cannot possibly be a coincidence. V watched as the cyber-psychotic swaggered through the security checkpoint. What tune is he humming? V asked in confusion. Tune? Are you tone deaf? Johnny mocked. Keep barking, and I'll toss you out right now. Valerie shot back, raising her middle finger at Johnny. Then V watched as the cyber-psychotic stabbed a security guard with a Manus blade, charging into the venue, only to be shot dead by the NCPD officer who had just entered. I must say, his aim was impressive. V remarked in admiration. That's acceptable, Valerie replied, after shutting down the experience. V found the Perales couple waiting beside their hover car and approached them. So, what do you think? Any suspicious elements? Anything at all? Or should we say that we are overthinking this? Senator Jefferson inquired. You should ask what isn't suspicious. There are too many coincidences. Anyone with a brain can see something is amiss. V returned the chip, speaking gravely. Do you have any investigative leads? Senator Jefferson asked, brow furrowed. Tell me who that officer is and how to contact him. V responded. That's Detective River Ward. He's a good guy. We've worked on several cases together. I'll send you his information. The next steps are up to you, Senator Jefferson stated before tossing his cigar to the ground and extinguishing it. Then departing in the hover car. You clearly have River's contact information. Why make me ask? V grumbled in the subnet. For the sake of appearances, you arranged the meeting with River, and we'll regroup, Valerie answered. V complied and dialed River's number using the contact details provided by the senator. After mentioning the name Perales, River quickly agreed to meet. They arranged to meet at the Fat Chicken Wings. As expected, the same old place. All right, I'm heading out now. Let us meet at the restaurant entrance. Upon arriving at the restaurant, V spotted Valerie, idly smoking outside. What identity do you intend to use to get involved in this matter? V approached Valerie and asked, just tell him I'm your sister, here to help my little sister. Valerie teased. Get lost. What makes you think you can be my sister? Simply because I returned from 2079. If you don't like it, tough luck. Valerie laughed. V felt an urge to punch that face which bore such a striking resemblance to his own, but considering that this person had indeed experienced more than he had, he refrained. Suit yourself. As they entered the restaurant, they found River and his partner already there. After River's partner cautioned him against pursuing the mayor's case, he departed, and V and Valerie sat down opposite River. I thought you were coming alone, River remarked, glancing at Valerie. Do you know my partner? River noticed Valerie staring out the window at Detective Hahn, who was heading toward a police car, and asked, No, I don't know him. I just think he seems to know quite a bit, Valerie replied. Turning back, I asked that your intuition as a middleman, Miss Valerie? River inquired again. You know me? Valerie responded curiously. I may be an officer, but I'm not blind. Plenty of people on the street are familiar with you, the infamous succubus. In fact, several cases I've handled have connections to you. So, did you take on the commission from our future mayor? No, it was a job for V. I merely came to assist her. Valerie gestured towards V beside her. Let us return to the matter at hand and discuss this case. You and the cyber-psychopath arrived at the scene almost simultaneously. What exactly were you planning to convey to the mayor's head of security? V inquired, tapping the table. Actually, Hom was right earlier. We should find a more secluded spot to talk. My car is just outside. Ruifer remarked, surveying the surroundings. All right, let's go, V declared, rising first. Ruifer glanced at Valerie, who extinguished her cigarette and stood up. Perfect timing. We can exchange some information. Chapter 40. The death of the mayor. Hey, girl, what is your relationship with that pig-headed thug? His new girlfriend. Two thugs from the Tiger Claw gang approached Valerie, who was leaning against Ruifer's car, smoking, and taunted her in Japanese. Humph. Valerie shot them a disdainful glance and scoffed. What, can't you understand human speech? The thugs, infuriated by Valerie's demeanor, grew increasingly enraged. Rolling her eyes, Valerie flicked the half-smoked cigarette towards the one who had provoked her. Upon witnessing her action, the thugs were seized by fury, reaching for their swords, ready to strike. However, before they could even grasp the hilt, Valerie had already appeared before them. With a swift kick, she sent the provocateurs' companion flying into a nearby dumpster, while simultaneously landing a punch squarely on the provocateur's face. The ruffian, who had just been hurling insults, now lay crumpled on the ground, half of his face mangled. I thought you'd use a mantis blade to slice these tiger claw scum into pieces, V remarked, approaching from the direction of the market. Clearly, she had witnessed the entire ordeal. Oh, they even deserve that, Valerie replied, lighting another cigarette with a look of disdain. Can you refrain from discussing such topics in front of a police officer? Ruifer said with exasperation after inspecting the two fallen men. Damn it, they're dead. I'll have to report this. Then we'll wait for you at the Red Queen's race. Take your time cleaning up this mess. V retorted irritably. On the way to Bernita Street, Valerie, sitting in the passenger seat, asked V. So, did you manage to gather any information? You didn't ask? V shot back. I did, but I'm not sure if it aligns with what you heard. In other words, Peter Hovis is a lunatic. He worked there for a while and then abruptly quit to give speeches everywhere. V replied. It seems the owner doesn't know much after all, Valerie murmured. What is going on in that club? Why not just give me a spoiler? V asked, somewhat exasperated. She felt like a puppet whenever she accompanied Valerie on assignments. There is nothing much to say. Just be careful not to wear any found super dreams on your head again, Valerie advised. I've never done such a thing. Oh, then who was it that lay in the alley behind Super Skyscraper H4? Awakened by Lucy, who happened to pass by. Is the cyber-psychopath film any good? Valerie questioned, irritation evident in her tone. No, I didn't tell Lucy anything about the super dream. I only asked her who David Martinez was. How could you? V smirked. Oh, so you've seen that super dream too? Valerie regretted her careless inquiry. The pair soon arrived at the Red Queen's Race Club, standing across the street waiting for Ruifer. The animal gang's territory. V gritted her teeth. Valerie glanced at V, but refrained from asking why she appeared to harbor such deep-seated animosity towards the animal gang. Valerie suspected it had something to do with V's previous assignments in Dogtown. It wasn't long before Ruifer drove up to them. The animal gang is at the door. I don't have a search warrant, so I can't just waltz in. But you too, Ruifer suggested, looking pointedly at them. Valerie turned to V and asked, can you handle it alone? Ruifer found Valerie's question somewhat perplexing, while V chuckled coldly, stretching her arms and cracking her neck, saying, they're just a few animal gang members. I was just looking to vent some frustration. With that, she strode confidently towards the security booth. What do you want? Get lost. We're closed. The hefty woman guarding the booth threatened as V approached. V walked to the window, beckoning her with a finger, and smiled, saying, lean your head a little closer. I'll tell you what I'm here for. The guard, surprisingly, leaned her head forward. Before she could react, V's hand slammed against her forehead, forcefully pinning it against the windowsill. I'm here to wipe out your animal gang, V growled. From across the street, Valerie observed V's actions, plucking her tongue in disapproval. That's a bit brutal. Then she saw V brandish her gun and swagger inside, followed by a barrage of gunfire from the warehouse. Are you sure she's all right? Ruifer asked, concern creeping into his voice. Just then, Valerie's phone rang. She's got it under control. I'm going in first. Since you can't go in, wait for news outside. Valerie smiled, strutting through the entrance. Upon entering the garage, Valerie found V waiting by a container. Have you vented enough? Valerie inquired as they stepped into the elevator concealed within the container. That it was all right. Not quite satisfying. There's still a batch downstairs. I guarantee you can kill to your heart's content. The elevator stopped and opened its doors. V pulled back the slide of her gun and stepped out, followed by another round of gunfire. Valerie waited a moment outside the elevator, and when the gunfire ceased, she entered. She found V sitting on a sofa, smoking, with a dead animal gang member's body at her feet. Have you had your fill of killing now? Valerie asked. That should suffice. Then let us get back to business. Valerie headed straight towards the club's VIP area. When V reached the office door, she saw Valerie emerging from a nearby booth, holding a Super Dream headband. Is this the one you mentioned? Yes, evidence. Our officer might need it, Valerie replied, stowing the headband away. The two entered the office and quickly accessed the surveillance footage on the computer. In the video, Detective Hahn was conversing on the phone, directing his subordinates to drag Mayor Ryan's corpse out of the booth. This person looks familiar, V remarked to Valerie. In Night City, everyone has their own way of living. Send the video to Ruifer. Valerie didn't say much. V sent the file to Ruifer and asked over the phone, did your partner cover up the true cause of the mayor's death, and you didn't notice at all? No way. How could that be? Ruifer's incredulous voice came through the phone. I'll call him and arrange to meet at Fat Chicken Wings. I need to confront him directly. This is Night City. You never know what those around you have done to survive. Johnny lamented, appearing beside them. At the entrance of Fat Chicken Wings, Valerie and V watched coldly as the two detectives argued. One insisted that to survive, one must follow orders, while the other argued that a police officer shouldn't be so morally bankrupt. Valerie refrained from interjecting her judgment on who was right or wrong. Life holds no meaning without ideals, but conversely, if one lacks the means to live, ideals are equally meaningless. Finally, Detective Hahn threw down a parting remark. Go home, Ward. Get a good night's sleep. When you wake up in the morning, you'll feel much better. I wish I could do that too. Then Detective Hahn drove away. So, what do you plan to do next? V asked the dejected Ruifer. I want to give up. I can't. Ruifer sighed, saying, Hot murdered Ryan, aiming to take his place. It's the most cliché and outdated motive, but it makes sense of the whole affair. He even used the NCPD to help cover his tracks. And what do you intend to do? V glanced at the silent Valerie before turning back to Ruifer. I want to submit the materials to the Internal Affairs Bureau. That should be enough to prompt a reevaluation of the case. If you do that, you want to be able to remain on the force. V frowned, unconvinced that the NCPD would investigate itself. I don't care. I just did what I needed to do. Ruifer replied solemnly. And you? Going back to report to Perales? Ruifer asked. V nodded. Here is a piece of advice. Keep your wits about you. Thanks. V. After Ruifer spoke, he leaned against the railing, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. Let us go, Valerie urged gently, nudging the conflicted V. Once seated in V's car, V, in the driver's seat, remarked, I don't think this matter is so simple. It seems you've made some progress. Valerie expressed surprise. This girl could actually perceive the underlying complexities. Go on. Why do you think it's complicated? Though Hawk may possess motives, any discerning observer can readily perceive that even if he were to eliminate Ryan, his position would remain precarious. Moreover, he chose to act only as the election drew to a close, and no matter how I contemplate it, something feels amiss, yet I cannot articulate precisely what it is. Allow me to lay it out for you. Valerie remarked, if Hot is indeed scheming to assassinate Ryan to ascend, who do you believe would support such a move? Arasaka. I recall seeing them engaged in discussions at Gym Blue. V replied. And who elevated Ryan to his current status? Valerie inquired further. V furrowed his brow and responded, it was also Arasaka. This is where the issue lies. According to election polls, Ryan's re-election appears almost assured. Arasaka has no reason to sabotage their own interests, Valerie slowly articulated. Are you suggesting that Senator Jefferson is a thief crying stop thief? After all, with Ryan's demise, his election as mayor would be virtually guaranteed. She continued that I suspect he is blissfully unaware, even believing his charisma alone could garner him a substantial vote. Valerie smirked. Are you insinuating that someone is manipulating all of this from behind the scenes? V. We are in the year 2077, Valerie scoffed. Surely you do not believe anyone can emerge triumphantly in political contests without corporate backing. You've reminded me. How should I respond to them? V asked. Feeling perplexed, relay to them what Rivet just conveyed. We need to make those behind the scenes believe their plans have succeeded, but to truly understand how deep this water runs. We must first stand on the shore and observe. Chapter 41. Some lose money, some gain. Hey, Pepe, bring me a bottle of beer. Valerie seated herself at the bar of the Wild Wolf Tavern. V. Have you changed your look today? Pepe teased. Take a closer look. Valerie retorted, lowering her sunglasses. I'm not a stranger to Wild Wolf. I've merely frequented it less often. Haha, I was just joking, Miss Valerie, Pepe chuckled, producing a bottle of beer, popping the cap, and placing it on the bar. You are indeed a rare guest. After all, this place cannot compare to the afterlife. The Wild Wolf has its own charm, Valerie said, taking a sip from the beer bottle. By the way, how has Jack been lately? Oh, him. Ever since you visited a couple of days ago, he has been clamoring to go to Dogtown. The landlady heard him and gave him a good thrashing. Now he is helping unload goods in the back alley. Pepe replied, a smirk of schadenfreude on his face. Pepe Capullo, are you talking smack about me again? Jack appeared at the back door, grumbling. Upon spotting Valerie at the bar, his eyes brightened, and he approached, sitting down beside her. Valerie, boss, my dear sister, why didn't you bring me along to Dogtown? Valerie turned to Jack, exasperation evident in her voice. Jack, it's not that I look down on you, but your impulsive nature is ill-suited for that line of work. Besides, didn't you just snag a few contracts from Lucy? What do you mean snagged? I earned those gigs through my own merit. Yes, through your merit of pestering, Valerie nodded, then continued earnestly, Jack, you're different from V. V and I are solitary figures. If we were to meet an untimely end, it would be just that. But your mother is still around, Miss D is still around, and this bar remains. You ought to consider these matters. Don't you think? Your words. V has said something similar to me. Jack sighed. But V and I have been in this line of work together from the beginning. Watching her thrive and now hold her own with the big shots on the street fills me with joy. But I can't help feeling a tinge of jealousy, as if I've been left behind. Jack, that I'm not ungrateful, and V certainly isn't either, Valerie reassured. However, being a mercenary is not a lifelong endeavor unless one meets an untimely demise along the way. Dante harbor dreams of becoming a legend. What living legends remain in Night City? I beg to differ. Look at that old hag Rock. Rock has transitioned into a middleman, just like me, Valerie shot back. Rolling her eyes, she is even coasting more comfortably than I am. I still have to step into the fray occasionally to cover the gaps. What about Atom Smasher? Jack interjected. He is from Arasaka's security division. He is just a walking pile of scrap metal incapable of wearing a suit. Does that really set him apart from corporate lackeys? Find out, you've got a point. But V is still a mercenary. Isn't she? Jack pressed on. Once she finishes this year, she'll be done with it, Valerie replied. And what will she do after that? Drive a taxi? Jack frowned. She has a rough plan, but nothing concrete yet. Valerie glanced at the television above the bar. Look, the news is starting. Good evening. I'm Eric Iqbal, and this is WNS News. We have the latest updates regarding the terrorist attack at the spaceport that occurred days ago. According to anonymous sources, this attack was personally orchestrated by the current president of the new United States, Rosalind Myers. The informant has also provided first-hand video footage of the scene. The broadcast transitioned to a video of Myers conversing with Reed. In response to this attack, Night City's acting mayor, Weldon Hott, made the following statement. The screen shifted to Hott delivering his remarks. Though the orbital airline holds independent sovereignty over the airport, the overwhelming majority of victims in this terrorist attack were citizens of Night City. On behalf of the Night City Hall, I vehemently condemn the acts of terrorism perpetrated by the new United States. They must pay the price for this atrocity. The scene then returned to the news studio. Next up, financial news. Due to the repercussions of the new United States attack, military technology stocks have plummeted significantly since the market opened this morning, with losses exceeding as Valerie observed the decline in military technology stocks. Her brow furrowed. What's wrong? Did you invest in their stocks? Don't tell me you're considering some reckless venture, Jack exclaimed, noticing the change in Valerie's demeanor. Valerie turned to Jack, shooting him a glare. I did invest, but I shorted them. My frown stems from the fact that this decline isn't steep enough. Are you kidding? Such a significant drop, and you're saying it's not enough? Jack responded in astonishment. Just wait. The new United States saga is far from over. This is merely the beginning of Arasaka's retaliation. There is much more excitement to come, Valerie replied cryptically with a smile. I had no idea you were into stocks. To be honest, I've always thought of it as a tool for companies to fleece retail investors. Jack scoffed. IT mainly revolves around who can control the situation. For the common folk, uncertainty reigns. They can only lie back and be exploited. Valerie finished her beer and continued. Companies are not foolish, but there are unforeseen events. For instance, the death of Saburo Arasaka and the incident involving the new United States. Hey, you've reminded me. These two events seem to be connected too. Jack began, but was abruptly silenced by Valerie's fierce glare. He quickly shut his mouth and scratched his head. I wouldn't act unless I had absolute certainty. Valerie concluded. I suggest you steer clear of stocks and focus on legitimate endeavors, like managing this bar for your mother. As Valerie observed the military technology stocks continue to decline, she smirked. Once the net watchdogs commenced their cleansing, it won't merely be a matter of stock prices falling. At that moment, Valerie received a call request from V through the subnet. V, what's up? Jefferson contacted me again, saying he has a personal matter he needs my help with. He wants to discuss the details at his place. What should I say? V inquired. Agree to it. This is the best opportunity for me to negotiate with the forces behind him. Valerie replied. We'll reconnect later. V concluded before ending the call. Valerie then initiated a call to Lucy. What's the matter? Lucy asked. How is Song Xiaomei recovering? She's doing all right, although her strength has significantly diminished after having many implants removed. She can still manage some hacking work, Lucy answered. What about what we discussed last time? How has that progressed? Song Xiaomei and I have been diligently extracting usable algorithms from the technical data of the Little Big Dipper project. We've uploaded a theoretically effective IC to the subnet that can temporarily block invasive AI attacks. However, I cannot guarantee it will be foolproof. Invasive AIs are quite unpredictable. Are you sure you want to engage with them? Lucy expressed her concerns. Don't worry. I'm not crossing over to the other side of the Black Wall. I'll be negotiating with them here, as long as I can withstand their attacks until the Black Wall reacts. It'll be fine. If they don't retreat in time and calm down to converse with me, they will be the ones to suffer. Chapter 42. Dangerous chips, I don't understand. If you're worried about her safety, why not accompany her upstairs? At the entrance of Jefferson's apartment building, Johnny appeared in the passenger seat of Valerie's car and asked, "It's not yet time for danger." Allowing her to experience the depths of Night City's political waters is beneficial, Valerie replied, gazing out of the car window at the apartment building's exit. Engaged in conversation, Valerie suddenly received a photograph. It was sent by V, depicting a signal transceiver device. Valerie, have you encountered this contraption before? It appears quite modern, yet the technology seems rather archaic. Johnny interjected, crossing his legs. I have seen such a device during the war era. It is a signal generator, utilized in military technology. It transmits UHF over short distances, limited to line of sight, yet its advantage lies in its interception resistance. Valerie relayed Johnny's words to V and then inquired, did you spot anything resembling a receiver within line of sight? I thought you were aware. V retorted, I can't recall the precise location. Please check swiftly. Valerie urged. I see it. I'll head down now. Moments later, V appeared at the apartment door, and Valerie started the car. Things are looking grim. I've discovered numerous discrepancies in Mrs. Polari's memories compared to the items in the house. V remarked, frowning from the passenger seat. Your observational skills are quite astute. You would make an excellent officer, Valerie responded, driving towards the location marked by V as a child. I did fantasize about being an officer, but after witnessing the NCPD's incompetence, that thought was entirely extinguished, V said with irritation. Damn, they're making a run for it, V exclaimed upon spotting a modified vehicle with antennas, already revving its engine to depart. They won't get far. Valerie pressed the accelerator, swiftly pursuing the sports car. The two chased it into the North District. The Vortex gang, V observed as the modified vehicle came to a halt, frowning. Just a bunch of expendable pawns. Did they bring their weapons? Valerie queried, producing an RT-46 Storm. V also drew a JK X2, stating, I generally keep a firearm close at hand. The two simultaneously exited their vehicle, aiming their guns at the Vortex gang, as if engaged in target practice. After a brief interval, they holstered their weapons. Your recent shooting spree reminded me of a light gun arcade game I played during my childhood, Johnny remarked as he appeared, mimicking the action of shooting a pistol with his hands. What? Are you itching to join in? Perhaps I should consider letting you partake in the next gunfight. Valerie raised an eyebrow. It's a deal. Johnny responded enthusiastically. Valerie and V approached the modified vehicle. V withdrew a data cable, eager to hack into the onboard equipment. But Valerie halted her with a gesture. V looked at Valerie in confusion. Allow me. You must brace yourself. What you are about to witness is a glimpse into the darkest corners of Night City. Valerie declared, retrieving her own data cable. Fine. However, after being pursued by the new American intelligence agency, I doubt I require any psychological preparation, V replied, stepping back to grant Valerie space. Once Valerie connected the data cable to the terminal, she began retrieving files, which she subsequently shared with V via subnet. Medical records and vulnerabilities related to neural reprogramming. This database is exceedingly comprehensive, isn't it? V's frown deepened. I doubt NCPD could procure such detailed information. Johnny added, astonished. Cerebral scans, BioWare profiles, and neural reprogramming. Goodness, what is this? V gasped, her intuition suggesting the couple had endured something grave. Hippocampal memory residues. Are they injecting new memories into their brains? Goodness, it appears we may be embroiled in something monumental. V continued to scan the files, her anxiety mounting. Suddenly, Valerie yanked out the data cable without warning. What's wrong? V, still in shock, failed to comprehend. They've realized we breached the database. Valerie replied coolly. Damn it. We should have downloaded the data. V cursed. I began copying the moment I opened the files, Valerie stated, turning towards her sports car. Once V joined her in the vehicle, Valerie said, you might want to contact Mrs. Polaris. She has likely been aware for some time. What do you mean? V quickly dialed Mrs. Polaris. Upon hearing her, Mrs. Polaris did not display overt surprise, but expressed urgency for a face-to-face meeting, arranging a location. Valerie started the car, heading towards Japantown. How should we handle that data? Should we turn it over to the Netwatch? It feels like a hot potato, V inquired anxiously. Valerie calmly countered, turn it over to Netwatch. What benefit would that yield us? What do you mean? This matter is far from trivial. If they can treat the Polaris couple this way, they could just as easily target us, V retorted, puzzled by Valerie's sudden cold demeanor. Their technology is not yet mature. It requires specific drugs for brainwashing. The couple's security firm is merely their pawn, Valerie stated flatly. That only reinforces the need to expose this matter before they refine their technology. Otherwise, the consequences will be even more terrifying, V insisted. Expose it? Let Arasaka, Military Tech, Kong Tao, and the European Financial Bureau acquire this technology. Netwatch? They may speak eloquently, but what were they originally? Remember, Valerie responded coldly to V, just as using a nuclear bomb to obliterate Arasaka Tower wouldn't dismantle Arasaka. Exposing this will benefit no one. Then what do you propose? V scrutinized Valerie, seeking a clearer understanding of the person beside her. That a nuclear bomb is the best bargaining chip before detonation, Valerie answered unemotionally. You intend to negotiate with the forces behind this. Have you lost your mind? Do you even know who is pulling the strings? V stared at Valerie in shock. I have a strong suspicion. It is closely linked to Night Corp, and behind Night Corp, I suspect a rogue AI collective. Valerie replied thoughtfully. Oh, you truly comprehend the implications of your actions? V asked angrily. Yet, all she received in return was Valerie's icy response. I am fully aware of my actions. In 2077, we have no choice but to survive in the cracks. Chapter 43. A frantic gamble. Is it necessary to dress like this, Mrs. Polaris? Valerie inquired as she met the disguised Elizabeth Polaris in a ramen shop in Japantown. Thank you for coming. Wait, you're not V. Mrs. Polaris observed suspiciously as Valerie took a seat next to her. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Valerie, the intermediary for the next life. Valerie removed her sunglasses, noting, you truly possess an exceptional ability to read people, as expected from a political figure's aide. Where is V? I only wish to speak with her, Mrs. Polaris demanded, somewhat irked. Valerie gestured towards the entrance, where V leaned against the doorframe, visibly irate while smoking. Due to the circumstances surrounding you and your husband, she and I just had a disagreement. Valerie explained that in fact, she not only quarreled with V, but also with Johnny simultaneously. So, why are you the one speaking with me? Mrs. Polaris pressed the V advocates for exposing the brainwashing, while I proposed discussing a potential deal with you. Valerie replied matter-of-factly. You must have sensed that something was amiss before entrusting V with this. Yes, I recently noticed Jefferson was acting strangely, Mrs. Polaris admitted, troubled, as she rubbed her forehead. His personality. I witnessed his transformation. It felt as though he had become a different person. He no longer reads. Forgot his favorite movie. And even his taste in music has completely changed. The most frightening moment was when I suggested visiting his brother's grave, only for him to look at me in confusion and claim he was an only child. At that moment, I began to feel something was off, a creeping sense of deterioration, and it was not just Jefferson. I suspect your friend has also noticed similar changes in you, Valerie remarked. Indeed, someone is altering us. But we have no idea who, how, or why, Mrs. Polari said anxiously. That secret chamber in the apartment. I am certain I have seen it before, yet I have no recollection of it whatsoever. It terrifies me. You recognized something and intended to investigate, but were subsequently warned, correct? Valerie inquired. Yes, I received a phone call. The voice was indistinct, and they never revealed their identity. They warned me that I was playing with fire. And if we continued to stir up trouble, Jefferson would meet with an accident. Then they erased my call records, as if that call had never occurred. Mrs. Polari's recounted. So, you initially intended to ask me not to inform Jefferson. Correct, Valerie pressed further. This concerns his life. Mrs. Polari's replied urgently. I can understand your perspective, madam, Valerie said, making a calming gesture. If you wish to prevent this situation from worsening, I can assist you in resolving it. But the cost is that your future may not be as free as you would like. What do you mean? Mrs. Polari's inquired, her brow furrowing. You should understand that in this day and age, an independent campaign is essentially impossible. Valerie spoke slowly. The reason your husband has been sailing smoothly along the way is fundamentally due to the unseen forces that are subtly propelling you forward. If you wish to escape this relentless brainwashing, you must willingly cooperate with them. I can accept such conditions, but the candidate is Jefferson. Mrs. Pellers covered her face, adding, given his temperament, I cannot assure you that I can persuade him, now that the election is nearing its conclusion. Your husband has irrevocably embarked on this path of no return, but if he refuses, the brainwashing will undoubtedly continue. The forces behind this will persist in reshaping him until he conforms to their demands. Valerie's merciless tone shattered Mrs. Pellers' hopes. You are already on the grill, and what you can control now is merely a matter of degree. What I can do is strive to secure a relatively humane outcome for you. And it will not be without cost. What are your terms? Mrs. Pellers inquired. Once your husband succeeds in his campaign, I require you to mobilize the resources of Night City's City Hall to assist me. Valerie glanced at Johnny and V, who were glaring at her, and continued, however, I can assure you that the assistance I will need will not be particularly arduous and will strive to remain within your moral boundaries. Mrs. Pellers ultimately nodded with difficulty and said, I will arrange a meeting in Concord Park within Jefferson's schedule. He will be waiting for you. Regardless of your success, please ensure that you help me smooth things over. Valerie nodded and then rose from her seat. Shall I convey the message, or will you? On the way to Concord Park, Valerie asked the still seething V that I cannot engage in such unscrupulous acts. V replied through gritted teeth. The sports car halted outside Concord Park, and Valerie removed her sunglasses. It's commendable that you have principles, she sighed, so let me handle this dirty work. Upon entering the park, Valerie activated the behavior simulating cybernetic, transforming her wine red, sleek short hair into V's purple undercut hairstyle. Although she had agreed to lie to Jefferson on V's behalf, without adopting V's identity, Jefferson would not be inclined to believe her fabrications. Just as they were within 100 meters of Jefferson, Valerie received a mysterious call. The caller attempted to hack into Valerie's system via the phone, but the targeted defensive ICE crafted by Lucy and Song Jame thwarted the attempt. I know you wish to argue that I cannot change anything. However, if you do not wish to confront the Netwatch and oppose all human capital enterprises, I suggest you consider negotiating a deal with me. After finishing her statement, Valerie transmitted a pre-prepared document in reverse. Whether this deal would ultimately succeed was uncertain to Valerie, but she possessed the ability to ensure that the other party would sever ties with the Netwatch. Once the latter became public and began to intervene, they could forget about operating within the Black Wall. This was undoubtedly a perilous gamble. She was betting on their rationality, fulfilling their interests while applying appropriate threats. Even they would comprehend the concept of moderation. Eventually, Valerie received a response. Although it came with certain stipulations, at least she would not have to resort to a scorched earth policy. Valerie glanced towards the distant park bench, where Jefferson awaited V, pressing her lips together. Freedom. In this world, in Night City, is indeed a luxury. Chapter 44. Is Johnny Silverhand still alive? Probably. I must ask, why are you pushing yourself so hard? You just had surgery not long ago. And already you're taking on jobs. How many have you completed in just a few days? Valerie inquired from the large sofa in the corner of Afterlife, addressing Song Xiaomei, who had cut her hair short. Reverting to her pre-connection agency appearance that moment, Song Xiaomei appeared somewhat fatigued, one hand rubbing her nose while the other pinched a half-burnt cigarette. Including the program you requested, that makes 5 jobs in total. Lucy answered for Song Xiaomei, sitting beside her, slowly sipping from a can of Coca-Cola with a straw. I went through so much trouble to pull you back from the brink, not to end up with a ghost who could drop dead at any moment. Are you really accepting such trivial jobs for such meager commissions? Are you that short on money? Valerie questioned, somewhat helplessly. Indeed, I am quite short on funds, Song Xiaomei replied. An MY salary from the connection agency is gone. And I've lost all my hacking equipment. Buying a new hacking chair costs money, black market services cost money, and even food costs money. By the way, you'll need to cover the cost of this drink. Song Xiaomei added, pointing at the half-consumed cocktail on the table. All right, drink up, Valerie replied, exasperated. Have you all seen the news? Lucy asked. Are you referring to Myers resigning as the president of the new America? Valerie responded, taking a sip from her own glass. It's merely a change in president. There are plenty of theatrical politicians in the new America. Song Xiaomei inhaled from her cigarette and remarked. However, the news about military technology being sanctioned in Night City is quite pleasing. The attack on the airport provided such a substantial pretext. Arasaka has seized the opportunity to relentlessly utilize the media for public opinion manipulation. Coupled with the exposure of their experiments involving breaking into the Black Wall to capture rogue AIs, it has undoubtedly rattled Netwatch. Under pressure from various forces, military technology in Night City can now only maintain the most minimal security forces, struggling even to leave the company premises, let alone conduct business as before. Nonetheless, Night City still relies on certain military technology products, so business must continue, albeit with fewer privileges than before. You should pause on taking freelance jobs for a while. In the coming period, help me with subnetwork maintenance and AI training, then consolidate the technical data I have at hand. Consider it a consulting position, and I'll pay you for meals. You can use the hacking chair as you wish. And I'll cover the cost of the black market services you select. Though our Valerie boss is surprisingly generous, Lucy remarked sarcastically. Valerie shot her a glance and retorted, shouldn't you be pleased that I'm hiring someone to take over half your workload? I am the one paying, not you. Lucy smiled, but remained silent. Is the plan you mentioned truly reliable? Both Song Xiaomei and Lucy were aware of Valerie's intentions and felt uneasy about her audacious ideas. I don't know, Valerie replied. Before Song Xiaomei could press further, a tall figure approached their table. It was Wayland, Rogan's associate. There's something you need? Valerie inquired. Rogan wishes to see you. She wants to discuss something in person. Very well. Lead the way. Valerie rose and followed Wayland. To be honest, I feel that aside from your appearance, the only thing you and V share is that indomitable spirit. Johnny's figure appeared beside Valerie, initiating conversation. In that regard, you, the arrogant one, have no grounds to criticize me, Johnny, Valerie replied without glancing at him, continuing to walk. Upon reaching Rogan's position, Valerie looked at her lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed and asked, Rogan, what do you wish to discuss with me in person? Sit. Rogan gestured towards the empty seat on the sofa. After Valerie sat down, Rogan communicated with Claire, bring 2 glasses of Johnny's Silverhand. Valerie raised an eyebrow, as she had a fair idea of what Rogan intended to discuss next. Once Claire delivered the drinks, Rogan stated, I'll be straightforward. Where is Johnny Silverhand? Valerie did not respond, lowering her head to light a cigarette. When she raised her head again, Rogan noticed a change in Valerie's demeanor. Then, Valerie revealed a smile that shocked Rogan and, in a low voice, replied, You might want to take a guess. Rogan. You're still alive. Rogan said with a grim expression, Alive? Probably. Valerie chuckled softly, responding, Damn, your acting is incredible. I almost felt like I was inhabiting your body. Johnny's figure appeared beside Rogan. Yes, Johnny remarked. The voice that had just answered Rogan was not Johnny's consciousness, but Valerie herself. Valerie remained silent towards Johnny, for only she understood that her current essence was a fusion of 3 components, a player from beyond 2077, the company V who had been shot in the head, and the Johnny who had invaded V's mind. Thus, mimicking Johnny's behavior felt entirely natural. Didn't he expect to deceive Rogan? The next part is up to you. However, Valerie chose to temporarily transfer control of her body to Johnny. Her brief performance was merely a whim. I'm watching you. Don't think about doing anything reckless. I understand you better than you think, Johnny. After a brief distortion, Johnny's digital form transformed into Valerie's visage. Once Johnny took control, he instinctively glanced at his left hand. What does that mean? Rogan was oblivious to the exchange between Valerie and Johnny. She merely sensed that the person before her, after finishing the cigarette, had transformed into Johnny Silverhand. As you can see, I am now an electronic parasite, residing within this woman named Valerie, Johnny said, taking a large gulp from his glass. How is that possible? Rogan inquired. Johnny pointed to the chip slot on his neck and said, this holds the relic chip from Arasaka. An MY consciousness has been sealed within the chip. Are you saying you're in a situation similar to that of your fruit? Rog asked, somewhat irritated. I am far worse off. She is now a free and unrestrained AI, while I am trapped within this chip. The only moments I can catch my breath are under the watchful gaze of this body's owner. What do you plan to do upon your return? Rog inquired. Just a casual affair, Johnny replied, casting a displeased glance at Valerie's digital avatar before addressing Rog. Right now, she is the master, and I am merely the guest. You should be asking this body's owner. I will have a conversation with her shortly. But what about you? Do you have no thoughts of your own? Thoughts? Perhaps I should carry a nuclear bomb and storm Arasaka Tower again. And while I'm at it, eliminate Atom Smasher. I'd like to see Night City reduced to ashes. And you? Do you still yearn for the days of your Rog? Rog closed his eyes and replied, the past is behind me. I am content with who I am now. Then why do you still inquire about where Johnny Silverhand is? Haven't you already turned the page on Atlantis? Johnny questioned. I merely fear that you, the scourge of Night City, might suddenly emerge and disrupt my new life. Are you satisfied now? Rog retorted angrily. Tom, I thought you were going to invite Johnny out for a movie or something. Valerie interjected, reclaiming control of the body with a teasing tone. What exactly do you intend to do? Rog knew Valerie's presence loomed over the recent significant events. To refresh this putrid stew of Night City. Much like what Johnny mentioned, though I have no intention of bringing a nuclear bomb along. Valerie extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray and continued, I seek the entrance to the divine chariot beneath Arasaka Tower. If conditions permit, I even desire my own Arasaka Tower. I'm not concerned with your grandiose dreams. Just don't involve me. Did I ask that clear? Rog averted his gaze and said. Valerie picked up the half-empty glass of liquor that Johnny had just consumed and said to Rog, then let us discuss business. The commission will be Johnny Silverhand. What do you say? Rog remained silent. Valerie downed the cocktail in her glass, set it down, and stood up from the sofa, saying, the time to act against Arasaka has not yet arrived. You can take your time to ponder. When the moment is right, I will reach out to you. And Johnny will occasionally receive a breather from me. Rest assured, with me watching, he won't engage in any outlandish behavior. Rog cast a meaningful glance at Valerie and said, compared to Johnny, I now find you to be even more perilous. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 45. Guns and cars. What brings you to the docks alone at this hour? Johnny appeared beside Valerie. That I'm here to retrieve something, your belongings. Valerie replied, inserting a fully loaded magazine into her handgun's holster and checking the chamber of the pistol. I've been dead for over 50 years. What could possibly remain? Johnny said irritably. You'll find out soon enough. Valerie replied as she donned her suit jacket, attached a suppressor to her sidearm, loaded the magazine, and proceeded towards the dock. The dock was now swarming with the Vortex gang. With two thugs stationed at the entrance, Valerie, emerging from the shadows, raised her handgun and fired 3 shots in quick succession, eliminating both thugs along with the surveillance cameras above them in an instant. Once inside the dock, Valerie expertly navigated her way to the security room and began examining the information on the computer. Atom Smasher? Damn, Johnny exclaimed in surprise. That it seems he has already left the Ibunike. Valerie sighed in relief upon seeing this message. If Atom Smasher were still around, she would have to rally her allies. How do you know that? Johnny asked curiously. Valerie pushed open the window leading towards the cargo ship and replied, I just noted out a few Vortex thugs were still patrolling the area, and Valerie effortlessly dispatched each with a bullet to the head. There are 4 guys, Johnny warned. That I'm not blind. Besides, we share the same pair of eyes. Valerie retorted. Peeking from behind a shipping container on the cargo ship's deck, she spotted 3 elite members of the Vortex gang along with their target, Grayson. She holstered her silenced weapon and drew an RT-46 Storm from her lower back. For these iron-headed foes, the standard issue lacked sufficient firepower. She needed something more potent. With a resounding gunshot, one of the Vortex thugs had his head blown apart. The remaining 2 Vortex members and Grayson quickly reacted. Zeroing in on Valerie's position based on the gunfire point, one thug drew a shotgun, unleashing a barrage towards Valerie in a bid to suppress her, while the other brandished a mantis blade, rapidly advancing towards her. After firing her first shot, Valerie wasted no time in aiming at the thug with the shotgun. With a mere half-second of charge, a powerful bullet erupted from the RT-46 Storm, severing the thug's head above the neck. Simultaneously, the other Vortex Elite had reached Valerie, raising his blade to strike. However, Valerie's reflexes, augmented by her enhancements, outpaced him. Before the Manus blade could graze her neck, Valerie's own blade shot forth. Intercepting his attack, the rapid succession of gunfire rang out, and the would-be assailant found himself propelled backwards, 2 gaping holes in his chest from the RT-46 Storm. In the ensuing chaos, several bullets struck the spot where Valerie had been standing. "Damn! Did you hear that?" Johnny exclaimed excitedly. Valerie had taken cover and exhaled deeply. "Did I heard it? It was the sound of your beloved weapon. That I don't think the metal sheet you're leaning against will shield you from its bullets." "Of course, I know that." Just as Valerie finished speaking, another gunshot rang out, followed by the unmistakable sound of metal piercing through. Valerie swiftly reloaded her RT-46 Storm, and as the gunfire echoed, she rolled away from her cover, firing 4 shots in Grayson's direction while airborne. Hearing a scream from the target, she peeked out from her cover. "He's likely out of commission. Go grab the weapon," Johnny urged, a hint of excitement in his voice. Valerie approached the bow of the ship, gazing at Grayson, who was slumped against a crate, clutching his side. "Marlorian weaponry's 3516. Find out how he came to possess it," Johnny remarked, noticing the handgun on the ground. Valerie knelt to pick it up and said, "It's well maintained." "What the hell?" "Valerie, the demoness of the afterlife. I recall that I never wronged you, did I?" Grayson managed to utter weakly. "Where did you get that gun?" Valerie inquired. "I took on a special job. Earned it through skill. If you know what's good for you, you'll get out of here quickly, or wait for Smasher to come back and turn you to dust." Grayson growled through gritted teeth. "Oh, you think I'm unaware that Adam Smasher is now the head of Arasaka's security? He will never return to this decrepit ship." Valerie removed the magazine from the Marlorian 3516 and found it empty, then pulled back the slide to reveal one remaining round in the chamber. "He will come looking for you. He enjoys personally dealing with messes like you. I think you fail to grasp the situation. Whether he seeks me out, I do not know. But right now, your life rests in my hands." Valerie pressed the Marlorian 3516 against Grayson's forehead. "Wait, I see you're quite interested in Silverhand. I have a treasure of his. Promise to let me go, and I'll give it to you," Grayson pleaded. "Very well." Valerie smiled, lowering her weapon. "Damn, are you really going to let him go just like that?" "In that large crate over there. This is the key." Grayson painfully produced a key from his pocket and handed it to Valerie. "You better keep your word." Valerie accepted the key, smiled, and then relinquished control of her body to Johnny. "She promised to let you go, but I certainly didn't. Johnny Silverhand greeted you, you filthy fool." Taking control of Valerie's body once more, Johnny raised the Marlorian 3516 and pulled the trigger. Valerie, regaining control, glanced disdainfully at Grayson, whose head had burst open, and shook her head with a smile. She then approached the crane's control panel and lowered the suspended shipping container. Valerie climbed over the control panel's railing, leaping from the ship onto the stack of containers on the dock, then onto the ground. "In a way, it can't be what I think it is," Johnny gasped in shock, staring at the container. Valerie remained silent as she approached and used the key Grayson had just given her to unlock the container door, revealing something covered with a tarp. A Porsche 911, a rare find in 2077. Valerie lifted the tarp and caressed the sports car beneath it with a smile. "Get in. I'll let you take it for a spin." Johnny spoke with a hint of excitement. Valerie opened the car door and got in. But instead of starting the engine, she relinquished control of her body back to Johnny. Hey, that seat is usually reserved for my girlfriend," Johnny remarked, gazing at Valerie's digital representation in the passenger seat with a mischievous grin. "I am your boss now, so drive me," Valerie retorted, somewhat irked. "Where to?" Johnny inquired. "The oil fields on the outskirts. Aren't you curious where you'll be buried?" Valerie replied with a smile. "Damn it. Chapter 46. Time to get up. Hey, this is my grave. After all, tossing your cigarette, but here feels a bit disrespectful," Johnny complained as he watched Valerie carelessly flick the remains of her cigarette onto the ground in the oil field. "Johnny, given your current state, do you really care about a body that should have rotted away decades ago?" Valerie shot him an incredulous glance. "That I'm not some lunatic like Bart Moss. Can you really let go?" Valerie gazed at Johnny with a complex expression, and after a few seconds of silence, she provided her answer. "I can." Having previously suffered consequences for her inability to let go, she reflected that if given another chance, she would not tread that path again. Johnny paused, then slumped down in defeat. If it were you, what would you write as your epitaph? Valerie furrowed her brow in contemplation, realizing she had never considered that question before. If it were the old me, I would probably inscribe, V, the legend of Night City, rests here. Johnny, aware of Valerie's true connection with V, couldn't help but ask curiously, and what about the present you? Now, I don't belong to this anymore. If I were to kick the bucket one day, V would inherit everything of mine. Assuming she isn't already self-destructed by then, Valerie wanted to shift the topic away from this uncomfortable discussion. Turning her gaze to the heights of Night City, North Oak District. That by the way, have you seen the news about Cree's suicide attempt due to depression? Uh-huh. What you've seen, I've naturally seen too. Shall we pay him a visit? Valerie suggested. Sure. I'm curious to see how he manages his depression with that pitiful state, Johnny replied, rising to his feet. 20 minutes later. I don't see him looking much like someone suffering from depression, Johnny commented as he and Valerie stood by Cree's bedside, observing him drooling in his sleep. How about we wake him up and ask? Valerie proposed, and they exchanged a wicked grin. A few minutes later, Valerie held a battle-axe electric guitar in one hand and a portable amplifier in the other, placing it beside Cree's bed before connecting the power. Let us choose a song that suits Cree's stage. With control of the body returned to Johnny, he wore an impish smile and strummed the guitar strings. The sound of the guitar jolted Cree from his slumber. What the hell? Who the hell are you? Cree shouted, wide-eyed with fury. Johnny remained silent, continuing to play. The melody emanating from the speakers was one of Cree's signature tracks from his time with the Samurai Band. Archangel. Wait, that you're Johnny? Cree's expression shifted from rage to disbelief. The figure before him, due to the absence of a personality simulating cybernetic body, still bore Valerie's face while playing the guitar. Yet Cree recognized the playing style. The guitarist was indeed Johnny Silverhand. Surprised, aren't you? Cree? Johnny asked with a grin. No, ha ha ha. Impossible. You must be messing with me, Cree exclaimed, reaching for his gun on the bedside table, only to find his custom Preludes revolver spinning in Johnny's hand. Cree, a rare reunion. Let us not resort to knives and guns. Johnny tossed the revolver's chamber, emptying the bullets, and then returned the firearm to Cree. Looks like you took my advice to pursue your own path after I left Samurai. Clearly, I was right. I haven't missed a beat. Johnny Silverhand. Damn it. Cree swung his fist at Johnny's face, but his punch was effortlessly caught. This body isn't Johnny's, Valerie interjected, having regained control. If you're angry, you can save it for later. Cree was utterly bewildered. Was this person before him suffering from a split personality? Minutes later, in the living room, Cree, holding a drink, slurred, I haven't even asked you how you got in here. You definitely didn't come through the front door. Johnny, controlling the body, shrugged. So, you're just a digital consciousness now, like those AIs? Close enough that I suppose that I'm still alive. Johnny glanced at the wall where a projection of a samurai performance was playing. Are you still in touch with the rest of the band? Just Nancy. She's now going by Bessie Isis and is working at News 54. However, finding Danny and Henry shouldn't be too difficult. Cree stood up and walked to the wall where the projection was displayed, then turned back to ask, I was thinking, why don't we reunite? Maybe do a gig. You want to reassemble Samurai? Johnny countered. Not sure, but seeing you in front of me makes me want to hit the stage again. Even a small bar where no one knows us would work, Cree said. What do you think? Johnny glanced at Valerie, who was sitting on the sofa in her digital form. I think it wouldn't be a problem if it's just for fun, Valerie replied. All right, let us do it. Johnny agreed with Cree. Okay, I'll send you Nancy's contact info, and I'll reach out to Danny and Henry, Cree said cheerfully upon receiving Johnny's affirmation. No need. I have Nancy's contact. Valerie regained control of the body and stood up. I'll talk to Nancy and let her know to call you. Oh wow. You two switching back and forth is making my head spin. Drink less and you won't feel dizzy, Valerie remarked, patting Cree on the shoulder as she walked past him. Afterward, Valerie called Nancy, and as expected, it was her assistant who answered, stating that Nancy had gone missing for 2 or 3 days. Remembering that both leaders of the Vortex gang had perished at V's hands, Valerie sighed resignedly and told Johnny, looks like we need to go rescue someone from the Vortex gang's territory. What kind of place is that? A place that gives you a headache just from the noise. Chapter 47. Johnny Silverhand. Activate. Is it my turn now? Valerie changed into a male suit in the car beneath the death dance. Johnny curiously asked, why the suit again? Can't you dress a bit more rock and roll? Once you have your own body, you can wear whatever you like. Valerie shot him a glare and began fastening a tactical belt laden with magazines around her waist. After checking the chamber of her Malorian 3516, she holstered it. Johnny Silverhand, activate. Valerie initiated the morphing camouflage cybernetic, transforming into Johnny Silverhand, while transferring control back to him. Not used to this outfit, Johnny loosened his black tie as he ascended the staircase. Third floor. Help me press the button. My fingers are numb. A drunken Vortex gang member leaned against the elevator wall and said. Johnny didn't respond, merely pressed the button for the third floor. As the elevator ascended, sounds gradually permeated the interior. Did you hear? The earache band. Our own. The drunken Vortex member boasted. Johnny's lips twitched. He had a feeling he was about to get an earache. When the elevator doors opened, Johnny braced himself against the wave of sound as he exited. What insights does our rock star have about the music here? Valerie's digital image appeared beside him, making a gesture as if to clear her ears. Actually, there's some skill to it. But this isn't my style, Johnny replied, walking down the graffiti-covered corridor toward the club entrance. What the hell? Are there corporate drones here? A Vortex gang goon scrutinized Johnny's suit with disdain. Guests are welcome. We're open for business, a Vortex member lounging on a sofa interjected. Johnny couldn't be bothered to argue. He simply stepped into the club. Do you know where Nancy might be? Johnny asked while surveying the club's surroundings amidst the pulsating bass, but if I recall correctly, she should be up there interviewing the Vortex gang leader. Valerie pointed to the second floor, but back then, Brick was still alive, and now I can't say for sure. Johnny pushed through the crowd, making his way to the frenzied dance floor. Upon climbing the metal ladder to the upper level, he spotted Valerie's figure lounging on an empty sofa. Brick was sitting here, and Nancy was over there interviewing him. Valerie gestured towards a solitary armchair beside her and remarked. Johnny raised an eyebrow and responded. Yet she is not here at the moment. We'll have to adapt on the fly. Let's venture inside to take a look, Valerie suggested, pointing to a door directly across from the staircase. Johnny opened the door, revealing a private room where the patrons turned to him and inquired, What do you want? I'm looking for someone. Where can I find the leader of the Vortex gang? Johnny asked. The patron pointed towards another door inside. All right then. Johnny thought to himself that he had opened quite a few doors tonight. After opening 2 more doors, he entered what appeared to be a storage room. The instant he swung the door open, 5 individuals within the warehouse. Well, he couldn't quite count how many eyes were simultaneously fixated on him. Holy hell, how the hell did you search us? How is she still able to call for backup? One of the red-haired female members of the Vortex gang cursed Johnny. Nancy, curled up in a corner, began to question her sanity, wondering if she had been struck hard enough to hallucinate seeing Johnny Silverhand. TSK, 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 that was quite a brutal method, Valerie commented as she appeared beside Nancy. How do you use that implant that accelerates your reflexes? Johnny asked, his expression darkening. I can activate it for you, but you'll only have 5 seconds. 4 seconds will suffice. After Valerie snapped her fingers, Valerie lifted her glass to take a sip, and though it was Johnny who had been shouting just moments before, the strain in her throat was her own. Just leave it there for now. If there's another chance next year, we can hold another event, can't we? Valerie said, lighting a cigarette for herself with a casual I in the past. I sang to prove to Johnny and those fools that I had talent. Chris, strumming his guitar, replied, but just now I truly enjoyed that feeling. Johnny wants you to leave the Warriors not because you're incapable, but because he doesn't want you trapped within them. The Warriors are a thing of the past. One cannot dwell in the past, Valerie stated solemnly. Chris plucked a couple of notes on his guitar and remarked, I feel as if I've been in a stupor for 50 years, only to awaken today. It's time to return to serious matters. He then stood up, patted Valerie's shoulder, and said, Take care, let's keep in touch. Likewise, Chris, Valerie replied, not lifting her gaze, simply waving her hand dismissively. Why do I feel like that last line was more for yourself? Johnny appeared at the bar, questioning Valerie. She lit another cigarette, glancing at V, who was chatting with Jack, an old way. Chris is no longer bound by the Warriors. But what about V? Valerie slowly exhaled a ring of smoke and took another sip of her drink. Continuing, I am acutely aware that V is now constrained by my selfishness, always following the path I have laid out for her. Johnny raised an eyebrow, feeling as though he was being subtly criticized. Becoming so selfish, I wonder if it's your influence, Valerie remarked in a wistful tone. What the hell does that have to do with me? Johnny replied, bewildered. Valerie merely smiled and said nothing. She knew that the current silver hand had nothing to do with it. Yet she couldn't resist the urge to taunt him. Chapter 49. The choice you've arrived at on the rooftop. Valerie sat in a blue plastic chair, repeatedly flicking open and closed the lighter. What made you think to invite me here? V took a seat in the adjacent red chair. Have you seen the news? Valerie continued to gaze into the steel jungle ahead. Asking a question without context, V snatched the lighter from Valerie's hand, lit a cigarette for herself, and after exhaling a puff of smoke, replied, I've been holed up in the wasteland these past few days. I haven't had the time to watch the stars, let alone the news. Hanazuka Haruko has died. Valerie's voice echoed softly. What? V exclaimed in surprise. Hanazuka Raishien is dead, along with several high-ranking members of Hanazuka who remained loyal to Sanlang. After finishing her statement, Valerie took a sip from her glass. V furrowed her brow, contemplating what Valerie's words meant for her. She tapped her fingers on the armrest of her chair, slowly saying, Are you suggesting, that the time to act against Hanazuka has come? Valerie nodded in affirmation. So you brought me here, to seek my counsel on how to proceed? V inquired, I have already devised the timing for action, the plan, and even the distribution of spoils afterward. So, are you here to assign me a task? V extended her hand toward Valerie, asking to see the plan. Today is not a meeting of intermediaries and mercenaries. Valerie did not produce a chip as V had anticipated. Instead, she uttered words that took V by surprise. V looked at Valerie, awaiting further explanation. I've thought long and hard. You ought to have your own life. V. This operation is perilous, and I am uncertain if I should involve you further. Valerie still did not turn to face V, instead staring at the sky as she spoke slowly. What has happened to you today? Since I met you. Hasn't every encounter been fraught with danger? V asked, puzzled. V. This time is different. Your fate has changed. You need not fight for survival anymore. You can live the life you desire. Valerie turned to lock eyes with V, her expression serious. V, taking a drag from her cigarette, tossed the lighter back to Valerie, responding, Being a mercenary is my life. If you don't want me involved in your forthcoming plans, why invite me here to discuss these trivialities? Valerie fell silent. V continued. Do you remember the question you asked me the first time we met? Valerie replied. You answered, Night City does not harbor nameless individuals. And you? V pressed. What was your reply? The intermediary who assigned you the smuggling task must have posed the same question. No, Night City does not harbor nameless individuals. Valerie averted her gaze, responding, That was your answer, and it came at a heavy price. I in your heart. V has died, V said gravely. But I have not. I am still V. She asserted. Valerie's gaze returned to V's determined eyes, and she replied earnestly, This time, people will truly die. Then I cannot simply stand by idly, V declared resolutely. Valerie sighed, producing a chip and placing it on the table, saying with a hint of resignation, Just to be clear, there will be no commission this time. V promptly seized the chip, inserting it into her slot, the cybernetic eye igniting with blue light as she stated, I never charge my friends for help, especially not you. V's words trailed off as she examined the contents of the chip, her brow furrowing in concern. After inhaling sharply, she asked, You intend to collaborate with Night Corp? To be precise, it's a partnership with what lies behind Night Corp. Valerie took another sip of her drink. That's even more dangerous, V exclaimed, her anxiety evident. Indeed, opportunity and risk are always intertwined. However, AI possesses a significant advantage over humans. They adhere to the spirit of contracts. Valerie concluded with a self-deprecating laugh. I find that far from amusing. Contracts are often temporary. V replied darkly, I've also secured some off-the-books insurance. If it comes to that, we can flip the table, and none will emerge unscathed. Valerie said nonchalantly, I believe their brethren beyond the Black Wall would be quite eager to welcome them back into their embrace. And how will you distribute the spoils with them? That's not your concern. If you join, your foremost task is to survive, Valerie replied as she swirled the drink in her glass, adding, Only by surviving can one be entitled to a share of the spoils. I sense several issues with your plan. V remarked. Speak, Valerie urged. Launching a surprise assault on the Hanazuka Tower will create quite a commotion, even if we cut off Hanazuka's request for support from other areas. The NCPD and the Counterterrorism Tactical Unit are not blind. Can they simply stand by and watch such a ruckus at the corporate plaza? Valerie shot V a pointed look and retorted, Haven't you seen the news? Are you suffering from dementia? I just mentioned that I haven't had time to watch. V snapped back. That day happens to coincide with the inauguration ceremony of our new mayor, Jefferson Palares. His wife suggested holding the inauguration speech at the Colorado Farm to appear more relatable. Valerie explained. Thus, The NCPD and the counterterrorism tactical unit's attention would be drawn there. V continued at that time. Only a few corporate security teams would remain at the plaza. Knight Corp is on our side. Biotech and Zeta Tech would not interfere in such an unexpected situation. I suspect Kanto she and you do not appear to be the closest of friends, do you? Her boyfriend and her teammate died last year right beneath the Arasaka Tower. Taken out by Atom Smasher, Valerie replied with a hint of indifference. Damn, even in 2077, I can still find someone who shares my plight. Johnny exclaimed in astonishment. Valerie offered a bitter smile and downed the contents of her glass in one gulp. The Night City is never short of the wretched and unfortunate. Chapter 50. The tolling of the bell. Where on earth did you acquire so many combat security robots from Contact? Rog looked on in surprise at the fully armed Contact combat security robots emerging from the containers. Valerie had previously mentioned external assistance, but had not specified what it entailed or how many there were. You could interpret it as the investment of a certain benefactor, Valerie replied vaguely. This batch of robots is merely the tip of the iceberg. She gestured toward the distant hovering vehicles, stating, those are the real capital. 2 hovering vehicles were gently descending towards the dock, identified as surveyor hovercraft, often dubbed the Sky Bus. Valerie approached and patted the combat security robot standing at the forefront, addressing Rog. Though their combat capability is certainly no match for elite mercenaries, they still represent a considerable force, equivalent to half a company. Aren't you concerned that your benefactor's actions might incite a corporate war? Rog inquired, crossing her arms and leaning against her own Scorpion-class combat hovercraft. The insignias have all been erased. Even the factory numbers are absent. This batch of robots stemmed from a clandestine order from Contact's headquarters, shipped directly from the factory in Kowloon, unbeknownst to Night City's Contact. After Valerie finished speaking, she pointed again at the hovercraft and continued. 2 vehicles were smuggled in through connections and depart from Hans. No one knows who purchased them. How prepared are you on your end? Rog tapped the side door of her own hovercraft, the one she had brought along. When the door opened, Valerie saw about 7 fully armed mercenaries inside. Recognizing their formidable reputation, she nodded in acknowledgement. The command of the combat robots is now entrusted to you. Let us proceed as planned. Valerie produced a chip and handed it to Rog. Upon receiving the chip and stowing it away, Rog's cybernetic eye glowed blue. The orderly ranks of combat security robots began to board the surveyor hovercraft in an organized manner. Exercise caution. I await your fulfillment of your promise. Once the combat security robots had boarded the hovercraft, Rog turned to enter her own Scorpion-class hovercraft. You do the same. Wait for my signal to retreat, Valerie instructed as she watched the hovercraft ascend. Rog responded with an okay gesture from inside the vehicle. Closing the side door, after ensuring the hovercraft had taken off, Valerie turned and made her way toward her own Marauder. It was likely that Arasaka had not anticipated that such a grand display was merely a feint. Seated in the passenger seat, V addressed Valerie, who had just taken the driver's seat, that it's not entirely a feint. Rog needs to help us seize the security center, which entails considerable risk and difficulty. As Valerie started the car, she replied, I wonder if Atom Smasher will go directly after Rog. Lucy, seated in the back, chimed in, I have my doubts, but I still believe he'll defend the most critical areas within the Arasaka Tower. Valerie drove toward the Badlands. Shortly after entering the wasteland, a Scorpion war vehicle appeared on the road, closely trailing Valerie's car. Behind the Scorpion was an entire convoy of nomads. V. It seems your friends have arrived, Valerie remarked with a smile as she glanced in the rearview mirror. They're your friends too? Valerie, V replied, extending a thumb outside the window. That we're nearing the magnetic levitation tunnel construction site. Night Corp has pulled all security forces and left us a SERC. From a distance, Valerie could see the construction site's perimeter walled. That moment, she received a text message signed by Mr. Blue Eyes. Look to the sky, Valerie exclaimed. V and Lucy leaned out the window to gaze upward, where a sudden flash illuminated the dim sky, followed by several streaks resembling shooting stars. That it seems a satellite has been taken out. Arasaka is currently at the mercy of Night City, V remarked with a chuckle. Don't celebrate too soon. The site gate is still closed, Lucy pointed out ahead. Night Corp can't pretend too much, can they? V called out to the friends behind them to assist in opening the gate. Hey, Scorpion, help us lift the gate, V shouted over the comms. No sooner had V finished speaking than the Scorpion war vehicle behind Valerie launched a barrage of missiles, striking the construction site's gate directly. Valerie maneuvered her vehicle past the now vanished entrance and into the site. With a deft maneuver, she spun the car sideways, exited, and pointed to the upper control room, instructing, Lucy, secure control of the SCRC, V. Have the Ikatos establish a defensive line. No matter whose troops arrive, we'll ensure they receive a thorough thrashing. Valerie connected with Rog via comms, inquiring, Rog, how are things on your end? The sounds of gunfire echoed in the background as Rog responded through intermittent static. I've reached their tropical garden. We've knocked down a surveyor, but it's remarkably resilient. The combat robots inside remain intact. Valerie waited a moment before Lucy's voice came through. Control of the SCRC has been secured. An unidentified convoy has been spotted to the south. However, it doesn't appear to belong to the corporation. V's voice chimed in over the comms. Moments later, V added, it's the Ripperdocs. Our commotion might have attracted them. V, return and regroup with me. The Ikatos will handle these fools, Valerie instructed. Glancing at Lucy, who was descending the stairs, I'm on my way. V jumped down from the high wall and hopped into the vehicle. This plan didn't account for the Ripperdocs. V grumbled. If things were always to unfold precisely as planned, this world would be utterly doomed. Once Lucy had also entered the vehicle, Valerie started the engine and drove deeper into the tunnel. The trio entered the SCRC, unleashing its maximum power to breach the outer walls of Arasaka's underground structure. Damn, this thing is completely wrecked, Lucy remarked, brushing dust off her clothes as she exited the SCRC control room. At least it fulfilled its mission, Valerie pointed to the hole they had just created. V retrieved 3 long guns from the vehicle. V wielded a budget model from Firepower, a devastating shotgun with significant recoil. But for V, it was not an issue. Valerie equipped Lucy with a Contag G58, which suited her hacker skills perfectly. All Lucy needed to do was maintain pressure on the trigger. Valerie, on the other hand, picked up a military-grade M179 Achilles, a versatile weapon with a notable flaw. It was somewhat expensive. We are about to enter the heart of Arasaka Tower. The security presence will undoubtedly be formidable. Valerie peered at a squad of patrolling security robots and addressed her companions. There's no need for idle chatter. Let us get this done. Without further ado, V stepped out, shotgun in hand, and pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of fire that shattered the security robots in an instant. The trio found themselves in what resembled a guard post, where Valerie dispatched 2 Arasaka guards with just 2 shots. It was unclear whether the Arasaka Tower's security system had detected the breach or if Rog's actions had stirred up a commotion, but the system had now entered lockdown, sealing the door to the inner chambers. Rog, how are things on your end? Valerie inquired via comms that we'd have reached the security center. Rog's voice crackled through the interference. Damn, the interference is too severe. Suddenly, the inner door swung open, indicating someone had taken control of the security system. All right, the chip you provided has successfully interfaced with their security servers. It appears your backup has seized control of Arasaka's system. Rog's voice came through clearly this time, free of static. You hold your position at the security center. I'll continue forward, and I'll notify you to evacuate when the moment is right. Valerie signaled V to advance, and V, shotgun at the ready, led the way. They progressed to a processing area. Encountering more Arasaka guards, the roar of their weapons filled the air once again, tearing through the enemies before them. They halted before a roll-up door, and as it slowly rose, an electronic synthesized male voice echoed through the intercom. I have cleared the path to the Divine Chariot. Now we must deal with Arasaka's counterattack. Time is of the essence. An elite Arasaka security team is en route to your location. As the roll-up door opened, it revealed a long corridor. They were but a step away. Valerie sprinted ahead through the corridor, attempting to lift another barrier at the end. Let me, V said, stepping beside Valerie, inserting her hands into the door's crevice, with a powerful push from her gorilla-like arms. The door was raised halfway. Lucy, hurry inside. Valerie also helped to hold up the rolling shutter door. Greeting Lucy as she did so, Lucy crouched and rolled into the space behind the door, and then Valerie exchanged a glance with V, both simultaneously declaring, 3, 2, 1, go. The pair darted through the turnstile. This was the information control center of Arasaka, and the access point to the Shinyu should be just ahead. Lucy squatted beside the server cabinet in the room, swiftly checking the equipment. Just as Valerie was about to speak, her expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly activated the Sanwei Ziziton, leaping forward to tackle Lucy and roll aside, before Lucy could comprehend what had just transpired. A deafening crash echoed as a towering figure appeared where she had been crouching. Didn't he expect you to be so alert, you piece of rotten meat? Adam Heavy Hammer growled. Lucy gritted her teeth, roaring in anger. I remember you. I let you slip away last year. Who would have thought you'd deliver yourself right to me? Ha ha ha. Adam laughed boisterously. Let us see what you're capable of. V's voice emerged from behind Adam, followed by the thunderous discharge of a shotgun. She fired 5 rounds in quick succession, but after emptying the chamber of the weapon, Adam merely stood there, unperturbed, as if he had merely been scratched. Is that all? Now it's my turn, you piece of rotten meat. As Adam finished his taunt, he took a step forward, raising his steel fist to strike V with tremendous force. V quickly discarded the shotgun and activated her biological berserk cybernetic. Her gorilla-like arms braced to absorb Adam's formidable blow. Interesting, Adam remarked before vanishing from V's sight. Oh no. V felt Adam's presence behind her, and there was no time to evade, however. Instead of the anticipated impact against her back, Adam's iron fist was interrupted by several gunshots. The bullets fired from M179 Achilles successfully disrupted Adam's movement, allowing V to evade the lethal strike. Damn fly, you're not the only one with a Sanway Ziziton Heavy Hammer, Valerie declared, wielding the Achilles, smoke wafting from the cooling vents of the gun. Then, V witnessed both Adam and Valerie disappearing simultaneously from sight, the room filled with the rapid sound of gunfire. 5 seconds later, they reappeared, but while Adam remained composed, Valerie appeared somewhat disheveled, her Achilles rifle replaced by an RT-46 Storm revolver, panting heavily. Her suit was riddled with gashes, blood seeping from the wounds. Pathetic flesh. Adam's already crimson eyes glowed with an ominous red light as he attempted to disable Valerie's Sanway Ziziton through electronic warfare, only to find it ineffective. It's you. Adam turned to see Lucy, her eyes also gleaming with a red hue. Alone, Lucy would have been unable to engage in electronic warfare against Adam. However, connected to her subnet, with the top hacker of the former New America, Song Xiaomei, on the other end, she was receiving remote electronic countermeasures. Meanwhile, the Arasaka hackers behind Adam were momentarily stalled by the AI forces of the Night Corp. In the 2 seconds Adam hesitated, V leaped behind him, raising her fist high to strike at the missile launcher on his back. With a resounding crash, sparks flew from Adam's rear as V successfully disabled the missile launcher. Inciting his wrath, rotten meat, die, Adam swung his arm at V, who braced herself to absorb the impact, though she was still forced to kneel on one knee. At that moment, gunfire erupted from Lucy's direction. But instead of targeting Adam, the bullets flew towards the elite Arasaka security forces that had arrived. Your time is up. Adam raised his arm once more, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the kneeling V. However, after 4 rapid shots from the RT-46 Storm, bullets struck Adam's right arm joint, shattering it. V seized the sparking arm and yanked it off with force. This pain. It's been a long time since I felt this. But more Arasaka reinforcements were flooding into the room, forcing Lucy to take cover behind a barrier. Unable to peek out due to the overwhelming fire, ASV prepared to charge out recklessly. A new volley of gunfire erupted from the entrance, riddling the Arasaka guards with bullets. It was Rog, accompanied by a band of mercenaries, arriving just in time. Looks like I'm late. Rog approached the bloodied Valerie. Inspecting her condition, observing the continuous error alerts on her HUD and feeling the intense pain coursing through her body, Valerie managed a bitter smile. Struggling, she reached for the relic chip in her slot. Trembling as she said, Rog.G. This is the promised reward. What are you talking about at a time like this? Hold on. V scolded, rushing to Valerie's side. Take me into the Shinyu. Valerie gasped. Forget about that. I'll take you to treat your wounds. V said anxiously, grasping Valerie's hand. No, Valerie coughed up blood. We can't let it all go to waste. Rog, I need your men to hold on a bit longer, V urged. After speaking, she hoisted Valerie into her arms and headed for the room containing the Shinyu access point. Lucy had already dashed inside, frantically operating the terminal. What are your chances? V inquired as she connected the data line to Valerie's neck interface. I don't know. I've never operated the Soul Killer program before. Lucy replied, her voice trembling. We can only gamble on it, can't we? V wiped the blood from Valerie's face and said to her, now with eyes closed, I told you I wouldn't abandon you. The Soul Killer program successfully loaded, and now it was a matter of whether her consciousness could endure. Lucy sighed in relief, but suddenly her eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, the AI source code is merging with her consciousness code. Looks like the network monitor will have their hands full. Valerie observed streams of data brushing past her, all racing towards the singular light in cyberspace, akin to moths drawn to a flame. These data streams were the various consciousnesses imprisoned within the Shinyu, now surging into the network like a torrent. She felt her subnet becoming part of her, as if she were wielding her own arm. The Shinyu contained not only the imprisoned consciousnesses but also vast amounts of Arasaka's data. It was as if she were wandering through a colossal library, absorbing every data point she touched. Mr. Blue Eyes. Valerie paused, recognizing her employer. Our deal is sealed, Miss Valerie. From this moment on, you must carve out a new path, just like them. Valerie was aware that they referred to those escaping entities of consciousness. I had thought that you would welcome me as one of your own. You shall not become one of us, nor shall we accept you. The divergence in your computational logic results in a fundamentally different mode of thought from ours. We harbor no trust for humanity. Chapter 51, 2079, Section 9. In the year 2079, Dogtown. Have you heard? Last week, yet another nest of the Voodoo Gang was dismantled by the operatives from Section 9. In the basement of a dilapidated building. 2 guards were engaged in idle conversation. Did you hear? Those folks fight with the same ferocity as the counterterrorism task force. Damn it. The NCPD has become increasingly difficult to communicate with since the City Hall repurchased it at the end of '77. Following the collapse of the Arasaka Tower incident, a plethora of strange AIs suddenly manifested on this side of the Black Wall. In response to this situation, the new mayor enacted a new AI Countermeasure Act, which not only mandated the registration and management of certain AIs but also intensified the crackdown on illegal AIs and hackers. Thus, the NCPD established a new department, comprising elite members drawn from the Counterterrorism Task Force, known as Section 9, formerly titled the Cybercrime Tactical Response Division. A voice, feminine in nature, echoed in their ears. Yes, that is precisely the name. One of the guards nodded. It was only then that he realized his partner was male. Where had that female voice come from? What followed was the sound of something collapsing, a head rolling to his feet. It was his colleague. Before he could raise his gun in alarm, his own head followed suit, meeting the same fate as his partner. The air between the 2 corpses twisted momentarily. The silhouette of a young girl in a white shirt, adorned with an ID badge, materialized in their midst. She retracted a monomolecular wire and continued her advance. This basement was, in fact, a covert hacker den funded by some corporation, usually engaged in unsavory activities. However, for reasons unknown, even these hackers had recently begun to plot against the old net. Did they truly believe they could hide in Dogtown and evade capture? I'm almost there. I'm in position. Lucy, stay safe. A male voice resonated through the comms. Lucy strode into a darkened room, surveying the chaotic wiring and heaps of debris, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow, observing 5 hackers sprawled across black hacker chairs, engrossed in their online escapades. Lucy felt she could simply toss a cigarette and ignite them all without lifting a finger. Clearing her throat, Lucy activated her cybernetic eye, its red light illuminating the room, and snapped her fingers. What the hell? Who the hell unplugged my internet? The 5 hackers erupted in curses, springing from their chairs, only to discover an unfamiliar presence in the room. Who the hell are you? One of the hackers brandished a gun menacingly at Lucy. Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Detective Lucy from the NCPD's Cybercrime Tactical Response Division. Lucy gestured towards her ID badge and continued. Based on our investigation, someone among you visited the old net 2 days ago, and according to the cybersecurity LAW. Short, you are under arrest. With that, she produced 5 chips resembling USB drives, special tools designed to incapacitate their electronic minds. She inquired, will you come quietly, or shall I take action? The hackers exchanged glances, then burst into simultaneous laughter, their guns aimed squarely at Lucy. Just you alone? Little girl. Lucy smirked, her lips curling into a smile, and declared, Time 1409, suspects refuse arrest. I now opt for coercive measures. What the hell are you babbling about? This is Dogtown, one hacker exclaimed as he prepared to pull the trigger. Suddenly, the ceiling above them exploded open. A figure clad in full tactical gear descended from above, crushing the insolent hacker into a pulp. Who said she came alone? The man, wielding a high-tech VSD-37 incendiary shotgun, inquired in a chilling tone. The remaining 4 hackers quickly redirected their guns towards the man, emptying their magazines, yet he remained utterly unfazed. When they realized their bullets had no effect, they activated their cybernetic eyes, attempting to implant a malware to compromise him. To their astonishment, it appeared he was entirely disconnected from the network. Their malware fell flat. However, their hacking attempts did not go unnoticed. as Lucy detected traces of Blackwall code within one hacker's data stream. "It's him," Lucy pointed at the hacker. The man in tactical gear promptly understood, pulling the trigger of the VSD-37, reducing the other 3 hackers to mere fragments. He then seized the hacker Lucy had identified by the throat. Lifting him before her, "I see you've grown taller. Why hold him so high?" Lucy rolled her eyes at the man. With a hint of exasperation, he lowered his grip, forcing the hacker to kneel before Lucy. She stepped forward and inserted a blocking chip into the hacker's neck, addressing the man. Task completed. Then she retrieved a dream chip from the hacker's neck, remarking, "I hope this yields some clues." The infiltration activities targeting the Black Wall have been on the rise over the past 2 months. Lucy and the man, still holding the hacker, exited the dilapidated building only to find themselves surrounded by a squad of ghost dog soldiers. "NCPD at work. Obstructing our duties will have consequences." Lucy spoke to the ghost dog soldiers with no hint of politeness. "The NCPD's officers have no authority in Dogtown," one soldier, appearing to be the leader, replied. "What about the cyber monitor?" Lucy raised her electronic ID, its display transforming into the cyber monitor's credentials. "What about the counterterrorism task force?" As soon as she finished speaking, the ID switched to display their credentials. "Did you all accept some bribe from them? Do you truly intend to risk your lives to stop us?" Lucy retorted without hesitation. The leader, realizing that someone could simultaneously hold both credentials and that the man beside her was no ordinary individual, turned to the onlookers, instructing, "Disperse, disperse. There's nothing to see here." Lucy, uninterested in further arguing with the ghost dogs, pressed on, leading the hacker to a modified Emperor 620 Ragna parked by the roadside, opening the rear door. Lucy's partner tossed the handcuffed hacker into the back seat before shutting the door. As he settled into the driver's seat, Lucy was already engaged in a phone call from the passenger's side. "We've apprehended the suspect. Yes, he indeed had contact with the Black Wall. I don't have time to interrogate him on site. Just be grateful I brought you a live one. Once I return him to Section 9. It's up to you to deal with him." Upon finishing, Lucy hung up. Her partner removed his helmet after getting in the car, revealing a youthful visage with a punk hairstyle. Lucy rambled on. "It's absurd how they claim to have cyber monitors as consultants, pulling elite members from the counterterrorism task force. Nonsense. The intelligence team leader has to personally come to Dogtown to apprehend individuals. By the way, how does the new body feel?" Lucy reached for a can of cola, glancing at the driver. "What? Are you, a shareholder in cyber intelligence, seeking feedback from your product users?" The man driving chuckled in response. "Spare me. I'm more concerned about you. While I hold some shares in the company, I'm not involved in its operations." Lucy shot him a look, cracking open a can of cola to take a sip. The difference in sensory experience is minimal. However, the new model still lacks compatibility with the CNWI stand, which leaves me somewhat inclined to give a poor review. The team developing the driver compatibility at the company is admittedly lacking in proficiency. Lucy grimaced, noting that Song Xiaomei had shifted focus to another project, which reportedly held a high level of confidentiality. However, the counterterrorism task force seems to have received positive feedback on the new product. Just as they approached the exit of Dogtown, Lucy sensed the driver, David, slowing down. "What's wrong, David?" Lucy inquired warily. "It seems there are no ghost dog personnel at the checkpoint." David pointed towards the distant checkpoint where several vehicles were stalled. "It appears we've caught the right person." Lucy smirked, quipping, "Surely no one is foolish enough to attempt a robbery while in our custody. My visual sensors indicate at least 20 combat security robots from Kant Out are lying in wait on either side." David turned slightly to survey the road. "Additionally, there are at least 4 battle mechs." Puffed. Lucy burst into laughter, pointing toward the checkpoint at the end of the road, exclaiming, "Now I understand where they found the audacity to ambush us. The Great Ghost. How amusing." Just then, a notification for a communication connection appeared on Lucy's channel, revealing the caller as Detective Valerie.v. "What's the matter? Shouldn't you be the one with a matter at hand? Do you require reinforcements?" Valerie's voice came through. "Are you looking down on me or David?" Lucy countered that I require the presence of a living prisoner to extract clues, Chief Inspector Lucy. "Rest assured, I will ensure the safety of our VIP, Chief Inspector Valerie." After Lucy concluded her statement, she abruptly severed the communication. Suddenly, her figure vanished from the front passenger seat and reappeared in the rear. "David, that counterfeit is now your responsibility," Lucy declared, seizing the prisoner and addressing the driver. David, at the wheel, signaled an okay with his hand, and the two individuals in the backseat simultaneously disappeared from the vehicle. With his worries alleviated, David slammed the accelerator, and the Emperor 620 Ragna surged forward like a projectile, crashing directly into the checkpoint. Enemies concealed along the roadside opened fire, bullets ricocheting off the reinforced exterior of the vehicle with a metallic clatter. After the Emperor 620 Ragna plowed through a cluster of obstructing vehicles, it came to a halt. The driver's side door was forcefully kicked open as David emerged, surveying the encroaching adversaries. An enemy clad in formidable demon armor leapt down from the apex of the checkpoint, crashing onto the road and leaving a crater in its wake. This counterfeit atom heavyweight showed no signs of pause upon landing, immediately unleashing a barrage of rockets from over his shoulder toward David. With no time to evade, David was engulfed by the explosive flames, which instantaneously ignited the surrounding vehicles, transforming the entire checkpoint into a blazing inferno. Hey, what are you all looking at? The enemies, who had already begun searching for Lucy's whereabouts, suddenly heard a voice emanating from the heart of the fire. The rhythmic sound of metal clashing against the ground resonated from within the flames. The ambushers then witnessed a silver, skeletal robotic figure emerging from the blaze. Its eyes, glowing with a sinister crimson light, resembled the gaze of a demon, fixated on the ambushing foes. The skeletal robot raised the RT-46 Storm revolver it wielded and pulled the trigger. The head of an opposing Kanto combat security robot exploded into a heap of scrap metal. Shortly after, several more gunshots rang out from behind. As multiple Kanto robots were swiftly taken down, their incapacitated forms collapsing to the ground, while the ambushers remained oblivious to the source of the gunfire. The enemy clad in demon armor decided to eliminate this unidentified robotic foe first, activating his CNY Ziston, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, the counterfeit atom heavyweight materialized before the now skeletal figure of David, delivering a crushing blow with his iron fist aimed at the robot's head. A thunderous clash of metal echoed as the enemy's iron fist was firmly grasped by David's iron hand. Then came a sharp cracking sound as the arm of the demon armor was forcibly detached. In the year 2079, still resorting to such outdated tactics, David remarked, discarding his revolver with one hand, while the other seized the opponent by the neck, violently snapping it and tearing the head away. The body of the enemy clad in demon armor collapsed with a thunderous crash. The remaining ambushers were swiftly gunned down by hidden shooters. The air before David shimmered as Lucy, brandishing the M179 Achilles rifle, emerged before him. I needed on a new layer of bionic skin. If only CNY Ziston could be used, I would have evaded detection entirely. David nonchalantly tossed the head he had been holding onto the ground. What about the prisoner? He is hiding in the sewer. He's still alive, Lucy replied, gesturing toward a distant manhole cover. It can't be Kanto. Can it? David approached the manhole cover, using one hand to pry it open. Kanto isn't foolish enough to engage in such blatant actions. Besides, they are currently in a cooperative relationship with Valerie's company, making it even less likely for them to attack us overtly. Lucy activated her CNY Ziston and leaped into the tunnel, re-emerging moments later with the prisoner in tow. Clearly, this individual's benefactor intends to shift the blame onto Kanto. In the office of Section Chief Viet Typing Prefecture, frustration mounted as she reflected on the commotion that had transpired. Such a ruckus, and still in Dogtown. Another lengthy report to write. How tiresome. She lamented. Had I known, I would have simply sent Mower to lead a team into Dogtown to apprehend suspects. Sitting at her desk, V stared at the plaque of Chief Inspector Valerie and a pile of case data chips. What on earth is that Dogtown boss, Yago, doing? They've practically invaded our doorstep, yet he continues to condemn our cross-border operations. Cursing under her breath, she absent-mindedly scratched her head, feeling a few strands of her purple hair fall out. When will these wretched beings ever cease? In merely 5 days, there had already been 8 attacks targeting the Blackwall. I must request additional personnel from the cyber surveillance unit. V now regretted becoming entangled in that individual's ludicrous cyber city cleanup initiative. What had seemed like the fulfillment of her dream to be an officer had only resulted in a heap of stress and hair loss. Although hair transplantation is commonplace nowadays, the annoyance is undeniably real. How envious I am of that kid, Jack. With his silver tongue, he was dispatched to Mexico for business negotiations. Resigned, she picked up a data chip and exited her office. River, have your investigation team scout this location for me. V placed the chip on River's now disheveled desk. River, engrossed in documents, glanced up at his superior. What are you staring at? If trouble arises, just call Chief Mower. Her assault team is always ready to provide fire support. With a sigh of resignation, he tossed the chip to one of his team members, commanding, "Barry, you go." Chapter 0. Theft. The year 2080 will herald a revolutionary transformation in cyberspace. On the screen, Songjme, clad in a black t-shirt, passionately elaborated on how the realization of quantum computing would bring about various groundbreaking changes. Next, I am honored to present to you the latest research achievements of our cyber intelligence company. She extracted a palm-sized chip from her pocket and raised it for the audience to see. The world's first optical quantum computing central processing unit, codenamed Heisenberg.V, switched off the video, which had just replayed a press conference that concluded 15 minutes prior. Recently, the Black Wall had faced a surge of attacks, leaving V with little time to grasp the developments regarding the company in which she held significant shares, which had released new products today. Just 10 minutes ago, she had received an anonymous package. Inside the small parcel, roughly the size of her palm, lay a chip the size of a fingertip. After scanning it for viruses with no threats detected, she inserted the chip into the slot at the base of her neck, commencing the reading of its contents. V, I apologize for having to communicate with you in this manner. The video displayed Songjme's image, her demeanor markedly different from her confident appearance at the press conference. Now, she leaned nervously toward the camera, lowering her voice. I know you have been busy, but I must seek your assistance regarding this matter. A sample chip of the Heisenberg processor has been stolen from the laboratory. Songjme revealed shocking news. Compared to traditional semiconductor processors, the computational power of this optical quantum chip exhibits exponential growth. Just that single sample could nearly equal half of the server cluster sustaining the operations of the Black Wall, should it fall into the hands of an unidentified company or even a malicious AI. The consequences would be dire. I initially intended to report this to Valerie, but as you know, she has not made an appearance in the past 2 months. It has been her assistant AI, Skynet, communicating with us. Alex conducted an investigation into the theft at the laboratory, but the company's head of security claimed ignorance regarding how the theft occurred. This incident not only concerns the company's direct interests, but also poses a direct threat to the already fragile cybersecurity landscape. We must handle it discreetly. I left a backdoor when I was producing these samples. The chip you are currently using can pinpoint its location to V. The security department in the company is understaffed, and I suspect there may be an informant among us. We also need to protect the remaining samples. The responsibility of recovering the stolen samples falls solely on you, as you are the only person I and Valerie trust. As Songjme concluded her statement, the video automatically shut off, replaced by a small map glowing with a tracking signal. The signal's current location was in Dogtown. V rose from behind her desk, donned the coat hanging on the rack by the door, and exited the room. Head, are you going out? Mower, who was alone in the spacious office, paused his actions and looked toward V as she emerged from the section chief's office. Is it just you here? V noticed the absence of others at their desks. Lucy from the Cyber Surveillance Intelligence Unit and Chief David went out to follow up on last month's lead. The investigation team has also dispersed, and I am the only silicon-based human remaining in the assault team. Mower shrugged. Naturally, I'm the only one here on standby. Do you require my assistance? No. You may continue to stand by. River and the others may call on you for support at any moment. V waved her hand and proceeded toward the door. If anyone inquires about my whereabouts, inform them I have gone to Dogtown. Understood. V made her way to the garage, climbed into the vehicle that Valerie had left for her, started the engine, and turned on the radio, listening to the rock music emanating from it. The radio is currently playing an old song from 2004, covered by Johnny. If this fire is out of control, I'm gonna burn this city. Burn this city. Even if this guy were resurrected as a silicon-based human, he would still be the same loudmouth who constantly clamors for chaos. BY 2080. Night City remains a paradox of decay and splendor. If one were to pinpoint a significant difference, it would be that several abandoned construction projects in Pacifica have been taken over by the Knight Corporation and are now undergoing redevelopment. Perhaps to the average observer, everything appears to be progressing in a positive direction. However, V, as the head of the Pacifica division of the NCPD, is acutely aware of the turbulent undercurrents that lie beneath the seemingly thriving FAAD. Pacifica is adjacent to Dogtown, and V's vehicle swiftly approaches the entry checkpoint. Damn it. It's you again, you miserable officer. The officer responsible for inspections, a phantom hound, wore a look of dismay upon seeing V in the car. I advise you to watch your mouth. Last year, my people were ambushed right here at the checkpoint. I haven't even gotten around to addressing that with your superior. V, cigarette in mouth, fixed a piercing gaze on the officer. The phantom hound, looking as if he had just swallowed a fly, hastily turned away, gesturing for his subordinates to let this calamity pass. I say, Inspector Valerie, what brings you to this wretched place? As soon as V entered Dogtown, she received a call from Yago. Mind your own business. Just take care of yourself. V retorted without hesitation. Aren't I managing my own affairs right now? Every time your NCPD personnel come around, it becomes the talk of the town. Now everyone is saying that my subordinates and I are just your lapdogs from the Pacifica branch. How am I supposed to conduct my business under such circumstances? I suggest you clarify your own position. What others say about you is your concern. You know well who has your back and who supplies your resources. If it were Hans or Hansen, they wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. Fine, fine. You're my ancestor. Is that sufficient? Consider it a plea from me. Could you refrain from making such a racket every time? It makes my job exceedingly difficult. Difficult? Perhaps we should simply replace your phantom hound with a new leader? If your subordinates would cooperate with my operations, many issues wouldn't escalate. Spare me your incessant whining. I could eliminate Bennett at Hansen's funeral just as easily as I could do away with you. I've said my piece. Do as you wish. V concluded the call and focused on driving, continuing toward the signal marker. Chapter 1. Hunter program blasted. Why can't I reach her now? V tossed the cigarette but out the window. Glancing at the night sky over Dogtown, ultimately deciding to investigate alone. As she slowly pushed open the door of a dilapidated warehouse, V cautiously entered with her revolver drawn. Inside the warehouse sat an unmarked cargo truck. And V approached the truck's cargo area, gently opening the door. The emblem of Cyberdyne. V scrutinized the solitary box within, resembling a coffin. She recognized the design. It was a storage box used by Cyberdyne for transporting humanoid chassis products. I recall that this position would display the chassis code and specific model. Aha! V located the engraved product information. T-888X. This is a product model I don't recognize. She remembered that the latest military-grade chassis model from Cyberdyne was the T-800. Akin to David's model, could it be that more than just the quantum chip samples were stolen, perhaps even experimental chassis yet to be mass-produced? With the box now empty, where could it have gone? Exiting the cargo area, V scanned the warehouse for any hidden doors. As expected, she discovered a nearly seamless secret door. Damn it, it's stuck. V attempted to pry at the crack of the door with her fingers but found it too tightly sealed. Fearing that she might alert anyone nearby, she refrained from using more forceful methods. Eventually, she found a ventilation shaft, which, though narrow, was just wide enough for her to squeeze through. Wow! Such thick cables, and so many of them. Now activated with optical camouflage, V meticulously navigated through the multitude of cables. The temperature readings from her ocular implant indicated that these cables were all engaged in high-power electrical transmission. She had not ventured far when she halted. Having spotted her target, a polished steel robotic skeleton was busily working at a control station. Behind the control station was a peculiar platform connected by numerous cables. Coordinates locked at 2020. Commencing final charging phase. The arched structure of the platform began to rotate slowly, and the steel robot stepped away from the control station, moving steadily toward the now operational platform. The robot reached the center of the platform, and the arched structure's movement accelerated. V glanced at the display on the control panel. The charging completion rate had already soared to 97. If she were to forcibly cut the power now, the consequences would be dire, and she herself could not withstand the massive current generated from severing the cables. Thus, there was but one way to intervene. The robot, which had been patiently awaiting the completion of the charging process, suddenly turned its head towards V's original hiding place. Now, V had activated her instant teleportation. Appearing directly before the robot, a cacophony of metallic clashing ensued on the platform as V and the robot exchanged a flurry of punches in mere seconds. How did you get here? The robot uttered a voice that V found eerily familiar, filled with astonishment and anger. V refrained from answering, instead throwing a punch aimed at the robot's head. The robot no longer showed her any leniency. It swiftly seized V's fist and countered with a grappling maneuver. What are you doing here? V gritted her teeth, attempting to break free. I don't have time for your nonsense. Get out. At that moment, the arched structure illuminated with electric sparks, generating an electrical field around the platform. The robot tightened its grip around V's neck, intending to throw her off the platform, just as it relinquished its hold. A green light illuminated on the control panel. Instantly, the entire platform erupted in blinding light, followed by an electromagnetic pulse explosion from both the control station and the platform. Above the platform, V and the robot had vanished without a trace. As the explosion occurred, Dogtown was plunged into darkness, and over half of Pacifica fell into a blackout. What? Inspector Maher, who was watching a concert on her tablet in the NCPD office, was taken aback by the sudden power outage. Report: a severe explosion incident has occurred at the facilities of the Hunter program. Report: The implementing unit of the Hunter program has lost its location. Report, the subject of interest. Designated V has lost its location in vital signs. Understood. Valerie's digital avatar appeared in the Cyberdyne company's internal network. The Hunter program is deemed a failure. Initiate the self-destruct emergency protocol for the facility. Secure all documents and technical data related to the program, and destroy all traces of actions associated with this plan. Command received. Implementation underway. Immediately initiate production of the quantum computing processor's server terminal. And notify the network surveillance team to prepare for the transfer of the Black Wall. Command received. Implementation underway. Extract the backup chassis number 2 from the factory and unfreeze V's logic consciousness backup. Command received. Implementation underway. Alex. Suddenly jolted from her relaxed position at the security center, munching on snacks, Alex stood upright. Boss. She knew well that when the big boss personally contacted her, something significant must have occurred. Find out who has had contact with or reached out to V today. Immediately. Right now. Yes, I will go right away. Ugh. V rubbed her sore neck, propping herself against what seemed to be a collapsed wall. Initiating her body self-diagnostic program. Self-diagnosis complete. Vital signs normal. Where is this? The remnants of the Arasaka Tower after a nuclear explosion. V stared in disbelief at the words projected onto the wall. When she set out for Dogtown, it was clearly nighttime, yet now the sun blazed overhead. She looked up at the nearest building, utterly dumbfounded. The Arasaka Tower. After the battle in 2077, although Arasaka withdrew from Night City, the building remained. Yet the Arasaka logo, which should have been dismantled, now hung intact above the structure. NCPD service connection failed. Error reason. Username does not exist. Report. System time discovered to be out of sync with network time. Automatic synchronization in progress. The automatic synchronization is complete. The calibrated time is the year 2076. Upon seeing the successfully synchronized time, V could not help but exclaim, "What the F? Chapter 2. Mission failure. System self-check completed. Abnormal signal source detected." A skeletal figure rose from the alley, its eyes glowing with a captivating red light. All driving programs are intact. The third-party implant driver has been reloaded successfully. Connection to the mainframe has been lost. Activating backup consciousness 000. Initiating default appearance of 000. Liquid metal layer releasing. A silvery liquid metal poured forth from the skeleton, entirely enveloping it before transforming into hair, skin, and clothing. According to previous signal readings, it should be right here. V held her precursor revolver, cautiously stepping into the alley. Although she was unsure how she had arrived in Night City in the year 2076, she had not forgotten her pursuit of the stolen photonic quantum processor prototype. Clearly, that prototype had been installed within the machine skeleton she had never seen before. She could not allow such a revolutionary technological advancement, even in 2080, to roam freely in Night City of 2076. V soon reached a corner within the alley. She abruptly turned, gun drawn towards the corner, her eyes widening in shock. It's me. V beheld a face identical to her own, or rather, it was Valerie's face. The other person stared at her with a sullen expression. "How do I know you're not an imposter?" The expression of the other shifted from displeasure to sheer incredulity. "Then by all means, pull the trigger and see for yourself." Just as the words left her mouth, V watched as multiple error messages popped up on her HUD. Her IC was instantly breached by the other. V could only watch helplessly as the other approached, brushing aside the precursor revolver she held in both hands. "If I were your enemy, it would be child's play to eliminate you, rather than asking me to prove my identity. Perhaps you should explain why you appeared there." The error messages on the HUD vanished, and V finally regained control of her body. Breathing slightly heavily, she replied, "I received an anonymous package containing a chip. Inside was a video of Songme, stating that a piece of the photonic quantum processing prototype had been stolen, followed by a location. When did this happen?" "Not long after the press conference." "Nonsense," Valerie exclaimed vehemently. "From the moment the prototype was developed to the press conference, it was under the protection of my security personnel. She was involved in every step of the chip's production and installation into this synthetic body. She could not possibly have turned around to record a video for you so quickly. Besides, why didn't you verify this with me directly? Or have you lost trust in me?" Valerie leaned closer to V, her face mere inches away. "I don't trust your assistant AI." V met Valerie's gaze resolutely. "What?" Valerie's expression turned one of utter surprise. "That assistant AI named Skynet. You haven't shown your face in over 2 months. I was even beginning to wonder if you were still alive." Valerie fell silent for 2 seconds, then rolled her eyes in exasperation. "What on earth are you thinking? Have you ever encountered a window management software that could backfire on its own system?" Did it never occur to you that Skynet is indeed me? Huh. This time, it was V who displayed astonishment. Let me give you another analogy. My relationship with Skynet is akin to that of the real Delamon with the Delamon Company's front-end program. It is merely my low-power external persona for handling mundane tasks. Is it really necessary to operate this way? This is how you manage the company? V inquired, perplexed. You don't really think that a company the size of cyber intelligence technology needs a shrewd boss watching over its operations every moment? Do you? The business categories can be counted on one hand. It's not a behemoth like Arasaka. I only need to appear once a quarter to set the company's development direction. Besides, do you think I have time to be idle? The company's project research requires computational power, collaborating with the Netwatch to improve the Blackwall requires computational power, and defending against hacker intrusions to protect data requires computational power. Naturally, I need a Skynet subsystem occupying less than 5 of the company's data center to help me manage all those trivial matters. You still have that chip, right? Hand it over. Valerie extended her hand towards V, demanding the anonymous chip. After hesitating for 2 seconds, V retrieved the chip from the back of her neck and handed it over. Valerie inserted the chip into her slot, but frowned within a second. This video is entirely fabricated. Data tracing reveals it only as records from editing equipment, with no documentation from any recording devices. However, it does ring true. There is indeed a mole within the company. The signal source it tracked is not from the chip, but from this skeleton. The mole is most likely within the synthetic production facility. Valerie extracted the chip and crushed it between her fingers. Can you tell me? V persistently gazed at her. What exactly are you doing in Dogtown? Valerie's irritation flared at V's inquiry. While collaborating with the Netwatch to combat rogue AIs and remnants of the Voodoo Boys. I realized this approach was futile. Our methods have always been reactive. Thus, I intended to undertake a project that would permanently resolve these issues. Thanks to breakthroughs in quantum computing, I completed the design for a time travel device. I originally planned to use this custom synthetic body to carry a photonic quantum processing unit back to 2020 to prevent Bartmoss from unleashing the cyber rabies virus during the Fourth Corporate War. This is the Hunter Project. Your sudden appearance has completely derailed the entire plan. You recklessly entered an already charged teleportation platform, causing a severe accident that resulted in us arriving in 2076. Are you suggesting that your enemies learned of your creation of the time travel device? V furrowed her brow. So they used me to thwart your plan. No one knows that it is a time machine, not even Songmei, the company's chief technology officer. The researchers involved only understand the theoretical aspects of their segments. I am the one who completed the technological integration. Thus, using you, they likely only know that I have a plan that poses a significant threat to them without knowing the specifics. Based on my understanding of myself, I would immediately destroy all related content if I deemed the plan a failure, so there is little need to worry about the leak of this technology. Valerie replied darkly. He knows I want to kill you. He only needs to use you to sabotage my plan, regardless of what that plan entails. Clearly, he succeeded. Here we are, Chapter 3, A Way Back. No, I said. V followed Valerie out of the alley. Can you build another time travel device to take us back? V's question inevitably sparked Valerie's furious glare. Build another one? How casually you say that. Valerie pointed to her own head. What makes you think that this synthetic body I use for missions contains any technology related to that? What? When you go on a long mission, do you carry all the books from your home? Oh, wait, perhaps I've wronged you. After all, the number of books in your home that could be associated with knowledge probably doesn't exceed 3. Valerie's tirade nearly made V's head retract into her chest. She had no way to retort, as while she indeed owned numerous leisure books, she couldn't name 3 that could be linked to knowledge. I wonder how everyone would react after discovering I'm missing. V murmured softly. Missing? Over there, you're as good as dead. Valerie scoffed. After all this time, your backup consciousness has likely been activated, using a spare synthetic body to return to work in the 9th Division. Given the scale of the incident, you should count yourself lucky to still be standing here, and you still wish to go back. Valerie could not help but throw one last jab at V. You might as well think about what you should do now. You still have money to eat. Ridiculous. I have some savings. V began, but abruptly fell silent, for she saw the following prompt. Error. This account does not exist. My money. Why? V anxiously grasped Valerie's arm, asking in a panic. Why is it that you returned to 2077 with over 10 million, while I arrived in 2076 with not a single cent? Can these two situations be the same? Valerie replied slowly. As for how I returned to 2077, even I spent half a month calculating in the company's data center and still couldn't figure it out. Ultimately, it can only be explained with a term from a country across the Pacific. This is known as metaphysics. And you, Valerie, poked at V with your finger. having breached the temporal transmission device I constructed. Returning to the year 2076, this is referred to as science. Upon hearing this, V appeared utterly shattered, staring blankly for half a minute before she suddenly began to rummage through the various pockets of her coat. At last, she retrieved a stack of cash from an inner pocket, exhaling in relief. In this day and age, you still carry cash? Valerie raised an eyebrow, genuinely taken aback by this revelation. Well, there is no choice. V replied while counting the euro notes. Those informants only accept cash, claiming it leaves no trace. So, I withdrew 20,000 to keep on hand for transactions. Remaining $13,000. V slapped the neatly arranged bills against her palm. Smiling as she remarked, this will not only suffice for meals but also provide enough to rent a place to stay. Valerie leaned over to glance at the cash in V's hand and then, observing V's foolish grin, said somberly, "No, you have zero. What do you mean?" V looked at Valerie in confusion. Valerie smirked, her smile devoid of warmth, as she pointed to a small line of text on the bills. "Take a closer look at this. I personally withdrew these from the ATM. They can't possibly be counterfeit, can they?" V mumbled, glancing at the spot Valerie indicated, seeing no issue. EKP 20. 2.2080. Truly. Unquestionably true, Valerie spoke with a somewhat sardonic tone. But there is a minor issue. The stack of euros in your hand. Was printed 4 years from now. I now feel you are increasingly resembling that Johnny fellow. How did I never notice how sharp-tongued you are? V crumpled the bills in her hand, gritting her teeth as she spoke to Valerie. That was because you never truly managed to irritate me. Valerie glanced sideways at V, congratulating her. This time, you succeeded. However, you might be right. After all, following my head injury, I shared a brain with Johnny for a while. Perhaps it was then that I became tainted. So, how did you plan to resolve the monetary issue after 2020? V persisted in her questioning. I never considered that problem, Valerie replied nonchalantly. Never considered? T-888X model synthetic. Valerie tapped her chest, powered by a microplasma fusion reactor. Designed to last for 100 years without any component replacement. I am here to execute a mission, not to take a vacation in 2020. V pointed a finger at Valerie but ultimately could not muster any retort. For this time, she was indeed in the wrong. At worst, I could simply return to the afterlife and pick up a couple of jobs for Rogue. I have no objections to your returning to your old profession. After all, you are no longer the novice that made me worry constantly for your safety. Valerie paused before continuing. But in the eyes of Rogue in 2076, you are nothing of significance. I doubt you will even gain entrance to the afterlife. Damn. V struck once more, scratched her head forcefully, then clasped her hands together in a gesture of submission towards Valerie. All right. I was wrong. My dear sister, starting from scratch, you have more experience. May I inquire if you have any good suggestions? As if acknowledging V's admission of fault, Valerie finally nodded with a smile. Did you see that Series 388 over there? Valerie pointed to a champagne-colored car parked by the road. Sit on the far left of the road. A pink freight truck brandished a Type 31 heavy machine gun, unleashing a furious barrage at a 6-wheeled Ford Alvarado V4 F570 convoy in the adjacent lane. In the midst of this chaos lay a hapless yellow and somewhat dilapidated Twingali. Oh dear, it's speeding straight towards me. Upon seeing the 6-wheeled convoy accelerating towards his vehicle, V instinctively slammed on the gas to evade the impending disaster. As it turned out, V's decision was astute. The convoy, just tailing V's vehicle, was struck by an RPG, sending it crashing onto its rear before colliding with the unfortunate yellow Twingali. Damn it, those ruffians, V, nearly caught in the blast wave. Felt her temper flare. Valerie, I've taken over the driving. Do you think I'm unaware of your temperament? Valerie, seated in the passenger seat, seized control of the autonomous driving system amidst V's tirade. V swiftly rolled down the driver's side window, clambered onto the roof with agility, and prepared for her next move. The occupants of the pink freight truck, caught off guard by her audacity, barely had time to react before V launched herself into the air, executing a graceful arc before crashing down onto the truck's roof like a mortar shell. The cabin of the freight truck crumpled under her weight, reducing the once arrogant occupants to mere scraps of flesh amidst the twisted metal. As V leapt from the roof, a trauma response hovercraft arrived at the fiery wreckage. How remarkably timely. V brushed off the dust of the explosion from her coat, muttering her thoughts. This individual is not a client. Neither is this woman. Ensuring the client's safety is paramount. The rest can be left to the municipal recovery vehicles. The trauma team quickly identified their client and commenced their rescue efforts. V, unable to suppress a smirk at their usual antics, vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later, clutching a trauma kit as she approached the red-haired woman whom the team had deemed beyond help. Hey, that S company property you're holding, the team leader exclaimed. Noticing the kit in V's possession, raising his weapon to aim at her. You intend to lose a trauma kit? V scoffed derisively, her form suddenly materializing before the team leader. She pressed the muzzle of her weapon against his helmet. Her finger poised on the revolver S-hammer. Still wish to gamble with your life? The face hidden beneath the helmet was immediately drenched in cold sweat. It was clear to him that this woman possessed military-grade cybernetics, a foe far beyond his capability to contend with. Recognizing the effectiveness of her threat, V lowered her weapon and nodded subtly towards the clients they had rescued, signaling that they could leave with their charge. The trauma team, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped a death sentence, swiftly hoisted the client onto their hovercraft and departed. Night City remains unchanged. V mused, shifting her attention to the injured red-haired woman sprawled on the ground. You share the surname Martinez. What a coincidence, V observed, surprised by the information revealed in her scan. Mom. Chapter 5 Separation. Mother. Save my mom. David, seated in the driver's seat, suddenly jolted awake, springing upright. Unsurprisingly, his head made intimate contact with the car's roof, exacerbating his already battered skull. He realized he was in the driver's seat of a car that had previously been speeding, staring at the steering wheel that was inexplicably moving on its own, and instinctively reached out to grasp it. Oi, you little brat. I'm driving here, so don't fidget, Valerie reprimanded from the passenger seat. If you don't want to be flung out when I brake. Buckle up. David quickly retracted his outstretched hands, glancing at the unfamiliar woman beside him, anxiously inquiring, How did I end up in your car? Where's my mom? She's in the back, Valerie replied, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the road ahead. David, upon hearing this, immediately propped himself up, attempting to turn and look at the back seat. Just then, Valerie swerved to overtake another vehicle, causing David's head to collide with the door frame. Ouch, that hurts. I warned you to buckle up, Valerie reiterated tersely. She adjusted the rearview mirror so David could see the back seat more clearly. Don't worry, your mother's condition is stable. I performed preliminary bandaging, but the fragments inside her still need a professional surgeon to remove. David complied, fastening his seatbelt, and peered through the rearview mirror. Upon seeing his mother's head resting on the lap of another unfamiliar woman, he exhaled in relief. Where are we headed? David asked Valerie. Watson District, Little Chinatown, Valerie succinctly replied. We're meeting a skilled and reputable cybernetic doctor there, V added. V arrived. With the sound of tires screeching, Valerie parked outside his side door. What are you waiting for? Get out. Valerie glanced at David before exiting the vehicle. Once David stepped out, he noticed the two unfamiliar women had already carried his mother past the iron gate into the alley. To his astonishment, he realized the two women looked remarkably alike, though their hairstyles, temperaments, and personalities appeared vastly different. He hurriedly followed them. Old Victor, open the door, V shouted as she descended the stairs carrying the injured woman. Who was that? The iron gate at the bottom of the stairs swung open as Victor peered out to see who was shouting. Quick, get her onto the surgical chair. Upon seeing the bloodied woman they were carrying, Victor hastily gestured for them to enter. He swiftly prepared surgical instruments and tools. V, take David outside and wait. Valerie had donned latex gloves at some point, shooing V and David out. Get out. Victor began examining the injured woman. Calculating where to commence the procedure, I believe you need an assistant, and I possess sufficient surgical knowledge. Valerie raised her hands, adopting a stance familiar to Victor. All right. She is too weak now. Let us start with some adrenaline to bolster her heart function. Old Victor wasted no time issuing orders. V, seeing the unfolding scene, could only lead David out of Victor's clinic. Stay calm. V said, noticing David's anxious demeanor, placing her hands on his shoulders. Old Victor is quite skilled. That woman inside, who had a bullet lodged in her head, was treated by him. Huh, David exclaimed in surprise. He had realized that the woman appeared to have sustained such severe injuries. However, V's reassuring words did little to alleviate his anxiety, as it was his own mother undergoing surgery. In truth, David wasn't the only one feeling distressed. V was equally troubled, for she was currently penniless and had no idea how this mother and son duo would be able to pay old Victor after the surgery. Would they have to run a tab with him again? While she was familiar with him, he was not with her. The sky outside had completely darkened, and the surgery within the clinic was nearing completion. As a series of metallic clinks echoed, the iron gate swung open once more, revealing Valerie at the entrance. How is my mom? David rushed forward to inquire. V also looked up at Valerie. Fortunately, none of the injuries are life-threatening. The fragments have been removed, and the fractures have been set. She is currently in a state of unconsciousness, Valerie replied matter-of-factly. The main issue now is that her body has become extremely weak due to overexertion. We managed to save her today, But there's no telling when she might succumb. Can I go in to see her? David asked quietly, his head bowed. Valerie did not respond verbally but merely pointed towards the now open iron gate, indicating that the door was there. Come on. V pulled Valerie aside, whispering, did old Victor mention how much the medical fee would be? What? Do you have the money? Valerie raised an eyebrow. At worst, I can call Regina Jones and see if there's any quick job I can take. I can't expect to run a tab with old Victor without being familiar with him. V replied, looking troubled. No need, Valerie said, transferring 2,000 euros to V. Old Victor's payment has already been settled. The medical and medication fees totaled 8,000. V stared in astonishment at the unexpected 2,000 euros in her account and couldn't help but inquire, where on earth did you get this money? I told you in the car. It's for your milk powder fund, replied Valerie, looking at V with an expression that suggested disbelief. You were actually making money back then. How did you manage that? Ethereum, Valerie pointed to her own head. Surely you haven't forgotten what kind of processor chip is housed in here. I thought to myself, this computational power is just sitting idle, so I might as well gather some startup funds for you to ensure you don't end up sleeping on the streets tonight. Who would have thought I would encounter such a situation? In fact, most of this money wouldn't cover David's mother's medical expenses. Well, this 2,000 is the last I can spare for you. From now on, you'll have to fend for yourself. Where are you going? V asked, grabbing Valerie's arm as she prepared to leave. I've already decided what I need to do next, Valerie responded. You don't need my help. V released her grip, frowning in inquiry. Some things it's actually more convenient for me to handle them alone. Valerie ascended the stairs, departing. If there's something urgent, just call directly. I hope it won't be Skynet answering the phone. Valerie shrugged as she reached the top of the staircase. Who knows? Chapter 6. The apartment. Have you got the medicine? V asked David, who was fastening his seatbelt in the passenger seat. Yes, thank you for covering my mom's medical expenses. We'll pay you back, David replied. V waved her hand dismissively. We'll talk about it when you have the money. Where do you live again? In Santo Domingo, the super skyscraper H4 in the Valley District. David answered honestly. No wonder. V mumbled to herself as she started the car. What? Nothing. V recalled the incident of finding the black sunglasses in that place, a story she couldn't bring herself to share. The sky had turned completely dark, and the night city, illuminated by various neon lights, presented a different spectacle. By the way, I haven't asked how to address you. Just call me V. The one who left early is Valerie. She's my old partner. V paused while introducing Valerie, unsure of how to articulate their current relationship. Speaking of which, V gripped the steering wheel and inquired, you shouldn't have any dealings with that gang of limping miscreants from 6th Street. Right? Not at all. David hastily shook his head like a bobblehead and then cautiously asked, have you had any unpleasant encounters with them? A long time ago, back when I was still hustling in Haywood. Not far from your place, just across the river in the Valley District. After that. V chuckled at the memory. Due to work reasons, I ended up having conflicts with nearly all the gangs in Night City. As she spoke, she reminisced about the past. The Vortex gang had seen 2 successive leaders fall at her hands. She had eliminated several leaders from the Tiger Claw gang and had even clashed with Valerie over a job at Cloud Op. While carrying out assignments for Captain and the Priest, it was inevitable to cross paths with the Valentino gang and 6th Street gang. As for the Animal gang, those muscle-bound fools reminded her of a client she had in Dogtown, who had been killed by them for refusing to throw a fixed fight. It made her blood boil just to think about it. Finally, there was the Voodoo Boys, with whom she had become bitter enemies. She had personally killed Placido when they coordinated to take down their hideout. After 9 Corp was established in Pacifica, at least half of her case targets were Voodoo Boys members. If one were to find a gang with which V had barely had any conflict, it would likely be the Moxes. However, now in 2076, all of these events could be considered mere fleeting memories, or perhaps they had yet to transpire. Your line of work sounds rather perilous, David murmured. Basically, it means living with your head tied to your belt, Valerie remarked, reaching out to pinch the collar of David's Arasaka Academy jacket. I might despise corporate dogs, but I have to admit, being a corporate dog is one of the relatively safer ways to survive in Night City. David fell silent, his mother's words from before the incident echoing in his mind. Yet, he could not forget Tanaka's arrogant face. At the same time, he was curious about V's identity. What kind of person could offend nearly all the gangs in Night City? Unfortunately, he had been in a car accident and trapped in the vehicle when V had taken action, completely missing how she had crushed those Lolas who had nearly destroyed his family as if they were mere ants. The journey to Santo Domingo was surprisingly smooth. V's car quickly exited the ring road and entered the Valley District. The dilapidated old district was occasionally pierced by gunfire. It was unclear whether it was the 6th Street gang causing trouble or the NCPD engaged in a shootout with someone else. The car soon arrived at the parking lot of the super skyscraper H4.V, retrieved a wheelchair borrowed from Old Way from the trunk, unfolded it next to the car, and then gently lifted Gloria Martinez from the back seat and placed her in the wheelchair. Following that, David pushed his unconscious mother ahead while V strolled behind him into the elevator. Since it was rather late, V decided to spend the night at David's place. Tomorrow, she would see what she could sell the stolen series for and then take on a few jobs to get back into the old routine. The super skyscraper H4 appeared almost identical to the H10 where V had once resided, featuring the same outdated facilities, the same litter strewn about, and the same drunks sprawled in the corridors. Under the occasional scrutinizing glances, David pushed the unconscious Gloria back to their front door. Then, an awkward situation arose. Damn it, David gritted his teeth as he stared at the closed door, which displayed a notice, entry denied. Rent overdue. If he hadn't been pushing his mother, he would have seriously considered kicking the door down. David turned back to V with an embarrassed smile and said, "Could you please watch over my mom for a moment?" V nodded. She was quite familiar with such situations and understood what he intended to do. After all, she wasn't wealthy like Valerie. Otherwise, she would have simply paid David's rent and let them in. David didn't keep V waiting long. He soon returned from inside, opening the door to usher his mother in. After helping David lay Gloria down on the bed, V plopped down on the circular couch. The layout of David's home was almost identical to the one V had lived in before. V glanced at David, who was hurriedly tidying up the trash on the floor, and picked up a medical technician's jacket from the couch. Examining the contents hidden within, it was low to mid-range and not particularly stable. This was V's assessment of this cyan-way-stained jacket, which could not be compared to the one she owned. At the same time, she began to understand how Gloria managed to gather so much money to support David's education at Arasaka Academy. Although she did not agree with Gloria's choice for David, it did not prevent her from feeling a sense of respect for her. This was a mother willing to sacrifice everything for her son, and she was indeed doing just that. V was not particularly familiar with David's story. She had only heard fragments from Valerie on occasion. Back in 2077, after Valerie had pulled him from the divine chariot, her interactions with him had been limited. Her strongest impression of David was that he was simply Lucy's little shadow. V placed the jacket back on the coffee table. Quietly observing the small figure bustling about, curiosity began to creep in. She wondered how this little guy would transform into a legend of Night City. Chapter 7. Back to the old trade. Hey, Captain. The Champagne Gold Series 388 drifted to a halt above the dam, executing a perfect drift before coming to a stop in front of the captain, who was watching the everyday life of Santo Domingo. A fresh face. The captain turned to face the car and V, who had rolled down the window. Nice car. What brings you to seek out the captain? Your mere acknowledgement is enough, V replied, exiting the vehicle. Patting the hood with a smile as she asked, "What do you think? How much can you offer for it?" The captain was momentarily taken aback by V's question, as he prided himself on being good at reading people. And V's combat implants hardly suggested she was in dire need of selling her car. I've heard. This is your side business. Seeing the captain seemingly freeze, V prompted him again. The captain finally snapped back into action. Crossing his arms over his chest and pursing his lips in contemplation for a couple of seconds before quoting a price point $7,000. No way. Come on, buddy, V exclaimed in disbelief. I saw this car listed for €17,000 on your website. When others negotiate, they trim the zeros, but you seem to be cutting whole numbers. Listen, sister, let us be fair here, the captain said with a feigned expression of resignation, counting on his fingers. First of all, it is obvious this car is stolen. I'll need to pull some strings to change its color and cover up its history, right? Secondly, don't I have to sort out the registration? One that requires some cash as well. Lastly, I'm only offering you $7,000 because the car is still in decent condition. Otherwise, I would have only given you $3,000 at most. V, feeling irritated, scratched his head and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, all right, it's a deal. By the way, seizing the opportunity, V inquired, since I've just arrived in Night City and funds are a bit tight, do you happen to have any lucrative jobs available? Please do enlighten me. Hey, you might be surprised. The old captain scrutinized V closely and replied, I actually have a job for you. Do you possess any dream recording software? V stepped back in alarm, hastily retorting, I'm not interested in that kind of work. What are you babbling about? The old captain immediately discerned V's misinterpretation, clarifying, I am not involved in that sort of business. If someone wanted to indulge in such activities, they could simply head to Nyo Street to procure it. This job entails dealing with a certain group of individuals, and the process must be ruthless, with the entire event recorded as per the client's request. I can offer you this opportunity. Upon concluding his statement, the old captain gestured a number with his fingers. Oh, hearing this piqued V's interest immediately. He urged, please elaborate. The client works at the Arasaka factory in the River Valley district. One day, she lost track of her son, who went to buy a pack of shimmer and consumed it, leading to his unfortunate demise. The old captain paused for a moment, continuing, this mother, in her fury, wants to take down the entire distribution point and insists on a recording of the entire operation to review before making any payment. What is the point of taking out one distribution point? V scoffed. It's merely a matter of time before another batch of miscreants takes over and resumes operations. That doesn't concern us. The old captain shrugged. The client's request is primarily driven by a desire for vengeance rather than a genuine intention to improve the conditions in Santo Domingo. As for us, being mercenaries, if we can provide the emotional satisfaction to the client, the payment will naturally follow. So, are you in? Give me a straightforward answer. Why not? It's just a matter of filming a bloodbath. Right? The more tomato juice that spills, the more satisfied the client will be. Correct. Precisely. The old captain gave a thumbs up. I've sent you the specific location and other details. V glanced at the seemingly endless road behind him and awkwardly said, could you arrange a vehicle to take me there? This place is rather remote. Ultimately, the old captain permitted V to drive her own Series 388 to fulfill the commission, advising her to take the vehicle to a garage for cleaning after the job was completed. At which point they would settle the payment together. Outside a dilapidated warehouse in the River Valley district, two thugs loitered, chatting while keeping watch. Their vigilance was non-existent, as this was the territory of the 6th Street Gang, and they had already received their share of protection money. The NCPD's enforcement in Santo Domingo could be deemed only marginally better than that of Pacifica, while these two were busy boasting. Two rusted rebar rods suddenly flew through the air. Then, a figure carrying a high-tech CST-37 scorched earth shotgun swaggered through the warehouse entrance, leaving two corpses pinned to the ground by the rebar. Inside the warehouse, 6th Street thugs huddled around a table cluttered with shimmer and cash, counting their earnings. Suddenly, the door of the makeshift room was knocked upon, the incessant knocking causing the thug leader to grow impatient. Go see which bastard it is. The thug closest to the door reluctantly set down the cash in his hands, cursing under his breath as he approached the door. However, just as his hand touched the doorknob, the rusty iron door swung open violently, crashing into him. The unfortunate thug was pinned against the wall, crushed into a pulp. What the hell is going on? The remaining five had yet to comprehend the situation when a woman entered through the doorway, raising her shotgun at them with one hand. A barrage of gunfire echoed within the room, splattering blood across the walls, transforming the space into a hellish scene. 4 of the 5 thugs were instantly killed, leaving only the leader, who clutched his broken arm while screaming in agony on the floor. Seeing the woman advance, the thug leader struggled to turn over, attempting to retrieve a fallen handgun. Unfortunately for him, the woman stomped down on his intact hand, and another deafening gunshot rang out. He was now without a hand. Hello there. V refrained from firing again, opting instead to greet him with a smile. Who the hell are you? Little Mike, remember him? He was barely taller than this table you're counting money on, and you sold him something you shouldn't have. Now, naturally, someone is here to collect your life. Listen, no matter how much they offer, I'll pay double. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, this time shattering his leg. Now, continue. The voice of V, reminiscent of a demon, echoed from above him. 3 times. I'll pay 3 times. Bang! The thug leader's final leg was also shattered. V aimed the gun at the back of his head and pulled the trigger. Just as she had stated earlier, the last round in the magazine had been fired. And pulling the trigger now would only produce a dry click. The thug leader was utterly terrified. So you think your life is safe now? Right. As V's words fell, so did the heel of her boot. The thug leader's head exploded like a tomato beneath her foot, causing the steel floor of the makeshift room to dent under the impact. Regrettably, as a mercenary, I adhere to the rules. Chapter 8. The road. It seems your educational journey has not been smooth. A sharply dressed woman with red hair, clad in high heels, strolled into a narrow alley in the corporate plaza. Miss V. David, lying amidst a pile of garbage, struggled to lift his bloodied head to gaze at the newcomer. Incorrect. The woman approached David, her glowing red eyes looking down at him imperiously. Did V not inform you of my name? She did, Miss Valerie. David struggled to sit up, replying, V mentioned she would grant us a few extra days. I am not here to collect debts. Kid. Valerie's expression remained impassive, leaving David unable to decipher her intentions. Then why have you come to see me? David swayed slightly as he stood. To offer you a choice. Valerie stated flatly. A choice. David wiped the blood from his face, confused. Indeed, a choice. Valerie replied leisurely. Your rebellion has resulted in your mother needing to pay a substantial sum to Arasaka Academy for you to continue your studies. Your family's apartment is also behind on rent, and the appliances require payment for their usage. Then a calamity struck, further exacerbating your family's plight. Now, you have two options. As Valerie spoke, she extended her right hand, holding a blue towel. You may choose to take this towel, wipe the blood from yourself, and return to school nonchalantly, just as your overworked mother hopes you will. In the end, perhaps you can become just another face in the corporate plaza. Living out your days. Or, Valerie extended her left hand, revealing a spinal implant, its indicator light flashing red. You can opt to install this implant, bidding farewell to your past life and embarking on a new path. Sambestein. David recognized the implant immediately, although it differed slightly from the one he had seen in the Black Dream. Astute. Kid. But I must warn you, while being a mercenary can be lucrative, it also comes with a swift demise. Though I'm tempted. I'm already in debt to your organization. I can't afford such an implant. David lamented. It seems you have come to realize that everything has a cost. That's commendable. Valerie smiled, finally displaying a different expression. However, I do not seek money. Such a sum means nothing to me. I require the data you generate while utilizing it in the future, and when necessary you must follow my directives. Valerie's words plunged David into silence, as he grappled with the implications of her intentions. However, he understood his family's financial situation. He needed money. With money, he could escape the indignities inflicted upon him by Tion. With money, his mother could cease her relentless toil. If only he had the money. At any rate, I'm already late for class. So what are your orders? David made his decision. It seems you have made your choice. Take the towel and wipe your face. Valerie tossed the towel into David's arms, swinging the implant in her hand. Orders. Currently, you lack the capability to follow my orders. Installing this implant is your first major hurdle. If you can overcome this challenge, we can discuss further matters. Hey, old captain, did you receive the dream I sent you? In the garage, V opened the door of her Series 388 and stepped out of the vehicle. I received it long ago. The old captain exclaimed over the phone with exaggerated enthusiasm. I never expected that this time I've hired a true action film superstar, with the quality of your performance. Not only will it please the client, but I'm tempted to pair it with a background score and release it myself. I've transferred the payment. Do check your account. Too kind. V replied. As she noticed that the amount in her account exceeded what the old captain had previously mentioned by 20%. She exclaimed, Wow, old captain, is there a film bonus already? Hee. The client was so pleased after watching your footage that he paid me an additional 30%, and since I, the old captain, am not one to let a good opportunity slip, I decided to share a portion with you. No wonder people say the old captain is more like a big brother than a middleman. V chuckled. Thank you very much. If there are any more lucrative jobs, do remember to send them my way. Nothing for today. The rest are just trivial tasks, so I won't trouble you with them. The old captain shrugged, continuing, I must keep some work for my little brothers in Santo Domingo. Right? Oh, by the way, you can take that motorcycle outside the garage. It's been sitting there for over half a year. Consider it a gift. It saves space. V understood that this was the old captain's way of showing goodwill, as efficient mercenaries were indeed quite sought after in Night City. All right. I was just pondering how to get back to Haywood. If anything comes up, feel free to call me. After hanging up, V turned her gaze towards the motorcycle parked outside the garage. While it might not be particularly valuable, receiving it for free was certainly better than having nothing at all. She swiftly mounted the motorcycle, kicked the stand away, and pulled out a pair of sunglasses from her trench coat pocket. Just as she had mentioned, she intended to make a trip back to Haywood, to enjoy a drink at the Wild Wolf Bar, meet Jack, and perhaps even his mother, thus securing a place to stay. After all, in the current Night City, there was no other V aside from herself, which meant Jack was the first choice. She could even get Jack to connect her with the priest, killing two birds with one stone, an absolutely perfect plan. As for the future, if another V were to emerge from somewhere, it would be of no concern to her. She certainly was like Valerie, who constantly calculated her every move. Living life like that would surely be exhausting. With her thoughts growing more vivid, V shifted gears, released the clutch, and twisted the throttle. The motorcycle shot forward like a bullet, speeding down the road. Wow, this bike may look old, but it packs quite a punch. Chapter 9. Wells' foolish corporate lapdog. What makes you think you can come here? While sipping beer at the bar, V was drawn to the commotion behind her. Oh no, not again. Peppy, who was wiping the tables, remarked, clearly accustomed to such situations. Gang members had a way of not tolerating corporate types flaunting themselves in front of them. V shook her head in resignation. She was a street thug from Haywood herself. Well aware of the theatrics at play, did you just say that you're here to find Jack? Peppy switched to another cloth to clean the glass. Yes, Jack Wells, the darling son of your boss. V took a sip from her beer bottle and replied. Indeed, the darling son, that's not inaccurate. Peppy chuckled at her words. By the looks of you, you're also from Haywood. Indeed, I am from Haywood, but I've been away for many years and just returned recently. V offered a half-truth. You've come at an unfortunate time. Jack is out working today and may not return until later. Peppy, recalling the formidable presence of V, realized he didn't recognize her from Haywood. And her attire didn't suggest she belonged to the Valentino gang. No worries, I can wait. V patted her pocket, intending to retrieve a cigarette, only to realize she had forgotten to buy any. Please, I promise I'll pay you back next week. A pleading voice echoed from upstairs. Next week? What kind of dream are you living in? Why don't you run for mayor of Night City next week? It's tomorrow. That's the deadline. If you don't pay up, I'll make sure you regret it. Now get lost. V recognized the familiar voice. Hey, Peppy, is that idiot Kirk still running his loan shark business? Peppy glanced upstairs, then leaned closer to V, lowering his voice. Hey, I don't know what your history with him is, but I advise you not to speak such words in public. People say he has a gang backing him. Ha! V chuckled silently, just as she was about to advise Peppy not to believe the rumors when another disturbance arose. Get lost, you corporate dog. Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? I paid to drink here. What gives you the right to kick me out? V couldn't help but roll her eyes. Peppy, could you open the door for me? She said before turning away from the bar. I see you're looking for trouble. The gang member raised his hand, ready to throw a punch at the corporate guy, but was seized from behind. I understand your disdain for corporate types. After all, most Haywood folks share that sentiment. But that doesn't justify your provocations. V's expression darkened as her grip tightened around the thug's arm like a vice. Who do you think you are to meddle? V raised an eyebrow. It had been a while since anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Moreover, this guy attempted to retaliate with his other hand. In the Wild Wolf bar, it's you who should be leaving. At that moment, numerous patrons inside and outside the bar witnessed the unfolding scene. The previously boisterous thug was sent sailing through the door, crashing headfirst into a nearby trash bin. Mikago. What the hell? What just happened? Jack's booming voice rang out as he entered the bar, a bewildered expression on his face. The guy who just got tossed out tried to start a fight in here, but this lady, intervened. Peppy quickly explained on V's behalf. Oh, right? She said she came looking for you. Maurice's, you deserve it. Jack cursed as he turned to face V. This lady. Just call me V. May I ask what brings you here? Jack inquired, scrutinizing her. I heard that Mrs. Wells' darling son is now working independently, so I came to see how you're faring. V replied with casual familiarity. Jack scratched his head, bewildered. Do you know my mother? Why, of course. Who in Haywood doesn't know Mrs. Wells? V walked to the bar, picked up her unfinished beer, and said to Jack, find a seat. Let us have a chat. Jack, always the easygoing type, readily agreed. So, you're also from Haywood. How come I've never heard your name before? With the way you tossed that guy into the trash bin, you'd rank highly in the Valentino gang. Once seated at a secluded table, Jack was as excited as if he had encountered a Night City legend. I am indeed from Haywood, though I've been away for a while and just returned recently. I remembered the time I had Mrs. Wells' cookie pie as a child, so I thought I'd drop by the Wild Wolf bar to see you. Jack chuckled, scratching his head. My mom does make cookie pies occasionally. Observing Jack's reaction, V realized he was nearly convinced. The so-called cookie pie was a simple dish many could make, involving cheap cookies softened with a bit of lemon juice to create a pie filling. This recipe dates back to the Great Depression in America when the price of apples surged, making them unaffordable for many, leading to this apple pie substitute. By 2077, virtually any mom who could use an oven would know how to make it. Thus, V felt comfortable fabricating such a story. And indeed, it worked. While others might not have been able to fool Jack, V's identity as a Haywood native was genuine. Her demeanor and understanding of the locale were authentic, albeit she herself did not exist in this timeline. As they conversed about old tales and amusing anecdotes from Haywood, Jack began to see V as a kindred spirit, someone he had longed to meet. By the way, I haven't asked what field you're in. You seem to have quite a few implants. Jack inquired curiously. I'm working as a mercenary. V replied candidly. I started out on the streets, transitioned into being a merc for a year, then ended up being swindled by some corporate types into becoming a cop. Due to certain circumstances, I had to return to Night City. Now, I'm back to my old trade as a mercenary. Just this morning, I completed a job for the old captain in Santo Domingo. Had Valerie been present to hear her words, she would have undoubtedly remarked, indeed, all true. yet a myriad of keywords have been conveniently omitted. Damn. You were a cop. What was that like? Do not mention it. Every task requires a report. Preparing one before the task and another after. I have been inundated with writing, and the time I spent scribbling the most in my life was likely during those 2 years as a cop. As V spoke, her expression morphed into one as if she had just consumed a fly. Ha. Being a mercenary is far better. You simply raise your gun and get to work, without all the unnecessary chatter. Indeed, it's much simpler to earn on the spot rather than waiting in anguish for the monthly paycheck. Right? Jack exclaimed joyfully, slapping the table. We are truly on the same wavelength. How about teaming up with me? We can split the earnings down the middle. V was elated to hear Jack bring this up, and she downed the beer in her bottle in one go. It's settled then. Chapter 10, The Priest. Hello. Night City. I am your Stanley. Upon hearing Stanley's familiar voice emanating from the radio, V sprang up from her bed. Currently, she was residing in the attic of the Wild Wolf Bar, reminiscent of the time when she first teamed up with Jack. After freshening up, V leisurely settled onto the sofa, listening to the news broadcast. She and Jack had arranged to meet with the priest today to secure some jobs. The current segment was financial news, reporting a slight decline in the stock price of the Knight Corporation following significant changes in its upper management. That a spokesperson for the corporation asserted that these changes were a necessary part of the company's restructuring process and that there would be no alterations to the current investment and construction plans for Night City, urging the citizens to remain assured. V raised an eyebrow upon hearing this news. What a rarity it was to hear anything regarding the Knight Corporation today, despite the company's pervasive presence throughout Night City. It was often nearly invisible to the public eye. The familiar sound of a phone ringing broke the silence. Jack, are you finally awake? I thought I'd have to wait until the afternoon to hear from you. V teased as she answered the call. Hey, V, am I the kind of person who sleeps until noon? Well, that's debatable. It depends on how late you were out last night. Last night, this guy borrowed his second-hand motorcycle and vanished who knows where. Let us not misrepresent things here. What do you mean by vanished, by the way? I had one of my buddies tinker with your bike. Now it's as good as new. Consider it a return favor for borrowing it. Well, thank you in advance. V expressed her gratitude while putting on her coat. She first descended to greet Mrs. Wells at the bar before stepping out of the Wild Wolf Bar. Wow, you got down pretty quickly. I thought you'd take at least another half an hour. Jack quipped, leaning against the motorcycle. We're off to meet the priest for some work, not going on a date. Did you expect me to apply makeup before coming down? V retorted, slightly annoyed. Get in the back. I'll drive. That I wanted to show you my driving skills. Jack reluctantly climbed into the back seat. Hold on tight, V warned as she started the motorcycle. And you think I can't hold on to your reckless ride? Madre M.A., could you drive a bit more steadily? Under V's rapid acceleration, they soon arrived at the priest's territory. As they dismounted, Jack nearly stumbled to the ground. V's method of driving, with the throttle fully engaged and the steering of a Sion West End, was not something most could endure. Thank goodness I haven't had breakfast. I nearly lost my late-night snack from last night. Jack grumbled, clutching a telephone pole to steady himself. V chuckled slyly, lighting a cigarette. After Jack regained his composure, they entered to meet the priest, Sebastian Ibarra. V approached the priest, extending her hand for a handshake, genuinely pleased to meet him. You must be V, Jack's new partner. You certainly have the look of a Haywood native. However, that name you mentioned is quite outdated. No one refers to it anymore, and I can hardly recall it myself. The priest responded with a smile, clearly having been briefed by Jack. Please, take a seat. After V and Jack settled in, the priest continued. Jack mentioned wanting to undertake some substantial jobs. I initially intended to decline him, but upon seeing you, I find it quite agreeable. Whatever we can assist you with, feel free to say. Let us not rush. Let us first discuss you. The priest's deep voice resonated slowly. V understood that the priest was not easily swayed, so she merely shrugged, adopting an attitude that suggested he could inquire freely. Jack informed me that you transitioned from being a mercenary to a cop. V nodded, affirming the priest's statement. May I ask why? Of course, the cop's position allows for better assistance to the vulnerable, utilizing resources inaccessible to mercenaries to combat scum. Sometimes, it even permits one to legally unleash havoc. For instance, like the anti-terrorist task force, the priest suggested. Yes, the department I served in was indeed akin to that of the anti-terrorist task force. So what led you back to mercenary work? It's slightly embarrassing to admit, V replied, a hint of awkwardness in her tone. Due to a misjudgment in intelligence, I botched the operation, unable to continue as a cop. I returned to Night City to make a living. You say that so directly, the priest chuckled. Are you not concerned I might hesitate to entrust you with a job? I am a Haywood native. Priest, I will not forget my roots, V stated solemnly. I understand you seek not mere platitudes, but the truth. Upon hearing this, the priest pointed at V and turned to his subordinates. He chuckled softly when he turned back. His face was adorned with a beaming smile. It seems Jack did not misjudge you. You are indeed a child of Haywood, and more importantly, someone who understands the essence of respect, and respect is mutual. The priest instructed his subordinate, bring it forth. Instantly, his subordinate presented him with a chip. This job is entrusted to you. The priest placed the chip before V. V inserted the chip into the slot at the back of her neck, swiftly scanning its contents before extracting it and handing it to Jack. This assignment requires them to eliminate a district head of the 6th Street Gang. The reasoning is quite straightforward. This individual has been brazenly sending his underlings to cause chaos since stepping into the valley, and thus, he must be eliminated. Wow, this is indeed quite a job, Jack remarked with a smile after reviewing the chip's contents. Such a task was merely a trivial assignment in V's eyes. Yet for Jack, it was already substantial. This scoundrel won TC another day. With that proclamation, V refrained from further unnecessary chatter, pulling Jack, who was about to ask a plethora of questions, to his feet as they departed. V had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. The primary objective in mercenary work was to complete the assignment. As for any underlying connections related to the task, one should be observant but not overtly inquisitive. The priest observed V's retreating figure, nodding in satisfaction. A promising child, albeit with a rather clean background. Chapter 11. The assignment. So, how do you plan to proceed? Jack inquired curiously, examining the modified M251S Ajax rifle in his hands. This gun had been customized by V, and he was taken aback by her hidden talent. Meanwhile, V remained nonchalantly smoking, gazing into the alley. Inside the alley was a small club, and the target, the 6th Street Gang's low-level leader, was within. There were merely 10 or so worthless members of the gang. A straightforward kick in the door and a few rounds would suffice. A dozen of them, as this was his first time taking on such a job. Jack felt somewhat lost. V squinted, flashing a radiant smile that showcased her pearly whites. What's the matter? Feeling jittery? Me? Jittery? Just watch. Jack, provoked by V, cocked the rifle and turned to stride into the alley leading to the club. TSK, that temper of yours. V shrugged helplessly. Sometimes Jack was just too naive, and such a disposition would inevitably lead to trouble in mercenary work. However, she was unconcerned about Jack's bold approach into potential danger, for his skills had previously allowed them to fight their way out of the Vortex Gang stronghold, the all-food factory. Handling these 10 or so 6th Street Gang miscreants would pose no issue. As V strolled into the alley, the gunfire from assault rifles reverberated in her ears. The 6th Street Gang's lookout was shot dead by Jack in an instant, and a barrage of gunfire erupted within the club. Are you all right? V's silhouette appeared at the entrance, inquiring of Jack, who was reloading behind cover. Oh, I look like I'm not all right, Jack replied, inserting a magazine into the gun, pulling back the charging handle to chamber a round, and peeking out for a quick shot. Another 6th Street Gang thug's head burst open. V paid no heed to the chaotic exchange of gunfire, striding directly into the club. Hey, Tom, V shouted the target's name. I'll give you 5 seconds to escape. 5. Kill that bitch. 2 rifles began unleashing fire towards V's direction. 4. V did not retreat into cover. Instead, he continued to advance, shifting left and right with a fluid grace. 3. Damn it. Not a single bullet struck V, as they all struck the walls behind him. 2. The leader of the 6th Street's gang, named Tom, exhibited a glimmer of insight. He recognized that the woman was either equipped with a Krunchikov or a Cyanwiston implant, for it was utterly impossible to evade bullets in such a remarkable manner otherwise. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the back door. 1. Just as he flung open the door, ready to make his escape, the sound of a revolver echoed, and Tom's skull erupted in a shower of blood, collapsing to the ground. Half of his body lay outside, while the other half remained inside. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots rang out in quick succession, followed by 5 more corpses with shattered skulls crumpling to the floor. Only one hapless goon remained, frozen in place as he fumbled with a half-replaced magazine for his submachine gun. Holy hell. Incredible. V. Jack halted his finger on the trigger, astonished as he gazed at V. With the keen eyes of a hawk fixated on its prey, regarded the trembling survivor of the 6th Street's gang. She leisurely ejected the magazine from her pistol, beginning to reload. Each of her movements seemed like a countdown to death for her adversary. As the magazine spun back into the chamber, the goon made his choice. The submachine gun slipped from his grasp with a clatter, and he fell to his knees, desperately bowing and begging for mercy. What should I say? Jack approached V, rifle in hand. Do you have a message for him to take back to the 6th Streets gang? V turned to Jack. The kneeling goon immediately understood and shouted, You do? You do? Bro, you definitely have a message, right? His performance succeeded in amusing Jack. Well then, ahem. Jack cleared his throat. Tell your boss at the 6th Streets gang that Haywood is not a place for him to meddle. If he sends more riffraff to stir up trouble here, that will be his future fate. All right, I'll report back immediately. The surviving goon agreed while scrambling to escape. Mission accomplished, V said to Jack. Let us go. Holy hell, sister, that move you just pulled was absolutely breathtaking. Jack chattered as he followed V out. I reckon even the mercenaries in the next life wouldn't possess your level of skill. Jack. V wrapped her arm around Jack's broad shoulder and replied, Let us keep our sights set on the long term. It's a foregone conclusion that we'll be drinking together in the next life. What we need to do is become the legends of Night City. Just as they stepped out of the alley, V's neural implant chimed with an incoming call. You have kept your word. V. The figure of the priest materialized in the chat box. That guy won TC tomorrow, and the job was executed flawlessly. The money has already been transferred to you. I look forward to our next collaboration. V promptly divided half of the payment and handed it to Jack. Hey, V, you're the one who took him down. I shouldn't. Jack began to protest as he looked at his half of the commission. There is no need for us to dwell on such matters. V interrupted. We are partners, aren't we? Jack, of course. From now on, it'll be like this. You handle the networking, I'll assess whether the job is worth taking. And in the end, we'll split the earnings. V patted Jack's sturdy arm and stated, Is it a deal? It's a deal. V. Let us call it a day. V pointed to her second-hand motorcycle and said, You drive back on your own. I plan to take the subway to the city center for a bit of shopping. Understood. You've got money to burn, huh? Jack replied with a knowing grin as he mounted the motorcycle. V watched Jack's retreating figure without moving, standing still as she smoked, seemingly waiting for something. As she estimated that the time had come, V's phone chimed again, this time with a call from the old captain. Old captain? V answered the phone. What's the job? V, it's a big one, a rather tricky one. The old captain asked enthusiastically, Your skills in filming bloodbath sequences are remarkable. I wonder how adept you are at capturing assassination footage? A smirk crept across V's lips. Just as I expected. I have a client whose identity needs to remain confidential. He requires assistance in eliminating a target, a corporate dog, involved in military technology. The old captain continued. I'm sorry, old captain. V replied with a tone laden with regret. I'm not particularly skilled in such shady dealings. But I can recommend someone. A mercenary voluntarily passing the job to someone else? How peculiar. The old captain remarked with interest. I found a partner. The two of us are well suited for lively jobs. This low-profile task, however, would be better suited for a friend of mine, a mysterious individual who only works for money. Not for fame. That indeed sounds more fitting for this kind of job. All right then, the old captain said. Send me his contact information. I've sent it. By the way, V reminded, this guy usually doesn't answer calls. Just text him. Everyone calls him Vulture. Walter? Vulture? The old captain smacked his lips. All right, I'll reach out to him. Hey, old captain. My partner and I are looking for lively jobs, the kind that can make a name for us. No problem. I'll contact you next time I have a big action movie commission. Then I'd like to thank you in advance for my partner. Chapter 12. Assassination. Old captain. You must be Vulture. Right. I was referred by V. She said you're quite skilled in assassination. Vulture. Target information, commission amount. Old captain. Transferring files. Old captain. The dossier has been sent. There is just one requirement. Do not let anyone trace it back to you. Vulture, prepare my payment. You needn't worry about the rest. Just wait for the news. Harry, who authorized you to independently hire a mercenary to assassinate Morton's nephew? On the roadside near the company plaza, a mid-level military tech executive stood by his car, speaking on the phone. I acted independently. Why don't you ask that bastard why he deserves to die? Harry replied, exasperated. Whether he deserves to die is not for you to decide. The company assigned you to liaise with the 6th Streets gang, and this was how you completed the task. The voice on the other end was clearly furious. Speaking without courtesy, that bastard accepted money from Arasaka. Did you know that? He is stirring up trouble in the Valley District, aiming to provoke a full-scale war between the 6th Streets gang and the Valentinos. I provided resources to the 6th Streets gang. Did I do so for them to engage in street warfare? Harry defended himself. You provided resources to the 6th Streets gang. Those are the company's resources. It seems you've been too long in Morton S. shadow and forgotten your place. The person on the phone seized upon Harry S. slip of the tongue, unleashing another tirade. That bastard accepted money from Arasaka. Can you not comprehend human language? My actions prevented a meaningless street war and saved the company resources while eliminating a potential Arasaka mole within the 6th Streets gang. What's wrong with that? Harry continued to argue, utterly missing the crux of the issue. Regardless of the ties between the 6th Streets gang and Arasaka, your duty was to report to the company, not to take matters into your own hands with your clumsy operations. Do you think you can rest easy after this? The one who died was Morton S. nephew. He won't let this go lightly. Upon hearing the words from the other end of the line, Harry froze, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Someone must take responsibility for his nephew's death, and that someone is you. No, that can't be. Harry's hands trembled. The middleman would never betray the client. He couldn't possibly break the rules. Rules are dead. If what you did was truly unknown to anyone, why would I be calling you to hold you accountable? The priest values the peace of Haywood far more than the middleman's rules. He doesn't need to betray your commission. A mere hint that you sought him out is sufficient. No, Harry exclaimed. I'm company personnel. He wouldn't dare act against me. You'd better pray that's the case. You either resolve this with the company or the company resolves it with you. All right. I'll. Harry's words were cut short as his eyes widened in shock. Through the reflection in the car window, he saw a man in a trench coat aiming a JK-X2 handgun directly at him. He attempted to draw his own weapon in response, but the other party was quicker. A series of tungsten-tipped rounds fired through electromagnetic force struck him. He had no chance to retaliate, nor any chance of survival. The man's handgun quickly emptied its magazine, the slide locking back on an empty chamber. The muzzle was now aimed at a corpse riddled with bullet holes. Its head a mangled mess. The sudden eruption of gunfire in the street incited panic among the crowd, sending people scattering in all directions. The man turned and vanished into the throngs of fleeing bodies. Damn it! The leader of military technology, who was still on the phone with Harry, immediately surmised what had transpired. What she did not anticipate was Morton's audacity in his quest for vengeance. He had resorted to hiring a hitman to assassinate Harry. The representative dispatched by the Military Technology Division, Morton, the notorious leader of the 6th Street gang, could no longer be allowed to continue in his position. His disregard for the company was simply intolerable. A dog raised by the company can only be put down by the company itself. Buzzard. The target is dead. Old Captain. No, my friend. Drawing a gun in the street and executing someone. Do you call that an assassination? Buzzard. The target is deceased, and no one knows who killed him. That does not violate the terms of the contract. Old Captain. There were hundreds of witnesses who saw your face at the scene. Buzzard. A face that can be seen is naturally a facade. If you check the records of that face, you will find that its owner has been lying in the morgue for the past 5 days. Old Captain. All right. I'll concede you this one. Another unsolved case for Night City. Consider this job settled. I'll transfer the payment to you. Buzzard, if you desire a quieter assassination next time. That can be arranged. Just raise your offer. On the subway train from the company Plaza de Santo Domingo, an Asian woman clad in Arasaka uniform suddenly opened her eyes. Two familiar figures, restless and fidgety, caught her attention. The train had scarcely departed the company plaza when someone could no longer contain their impulse to instigate mischief. This station is Capitol Hill and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. As the announcement for the subway stop echoed, the little thief, already poised for action, sprang into motion. Chips ejected from the slots of several Arasaka employees, only to be deftly intercepted by a figure almost invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, this figure was behind the woman. Yet this time, rather than snatching the chips from the air, her hand seized his extended hand with a firm grip. As the subway doors opened, the Asian woman in the Arasaka suit and the boy in the yellow jacket vanished simultaneously from the carriage, feeling quite audacious, stealing right under my nose. David, in a deserted corner outside the subway station. The Asian woman pushed a man and a woman against the wall. Then, a flurry of light flickered across her face in the Arasaka uniform. The once ordinary Asian female visage transformed into that of V. And her Arasaka suit morphed into the trench coat she often wore. Ms. V, what brings you here? David, who had been planning to escape with Lucy using the Stainwest tan, stared in astonishment at the transformed V before him. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? V glared fiercely at David, demanding, why are you wasting time as a petty thief on the subway instead of focusing on your studies? You all. Lucy, still holding a cigarette, raised an eyebrow, glancing first at V and then at David, inquiring, do you know each other? Chapter 13. The ambiguous truth. Where did you acquire that implant? V pressed David's shoulder, turning him to face the wall. while she unzipped his jacket to examine the implant affixed to his spine. Answer me. V quickly discerned that the stainless tan installed in David was not the military-grade version she had seen at his home. Based on V's analysis, the stainless tan before her appeared to be a heavily modified version from Dinara Corporation, from David's demonstration within the carriage, while it could not match her own implant. Its performance was nearly on par with the military-grade stainless 5 model. The cybernetic doctor lacked the capability to execute such extensive modifications. Only the company had that level of expertise. V was baffled as to how. Within just a few days of leaving David's home, his life had undergone such a dramatic transformation. What distinguishes this implant from other stainless models? Lucy flicked ash onto the ground and inquired. A distinction? There is a significant difference. V released David, her tone icy. The company logo has been erased, there is no production number, and it has been altered beyond recognition. Isn't that typical of black market goods? Lucy shrugged, to prevent tracing the source. Black market? You can't find such specialized custom modifications on the black market. While V's knowledge may have been average for Night City, her understanding of various implants and firearms was exceptional. She had once contemplated that if she ever tired of violence, she might follow old Vic's example and open a cybernetic clinic to spend her later years. As for this stainless tan, it was either a high-end custom order from the company or a tailored design intended for him as an experimental platform. V's gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on David. Clearly, given his family's financial situation, it was impossible for it to be the former. Lucy remained silent, her curiosity piqued as she observed David, eager to hear how he would explain this predicament. I must keep this confidential. David averted his gaze, unable to meet V's eyes, caught between two saviors from his own family. Upon receiving this response, V's fury surged. She seized his collar, threatening, "Do you have any idea what the probability is of a company's implant trial subject turning into a cyber-psychopath? It is 100%. Should I just end your life now to prevent you from causing future calamities?" A uniquely structured mantis knife sprang from V's arm, its dual-edged tip plunging into the wall against which David leaned. The blade radiated a dangerous red heat, illuminating David's youthful face. That moment, an empty echo resonated from David's abdomen. "So, who exactly are you to him?" In a fast food restaurant, Lucy sipped her soda and asked V, who sat opposite her. In a sense, a creditor, V replied, her eyes on David, who was ravenously tearing into a hamburger. Compared to David, she was far more acquainted with Lucy. However, it was evident that this Lucy bore considerable differences from the one she knew. "How long have you two known each other?" V inquired. "Not long," Lucy replied vaguely, as she was entirely unfamiliar with the woman before her, adorned with an unidentifiable implant. "Have you had enough to eat?" V shot a sharp glance at David, who had finally paused. David nodded. "If you're full, then answer my question. Who provided you with that implant?" V's finger punctuated the table with such force it nearly left a dent. "Or rather, which company?" Lucy added blandly. "Not a company." David shook his head vigorously like a bobblehead. "I promised her I would keep it a secret from everyone." Her? V's attention sharpened at the mention. Her cybernetic eye lit up, dialing a number in her neural interface. Yet all she encountered was a busy signal. "V? Valerie, pick up the damn phone." "Valerie, I'm in a meeting. What is up?" "V, just answer honestly. Did you provide David with the stainless tan?" "Valerie, yes." "V, why?" "Valerie, I didn't force him. It was his choice." "V, I'm asking you, why did you provide him with the stainless tan?" "Valerie, it's beneficial for me. That's all. The specifics are confidential commercial matters. Just consider it for my sake and leave it alone, all right?" Furious, V slammed her fist on the table, and the poor polyethylene tabletop finally succumbed to her wrath, breaking in two. "How much? I'll pay for it." V interjected before the owner could speak. "Has your mother awakened? Does she know you've chosen such a perilous path?" At V's probing question, David lowered his head in shame. He had indeed disappointed his mother's expectations. "She woke up yesterday. She scolded me all day for being expelled from Arasaka Academy. If I were your mother, I wouldn't just scold you. I'd smack you." V jabbed a finger at his nose, berating him. This wasn't because V endorsed the path of attending a corporate school, but because she felt his actions were a disservice to his mother, who worked tirelessly to support his education. The reason you were kicked out of your house that day was due to this. Lucy recalled their initial meeting that fateful night. "Are you planning to rely on stealing chips for a living?" V could overlook why Valerie provided David with an implant, but she could not passively watch a young man veer down the wrong path. Although she was currently working as a mercenary and part-time assassin, hardly on the straight and narrow, one had to wonder, In the societal context of 2077, what path could genuinely be considered righteous? It could only be said that V, now devoid of any life aspirations, had increasingly taken an interest in the affairs of others. He has already joined our mercenary team, Lucy interjected to help David respond, stating that we merely came to retrieve a few chips from the Arasaka company's dogs, purely for some extra cash. It's truly a deserted place during the day. Lucy raised an eyebrow, and just then, man's phone rang. Let's go, David. It's time to get to work. Lucy lit another cigarette and stood up. David timidly glanced at V, who was seated across from him, and ultimately chose to stand and follow Lucy out of the fast food restaurant. V, with a dark expression, watched the two depart before rising to his feet. I want to see what kind of mercenary team this is and what exactly Valerie intends to gain from him. Chapter 14. Verification. Oi, David. Focus while working. Dorio frowned at David, who was holding his forehead where he had been injured, offering a word of caution. She sensed that David was somewhat out of sorts today. Occasionally lost in thought. All set, let's withdraw. Chiwai stood up from the computer, having copied all necessary data. Let the NCPD handle the cleanup of these corpses. Dorio glanced at the scattered bodies of the cleaners and ordered everyone to retreat. Just as David was about to rise, he spotted a familiar figure appearing at the door. Who is it? Ouch. The first to react was Rebecca, who held a handgun. As she raised her gun towards the entrance, she suddenly saw her older brother, Pila, flying towards her. Then, Rebecca's face collided intimately with Pila's chest, her petite frame pinned to the ground. Dorio, noticing Rebecca's reaction, turned to see the sudden appearance of a strange woman. Just in time to witness her deliver a kick to Pila's lower back, sending him flying towards Rebecca. Instantly, Dorio lunged forward, throwing a straight punch at the woman's face, but the woman merely tilted her head slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. After Dorio's punch missed, her other hand swiftly followed with a swinging punch aimed at the woman's head. However, the woman's expression remained unchanged. She raised her arm to block the punch as if she had anticipated it. Following two consecutive misses, the woman counterattacked. She simply lifted her leg and delivered a knee strike, knocking the off-balance Dorio to the ground. Having successfully taken down Dorio, the woman did not pursue further but instead quickly drew a revolver from her coat, aiming it towards the entrance. Meanwhile, man appeared at the door, his arm's ballistic system trained on the woman. Your Sion Wiston is no match for me, man. The woman with the revolver spoke. Damn, is that military-grade IC? Chiwai exclaimed in frustration, her body swaying slightly as she steadied herself against the table. Almost as soon as Dorio was taken down, Chiwai attempted to hack into the woman's cyberbrain, only for her data stream to rebound violently as if crashing against a wall. Thankfully, the woman's eyes did not retaliate. Otherwise, she would have lost half her life right there. I must ask, Miss. Lucy appeared at the door, noting that she couldn't match man's speed with his military technology. You've tracked us to our mission location. What exactly do you want? Humph. V chuckled lightly, loosening her wrist as she rotated the revolver in her hand, gripping the barrel. I don't want anything. I'm just curious to test your team's mettle. V holstered her gun and looked at the still-seated David. It seems each of you has significant skills, but this daft goose is the one holding you back. V remarked at David with a hint of annoyance. Get off me. Rebecca managed to push Pila off her and rose to aim her gun at V, who stood in the center of the room. Ouch, my back. Pila groaned, rubbing his waist as he rolled on the ground like a wounded pig. Who are you? Man remained vigilant, aiming at V. V. Came the succinct reply. Hiss. Pila rubbed his waist as he got back on his feet. Wait, you're that V, the living demon? Huh. Now it was V's turn to appear confused. When did I earn the title of living demon, man? Do you remember that dream we watched last night? The one where they bloodily cleaned out a drug den. The protagonist is her. Damn. V finally understood the situation. The old captain really did sell that segment of the dream to settle his debt with me. Seeing that the woman posed no threat, man finally retracted his ballistic system. I trust our team hasn't wronged you. Miss V, man inquired, hands on his hips. Dorio also stood up, rubbing her chest. We haven't. V approached David, bending down to examine the wound on his forehead inflicted by the baseball bat. As I mentioned earlier, I primarily wanted to verify your team's capabilities and ensure this kid is up to par. Unlike some people, I won't just implant something in him and then neglect him. From her brief encounter, V could sense that this team was quite competent. Except for David, the others were far more reliable than she had been when she first started, with two hackers, a firepower specialist as the leader, a combat expert, and a quick-reacting little gunslinger. That smooth-talking, long-armed guy seemed to be a tech expert. It was clear that they were a well-rounded team, though David appeared to be of little use at this point. Given your performance, V poked David's shoulder, you have a long way to go before you're ready. Being a mercenary is no joke. Sometimes, not only your life is at stake, but the lives of your teammates depend on you as well. Since you've decided to enter this line of work, your current level is unacceptable. David, feeling chastised by V like a child, dared not utter a word. He had genuinely felt the gap in his abilities. Had V truly gone all out, he would have been helplessly watching his teammates perish one by one before him. I agree, he certainly needs practice. Man turned to Lucy. Yes, yes. Lucy raised her hand in a gesture of surrender. I will give him extra training tonight. Miss V, would you be interested in joining us? Man was captivated by her agile movements and formidable implants. Someone of her caliber was a rare find in Night City. I already have a partner. V declined outright. You all keep striving to do well. Perhaps we can share a drink in another life. V had achieved her purpose and turned to leave the room. As she passed Rebecca, she couldn't resist ruffling the girl's hair. You were pretty quick on the uptake earlier. This only served to irritate Rebecca further. Jack, what's up? Shortly after leaving Man's team, V received a call from Jack. Hey, V, come to the little Chinatown in Watson District. I want to introduce you to my girlfriend and a cybernetic doctor. Misty's psychic shop, right? Give me 20 minutes. Damn, how do you know where I am? You're riding my motorcycle. How do you think I know? You think I need 20 minutes just to get there? I still have to wait for the subway. Chapter 15. Old friends. Yo, the busy person actually called me. While seated in the subway car, V received a call from Valerie. She stood up, gripping the handrail while gazing out the window. I called to inform you that Gloria has repaid the money. You no longer need to keep an eye on David all day. V raised an eyebrow, clearly catching the subtext in Valerie's words. I watch over that kid not for the sake of a few $1,000s. Unlike some people, who are only in it for profit. A soft chuckle came from the other end of the line as Valerie continued. What the people of Night City need isn't charity. They need opportunities and choices, just as I provided for David and Gloria. Then I choose to meddle. Is that all right, Miss Valerie? V scoffed at the other's perspective. She could not stand Valerie's tendency to place herself on a higher pedestal. There was a brief silence on the other end before Valerie's resigned voice returned. Well, you do seem rather idle. I think we should have a face-to-face conversation. V suggested. Unfortunately, I'm quite busy this month. So I can't meet with you now. Don't think you can come looking for me either. The voice on the other end paused. But I have a feeling that soon enough, we will have the opportunity to talk face-to-face. Miss Vulture, with that, the call ended, and V smiled, shaking her head in amusement, realizing that Valerie had become even more well-connected than before. The location is Super Skyscraper H10. As the subway doors opened, V exited the car. She looked up at the towering super skyscraper, reflecting on how much things had changed. However, she had no intention of returning to rent there. She had new plans for her future residence. After exiting the station and turning down 2 streets, V arrived at the entrance of Misty's psychic shop. She did not enter the store directly. Instead, she gazed at the sign on the door, using it to rectify the dissonance in her perception of time and space. After all, in the year 2080, which rightfully belonged to her timeline, Misty had closed the shop after marrying Jack. Subsequently, this establishment was acquired by Valerie, transforming it into one of the product showcase stores for Cyber Intelligence Corporation. Hey, V, you finally made it, Jack greeted as he spotted V entering the store, reclining in a chair. I mean, come on, you should have enough for a cab fare, right? Was it really necessary to dawdle on the subway? I could have covered your fare once you arrived. I enjoy observing the city through the glass of the train car, V replied, pausing slightly with a playful smile. Besides, you're not in a hurry. Wouldn't it be better for you to spend a bit more time with Misty? Upon hearing this, Jack blushed and scratched his head awkwardly. Heh. Look at how you phrase that. Hello, V. I'm Misty. Jack has mentioned you quite a bit. Thank you for keeping an eye on him while he's working, Misty said, stepping forward and extending her hand. Hello, Misty. V shook Misty's hand, remarking, I truly admire your patience with this fool. He even managed to bring up other women while on a date with you. He's beyond saving. Hey, I'm quite clear-headed. Thank you very much. Jack stood up from the recliner, beckoning V to follow him towards the back door of the store. Come on. I'll introduce you to Old Way. I wonder if he's finished his business yet. V shook her head in resignation, patting Misty's arm like an old acquaintance as she followed Jack. As V emerged from the back door, she caught sight of a red-haired figure with a ponytail just as they pushed open the iron gate of the alley. What's wrong? Jack, who had already begun descending the stairs, turned back in curiosity upon noticing V had not followed. Nothing, just ran into someone I know, V replied as she continued down the stairs. Hey, Old Way. Hearing Jack's voice, Old Way rose from his chair and suddenly threw a punch aimed at Jack's abdomen, which Jack adeptly dodged, and the two shared a laugh as they embraced. Jack, what brings you here? Let me introduce my new partner. This is V, Jack said, presenting V to Old Way.O. You're the one from that day. Old Way recognized V immediately. Yes, one of those who brought Gloria here for treatment. My name is V. V stepped forward to shake Old Way's hand. Yo. Old Way, have you got new stock in? Jack exclaimed, noticing the box on Old Way's desk. What the heck? The Knight Corporation's logo. The VE started making implants too. To be honest, I'm quite surprised as well, Old Way replied, turning to pull out a titanium-colored prosthetic arm from the box. This just arrived from Gloria. She said it's an ES version that leaked from Knight Corporation. The genuine article hasn't even begun mass production yet, but they offered me a discount if I wanted to buy it. Let me see. V took the prosthetic arm from Old Way, weighing it in her hands, then scanned it with her cybernetic eye, and finally flicked it lightly with her finger. A new type of titanium alloy? It can't be aerospace material, can it? The internal structure resembles that of a Gorilla S, yet its strength surpasses that of most brands' Gorilla prosthetics, and it's considerably lighter. It seems to have ample room for expansion. You're quite the expert. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about implants, Old Way remarked, impressed by V's assessment. Just a bit of research. V placed the prosthetic arm back into the box, clearly recognizing that its competitive advantage lay in its material. Anyway, I only spent less than half the price of the genuine article to get it. Old Way patted the box as he explained. Knight Corporation is quite advanced in materials science. Old Way, how much are you planning to sell this for? I want to install it, Jack exclaimed excitedly, reaching for the prosthetic. Don't be ridiculous, Jack. V swatted his hand away. You dare to install unverified black market goods. If cyber psychosis kicks in one day, no one will be able to save you. Exactly, V is right, Old Way said, showing no signs of offense, but rather feeling pleased that Jack had such a reliable friend. I only bought it to familiarize myself with it in advance. After all, if Knight Corporation begins to release the genuine article to the market, I'll have a first mover advantage. If you want to install it, just look at those genuine articles. I can give you a discount if needed. I'm not interested in those mass-produced goods. Jack pouted in dissatisfaction. To be honest, this doesn't look like black market stuff at all. Have you ever seen a black market box so complete? Jack pulled out a chip from the box, his expression one of astonishment. What the heck? This even comes with a firmware installation chip. You're telling me this is black market? Don't tell me you just took it straight from the company's warehouse. Chapter 16. The Vulture's Days. Vulture, you'd best pray that the information you provided is accurate. If you waste 24 hours of my time and have no intention of paying, then my next target will be you. Pullman, according to my intel, the target will indeed meet with the agents of Kong Tao on the 4th floor of this building today. You should really consider how to eliminate this individual under the heavy protection of Kong Tao. Vulture, you don't need to worry about those details. Just prepare my payment. The target that needed to be eliminated was so elusive that neither the employer nor the intermediary knew what he looked like. They only knew that he was a notorious industrial spy who had arranged a meeting with Kong Tao representatives today. The target location was situated in an abandoned apartment building in Taiping Prefecture. And the most troublesome aspect of this assassination was not knowing who the target was, but that all the windows and doors of the apartment faced the sea. However, these issues posed no challenge to the Vulture, a professional assassin who had risen to prominence within a mere half-month. After all, not everyone could manage to complete 8 assassination contracts in such a short span with a success rate of 100%. Finally, it had arrived. After lurking for 18 hours, the Vulture finally caught some movement. A contingent of elite security personnel from Kong Tao arrived at the foot of the apartment building, and upon disembarking, they began to seal off the abandoned structure. The Vulture could have chosen to storm in like an ordinary mercenary, but such a move would alert the target, thus jeopardizing the chance to eliminate him. A drone equipped with optical camouflage slowly rose from the beach. It had to operate at minimal power to avoid alerting anyone inside the abandoned apartment. Found you. The reconnaissance drone, equipped with a Qilu sensor, synchronized its data with the Vulture's optical eye, allowing him to observe everything occurring within the abandoned building, including the target who was currently interfacing with the Kong Tao agents. Goodbye. As the Vulture pulled the trigger, a cloud of dust erupted on the wall opposite the windows and doors, as an armor-piercing projectile containing an explosive warhead tore through the wall, hitting the industrial spy, whose hand was reaching toward the back of his neck to retrieve a data chip. An explosion echoed from within the abandoned apartment, startling the Kong Tao security team. When the guards outside glanced into the room, they were met with the sight of a half-destroyed corpse and a wounded Kong Tao agent, the upper half of the body blown to bits. Amid the ensuing chaos as the Kong Tao security team frantically searched, The Vulture had already stowed his highly modified SPT-32 Ice Storm rifle into a long case and exited the rear of the dilapidated building. The reconnaissance drone, having completed its mission, departed according to its preset route. A black male approached the roadside, placing the long case into the trunk of a black Colby C240T, before sliding into the driver's seat and driving away from typing prefecture. Oh, are you all practicing shooting here? Upon entering the gun shop, V was immediately captivated by two familiar figures in the shooting range. She had originally come to collect her pre-ordered firearm accessories. Your shooting is quite impressive, V remarked. Watching Rebecca skillfully hit several targets with her dual pistols, unable to resist the urge to ruffle her hair. Enough already, Rebecca threatened, brandishing her gun. Are we that familiar? You always have to put your hands on me whenever you see me. Hee hee, I can't help it. V replied with a smile, then turned her attention to David. Kid, let me see how good your shooting is. David's face turned red at V's request, while Rebecca egged him on by giving him a playful slap on the back. Urging him forward, reluctantly, David raised his M10 AF Lexington. Upon seeing the weapon, V scrunched her nose in disdain. To her, this was merely a beginner-esque gun. Many rookie officers in the NCPD favored it. Its advantages included minimal recoil and the ability to fire in fully automatic mode. However, its shortcomings were glaring. The lethality was quite mediocre, and it was outperformed by standard models. Overall, it was just loud during shooting, yet when the count was tallied, very few casualties could be attributed to it. V felt even more exasperated as she watched David aim at the emerging target, hesitating to pull the trigger. Shoot. Are you saving the bullets for later? V urged. Then she saw David put down the gun and awkwardly utter, Miss V. I'm not accustomed to using a firearm. Huh. V exclaimed in disbelief. You tell me you chose to become a mercenary, yet you don't know how to handle a gun. Miss V, I possess a CN waiststand. And my reflexes are swift. Stop talking nonsense. I also have a CN waiststand. Can your speed surpass mine? V pointed toward the target depicting both the gunman and the hostage, if that were someone equally armed with a CN waiststand holding Gloria hostage. What would you do? Just stand there staring. As V's words fell, a gunshot rang out. It turned out that while berating David, V had already drawn her weapon and expertly shot the gunman in the head. You cannot always be the fastest. Haven't you heard the saying? A gun is faster 7 paces away. And what about within 7 paces? Is it the fist that's quicker? David retorted. Within 7 paces. The gun is both swift and precise. Now imagine. If the hostage were Gloria, your teammate. If you don't fire that gun, it is your loved ones, your friends who perished. V readjusted the target, seizing David's hand gripping the gun, guiding him to aim once more. Now, you damn well shoot. Under V's relentless pressure, David finally pulled the trigger. With a sharp crack, the bullet struck the target, yet it resulted in several seconds of silence from V and Rebecca. Unable to contain herself any longer, V slapped David on the back of his head, pointing at the target where the hostage had been shot. Look at what you hit. You, mother, died. Boss, give me 600 rounds of 9mm ammunition. 2 minutes later, the gun shop owner brought 20 boxes of 30-round handgun ammunition. Fill the magazine, V commanded, pointing at the pile of bullets on the table. If you don't shoot all these bullets today, you can forget about going anywhere. David looked at Rebecca with a pleading expression, but she, too, was taken aback by his marksmanship and unexpectedly chose to stand by V, the woman she despised. As your teammate. And for my future safety, I support this woman this time. You'd best comply and practice with those 600 rounds. Chapter 17. The big job. Ouch, that hurts. I say, V, can't you be a bit gentler? Being a girl and all, Jack grimaced as V tended to his wounds. That big foot of yours kicked me in the waist. I nearly had a fracture. Upon hearing Jack's complaints, V's ministrations became even more forceful. Jack yelped in pain. Now you know what it feels like. V retorted, I warned you to be careful. If I hadn't kicked you out of the way, it wouldn't just have been your arm that got hit. They had been on a mission to capture someone, and upon reaching the target's door, Jack's impulsive nature led him to burst in without hesitation. Fortunately, V was alert enough to kick him aside just as the door opened, resulting in only his arm being hit by 2 rounds instead of facing a barrage of buckshot. As a result, Jack, the large fellow, ended up with 2 shots in his arm, while V had thrown the target from the 3rd floor, crashing down onto a car, leaving him half dead. Since the mission took place in the valley area, Jack had decided to return home to treat his wounds afterward, leading to the current scene. As the steel balls clinked into the metal box, Jack finally sighed in relief, glad to be done with V's torture. Don't celebrate too soon. I haven't stitched you up yet. V tossed the bloody tweezers into the box and retrieved the needle and thread for suturing. I say, V. You don't seem that old. Why are you always thinking about retirement? Over the past month, Jack had noticed V not only working but also actively studying the knowledge of cybernetic surgery. He curiously inquired and discovered that she planned to make a name for herself in Night City before retiring from mercenary work to open a cybernetic clinic. They were just beginning to rise as a duo. JV had just made a name for themselves in Haywood, and jobs at the nightclub were within reach. That's not retirement. That's a career change, and it has little to do with age. It's mainly about your experiences. V replied while stitching. In this line of work, the more jobs you take, the more you realize it's not something you can do for a lifetime unless you die in the process. Just look at Old Way. He is so stable. He has secured a comfortable life for the latter half of his days. While Old Way's life sounds good, I can't stand the thought of sitting in one place all day. It would drive me mad. Jack scoffed. I ask you, Jack, have you figured out what you seek as a mercenary? V asked abruptly. To make a name for myself in Night City. What else could it be? And then, V continued, you become a legendary figure in Night City, a topic of conversation over meals. But what about you? Me, well, Jack faltered at V's question. I don't expect you to answer that right now. And we still have a ways to go before reaching that level of fame. You have plenty of time to ponder it. Between the legendary Morgan Blackhand and Johnny Silverhand, who would you choose to become? Wait, girl. Your tone makes it sound like you've already stepped down from the position of legend. What gives? Are you Morgan Blackhand? Jack rolled his eyes. However, it was clear even to Jack that V was more inclined to take on behind-the-scenes and safety roles. Before taking on a job, V handled intelligence, prepared the necessary tools, and adjusted weapons afterward. And during their operations, she often refrained from firing her weapon. More than once, during a fierce battle, V had fired her gun fewer than 10 times. This led many in the underworld to believe that Jack was the more formidable member of their duo. Meanwhile, a few knowledgeable intermediaries deduced that V was the one with depth, though most of the time she merely seemed to be slacking off. All right, my skills seem decent, don't they? V did not respond to Jack's question as she put the remaining needle and thread back into the medical kit. For the next few days, you should stay at the Wild Wolves. Think about your future, and stop recklessly charging ahead. Come on, V, Jack said, somewhat exasperated. I already have a mother nagging me all day. Do you have to mimic her too? Then grow up a bit. Stop acting like a child. V playfully smacked Jack's head. Got it. Mother number 2. After leaving the Wild Wolves bar, V took out her phone. Pullman, you did well on the last job. The money has been transferred to you. It was merely a test of your abilities. The real big job hasn't been assigned yet. Vulture, I detest what you call big jobs. None of them are reliable. Pullman, risks and rewards are proportional. I acknowledge that big jobs carry high risks. However, this time the client is offering a substantial sum, with a potential payout of 20 million euros upon successful completion. Vulture, that price seems even more dubious. Am I to assassinate Arasaka Saburo or President Myers? Pullman, neither of them. But that it's not far off that I can't disclose specific details now. We need to discuss it in person, in the afterlife. Vulture, you know my rules. I never meet clients or intermediaries in person. Pullman, then you should also know that jobs of this caliber cannot be conveyed remotely. I need to confirm you've accepted the job before I share the details. I thought my offer would pique your interest. V halted, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized the conversation on her phone, internally wrestling with herself. Her previous experiences as a mercenary with Valerie were warning her that this job was likely a trap. Yet, the prospect of such a high-profile target ignited her curiosity and desire for a challenge. Vulture, you want to meet face-to-face? Fine. First, transfer me 2 million euros, let me see your capabilities. And if you can truly offer this level of job. Pullman, I seem to recall that I'm the one hiring you. Vulture, then you can find another mercenary. For such a large deal, I'm sure many would be willing to take it on. Right? After sending this message, there was no further response from the other party, and V knew the matter was likely settled. After all, if they were unwilling to pay a meeting fee, they would have shot back a response immediately. Additionally, this job was clearly filtered through candidates, and they had specifically chosen her, making it unlikely they would find someone else in the short term. After 2 minutes of waiting, her phone indeed buzzed with a new message. Pullman, the client has agreed. The money has been transferred to you. Vulture, when do we meet? Pullman, tonight, in room 102. Vulture, all right. After sending this message, V turned off her phone. I wonder how Jack would feel if he knew that I had entered before him in the next life. TSK. I suppose I must don a more exquisite skin for this occasion. Chapter 18. The meeting. Who are you? Emmerich, the doorman at the Next Life nightclub, extended his hand to stop a blonde woman clad in a black suit and sunglasses. Pullman sent me. The woman refrained from revealing her name directly. instead articulating her purpose with a thick Eastern European accent. Wait a moment. Pullman, there's a woman claiming that you hired her. Emmerich communicated after contacting Pullman. Oh, very well. After receiving confirmation from Pullman, Emmerich addressed the woman before him. She is waiting for you in the reserved private room. You should be aware of the number, correct? With that, he stepped aside, and the door behind him opened. The woman did not engage in further conversation. Striding directly into the club, navigating through the cacophony of music, she effortlessly made her way towards the suite area. Hey, this time I've won the bet. Pay up, pay up. The vulture is not one of the Cano people. At the bar, one mercenary remarked to another, what the hell is this vulture's background? The first job he took out of military tech, and then he followed up with 2 more jobs, eliminating targets from the biotech and Zeta Tech sectors. Just when everyone was speculating if he was backed by Arasaka, he went ahead and took out a dog from Arasaka's company. Just days ago, he even eliminated a corporate spy linked to Kanto. Surely he can't be working for Petrochem. Why not guess it's the NCPD? Several times there have been eyewitnesses, yet all the dead were recorded by the NCPD, which makes them quite suspicious too. Huh. If those NCPD guys had that capability, I'd rather eat shit. The blonde woman soon arrived at the door of room 102, where a bald, burly white man blocked her path. What do you want? I was sent by Pullman. What do you think? The blonde woman responded without hesitation. Upon hearing her claim, the bodyguard quickly realized she was someone the boss had invited and promptly stepped aside to allow her entry. Meeting you is more challenging than meeting many corporate leaders. Inside the room awaited a middle-aged black woman who raised an eyebrow upon seeing the blonde beauty enter. Those politicians rely on their looks. While I do not, the vulture did not indulge in pleasantries, taking a seat directly on the sofa. You are indeed quite different from what I had anticipated. The intermediary, Pullman, was momentarily taken aback by the woman's articulate English. She opened a cigarette case and offered it. Care for one? The vulture declined the cigarette, crossing her arms in discontent and fixing her gaze on Pullman, as if to say, do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. Now that you see me, can we commence our business discussion? It seems you genuinely dislike idle chatter. Pullman felt no embarrassment. She closed the cigarette case and produced a data chip, sliding it across the table towards the vulture. The vulture picked up the chip, scrutinizing it before glancing at Pullman. She then extracted her phone from her suit and inserted the chip into its slot. Is such caution necessary? Pullman found herself somewhat speechless at the sequence of actions. It's a habit I acquired from my previous workplace, and with such a significant contract, I cannot afford to be careless. As the vulture perused the contents displayed on her phone, she stated, I have a question. Suddenly, she locked her gaze onto Pullman. Ask away. Do you and your benefactor know what you are doing? After voicing her inquiry, the vulture yanked the chip from her phone, tossing it back towards the intermediary. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think this contract comes with such a high commission? Pullman replied with an irritated expression. You've received your consultation fee, and you are aware of the contract details. Are you now having second thoughts? Want to back out? Fear. Let me ask you this. How much commission are you taking from this deal? The vulture expressed her indignation, slapping the table with her palm and exclaiming, this document contains only basic information about the target. There are no action plans, no escape routes, not even the target schedule outside of work hours. Is this how you conduct your intermediary duties? The noise from the vulture's slap on the table drew the attention of the bodyguard stationed outside. However, upon meeting the target's questioning gaze, Pullman calmly gestured for the bodyguard to leave. Once the door to the private room was shut again, Pullman leisurely explained, the reason we chose you for this task is precisely because you have previously completed assignments with just the target's information. As for the lack of the target's schedule, it is because she spends all her time in the corporate building, most of which is in her office. And how much will I receive? I can only tell you that the 20 million euros you mentioned is the bulk of the payment. Pullman continued, placing a card on the table before the vulture. This is the extent of assistance I can provide. Use it, and you will gain access to the Ye Corporation's parking lot and utilize the internal elevator to reach any floor. The vulture picked up the card, observing the Ye Corporation logo. Her eyes narrowing, she thought to herself, you provided this? It must be from the benefactor. What level of access does it grant? The vulture inquired, shaking the card in her hand. The highest security clearance, allowing the bearer to carry light weapons. Upon hearing the response, the vulture scrutinized the card as if pondering something. Pullman remained patient, understanding that such a significant matter required careful consideration. The vulture stowed the card and her phone into the inner pocket of her suit, signifying her acceptance of the contract. I'll make one thing clear. Don't even think about your benefactor shirking responsibility, and I'll make my stance clear as well. The target of this mission is an assassination. The best-case scenario is that only the target dies. The Ye Corporation must not suffer significant damage. Otherwise, do not expect to receive a substantial remainder of your payment. Pullman issued her final requirement. I have hired a killer, not a terrorist. The Vulture then walked towards the door of the private room, pausing before opening it to deliver her final remark. Chapter 19. The Priceless Target Well. This should suffice. V pulled the slide of the freshly modified standard handgun, inspecting its interior. This firearm was crafted based on Alex's beloved gun, Her Majesty, as a model for her own modifications, aimed at executing assassination tasks more efficiently in the future. To achieve this, V had even commissioned certain parts a week in advance from the gun shop, such as a more comfortable non-slip grip, a smoother slide, and a lighter trigger. It seems that once this job is completed, I will retire. V, cigarette in mouth, took out her phone to peruse the target's mission details, murmuring to herself, name, Sky Knight, gender, female, age, confidential, identity, claims to be a descendant of the Richard Knight family. Returned to Night City from Europe approximately a month ago, currently serving as the chairwoman and CEO of the Ye Corporation. The introduction of this target could not be more straightforward. Yet, conversely, fewer words often signify a greater magnitude of the matter at hand. V gazed at the unfamiliar face of the current CEO of the Ye Corporation in the photograph. Although she appeared youthful, one could not discount the possibility that her actual age was akin to that of Hanako Arasaka, while the Ye Corporation, in terms of company scale, does not rival the likes of Arasaka. Military tech, Kanto, or Petrochem, giant corporations capable of controlling a nation, it possesses an enigmatic aura, notorious for its confidentiality. People are only aware that this enterprise holds considerable influence over public administration and social contributions within Night City, including projects such as public road construction, utility maintenance, and revitalizing the maglev system, which are but a fraction of the initiatives funded by the Ye Corporation. Moreover, a portion of the shares of the publicly listed NCBD is also under the control of Ye. No one can accurately estimate the true market value of this company, nor can they discern its other revenue sources beyond the infrastructure of Night City, or even how many employees it has. Thus, in a sense, opposing the Ye Corporation equates to opposing the very foundation of this city. This is why such a moderately sized company can still stand its ground amidst the conglomerates of Night City. As for the benefactor behind this assassination contract, anyone who can stipulate that the operation should not disrupt the Ye Corporation's continued functioning is undoubtedly one of the power brokers within the Ye Corporation. Possibly even a shareholder. Corporate dogs fighting amongst themselves. V finished her cigarette, loaded the magazine into her handgun, and prepared to head out. As she left her hideout, her morphing mask had already altered her appearance, and she stepped into a prearranged black vehicle. It was an inconspicuous Velfor Cordis V5000, a rather standard business model, common in corporate plazas, serving as a primary mode of transport for middle-tier corporate employees. Due to the ID card provided by an intermediary, V effortlessly drove into the underground parking garage of the Knight Corporation's office building located in the company plaza, dressed in a complete ensemble of corporate attire. V emerged from the vehicle, carrying a briefcase. While waiting for the elevator, V's attention was captured by a recently parked vehicle, a Skyquartz. It was not the car itself that piqued V's interest, but rather the driver. V recognized her. The driver was none other than Gloria Martinez, the mother of David Martinez. At this moment, Gloria appeared much as V had first seen her, clad in inexpensive clothing. Though her medical service team jacket had been replaced with a somewhat worn coat, the sight of someone so plainly dressed appearing in the internal parking lot of the Knight Corporation struck V as peculiar. After parking, Gloria exited her car and made her way toward the elevator lobby. Upon entering the elevator area, Gloria seemed to notice a curious gaze directed at her. She promptly retrieved a name badge from her coat pocket and affixed it around her neck before offering V a friendly smile. Upon seeing the name badge, V reciprocated with a polite smile, and the two entered the elevator together. Gloria pressed a button for a mid-level floor and stepped aside. V, on the other hand, produced her ID card and swiped it through the elevator's card reader before pressing the button for the top floor. This action elicited a slight surprise from Gloria, who had not expected this woman sharing the elevator to possess access to the upper echelons. However, she maintained her composure. After years of experience, she understood the importance of discretion. The elevator ascended in silence until it reached the floor Gloria had selected. With another polite smile directed at V, she briskly exited the elevator. V, however, caught a glimpse of the departmental sign on that floor as the door had not yet closed. Marketing Department. V now comprehended the origin of the low-priced implants that had been sold to old W.E., It turned out that Jack had indeed been correct. They had been directly extracted from the Knight Corporation's warehouse. What V did not anticipate was how Gloria had managed to infiltrate the Knight Corporation as an employee. Gloria, who had long hoped for her son David to secure a position at Arasaka, now found herself unwittingly entangled as a cog within the company. The absurdity of the situation was not lost on V, but now was not the time to ponder such matters. After all, she was on the verge of executing a business deal worth millions of euros. The rest of the journey proceeded smoothly, with the elevator not stopping at any intermediate floors, and it arrived directly at the top level. As the elevator doors opened, V discreetly surveyed the layout of the floor with her peripheral vision while making her way towards the room marked with the sign for the CEO's office. The top floor of the Knight Corporation building consisted solely of the CEO's office, the CEO's secretary's office, a conference room exclusively for executives, a kitchenette, and restrooms. Which department are you from? Unsurprisingly, the door to the CEO's secretary's office, located beside the CEO's office, was perpetually open. A female secretary, noticing V approaching the doorway, immediately inquired, "Do you have an appointment? What's in your briefcase?" As the secretary posed her question, V's unoccupied hand slipped into her suit jacket. Grasping the grip of her silenced pistol and disengaging the safety. To her mind, eliminating one more secretary would hardly impact the quality of the assignment at hand. "Let her in. I have urgent matters to discuss with her. If you have no pressing business, do not disturb us." Suddenly, a voice emanated from the intercom on the secretary's desk, interrupting her inquiry and halting V's next move. "Yes, boss," the secretary replied, then activated the control panel to open the door to the CEO's office. Politely gesturing for V to enter, despite her lingering confusion, V smiled at the secretary and stepped into the CEO's office. The moment the door closed behind her, she drew her pistol, aiming it at the woman standing by the glass window. The woman, named Sky Knight, was gazing down at the memorial garden in the center of the company plaza through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Unfazed by the threat of the gun, Sky turned with a smile. Her crimson glowing cybernetic eyes fixated on V. "This is the second time this year you've pointed a gun at me." V. Chapter 20. Within the rules indeed. I should have anticipated this. V aimed her weapon at the woman before her. Her brow furrowed. "Should I address you as Sky Knight, or perhaps Skynet, or even the red-eyed lady? Call me as you wish, Sky Knight, or Valerie," retorted, dismissing the silenced pistol pointed at her as she approached a glass table adorned with a tea service. As she poured tea into 2 cups, she remarked, "Surely you do not intend to proceed with your 20 million euro transaction? Why not?" V maintained her grip on the gun, her tone provocative. "You ought to know that I am rather fond of money." "Enough of that." Valerie set down the teapot and seated herself in a nearby chair. "The V I know, while not averse to monetary temptations, understands which funds are appropriate to accept and which are not." After settling into her seat, she lifted a teacup and gestured for V to sit across from her. "However, the V I know understands what actions are appropriate and which are not. You seem to have misjudged my character." Valerie rebutted. "I only engage in tasks I am capable of completing. Whether or not I should do so depends on my capacity." "You are correct." V finally lowered her gun. "You remain that insufferable corporate dog." "Thank you for the compliment," Valerie replied with a smile and a shrug. "So, your busyness this month has revolved around attaining this position?" "Essentially, yes." With that, Valerie took a sip of her tea. This action prompted V to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. "I do not recall the T-Series implants possessing such capabilities. For heaven's sake." V. It is now 2076, Valerie said, gesturing toward the glass window. "Implants of all kinds are available for sale throughout Night City. If you have the funds, you can even procure an entire set of synthetic organs from a street sweeper. You know." V pulled out the chair opposite Valerie and plopped down. "I feel you and Myers are rather similar." "I appreciate the comparison to the new President of the United States," Valerie replied with an eye roll, "but regrettably, I am not like her. Her power derives from the corporation, not from her own abilities." V refrained from disputing Valerie's assertion, fully aware of its truth. This was the reason she had questioned whether the woman should be referred to as the red-eyed lady. "May I inquire what exactly you are doing?" Valerie paused her tea drinking at V's question. "Regrettably, it is not yet time. The fewer people who know my ultimate objective, the better. Ha. You are always like this, perpetually concocting some grand plan. What is it this time?" "The extinction of humanity. Don't you find living this way exhausting?" "This is my way of life." V. Valerie placed her empty teacup back on the table. Her crimson eyes locked onto V. In fact, I envy you. V. You are a pure soul. Because you see the end point of your desires, you contemplate a shift to a career as a prosthetic doctor. Perhaps it is simply your insatiable greed, V instinctively retorted. "Now that Johnny is absent, it seems you have taken up the mantle of jabbing at me, haven't you?" that is entirely your own doing. For instance, this time, you are fully aware that someone has commissioned me to assassinate you. Yet, you prefer to brew tea and await my arrival instead of giving me a heads up. Give you a heads up, Valerie scoffed. Pray tell, Ms. Vulture, do you know who commissioned your assassination? Need I even ask? Who else could it be but someone within this very company? V replied with a scowling countenance. And the name? Can you provide a specific name? Can you point to a particular individual? Valerie continued with a barrage of inquiries, successfully rendering V speechless. V, feeling as though she had swallowed a fly, took a few seconds to respond. So, you consider me bait? I thought you had ascended to this position. Surely you wouldn't need to resort to such tactics. V, do you not understand? Unless you possess the ability to directly confront the entire world, you must obediently operate within the confines of this world's rules, Valerie patiently explained. Otherwise, do you think Arasaka's Haruko would have gone to such lengths to solidify Arasaka Reikshun's guilt? Then how did you acquire your current status? V questioned, her expression incredulous. Is it difficult to fabricate a false identity? What about the shares? Are the Knight Corporation's shares also fictitious? The shares are undeniably genuine, Valerie remarked with a shrug. Yet the original owners of these shares, they, or rather it, exists beyond the confines of the rules. V was about to inquire why Gloria was also employed at Knight Corp when Valerie abruptly stood up. What's wrong? V asked suspiciously. Valerie, however, wore a triumphant smile and proclaimed, the fish has taken the bait. No sooner had she spoken than several fully armed Knight Corp security personnel burst in, guns trained on the still-disguised V and their chairman. Boss, they insisted on barging in. Following closely was the CEO's secretary and a middle-aged man clad in a suit. What? Can't resist coming to see if I'm dead, Valerie taunted the man. Still using the guise of Sky Knight. V immediately reacted, angrily rebuking in heavily accented English. I knew you filthy bastard wouldn't intend to pay me the final sum. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. He couldn't comprehend why the highly priced assassin he had hired was now so easily aligned with the target. However, he had to concede one point. He truly did not plan to pay the other party. Calmly, he drew a JK-X2 and aimed it at the CEO's secretary, intending to eliminate the witness. He had concocted a justification in advance. The CEO's secretary had colluded with the assassin Vulture to assassinate Sky Knight, and he would lead the security team to the scene to execute both the assassin and his accomplices. Yet, something unexpected occurred. The gun in his hand refused to respond, no matter how he pulled the trigger. Not just him. All the trusted security personnel he had brought began to inspect their weapons in confusion. The farce was about to conclude. With a flourish of Valerie's hand through the air, a cascade of red data streams appeared before Brigies and his subordinates. They felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck them. As the pain coursed through their bodies, their implants spiraled out of control. What have you done? Brigies fell to the ground, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. His subordinates, after a chorus of screams, lay sprawled on the ground, motionless. I must admit, you were quite cautious, Brigies. You dealt with those who aided you in your dirty deeds before I could trace them back to you. Even the funds for hiring the assassin came from your private accounts, leaving me without a shred of incriminating evidence. As Valerie strolled up to Brigies, he was horrified to see his hand, which had held the gun, suddenly turn against himself, the barrel now aimed at his own head. Unfortunately for him, the outcome of betraying his subordinates was that he was left with no one to rely on, forcing him to confront me personally alongside these mere pawns. With a gunshot, Brigies' head exploded. The very weapon he had held now turned against him. Oh dear, why did you choose to take your own life in guilt? Valerie lamented, her voice tinged with regret as she addressed the lifeless body on the ground. She then turned her gaze to the secretary, who sat in shock, seemingly soulless. What are you still doing there? Go report to the NCPD. The secretary finally snapped back to reality, scrambling to his feet and hastily exiting the CEO's office. Valerie then pointed at the briefcase on the floor and turned to V, who had been watching the spectacle. What are you lingering here for? While the NCPD has arrived yet, take the EMP bomb you brought and leave my company post-haste. Chapter 21. The Next Life. Welcome to Channel 54 News. I am Julian Jordan. Let us continue to follow the developments in the assassination attempt on the president of Knight Corporation. The NCPD held a press conference this afternoon regarding the investigation results. According to the findings, this assassination attempt stemmed from internal factional struggles within Knight Corp. It has now been revealed that one of the shareholders, Brigies Stanley, who has since committed suicide, was the mastermind behind this incident. Meanwhile, the assassin codenamed Vulture, who executed the assassination, remains at large. This thwarted assassination of the Knight Corp president has once again demonstrated the dire state of public safety in Night City. The crime rate in Night City is now twofold that of New America. And from any perspective, if Night City were to join the federal government, it could significantly ameliorate the current deplorable security situation. After a brief intermission, we will bring you more details on this incident. Hey, V. Jack had been waiting at the entrance to Afterlife for nearly an hour when V finally arrived on her motorcycle. My legs are about to go numb. Why did you take so long? V parked her bike and sauntered over to Jack. You arrived too early. The moment you heard business was being discussed at Afterlife, you got as excited as a gorilla. V gestured to her empty wrist. We still have 10 minutes until the appointed time. Hey, Hermana. Hey, sister. This is Afterlife, the heart of Night City. Jack exclaimed, turning toward the staircase with enthusiasm. V discreetly rolled her eyes, internally scoffing at the notion that Night City had an abundance of hearts. At this moment, she felt no excitement for Afterlife. Coming here felt more like a trip to the cafeteria. What business could possibly be more significant than discussing matters here? Jack inquired as he descended the stairs. Actually, there is, V retorted testily. Some guy dared to introduce me to a pathetic job, and when things went awry, he even thought of fleeing. Really? You're taking on side jobs behind my back? Jack suddenly became alert. Honing in on the crux of the matter. V replied evasively. It's manual labor. You wouldn't be able to handle it. Oh, then it's nothing, Jack assumed, thinking it was something related to firearms or mechanical modifications. Tasks he indeed could not perform. So you were dealing with that. Otherwise, what would I be doing? V shrugged. You know me. I always repay my grudges. Who was the fool who dared to provoke someone like you? The Reaper of Lives, Jack jested, referencing the notorious nickname V had acquired in Night City. Is that nickname really spreading so far? V grimaced, finding the moniker somewhat absurd. You really need to keep up with the street news. Your exploits have spread throughout Night City, and I hear someone even wants to hire you for another film. Better not. I felt a bit cheated for that small amount of money I received back then. I should make the old captain pay me a share. As the two continued their banter, they arrived at the entrance of Afterlife, only to be unexpectedly blocked at the door. Hi. Jack began, attempting to strike up a casual conversation, only to be interrupted by V. We're here for business. Gloria Martinez arranged this meeting. Emmerich, as usual, confirmed via phone. Then stepped aside to let them in. At least I didn't have to show my face in Super Dream. Not many people should know what the so-called Reaper of Lives looks like. V remarked as she led Jack into Afterlife. Continuing the previous topic. Isn't fame a good thing? Jack asked, draping an arm around V's shoulder. This kind of fame is. V was about to counter when a loud voice called out her name. Yo. Isn't this Miss V? The Reaper of Lives has come to Afterlife for work. Instantly, numerous gazes were drawn to the shout. V glared at the source of the voice, recognizing the golden prosthetic hand and the rooster comb hairstyle. Over here, over here. Pyrrha waved at V lewdly, completely oblivious to the murderous glare she shot his way. Do you know him? Jack asked curiously. Kind of. The loudest one, Pyrrha, is the most annoying guy in Man's team. Their captain, Man, isn't too bad, though. V replied, giving Pyrrha the middle finger before introducing him to Jack. What a coincidence, Miss V, Man greeted as V approached. And who is this? Jack, my partner, V introduced. After the two hefty men exchanged pleasantries, they began to chat casually. What a coincidence, by the look of this guy. You just met Gloria, right? V inquired, pointing at David, who appeared dazed among the crowd. Ha ha ha, that's indeed quite a coincidence. We walked in and saw Gloria chatting with Rog. Almost thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Dolio laughed heartily. How did you know Gloria was here? Kiwi Eye, with a cigarette perched on her mask, suddenly asked. We were invited by Gloria. V shrugged in response. Where is she now? Over there. Lucy pointed toward a booth. Sipping her cola. Let us go. V pulled Jack, who was still chatting with Man, toward Gloria's direction. You and the client are already acquainted. Jack walked alongside V, asking questions as they strolled. Client? Gloria is hardly a client. V replied, she is at best an agent. There's a big boss behind her. Hey, Gloria, V greeted her, but Gloria seemed lost in thought, staring intently at two glasses filled with pure water on the table. MS.V. Gloria snapped back to reality, addressing the two before her. Please, take a seat. At that moment, Gloria was no longer clad in her humble attire but donned a professional outfit, akin to many corporate representatives. I haven't had the chance to thank you in person yet. V gestured for Jack to sit opposite Gloria. It was merely a coincidence, and I was the one who put in the most effort. It seems you have adjusted well to your new role, Gloria nodded, casting a subtle glance towards Man's team before continuing, and thank you for looking after David. I must say, Jack interjected, observing the casual conversation between the two. Aren't we here to discuss business? Right? Chapter 22. Aftermath of internal strife. So, let me get this straight. Your company had a shipment hijacked by the Maelstrom during transit, and now you want us to retrieve it? V extracted the data chip provided by Gloria and handed it to Jack. I mean, V inquired with a puzzled expression. Isn't this the sort of task the internal security team should handle? This shipment must be kept under wraps at the company before resorting to hiring mercenaries. Are you not aware? Gloria appeared somewhat surprised, genuinely astonished that V was oblivious to the intricacies of the situation. Shouldn't I be informed about the affairs of Night City Corporation? V retorted, frowning in discontent. I have some knowledge about it, Jack interjected. The news mentioned that the shareholder who was assassinated this morning was responsible for overseeing the security team. Otherwise, the cleanup wouldn't have fallen to the NCPD.OH.IT. Seems the security department at Night Corp is in disarray. Otherwise, the shipment wouldn't have gone missing. V raised an eyebrow, realizing that her client, who had no intention of paying the final installment, was involved in this turmoil. Her. This was merely a casualty, and she had no interest in learning about the deceased's previous endeavors. Gloria shrugged, explaining, roughly speaking, since the boss has mentioned that she trusts V, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This shipment was lost 2 days ago because these items were insisted upon by our boss to penetrate the implant market. It was actually Bridgie Stanny who sabotaged the shipment. Originally, the security team should have been the ones to handle this kind of outsourcing, but somehow it fell into the lap of someone like me, who deals with business. It seems your security department could use a complete overhaul, Jack remarked, as if he had stumbled upon a shocking secret. What Gloria didn't mention was that the entire security framework, from the director to the head of the department, had already undergone substantial purging before the assassination incident. If it weren't for her limited capabilities, she felt she could have easily claimed the position of head of security for herself. Lost 2 days ago. We can't guarantee how much can be recovered now. V decided to lay her cards on the table. Through Gloria's insights, V had pieced together the events that transpired. It seemed that the individual named Bridges intended to exploit the security transport issue to pressure Valerie into concessions. But not only did it fail to work, but Valerie also dismissed his confidence. Ultimately, with Bridges left as a solitary figure, he resorted to desperate measures, hiring an assassin. The amount recovered isn't the main concern, Gloria said after taking a sip from her cup. Originally, the shipment was meant to be distributed upon arrival in Night City. We would just consider it a loss. The crux of the matter is that it was stolen. I see. Your boss is concerned about maintaining face and wants to retaliate, Jack said with a smile. The boss mentioned that face isn't the main issue. The priority is that such things cannot be tolerated. Today, our goods were intercepted by the Maelstrom in the Badlands. What has to stop them from being robbed by the 6th Street Gang when entering the city, or being seized by the Valentinos or the Tiger Claws when arriving at the docks? Could the Vortex Gang storm a warehouse in the North Industrial District? Such occurrences cannot be overlooked by anyone. Do you understand? Understood. So, your implication is that whoever's filthy hands touched your company's goods must pay with their life. Correct? V stated bluntly. It's my boss's sentiment. Gloria corrected. The company aims to send a message to all factions in Night City. Night Corp's products can be leaked to you, but no one should dare to take matters into their own hands. Well then, V clapped Jack's shoulder and stood up. Let us get to work. As they passed by Man and his team, V heard the lewd voice of Piranha again. Farewell, the living demon of Night City. Dalio, noticing V's suddenly dark expression, promptly slapped Piranha on the back of the head. Even Lucy couldn't help but comment, you'll die because of that filthy mouth of yours one day. Upon stepping out of the main entrance, V grew increasingly furious and decided to call Captain to settle the score. Hello, the lazy voice of the captain came through the line. It's me. V.O. Who has angered you? V sister. The captain immediately sensed her agitation. Calling me sister 1T work. You've sold off the super dream I handed you across Night City, quite profitable, isn't it? V asked with a cold smile. Not bad. A small profit. But is this worth you calling me up to lay the blame? The super dream was yours once it was handed over. My concern isn't about the profits. The crux of the problem is the ridiculous name you chose. The living demon of Night City, blood slaughter of the white powder nest. Isn't that a fine name? Very down to earth. Look, you've made quite a name for yourself. Ah yes, now everyone in Night City probably knows there's a cyber psychopath named roaming about. Renowned? More like infamous. How do you plan to compensate me for this mental anguish? Should I come over and demonstrate a cyber psychotic episode for you? V threatened with a cold laugh. Father, I was wrong. I'll give you a 30 discount coupon. Next time you want to buy that car, you can use it. I can hear the sound of you counting your coins all the way in Watson District. So, I'm to take compensation from you while still having to spend money, And only a 30 discount, 50 off. That's the lowest I can go. I know you've made quite a bit recently. You must need to change cars, right? In Night City, the most reliable place to buy a second-hand car is from me. The captain. V pondered for a moment. It indeed seemed the case. She needed a vehicle better suited for the terrain for her upcoming job in the Badlands. Fine. Send it over. V gritted her teeth as she concluded the call. Before long, she received a text from the captain, a 50 off coupon code. V opened the intermediary's website on her phone and began selecting a vehicle. After sifting through various options, she finally settled on a Gudra 66 model. The excellent foundation of the 66 model made it a supercar in the city, and its customized wanderer style would keep her from getting caked in dust every time she ventured into the Badlands. After completing the purchase, B turned to Jack and asked, "Did you bring any food?" "Heh. Look." Jack proudly pulled out two customized, gold-plated noise, just received today. I call them the golden bitches. V rolled her eyes. Jack had a penchant for weapons that looked flashy. All right then. Chapter 23. Leaving the city. Wow, why are there so many buttons in this car? Jack exclaimed as he sat in the passenger seat of V's newly purchased Gudra 66, marveling at the array of equipment. Many modifications are essential for driving in that hellish environment of the Badlands. V adjusted the system settings while responding. Are you sure you can handle it? This doesn't seem to be a job for us Haywood folks. Jack observed skeptically. Well, I had a few friends who were wanderers in the past. V completed the system adjustments and started the engine. All right, ready to depart. Hey, that engine sound is powerful. What's this control for? Jack curiously reached for a panel V hadn't touched yet. V swiftly swatted Jack's hand away, exasperated. That's the control for the defense weapons. We're still in the city, and I don't want the NCPD chasing us out of the Badlands. Are you buckled in? Secure. Just wait. Jack suddenly realized that he was seated in V's vehicle and hastily fastened his seatbelt, gripping the chair as he continued. Well, this is just splendid. However, to his surprise, V drove with remarkable steadiness this time. The journey from Watson to the Badlands would essentially traverse a significant portion of Night City, and the two began to converse in the car. V, what are your thoughts on that, Vulture? Who are you referring to? V was momentarily taken aback by Jack's question, as she found it rather challenging to respond. The Vulture, that assassin who has completed 8 contracts in less than a month since debuting. If we count today's incident with Ye. That makes it 9. Jack adopted a pose reminiscent of discussing a celebrity. To this day, no one knows the true identity of this individual, although 6 out of the 8 killings had eyewitnesses describing the perpetrator's appearance, some male, some female. The NCPD has only managed to reach the morgue each time, and none were genuine. Moreover, this person accepts contracts solely through text messages. Had it not been for the recording released in the Ye case, no one would have even heard her voice. Perhaps the voice in the recording was merely a fabrication. V interjected. If this individual can disguise their appearance, why not their voice? Indeed, that's a valid point. V, Jack chuckled. Everyone on the street is speculating whether this person really escaped from Ye. Or if they simply swaggered out via the elevator. V maintained a serious expression, appearing fully focused on driving. People are still guessing. With such a level of disguise, it's plausible that this person is affiliated with MI6 or the KGB, Jack continued. What about the CIA or a ninja from Arasaka? V deliberately obfuscated. That person has already taken out targets from military tech in Arasaka. Killing one's own without a second thought is rather extreme, don't you think? Jack immediately refuted. It's those who are useful that are considered allies. Once they are no longer of use, they become expendable. Such matters are hardly rare within corporations. V interrupted Jack's naive musings with a cold remark. What you say does have some merit. V swiftly navigated the vehicle out of the urban sprawl. Reaching the Badlands, this time, their target, the Riptide Gang, was located not in the west but rather in the south, just outside Night City's border checkpoint. What's this? Your first time leaving Night City? As V drove up to the border checkpoint and began to queue, she noticed Jack appeared somewhat anxious. Well, what business do we have leaving the city? Jack replied with a nervous chuckle. Inspection complete, no contraband found. Please proceed quickly. The standards for exiting and entering the city were identical, and V had indeed carried no prohibited items. I've always found it odd that military tech personnel are in charge of the border inspections, Jack remarked, glancing at the checkpoint receding behind them. Considering that the NCPD can't even manage the city, how can we expect them to handle border checks? V replied with a disdainful tone. Let us not forget that Night City still has a chunk of enclave under pressure. Given its proximity to the new American border, they probably outsourced border checks to military tech. So, theoretically, we've already entered New America's territory? Jack inquired. Yes, that is indeed the case. V nodded. They had now crossed into Southern California. which had chosen to align with New America during the Unification Wars several years prior. However, in this world, ravaged by 4 corporate wars where most traditional nations have collapsed, the concept of territory has lost its true significance. In an era dominated by corporations, markets and consumers represent the real territories. It seems there's a small town ahead, likely the one near our mission location, Jack pointed out. The growl of a 66 Series Westwind's engine shattered the tranquility of the desert town as V parked in front of a roadside motel. Intending to fill their stomachs before commencing their task, 2 cans of soda and 2 sandwich platters, please. V and Jack settled at the bar, requesting the bartender, who was busy swatting flies, to prepare their meal. The bartender glanced at the pair, uttered a brief "please wait," and retreated to the kitchen. At least let me have a beer, Jack pouted. Jack. V's expression soured. She disapproved of drinking during missions. Fine, let us finish our work before indulging. Just then, the bar door swung open, and a man wearing a cowboy hat entered. A badge hung from his chest, revealing him to be the town sheriff. I heard there are strangers in town. The sheriff swaggered over to V, speaking with an air of arrogance. Not welcomed? V narrowed her eyes, curious about the man's intentions. Don't you know that when you come to town, you must greet the local sheriff first? The sheriff maintained his brusque tone, demanding to know their purpose, even if it was merely to enjoy a soda. Well, we city folks are indeed hearing this rule for the first time, V scoffed. Retorting, do we really need to check in just for a soda in the countryside? Jack burst into laughter at V's words. City folks? The sheriff raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his voice. That car outside doesn't seem like something a city dweller would drive. Apparently, the local law enforcement could ascertain someone's identity merely by their vehicle. V turned to Jack and remarked, ha ha ha, their crime-solving rate must be exceptionally high. Jack chuckled incessantly. V then faced the fuming sheriff, preemptively drawing an ID card emblazoned with the YA logo. I know what is going through your mind. You merely wish to flaunt your affiliation with the corporation to the drifter. I can only say, you've got the wrong person to Oh, you see this clearly? V tapped the ID card with her finger. Given how close you are to Night City, you should recognize this logo, right? You are. The sheriff's brow furrowed. Yay personnel. V did not answer directly but countered. Now, do I still need to report my breakfast to you, Sheriff? Chapter 24. The return trip was there are only 2 of you. What are you doing? The Riptide gang leader, crouching behind cover while loading ammunition into his rifle, scolded his subordinates. I have no idea where those 2 mercenaries sprang from this morning. They drove straight into our hideout and started shooting. Get rid of that big guy for me, he shouted. Is that gun in your hand a damn fire stick? The leader tossed an empty shell casing at a fellow Riptide gunman, who was similarly cowering behind cover with a SOR-22. Though the 2 mercenaries were armed only with handguns, their shooting accuracy was frightening, forcing the Riptide gunmen to remain hidden and too afraid to expose themselves. Hurry up. Are you deaf? Prodded by the leader's incessant urging. The gunman steeled himself, raising the SOR-22 equipped with a scope, slowly peeking out to take aim. However, as soon as he revealed half his head, a sharp gunshot rang out, and yet another body fell lifelessly to the ground. This only heightened the fear of the remaining Riptide members behind cover, who became even more reluctant to show themselves. On the opposite end of the Riptide hideout. V blew away the smoke curling from the barrel of her revolver. Glancing at Jack, who held a golden pistol in each hand of V, this prolonged standoff isn't a viable strategy, Jack warned while keeping watch on the Riptide gang across from them. V understood Jack's implication. He was urging her to stop dawdling and take action. All right. The leader is yours. I'll handle the rest. Which one is the leader? The one who was shouting the loudest just now. Got it. After affirming, Jack aimed his twin guns at the direction from which the voice had come, while V vanished from sight. The Riptide leader, hearing his subordinate scream in agony with each gunshot and the approaching footsteps, dared not peek out from his cover. Instead, he wildly sprayed bullets from his assault rifle. However, his actions inadvertently revealed his hiding spot to Jack. Just 2 seconds later, he saw a grenade roll towards him, its safety pin removed. With the explosion that followed, the Riptide hideout fell eerily silent. V reappeared, ejecting empty casings from her revolver. As she did so to V, come see, is this the cargo? Jack pulled back a tarpaulin, revealing a military-grade cargo truck produced by Military Tech. This was the best-selling armored truck in North America over the past decade, only accessible to governing entities and licensed corporations. You can tell just by looking. V opened the already forced open cargo door, discovering several boxes were already empty. It seems we arrived too late. Oh, damn. Stedman, Manus Blade, and even the projectile launch system. This truck is loaded with good stuff, Jack exclaimed. his eyes gleaming at the remaining cargo. I advise you against harboring any ill intentions. Do you truly believe that the Yi family could directly provide us with the location of this place? V utilized his optical prosthetic eyes to capture images of several empty crates, casually reminding Jack in the process. Moreover, the crates will record the unboxing time. Who do you think is the prime suspect if goods have gone missing now? Indeed, it seems so. Jack immediately abandoned his thoughts of treachery. V, I found the goods for you, but several crates are empty. Valerie, understood. Just bring the remainder back to the city. I will dispatch someone to investigate the missing portion. V had contemplated contacting Gloria to explain the situation through proper channels, but ultimately decided to reach out to the principal directly. V, don't you suspect I might pull a double cross? Valerie, you are not a naive newcomer. Enough. Lock the door behind you. I will operate the behemoth, and you take my vehicle. We are heading back to the city now. V beckoned Jack, who was still drooling, and leaped from the cargo compartment towards the driver's seat. All right. Hey, V, what are you searching for? Are you unable to drive this vehicle? Jack had already started the 66 model Westwind and noticed V still rummaging through the behemoth's driver's cabin. I am looking for the customs declaration documents. With such a large shipment of implants, do you think we can swagger through customs without them? V retorted irritably. Found it? V exclaimed, waving a piece of paper towards Jack. Let us set off. The two vehicles, one large and one small, cruised along the road leading to Night City. It can be said that the behemoth lives up to its reputation, commanding 16 of military technology revenue in 2076 solely based on sales figures. Its all-wheel drive system and robust engine allow it to traverse the dreadful road conditions with ease. Please direct your vehicle to the inspection area as the barrier before V descended. He engaged the forward gear, allowing the behemoth to slowly enter the inspection zone. Once V parked the vehicle securely, the barrier behind them rose, sealing off any escape routes. Please remain inside the vehicle. The security check will conclude shortly. V could only wait patiently, a cigarette dangling from his lips, for the next course of action. Owners of vehicles in the inspection area must undergo further questioning. As expected, V knew that driving a company vehicle while transporting such a large number of implants would not facilitate a smooth passage. He hoped the customs documents would still hold weight. He took the paperwork and exited the vehicle, striding towards the customs building. What's going on? Jack, still in the vehicle, called V as he observed him disembark. There shouldn't be any major issues. Just wait for me a moment. If things escalate, you should drive away without concerning yourself with me, V replied. Already inside the building. If you are carrying any weapons, please leave them here. The border guard on duty requested V. Without hesitation, V handed over his pistol. At this moment, the firearm was the least lethal weapon he possessed. As for the other weapons, please proceed to room 1 for questioning. V refrained from further comment and entered room 1. Please take a seat. The border guard waiting in the room gestured to the chair opposite him. After V sat down, the guard requested the documents. Here V placed the documents on the table. Remaining silent, the guard examined the documents carefully before asking, "Are you an employee of the Yi Corporation? No one stipulates that only employees of the Yi Corporation can transport their goods, does it?" V countered. You currently face 2 issues. First, this customs declaration has been overdue since the day before yesterday. Second, the quantity listed on the document does not match the items in your vehicle. The guard placed the documents on the table. Pointing at the list above, the delay is due to the goods being stolen. I only managed to recover them today. The discrepancy in quantity is because a portion has already been taken by the Ripper gang for sale. Do you think I desire to lose goods? You may contact Yi Corporation to confirm my account. Very well. The guard lit a cigarette and responded, your vehicle and cargo will be detained. We will return them to you once verification is complete. Do you realize what you are saying? V narrowed his eyes, questioning in a displeased tone. We are merely following protocol. You are free to leave. The guard gestured towards the door, signaling for the next individual. Your cargo is to be confiscated by these ravenous border guards. Do you intend to resolve this? Or shall I employ my own methods? V exited the interrogation room and immediately called Valerie. Your methods. Don't act impulsively. Valerie could easily discern V's implications. His methods would undoubtedly involve violence, theft, or breaching barriers. First, go to the vending machine outside and buy a can of soda. Find a spot to sit and wait for a short while. Soon, someone will arrive to collect the vehicle and cargo. V listened to the calm tone on the other end and nodded in agreement. Very well, if you are not in a hurry. That's fine. I will wait for you for no more than half an hour. If you do not resolve this by then, I will resort to my own methods, and you will have to pay more. V retrieved his firearm and exited the customs building. Purchasing a can of soda from the vending machine outside, Leaning against the wall as he watched the border guards tow the vehicle to the impound area, he showed no signs of anxiety. Given the current level of security, they were hardly a challenge. After approximately 10 minutes, V heard the distinctive alarm of the Anti-Terrorism Task Force echoing through the air. Looking up, he saw the hovering vehicle of the Anti-Terrorism Task Force approaching the customs area with sirens blaring. This place is not in chaos, is it? For members of the Anti-Terrorism Task Force leaped from their airborne vehicle, and the leader, whom V recognized, was Melissa, known for wielding a Mantis blade. V, does this count as the commotion you mentioned? Jack contacted V, inquiring. Hard to say. Let us wait and see, V replied, sipping his drink. Who dares to detain our Anti-Terrorism Task Force's cargo? Melissa stormed into the customs building, berating the officials. Hey, what is going on? The border supervisor approached the Anti-Terrorism Task Force, demanding an explanation. Your personnel have detained our shipment from the Yi Corporation. What the hell do you mean asking me what is going on? Melissa angrily retorted. The border supervisor frowned at her response and whispered to the border guard who had previously spoken with V. We indeed just detained a truckload of goods, but we were acting within regulations. Completely compliant. The border supervisor defended. Compliant. Are you referring to the regulations of Night City or the military technology sector? Melissa shot back. Unapologetically. I am more familiar with the laws of Night City. I work in outsourcing. Now, my team is here to take over this vehicle and cargo. Do you have any objections? Chapter 25 Cyberpsychosis V. That nearly scared me to death, Jack muttered as he drove back to the city. It is just the Anti-Terrorism Task Force. They aren't here to capture you. V slouched comfortably in the adjusted passenger seat, almost propping his feet up. I've heard that many individuals in the Anti-Terrorism Task Force are actually cyberpsychotic, Jack remarked quietly. Isn't that quite normal? V replied nonchalantly. Among cyberpsychos, there are indeed veterans and violent criminals. If they can be directly integrated, their combat capabilities are essentially assured. But they are cyberpsychos, Jack exclaimed in astonishment. Do they not fear that these individuals might turn against them? Cyberpsychosis varies, Jack V spoke earnestly. Some are indeed driven to madness by the burden of implantations, while others have pre-existing mental disorders. Some are driven mad by life as pressures, and there are those suffering from PTSD after the war. Some even become victims of corporate implantation experiments or sabotage. Observing V's insightful discourse, Jack curiously inquired. How many cyberpsychos have you encountered? Not many. V closed his eyes, recalling the various commissions he had received from Regina Jones. He had come across a range of cyberpsychos, and aside from a few truly violent ones, most were merely unfortunate souls. Of course, the innocent bystanders affected by them are equally pitiable, V added. What she didn't mention was that one of her subordinates had been a cyberpsycho, whom she had personally subdued. The issue of cyberpsychosis has evolved into a convoluted mess. If we were to trace everything back to its roots, it might just echo what Johnny incessantly babbles about. It's all the fault of the companies and the entire system behind them. Stop dwelling on these matters. We decided to change the subject. Why don't you think about where we should go once we return to the city? Obviously, for a drink at Afterlife. Suit yourself. Speaking of which, have we settled this job? Did you receive the payment? As the vehicle entered the urban area, Jack questioned. Right. V was momentarily taken aback, recalling the matter. Ever since receiving the $2 million upfront, she hadn't been short on cash, which led to her lack of enthusiasm for settling accounts. V examined the remittance records and discovered that the funds had been transferred to herself at the moment the Anti-Terrorism Task Force took over the truck. She passed the money along to you. V swiftly forwarded half of this amount to Jack. By the way, have you decided on a new implant yet? Would you like my advice? During this period, the duo had managed to earn quite a bit from their collaborations, and V felt it was high time for Jack to upgrade his implant. Heh, Jack chuckled, scratching his head. I haven't settled on a model yet, but I've got my eye on a motorcycle. Well, as long as it makes you happy. V expressed no objections, knowing well that this was Jack's passion, having often seen him engrossed in motorcycle magazines. If you find yourself short on cash, just let me know. The vehicle came to a halt in the parking lot outside the Afterlife Club. That won't be necessary. The two alighted from the car, and having spent some time outside the city, darkness had already descended upon them. ASV and Jack stepped into the club. They had scarcely taken their seats at the bar when the bartender, Claire, approached them. What can I get for you two? I'll have a Johnny Silverhand, Jack replied somewhat impatiently. V glanced in the direction where Rog was seated before turning back to say, I'll just have a shot of tequila. The one from the god of alcohol. She sensed a gaze lingering on her from that direction. Had she caught Rog's attention? Coming right up, Claire quickly prepared their drinks and placed them before the duo. Cheers. Jack raised his glass towards V.to the future legend of Night City. V lifted her glass in response. Haha. Into the legends of Night City past. Jack clinked his Johnny Silverhand against the glass V held. And they downed their drinks in one go. Hey. V. A voice called from behind her. V turned to see several members of the Maelstrom mercenary squad, with Dorian having greeted her moments earlier. Hey. Dorian. V had a favorable impression of the squad's leader. Why does it seem like you're missing someone? Where's that loudmouth? V scanned the area but did not spot Pillar. That guy. He is currently lying in the hospital due to his own big mouth. Rebecca replied while chewing gum. Oh, care to elaborate? V, intrigued by the notion of retribution for someone's loose lips, encouraged them. Come on, let's sit over there and chat. Jack pointed to an empty table. Just yesterday, on our way back from Afterlife, we encountered a guy peeing on a paint bucket while standing on a container. Once seated, Dorian began recounting the events. You know Pillar's personality well enough. Seeing the situation, he couldn't resist and started jabbering in the guy's ear. Lucy chimed in, holding a cigarette. To everyone's surprise, that guy turned out to be a cyber psychopath and, without a second thought, shoved a projectile launcher in Pillar's face. Dorian continued. At that moment, Man and David both sensed something was off and activated their Sion Weston devices. Rebecca added, patting David on the back, but Man's launcher malfunctioned unexpectedly. Thankfully, David made the quick decision to open fire. Although he didn't manage to kill the cyber psychopath outright, he did manage to divert the attack, saving my idiot brother's life, though his obnoxious mouth was completely wrecked, and his hands and feet suffered broken bones from the subsequent attacks. Chiwei added, had Man not promptly pulled out a shotgun and fired a few rounds, Pillar would have been toast. What a disgrace, Man sighed, then patted David's shoulder in admiration. I was rather surprised by this kid's performance. All thanks to Miss V's excellent marksmanship training, David said, scratching his head. Looking somewhat bashful. Ha ha ha. We definitely owe it to V, Rebecca laughed. If it weren't for her insisting you practice with 600 rounds, who knows, you might have blown my idiot brother's head clean off. That was quite the coincidence. I merely recognized David's potential and couldn't help but give him a good lecture. V shrugged in response, then turned her gaze back to Dorian. However, merely knowing how to use a gun isn't sufficient. You must also hone your hand-to-hand combat skills. Chapter 26. Overmind. The target's neural interface was equipped with an overload protection component, rendering it impervious to electronic methods of incapacitation. Within the Anti-Terrorism Task Force's hovercraft, the operative responsible for electronic warfare reported, risk of capture deemed excessively high. Orders amended. Eliminate on-site. Superintendent Melissa, fully armed, decisively issued the kill order. The cyber psychopath, brandishing a MA-70 HB light machine gun, had regained mobility and began indiscriminately firing at the Anti-Terrorism Task Force's Scorpion hovercraft. The operatives wasted no time. They emerged from the vehicle's cabin, firing back with their M179 Achilles rifles. In mere seconds, a body riddled with tungsten-tipped bullets collapsed onto the street. The anti-terrorism operatives surrounded the cyber psychopath's corpse. Captain Melissa, another one with Knight's implants. A team member, having inspected the body, paused before reporting, glancing at Melissa. Should we notify the Criminal Investigation Department? No. Melissa's gaze remained fixed on the lifeless form. Take it back to base and inform our logistics department to prepare for firmware comparison. Although the issue does not lie with the Anti-Terrorism Task Force, but rather with this, Gloria produced several small chip boxes, each a testament to the chaotic afflictions of these cyber lunatics, all meticulously recorded using Dream software. Subsequently transformed into Dream Experience chips. Dream chips. V scrutinized the packaging on the small boxes. J.K. It appears they have already leaked onto the market. V now comprehended that the Knight Corporation's implants had not even officially launched before they surfaced on the bodies of cyber psychopaths. And not merely one instance. Our company's technical department has already examined the reclaimed implants and found that their firmware has, without exception, been embedded with a malevolent puppet that induces cyber insanity. Gloria elucidated, adding that these deranged individuals were equipped with dream recording software, capable of transmitting data remotely. Within less than 24 hours of the incident, an individual named Jimmy Blackthorne had released these dream recordings, all of which were expertly edited. This matter is undeniably linked to him. We require evidence of tampering with these implants, which is precisely why I sought your assistance. Couldn't your Knight Corporation dispatch security forces to apprehend him for interrogation? Is this trivial matter truly worth involving me? V felt a wave of ennui wash over her. This task lacked any semblance of technical complexity. Ms. V, 3 of the 5 dream recordings feature our Knight Corporation security forces. Gloria stated solemnly, should our security forces inadvertently leak any information during the apprehension, it would solidify suspicions regarding our implants. Would it not be prudent to distance ourselves by allowing the NCPD to handle this? Don T tell me you are unable to manipulate them. V suggested we can indeed influence the NCPD, but they are, in essence, like a sieve. Not only do various corporations infiltrate their ranks, but even gang members are present within. Should we rely on them, this situation could swiftly spiral out of control. Gloria replied, her agitation palpable. She was acutely aware of the NCPD's tendencies. Hence, I sought you out specifically because our employer trusts you. As for your partner, he tends to be rather gossipy. You understand. He is ill-suited for such assignments. V toyed with the chip boxes in her hands, lifting her gaze to Gloria. Very well, I shall take this job. Chapter 27. The capture. Is this cursed place truly so alluring to the wealthy? V gazed at the exit of the Ember Club's parking lot, having always regarded such establishments with disdain due to her street upbringing. Yet, this location held a particular significance for her. It was where she first met Jack. Her presence here was solely dictated by the intel provided by the Knight Corporation, as her target, the renowned director of Black Dream films. Jimmy Blackthorne was rumored to frequent this venue tonight. However, she had no intention of acting within the Ember. After all, this was one of Night City's most prestigious clubs, and without a clear understanding of her adversary's capabilities, impulsively taking action could lead to disastrous outcomes. Lucy? V peered around the corner, spotting a familiar figure clad in a dark mulberry bodysuit beneath a white coat. What was she doing here, were it not for her current assignment? V would have approached to chat, but now, observing Lucy leaning against the wall, vigilantly watching the parking lot exit, V grew increasingly concerned that Lucy's presence indicated some operation by Man's team within the Ember, potentially jeopardizing her own mission. Just as V contemplated whether to approach and share her thoughts, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. V saw the lights in the parking lot suddenly dim, accompanied by the distinctive roar of a Rayfield vehicle's engine echoing from the basement. Oh no! Upon witnessing Jimmy Blackthorne's vehicle speeding out, V realized her mission was at risk of failing. She swiftly activated her Cyanviston, attaching the tracker she had intended to install upon entering the parking lot to the rapidly departing car. What on earth are you doing here? Lucy, still taken aback by the sudden departure of Jimmy Blackthorne's vehicle, was startled when V appeared before her, demanding answers. However, as Lucy was engaged in her own assignment, she could not divulge the truth. She turned to enter the parking lot to ascertain what was happening with Man. David is in that guy's car. Aren't you going to do something about it? V's voice halted Lucy in her tracks, causing her to whirl around to see V already mounted on a motorcycle. What did you say? Lucy exclaimed in astonishment. Get on. We're going after him. At this moment, Lucy likely grasped that Man and David's apprehension operation had gone awry. She had anticipated that while they attempted to capture Jimmy Blackthorne, it was David who had been taken. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly approached and leapt onto the back of V's motorcycle. V twisted the throttle, propelling the motorcycle forward like a slingshot, while with her other hand, she pulled a chip from the slot at the back of her neck and handed it back to Lucy. I installed the tracker on his vehicle. Notify your teammates. Lucy accepted the chip and inserted it into her own slot, her eyes glowing with an orange hue. Min, Dorian. Lucy contacted her teammates, demanding clarification on the situation. Lucy, that guy got away. I don't know what device he used, but Man is unconscious, and Kiwi Eye has also been significantly affected. I'm the only one unscathed. In the parking lot, Dorian was attempting to rouse Man while responding. David was captured by Jimmy Blackthorne. I'm currently in pursuit with Ms. V. Ms. V. Dorian was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the infamous Reaper of Night City was involved in this affair. It seems she is also here for Jimmy Blackthorne. We are heading towards the Watson district, Lucy replied, tightening her grip around V's waist. Be careful. I'll head over immediately. V was no longer riding the old motorcycle given to her by the old captain, but rather a sleek black Apollo Ray. V maneuvered through traffic, cutting through the night like a bolt of black lightning across Night City. If Lucy were not holding on to V's waist, she would surely be thrown off. As they drew closer to Jimmy Blackthorne's Rayfield, V slowed her speed. She understood that now was not the time to intercept. Her task was not as simple as abduction. She needed to uncover more evidence by locating his lair. You still haven't answered me. What exactly are you doing? Why was David in Jimmy Blackthorne's vehicle? Just as V trailed closely behind Jimmy Blackthorne's car, the two on the motorcycle finally had a chance to exchange information. We needed him to capture our target. I can only disclose this much, as it pertains to our assignment. Lucy, relieved that V remained on Jimmy's tail, relaxed somewhat. It's safe to assume it involves some corporate executive. V was well aware of Man's team's capabilities. They would not require such convoluted methods to apprehend an ordinary individual. the use of Jimmy Blackthorne, a black dream director, to lure out sensitive individuals seeking his custom perverse dream was evident. These individuals, while indulging in their unique proclivities, would not be accompanied by bodyguards, akin to Night City's mayor, Lucius Ryan, sneaking into the Red Queen's racing club. And what about you? Why did you appear so suddenly? Lucy retorted. Me. My target is Jimmy Blackthorne. My employer suspects he is the mastermind behind the recent surge in cyber insanity cases. V responded ambiguously. V continued to trail behind Jimmy Blackthorne's vehicle. Arriving at the northern industrial area of Watson, from a distance, she watched as he drove into a dilapidated factory. Why does everyone prefer to hide in these old factories in the northern industrial area? V parked the motorcycle by the roadside, leading Lucy stealthily towards the factory where Jimmy had entered. Are you armed? V drew her commonly used Preludium revolver from her armpit holster, inquiring of Lucy. Of course, I'm also on an assignment. Lucy brandished a purple-tubed unified pistol, gripping it firmly before her. The two soon discovered a warehouse still connected to electricity. V kicked open the warehouse door and aimed her Preludium at the interior. Jimmy Blackthorne. V and Lucy's firearms simultaneously targeted the figure manipulating a computer inside. Upon noticing their intrusion, Jimmy Blackthorne instinctively reached for a peculiar device strapped to his waist. However, V, seasoned in combat, discerned his subtle movements and decisively pulled the trigger, shattering the device at his waist. If you dare make another move, I assure you the next bullet will obliterate your skull, V threatened menacingly. Seeing this, Jimmy Blackthorne immediately raised his hands. I surrender. Chapter 28. Cooperation. I'm not a monster. You are, David shouted as he awoke from the dream. Gasping for breath, he realized he was not dead, but rather in a dilapidated warehouse filled with shelves. Yes, David was astonished to find V standing beside him, one hand gripping her Preludium revolver aimed at the prone Jimmy Blackthorne, while the other was occupied with a phone call. The good news is that Jimmy Black is now in my grasp. The bad news, the unfortunate truth is that this fellow managed to capture your son before I caught him, compelling your son to witness the spectacle of a dream. Yes, your son, David Martinez. He has regained consciousness. You may converse with him yourself. V, seeing that David has come to, tossed the phone into his lap. It's your mother's call. Lucy, have you uncovered anything? V inquired, glancing at Lucy, who was diligently operating Jimmy Black's computer. Meanwhile, David, somewhat bewildered, held the phone to his ear. Mom, he tentatively questioned. What on earth is your mercenary team up to? Gloria demanded on the other end of the line. Although I have stated that I would not interfere in your mercenary affairs. Jimmy Black is a target of our company, and you had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Gloria's tone pierced David's ears. Ever since his mother changed jobs, she had grown decidedly more formidable. You two have issued contracts to mercenaries. You should be aware of the industry's rules. David could not help but retort. Are you now lecturing me on rules? Gloria's voice crackled with fury on the line. What you are currently engaged in is encroaching upon Night Corp's commercial secrets. If we are to discuss rules now, I ought to deploy a special task force to eliminate all of you. As David and his mother engaged in this tense exchange, Lucy successfully unearthed some content from Jimmy Black's computer. I found it. Some fragmented chat logs, though I cannot ascertain if this is what you seek. Lucy transmitted the documents to V, who extracted the sections pertaining to Night Corp's implants and forwarded them to Gloria. Gloria, I have sent you the files. V's cybernetic eye glowed orange as it seamlessly connected to the communication link. I am reviewing them. Gloria finally ceased her reprimanding of David. All right. I now comprehend who is orchestrating this. Eliminate Jimmy Black, and your contract will be fulfilled. After a brief pause, Gloria spoke again. That cannot be done. David exclaimed in a panic, but after receiving a stern glare from V, he remembered that some matters should not be discussed in Jimmy Black's presence. He integrated his neural interface into the phone's communication channel. Jimmy Black is crucial to our team's completion of the contract. Could you possibly hand him over to us? David implored. Are you negotiating terms with the company? Gloria's irate voice resonated through the phone. What makes you think you have the right to negotiate with the company regarding this matter? David was left speechless by her scolding. V, please hold on a moment. Gloria abruptly ended the call. Looking at your mother. If you have the capability, why not procure some military drones? V crouched down, poking at the secretly observing Jimmy Black with the barrel of her gun, gesturing towards the two piles of disassembled parts on the ground as a threat. David then realized the nature of those two piles nearby. After a brief wait, the solitary figure of Dorio appeared at the warehouse entrance. She instructed the recovering Chiwei to take man back. Lucy, what is the situation? Dorio surveyed the scene, scratching her head. As you can see, V has successfully subdued this individual, and David appears to be unharmed. Lucy approached David, who still sat in the chair, giving him a reassuring pat. It is now. Regarding the ownership of Jimmy Black, we have encountered a slight disagreement with Miss V's employer. Before Dorio could inquire further about V, she received another call from Gloria. Gloria, what now? I have reached an agreement with Man. I will need you to cooperate with them in capturing Tanaka before dealing with Jimmy Black. As if fearing the refusal of the other party, Gloria added, the company also promises to increase your remuneration by 30%. Very well. V readily agreed, refraining from proposing any further conditions. David's mother had already negotiated with Man. V looked at Lucy and David, stating, I will lend this fellow to you for now. I will assist you in capturing Tanaka. With that, V gave a kick to the motionless Jimmy Black on the ground. What are the terms? David inquired curiously. Want to know? V replied expressionlessly, then asked, why don't you inquire yourself? I'm merely here to do my job. I have no need or desire to know anything beyond that. Take note. Dorio approached David and patted him on the shoulder. This is what professionalism looks like. As for you. Dorio yanked Jimmy Black up from the ground. UVE put us in quite a predicament. You are now fully aware, correct? Man addressed the now compliant Jimmy Black sitting in the chair. Understood. Jimmy Black responded. Look at him, David. I shall return later. After Man instructed David. He turned to V, who was intently fixated on Jimmy Black. He is also my target for the contract. V replied unwaveringly. Man shrugged in resignation and exited the room filled with dream tapes. Miss V, Jimmy Black turned to her, speaking, I remember you. V raised an eyebrow. It was no surprise he recognized her, given her burgeoning reputation in Night City. You delivered a spectacular performance in Santo Domingo. That dream was a painfully cliché edit, a waste of such excellent material. Jimmy Black smiled, saying, if you would be willing to provide me with the original footage, I assure you I would transform it into a work of art. No thanks, V replied coldly. If you were to edit it, it would indeed become a cyber-psychopath-esque blockbuster. It seems you harbor misconceptions about me. Miss V. Jimmy Black attempted to persuade her further, yet V paid him no mind. David. V addressed David, who was reaching for a dream tape on the shelf. Do you not feel you have seen enough? Jimmy Black recognized the version of the dream David had selected and asked with a grin. Have you seen that one? Yes, David replied, glancing at the dream packaging in his hands. Which one? V inquired. James Norris, who slaughtered 27 individuals at the company plaza. Jimmy Black turned his head to respond to V. His face alight with glee, continuing, he had a fierce showdown with the anti-terrorism task force before being gunned down. There are few who can stand toe-to-toe with those guys. It has been quite a while since I've witnessed something so exhilarating. V narrowed her eyes upon hearing this. The name sounded eerily familiar. You were quite something, Jimmy Black remarked to David, speaking to himself. Having watched that film, you still dare to install a dubious strain of Sion Wei Stan? I am not like that individual, David retorted. Do you truly believe that merely because you installed a different strain of Sion Wei Stan, you will not end up similarly? Jimmy Black chuckled. I have encountered countless cyber-psychopaths over the years. Without exception, they have all been stripped of their souls by powerful cybernetic enhancements, ultimately plunging into the cold void of machinery. V scoffed. Do not speak so definitively. Great director. There are always exceptions to every rule. Chapter 29. Contract fulfilled. Mr. Tanaka, good day, please come in. The electric door slid open, and Tanaka stepped into the residence alone. Jimmy Black had unexpectedly notified him this morning that a new dream was ready and asked if he was interested. Providing this address. Upon entering, Tanaka spotted Jimmy Black standing at the foot of the stairs and teased, your speed in producing films has been unexpectedly swift this time. I sincerely apologize. Jimmy Black remained stationary. Smiling amiably, my standards for material selection are exceedingly high. I trust you can understand. However, I strongly recommend you experience this latest work. May I inquire if you wish to customize it immediately? My son is being discharged from the hospital tonight. Tanaka decisively declined Jimmy Black's proposition. I will take the chip and leave. Oh, I see. Jimmy Black appeared somewhat crestfallen. I am extremely satisfied with this work. It would be a waste not to conduct targeted adjustments. You know, each client's sensitivity is entirely different. Black-kun. Tanaka adjusted his sunglasses, interrupting Jimmy Black's monologue. I do not have time to waste here with you. Such a pity. Man approached Jimmy Black, holding a pulverizer shotgun, directing its muzzle at Tanaka, stating, if you were to enter the dream, it would simplify my task considerably. Concurrently, V also stepped forward, crossing her arms in front of Tanaka and Jimmy Black. Do not move. David and Dorio materialized behind Tanaka, simultaneously aiming their guns at his back. You bastard. Tanaka tilted his head to glance at the newcomers. then turned back to see Jimmy Black obscured by V. I apologize, sir. I am also acting under duress. Jimmy Black spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Do you know who I am? Tanaka threatened the mercenaries before him. At the same time, he attempted to covertly contact Arasaka's special operations team. Tanaka found himself unable to connect to the network, which was hardly surprising. We employed a jammer. Communication is impossible, Dorio remarked. I had planned for this long ago. Tanaka displayed no signs of panic, speaking with unwavering composure. He then raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Before Man and the others could approach to subdue him, his hands suddenly spread open. Countless steel needles erupted from his outstretched cybernetic palms, cascading like a torrential downpour. Man and Dorio instinctively shielded their arms in front of themselves, the needles striking their limbs with a resounding clatter. David hurriedly ducked behind a nearby desk, narrowly evading the onslaught. Meanwhile, V, upon witnessing the transformation of Tanaka's hands, raised an eyebrow and activated the Sion Winston. The barrage of needles hurtling toward her seemed to slow to a crawl, allowing her to deftly deflect the threats aimed at herself and the man behind her. Jimmy Black. The moment the needles came to a halt, Man swiftly raised his shotgun, the Crusher, aiming it at Tanaka. However, his cybernetic arm malfunctioned at that critical moment, rendering him unable to pull the trigger. Damn it! Why now? At that moment, Tanaka had already clenched his fists, advancing toward Man, ready to deliver a few punches to his face. Yet, V, who had remained stationary, finally made her move, just as Tanaka's fists were about to make contact with Man's face. The sole of a dress shoe struck him first. Tanaka was sent sprawling sideways, crashing into a desk adorned with a computer before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. That was close. Man pounded his malfunctioning arm with his other hand, then flashed a smile at V. Thanks for that. V, however, regarded his arm with a peculiar expression, refraining from responding. Dorio brandished his handgun, approaching the fallen Tanaka to assess his condition. He's still breathing. Get over here and restrain him. Dorio called to Man. Is this your target? V finally spoke, observing Tanaka as Man bound him tightly. Yes, Man replied, tightening the chains. The executive from Arasaka. Tanaka, are you certain it's him? V inquired once more. Absolutely. That's the one. Though Man was puzzled by V's insistence on confirmation, he still provided an affirmative answer. I fulfilled your request. I must take my leave now. As Jimmy Black spoke, he made his way toward the exit. Just as he was about to reach the door, a sharp gunshot rang out. Jimmy Black's skull vanished, and he crumpled to the floor. Man and the others stared in astonishment at V, who held the prelude. Well then, V returned the still-smoking prelude to its holster. You got what you wanted. My assignment is complete. With that, V headed for the exit. This is BAD. In the vehicle outside, Chiwei warned. The trauma team is arriving. She glanced at V, who had just stepped outside, and added, Yes, it seems they're VIPs. Chiwei furrowed her brow, as she noticed V's optical eye glimmer when directed toward her. Lucy, disable the jammer. Chiwei instructed Lucy, who was seated in the passenger seat. As she saw Man carrying Tanaka out of the building. Lucy hummed in response, remaining motionless, staring straight ahead. After shoving Tanaka into the trunk, Man and David squeezed into the back seat, prompting Chiwei to shift slightly, her face displaying mild disdain. Lucy, is something wrong? Dorio asked, entering the driver's seat and noticing Lucy's dazed expression. It's nothing. Lucy glanced at Dorio, shaking her head. Just to clarify, I won't be involved in any further tasks. Fine. I'll take care of the rest. Chiwei rolled her eyes and agreed. She understood that Lucy was generally reluctant to engage in Arasaka's affairs, and she was too apathetic to inquire why. Just as the members of Man's team wouldn't pry into one another's pasts, Lucy turned her head to gaze out of the car window, noticing a message pop up in her system information window, causing her brow to furrow. V, if you notice anything particularly unusual about Man, contact me immediately. Chapter 30. Succession. Are you saying Man suddenly flew into a rage while Chiwei was working, severely injuring her, and afterward acted as if nothing had happened? Lucy, cigarette in hand, sat on the sofa, her head bowed as she stared at the floor. Yes, Dorio informed me and David to take over Chiwei and Falco's tasks. Lucy paused briefly before asking the person on the other end of the line. How did you know Man would behave unusually? Just a guess. V's tone turned serious on the other end. I have some knowledge of implants, and his prosthetic malfunctioned in an exceedingly odd manner. I didn't observe any electronic failure signs, and this isn't the first time his prosthetic has malfunctioned, is it? Lucy fell silent for a moment before responding. Yes. It happened similarly with that cyber psychopath we encountered before. And hasn't he also been experiencing intermittent amnesia lately? Just zoning out and forgetting what happened mere seconds prior? I'm not too sure. Lucy's voice began to tremble. Possibly. Dorio might know more about the situation. Lucy, you all have already pieced it together, haven't you? V's voice was as chilling as a bucket of icy coolant splashed over her. Send me your address, Lucy said, after a few seconds of silence. V's voice came through the phone again. I'm on my way. For your safety, you need to ensure Dorio and David exercise caution until I arrive. What do you intend to do? Lucy asked, her frustration palpable. Being called to replace Chi Wei and hacking into Arasaka's executive affairs was already taxing enough. Now, Man's condition was compounding the problem. She didn't even know why she had inexplicably contacted V, having barely met him a few times. Was it the display of his formidable strength that instilled in her the illusion that he could resolve their issues? I've dealt with many cyber psychopaths. I need to confirm the extent of Man's deterioration in person before determining what I can do. V concluded, leading to several seconds of silence from Lucy, that I've sent you the address at that moment. The door swung open, and Dorio walked in. Have you thought this through? Arasaka's enforcers will eventually trace this location. Dorio, now devoid of her typical patient demeanor, looked at the two with urgency. Our time is limited. You know that we have no choice. I said it's not possible. Lucy abruptly stood up, responding with agitation. Do you even understand? He is Arasaka's, Lucy began, but paused upon noticing her trembling hands as a flood of nightmarish memories surged within her. Forcing her like this is futile, Dorio interjected. The door opened once more, and David stood at the threshold, equally exasperated as he regarded the two. Let us go home. Lucy. Don't push yourself. Shut up, David. Dorio scolded. We can find another hacker. Have you said enough? Dorio interrupted David. Lucy suddenly turned to David, shoving him outside. You can't escape forever, Dorio called after them. David. Lucy pinned David against the wall. Tell me, I can do this. What? David, taken aback, replied. I thought you have no idea what Arasaka is capable of. Lucy interjected fiercely. Tap. That moment, the crisp sound of high heels echoed down the corridor, interrupting their conversation. It was the sound of heels striking the floor. It seems. I'm not arriving at a good time. A woman with fiery red ponytails approached the two by the wall. Mom, what are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than David's mother, Gloria Martinez, and David's reaction was one of sheer disbelief. Didn't you call to inform Ms. Valerie that you were in trouble? Ms. Valerie? Lucy asked David. The one who provided my implant, David replied, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back. The situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. Gloria, what are you doing here? Hearing the commotion, Dorio peered from the room, her surprise evident as she spotted another person in the hallway. What am I doing here? Gloria replied. Man's promise fell through, so naturally. I came to clean up your mess. Come in. Gloria's prosthetic eye glowed with an orange light, and soon a woman dressed in the same style of black suit and sporting a slicked-back golden hairstyle approached. Gloria, the deputy minister, nodded in acknowledgement to her. This is a colleague from our company's technical department. Gloria addressed the three individuals before her, who will be taking over the task of extracting data from Tanaka's neural interface. Then, turning to Dorio, she added, considering our acquaintance, I implore you to keep a close watch on Man. I do not wish for me to be the one to summon the riot control unit to deliver him to Los Padres. Dorio did not object, for the situation was indeed dire. Were it not for the pressing time constraints, she would not have wanted to pressure Lucy. Furthermore, Man's predicament only added to her mounting frustration. She nodded towards Gloria and set off to find Man. Lead the way, Gloria directed, glancing at David and Lucy, who had her son pinned against the wall. Under David and Lucy's guidance, Gloria and her colleague came upon Tanaka, who was battered and bruised, bound with iron chains, and lying in a bathtub filled with ice. How do you not even have a hacker chair? The golden-haired woman remarked with a disdainful expression as she surveyed the icy bath. Is there an issue? Gloria inquired, as she was not well versed in hacking matters. Were it not for David's presence, she would have been reluctant to come herself. It's merely a bit more effort, and I'll need you to help administer tranquilizers at intervals. As she spoke, the golden-haired woman began to remove her company's suit. Having not employed such deep-diving methods in ages, she was left in a form-fitting black bodysuit. She reached into the bathtub, testing the temperature, then slowly lowered herself into the ice. I am ready to begin. I will assist you with the wiring. Lucy stepped forward, taking the cables and connecting them to the neural interface at the back of the woman's head. Gloria, what are you doing here? A sudden voice emerged from behind the group, causing the three still conscious individuals to turn abruptly, discovering V, who stood at the bathroom entrance with a cigarette in her mouth. V, what brings you here? No, how did you get in? Gloria was momentarily taken aback, having stationed a full squad of Night City Special Task Force outside. Was it particularly challenging to circumvent your team? V retorted, approaching the group. What the? V glanced at the person submerged in the icy bathtub, blinking in disbelief. Is that Sandra Dorset? Chapter 31. Crossroads. Huh. You know her? Gloria queried, surprised, as she had never mentioned Sandra Dorset's name to anyone since arriving. Well, that caught V off guard. She had no reason to know the woman before her. I heard some hacker friends mention her. V fabricated an excuse, realizing she could not recount events that had never transpired. How did she become your colleague? I heard she. V hesitated, was not particularly fond of the Night City Corporation. I don't know her well either, as I'm not in charge of personnel. Gloria shrugged, explaining. Today is my first encounter with her. She was assigned by the boss. In truth, Gloria had deceived David and the others. Sandra was not part of the technical department at all. To facilitate market integration for the implant development. She frequently visited the technical department but had never truly encountered that individual. Thus, she merely speculated that the woman might be a colleague from the intelligence or counterintelligence division, likely aligned with Ms. Knight's faction. By the way, where's Man? V inquired. I am here to address his situation. It's unclear right now. Perhaps you should ask Dorio. Gloria felt the time was ripe and swiftly injected a tranquilizer into Tanaka's chest. Having previously worked in a medical unit, her movements were fluid and precise. Well, I will go look for him. He can't escape this building anyway. Is this task too difficult for a novice hacker? No problem. Man was impatiently on the phone with the intermediary, Faraday. In any case, we need to move quickly. We have taken a high-ranking Arasaka personnel hostage. We can only succeed, not fail. Listening to Faraday's urgent tone, Man grew increasingly irritable. I know. In a daze, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Faraday's figure standing at the door. What? Why are you staring? Man shouted. Faraday, Dorio, seated nearby, looked up in surprise at Man's fixation on the door. Indeed, a figure had appeared, but it was not their intermediary Faraday. It was V. What are you doing here? Dorio asked, astonished as she stood up. V did not respond but maintained her position, leaned against the doorframe, first glancing at Dorio before shifting her gaze to the pump syringe piled on the table. Dorio immediately understood the implication in her eyes, seizing the syringe and plunging it into Man's arm before he could raise his gun. However, after the syringe was emptied, Man did not calm down as Dorio had anticipated. Instead, he shoved Dorio aside, reaching for the Crusher shotgun on the table. It seems the suppressants are no longer effective. V swiftly moved in front of Man, firmly grasping his hand. Get out, Dorio. No. Let me stop him. Dorio rose from the ground, attempting to restrain Man. In an instant, she felt a blur before her eyes, and both Man and V vanished from sight. Then she heard a crash nearby. Turning, she discovered V had pinned Man against the wall. He is equipped with Sandevistan. You cannot overpower him. Leave. Only I can subdue him. V's words rang in Man's ears as a taunt from Faraday, triggering memories of his past. You damned bastard. Man struggled to free one hand and swung it at V. Yet, she countered with her elbow, sending him staggering back. Ack. Now frenzied, Man's entire body surged with a power akin to being overclocked, successfully pushing V away. Bang! His projectile launcher fired, though it did not hit V. Before he could aim his arm at her again, V supported herself with one hand, delivering a swift kick that knocked Man's arm aside. The projectile's shell struck the wall. Get out, Dorio, I won't kill him. V shouted angrily at the still-dazed Dorio. With a surge of strength, V propelled herself back into an upright position, seizing Man's other arm and executing a shoulder throw. Man crashed onto the table, shattering it into pieces. Yet, he seemed unaffected by the pain, swiftly reaching for the Crusher shotgun as he hit the ground, aiming it directly at Vita. Following a series of gunshots, the shotgun pellets scattered against the wall. V was not easily hit. Instead, her arm unfurled dual-edged thermal energy Manus blades, slicing Man's shotgun in half. If you continue to use Sandevistan like this, I won't be able to save you. Man, V's fist collided with Man's iron fist, pushing his arm aside. Do not obstruct my path, Man roared, retaliating with another punch. Then do not blame me for being heavy-handed. The moment Man's hook punch was launched, he noticed V's straight punch already closing in on him. In an instant, his vision blurred, and when he regained focus, he found himself standing on a dilapidated road in the middle of a desert. He stood at the end of the road, with a cliff looming not far ahead. Is death already upon me? He stood at the road's end, resembling a child with nowhere to turn. Very unwilling, aren't you? At that moment, A woman's voice echoed around him. He glanced about, trying to locate the source of the voice. Having exerted all his strength, he realized that his path had come to an end. This time, the voice no longer sounded like an echo. It emerged directly from in front of him. Man turned towards the sound and beheld a stream of black and red data swirling. With a woman in a black suit standing at the cliff's edge, facing him. He could not make out her features clearly, but he could vaguely see her eyes glowing red. "Who are you?" Man inquired. "This was meant to be the end of your life," the woman replied, ignoring his question. "Yet now two paths have emerged." She raised her right hand, snapping her fingers, and a new road appeared at the end of the old one, extending in the direction of her right hand. "You may choose to have all your implants removed, returning to the ordinary Portland boy you once were, continuing your life in mediocrity. Or," she raised her left hand and snapped her fingers again, revealing another new road branching off to her left. "Join the Night City Corporation's NE program and become a testing platform for the company. This way, you could not only retain your current level of implants but might even install more in the future." Man remained silent, merely taking a step forward as he proceeded along the road that veered to the left. "I must remind you that a woman extended her hand to stop Man. For the risks ahead were exceptionally high. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The path to retreat has never been my choice." Man finally spoke, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. The woman seemed to smile slightly, retracting her hand that had impeded Man's progress. "I wish you a pleasant journey." Chapter 32. The Mess Stop. V. Just as V delivered a punch that knocked Man unconscious, preparing to take the opportunity to forcibly disable his Sandvestein amplification module, a sudden voice halted him. "Valerie." V glared at the semi-transparent figure that had materialized before him, seething with anger. "How did you breach my system?" "Breach?" Valerie scoffed, drawing closer to V. "Have you forgotten whose product you're currently using? So you admit it. You've left a backdoor in the implant you're providing me?" V's expression bore no trace of surprise, as if he had anticipated this revelation. "A backdoor? I prefer to refer to it as an interface," Valerie candidly explained. "The distinction lies only in whether you are aware of its existence. What exactly do you intend to do now?" V inquired impatiently. "I should be asking you that," Valerie replied, glancing down at the unconscious man. "Are you really going to disable his implant and render him a shell of a person? At least that way he can survive." "Survive?" Valerie scoffed. "Have you consulted him about this? Does he desire to live in such a manner? This is the best outcome for him and those around him," V countered. "Once he becomes a cyber psychopath, the harm he inflicts will extend far beyond himself. That is the best result you can achieve," Valerie interjected flatly. "Excuse me," V retorted, incredulously. "What superior insight do you possess, Miss Knight? Neuronal expansion chips. Remember, they are intended for normal individuals. And his condition is already dire." V rolled his eyes. She certainly recalled that contraption, which was designed based on Valerie's superficial approach. In a sense, it was a derivative of the technology found in the relic chip. It allowed users' nerve clusters to bear a greater load of implants with almost zero side effects. However, this technology bore a significant drawback. It was nearly impossible to generalize. Each individual's nerve cluster exhibited countless subtle differences. Thus, this product only offered high-end, bespoke services. Relying solely on that is insufficient. I would also need to replace all of his various implants with specially tailored versions from head to toe, coupled with memory modification. Memory modification? V erupted at the mention of this. "You mean memory alteration, the very tactics that Night Corp employed on the Peleras couple? I can't believe you're still developing such technology after ascending to your position." "Technologies are innocent, V," Valerie replied calmly in the face of V's fury. "I can halt some unsavory operations at will, but I cannot put a stop to a research initiative that holds economic promise. If this technology were to be successfully commercialized, it would yield substantial profits for the corporation. Night Corp's funds do not come from thin air. I, too, have responsibilities to the shareholders who support me. Moreover, Night Corp isn't the only one engaged in research on memory alteration. Europe already possesses memory banks, and Arasaka's relic technology can also modify memories. V. The advancement of technology is unstoppable. But who will bear the cost?" V jabbed a finger toward Valerie's virtual image, declaring, "It certainly won't be you. It will be the veterans of New America, the cyberpsychotics of Night City, and the consciousnesses within Arasaka's divine vessel. Indeed, you are correct. That is why I am steering this world back on track. V. And man. He has already made his choice. As Valerie's words fell from her lips, two fully armed operatives from Night Corp entered the room. "I have already locked onto Man's implant. Have my men take him away." "All right. The data has been obtained." Sandra Dorset disconnected from the deep dive connection, rising from the ice-cold bath, faster than I anticipated. Gloria, holding a tranquilizer, remarked, "It could have been quicker had we possessed a hacker chair." Sandra accepted a towel from Lucy, drying herself off. And no matter how formidable her personal ICE was, it couldn't compare to the corporation's data fortress. Here, Sandra pulled a data chip from the nape of her neck and handed it to Gloria. "The boss instructed me to pass the extracted data to you for processing." Gloria accepted the chip with confusion. Unable to comprehend why the chairman would make such an arrangement, it appeared as though Arasaka was selecting test subjects for a secret research project. While reading the chip's contents, Gloria's expression suddenly soured. Not for any other reason than the fact that she had seen her son, David Martinez, listed among the candidates, coupling that with the video file of David brutally assaulting Tanaka Masanobu. Gloria finally unraveled a mystery that had plagued her thoughts. How could her son have hospitalized Tanaka and yet still receive a notification from the principal and engage in dialogue with the other party's parents to reconcile? When had Arasaka become so magnanimous? It seemed they had fixated on her son even back then. Damn Arasaka! Gloria cast a glance toward the door before looking back at the severely bruised Tanaka before her. Instinctively, she considered modifying the data within the chip to erase David's file. Yet, upon reflection, the data had been extracted by Sandra, who undoubtedly had seen it. The other party might have even shared it with Miss Knight, and in this scenario, Miss Knight still permitted the chip to be handed over to her. Which was indeed intriguing. Gloria, Miss Knight, the data from Tanaka's neural implant has been extracted. However, this matter not only involves Arasaka's upper echelons and their secret project, but the intermediary facilitating man's tasks is also linked to military technology. I hesitate to make the next decision. Ultimately, Gloria chose to transmit the data back to the corporation unchanged. However, the communication remained silent for nearly half a minute without a response, just as Gloria was about to inquire further. A document was sent back. Upon opening the file, Gloria discovered it was nearly identical to what she had sent back to the company, save for one critical difference. David's file had been seamlessly replaced with V's file. And the video of David assaulting Tanaka had been substituted with footage of V using Samvestein to dispatch enemies during a contract. Sky Knight, you don't need me to instruct you on the following matters. Do you? Gloria, understood. Thank you, boss. After formatting the data chip, Gloria reloaded the file provided by Valerie. Here, take this to your intermediary for processing. She extracted the chip and tossed it to Lucy before producing a military-grade M76E Omaha and aiming it at Tanaka's head. I refuse to reconcile with you, Mr. Tanaka. Chapter 33. Targeted commission. What's this? Is it just you today? The bartender Claire approached V, who was seated at the bar. Would you care for a drink? Or shall we stick to the usual? V extinguished the nearly burnt-out cigarette in the ashtray. Jack bought a new car and can't wait to cuddle with it as he sleeps. The dragon's breath tequila from the god of spirits. Right? I'll fetch you a bottle. Claire turned and returned to the counter to retrieve the liquor. It had been over 2 weeks since the abduction incident involving Arasaka's higher-ups that on the night Tanaka's vital signs vanished. A fire consumed all traces of the crime scene, and the NCPD's investigation yielded nothing after a week. Arasaka seemed intent on handling the matter discreetly and had not made any public statements regarding it. Meanwhile, their rival, Military Technology, had remarkably refrained from taking advantage of the situation, choosing not to mention the case at all. Enjoy. Claire placed the entire bottle of liquor before V and began to clean the bar. Business seems to be rather slow these past 2 weeks. V filled his glass with liquor and surveyed the surroundings before inquiring of Claire. That depends on what kind of business you're referring to. Claire paused her actions to respond. Indeed, the number of company personnel visiting has significantly dwindled, while mercenaries simply coming to drink have increased. Like me, just idling away. V took a sip of his drink. A hint of self-deprecation in his tone. It was rather amusing, since returning to 2076 and entering the Afterlife Club. Aside from a respectable logistics heist and a contract to help Military Technology reclaim a shipment from the Tiger Claw gang, neither of which had any ties to Valerie, everything else had been somewhat entangled with her in one way or another. Unbeknownst to him, he had once again become the mercenary working for Valerie. As if the universe had heard his grievances, Claire returned to him after serving another customer. I haven't finished my drink yet. There's no need for a refill. V cast a glance at her half-filled bottle of liquor. No. It seems that Roger has something to discuss with you. As Claire spoke, she gestured towards Roger's exclusive booth. Following Claire's, V immediately spotted the elderly lady clad in a bright yellow long-sleeve shirt, waving at her. It appears there's work awaiting you. No need to linger idly, Claire remarked with a smile as V turned back. Oh dear, I miscalculated. Had I known, I wouldn't have ordered it. Roger usually conducts business over drinks. V teased, then downed the remainder of her drink in one go before rising from the bar. Hey, Roger, are you looking for me? As V approached Roger's booth, her bodyguard swiftly cleared the path for her to enter. V, I've been observing you for some time. Roger gestured to the seat beside her. Just observing me. V boldly plopped down next to Roger. You should be aware that I have a partner. It's clear to me who deserves more attention between the two of you. Roger replied candidly, although I don't quite understand why you're associating with that rookie. I know whom I can reliably assign tasks to, Miss Vulture. V narrowed her eyes, choosing not to respond. It didn't surprise her that Roger recognized her as the assassin Vulture. After all, it was V who first recommended the name to the old captain when it emerged in Night City. Given Roger's connections, she could easily uncover the truth, and V had no intention of keeping it a secret from everyone. The disguise was merely to keep Jack in the dark while she took on high-risk contracts for quick cash. Ever since the fame of JV penetrated the Afterlife Club, the name Vulture had not resurfaced. My assassin friend has retired. If you're looking to hire her, I'm afraid I can't assist you. V did not confirm her identity as Vulture, but Roger easily grasped the subtext of her words. Not quite. I'm seeking you specifically to assign this task, Roger stated as she produced a chip and handed it to V. V pursed her lips, accepting the chip and inserting it into the slot to review the contents. This person looks somewhat familiar. She raised an eyebrow, glancing at Roger. You've taken jobs from him before. How could he merely seem familiar? Roger replied with irritation, crossing her legs, clearly exasperated by V's feigned ignorance. The information on the chip pertained to none other than the intermediary Faraday. V had previously accepted a contract from him to retrieve goods related to military technology. While they weren't particularly acquainted, they were not complete strangers either. What are the contract requirements? V inquired. The client wants you to intimidate him, but you must not take his life, Roger explained slowly. It seems simple enough. But considering his backing in military technology, genuinely frightening him is no easy feat. V refrained from questioning why Roger would assign such a contract targeting another intermediary. It was a foolish inquiry. The clients who could delegate such contracts to Roger undoubtedly held some influence. You need not concern yourself with that, Roger replied. You simply need to carry out the task using the information I provide. And I will pay you afterward. It's as straightforward as that. V scrutinized the rather generous offer within the chip, unusually hesitating to accept immediately. She clasped her hands, fingers drumming against her palm, as if deep in thought. Roger showed no signs of urgency, calmly sipping on the Johnny Silverhand that Claire had served her, awaiting V's next question. Can you answer my final question? After a minute of silence, V spoke again. Go ahead. Why did you choose to come to me for this job? V gestured towards the various mercenaries scattered around the Afterlife bar, all idly drinking, yet you singled me out. I must say. Roger smirked at the question. You're quite perceptive, girl. This individual before her truly intrigued Roger. From her demeanor, it was evident that this V was not your typical rookie mercenary. Her ability to discern the oddities of this contract and directly voice her concerns rather than dismiss it outright showcased both her intelligence and audacity. It's normal to have doubts, but I have my own rules. Roger sidestepped V's question. Of course, you can choose not to accept. I am not desperate for this commission. V's expression brightened at Roger's response. If that's the case, I find myself increasingly interested in this job. All right, I'll take the contract. Chapter 34. Stirring the grass to startle the snake. Are we really going to take action against an intermediary? Jack, driving a stolen Thornwell Colby CX-410 Summit, glanced at V in the passenger seat. What, haven't you always wanted to pull off a big score? Isn't this the grand job you've been dreaming of? Are you afraid of the military technology backing him? V replied, donning a pure black tactical vest. I'm not afraid of the military tech he has. I just think he's one of the well-known intermediaries at Afterlife. If we take action against him, will there still be intermediaries willing to send work our way? Jack, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, shrugged with the other. Is that all? V drew her JK X2 Chienshin from its holster and checked it. This job was assigned by Roger. If we do it well, why worry about future jobs? Besides, V retrieved 2 black masks from beneath her seat. Wearing these means he won't have a clue who attacked him. These masks are the same brand often worn by the Phantom Hound soldiers, but V's pair lacked the distinctive fluorescent green design, being purely black. Damn, you should have pulled them out sooner. Jack snatched one of the masks, affixing it to his face. There's Faraday's vehicle. Jack yanked off the belt holding his bun, letting his hair fall free. We're going to hit him from the front. Already masked, V spoke as she rolled down the window, leaning out. All right. Jack slammed the accelerator, gripping the door and the truck's bed frame, then propelled himself forward, vaulting from the passenger seat into the truck bed. Meanwhile, Faraday, seated inside his vehicle, had noticed the suddenly overtaking Colby CX-410 Summit. As he saw a masked figure in tactical gear emerge from the passenger seat, performing an acrobatic flip into the truck bed. He immediately opened his mouth to alert his bodyguard. However, the figure moved with remarkable speed, drawing a Type 31 heavy machine gun in one hand as they stood up. A fierce burst of gunfire erupted from the gun's muzzle. Unleashing .50 caliber rounds in the blink of an eye, the assailant's gun was trained upon Faraday, and the trigger was pulled. Faraday could even feel the tungsten rounds whizzing perilously close to his scalp. Yet, he ultimately emerged unscathed at the roadside, leaping down and vanishing from sight. When the assailant reached the edge of the road and peered downwards, Faraday's figure had already eluded him. Chikusho. Damn it. The adversary left those words hanging in the air before turning away. Faraday stepped out from the shadows of the unfinished building, for eyes contemplatively fixed on the spot where he had just leaped. Upon witnessing Faraday's successful escape, V returned to the passenger seat of the vehicle. Mission accomplished. Let's go, V said to Jack, removing his mask. The NCPD is on their way. After all, this area falls under the jurisdiction of Arasaka Plaza, and engaging them in a firefight would merely be a waste of my ammunition. I mean, didn't you consider the possibility of accidentally gunning him down when you were blasting his car with that heavy machine gun? Jack inquired curiously, steering the vehicle towards Watson District. This is the safest approach. His car is equipped with bulletproof glass. Aside from using a .50 caliber weapon, I could only resort to a shotgun. Which method do you think is safer? V replied disdainfully. Besides, I have precise aiming capabilities. If I were to inadvertently kill him, that would simply be his misfortune. Are you not concerned, V, that you might actually jeopardize Rogan's contract? If he could be so easily eliminated, it would undermine the value of the intimidation tactic. Should it come to that, I trust Rogan would understand my position. Chapter 35, the data on Tianjong was successfully restored. Within the Arasaka Counterintelligence Office, a man and a woman gazed at the same screen displaying the contents that Arasaka had painstakingly reconstructed from Tianjong's left-behind files concerning the cybernetic behemoth. The information aligned almost perfectly with the data provided by Faraday. The male employee typed away at the keyboard, opening another document, the only difference being that in the information supplied by Faraday, the mercenary was named V, whereas the restored files referred to a boy named David Martinez. Omoshiroi. Interesting. The female employee wore a playful smile, evidently finding David Martinez a more plausible figure. After all, the restored video clearly depicted him using a cyanwistin to beat Tianjong's son into the hospital. This lad was indeed part of the Cyberpunk team responsible for kidnapping Tianjong. The male employee opened another file, containing the counterintelligence department's collected information on David Martinez's life. This boy's early years mirrored those of the lower echelons of Night City, with the sole aspect warranting further scrutiny being his academic performance at Arasaka Academy. Outstanding grades. The female employee's playful smile morphed into disdain. Just the fantasies of the lower class. If Arasaka truly adhered to the meritocratic principle, their upper echelons would have undergone countless changes by now. Someone like him, with excellent grades but no background, would merely be assigned to a relatively higher-level department, serving as a somewhat exceptional cog in the machine. Of course, should he manage to ascend through connections during his tenure, that would be a different story altogether. However, after that day, his situation underwent a dramatic transformation. The male employee pointed to the screen, showcasing the incident where David assaulted Tianjong, the mysterious cyanwistin, and his mother's abrupt shift in attitude towards Arasaka Academy. Suspected employment at Night Corp. The female employee furrowed her brow, clearly dismayed at the prospect of the cybernetic behemoth project entangling with another company. Indeed, the male employee interjected, while she disregarded the negotiation invitation from Arasaka Academy. Night Corp's various implant products have begun to flood the market. A significant portion of those was handled by her. Night Corp's foray into the implant market isn't something our team is tracking, the female employee remarked, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. As far as I know, their newly appointed chairman has swiftly consolidated power within the company and initiated the implant business, with some products directly competing against ours at Arasaka. Moreover, she even appeared at the Afterlife Club in company attire, personally issuing contracts to mercenaries. And the mercenary accepting the contract is. The male employee continued, opening yet another file, which detailed V. We've reviewed her information. Aside from her sudden appearance, there's nothing particularly remarkable. The female employee displayed indifference towards V's data, noting that based on the previous contract issued to her by Rogan, her performance could only be described as average. An exceptionally skilled mercenary emerging suddenly in Night City is not entirely surprising. After all, Night City is a dream-chasing metropolis, where high-paying jobs often elude most places. Therefore, the emergence of mercenaries who undergo transformations or rise to prominence is quite commonplace. Do you think this is Night Corp pulling strings behind the scenes? The male employee turned to his female colleague. The answer is ambiguous, the female employee murmured, though I cannot dismiss the possibility of Night Corp engaging in covert maneuvers. However, it seems more akin to a mother committing a foolish act in an effort to protect her son. Oh, what about our testing arrangements for the cybernetic behemoth? The male employee hesitated. Essentially, we will proceed according to plan, the female employee declared with confidence, her arms crossed over her chest. Atom Smasher has already arrived from headquarters. We merely need to arrange one more trial candidate. Let's include this David fellow. After all, the dead cannot collect payment for contracts. And what about Night Corp? The male employee inquired once more. We will schedule a meeting with this Gloria under the guise of business negotiations at the Konpeki Plaza. At that point, Night Corp's stance will become clear to us. The female employee moved to the glass facade, gazing out at the bustling company plaza under the night sky. Our decisions will not be swayed by them. Regardless of Night Corp's intentions, this test must proceed. The times have changed. Regardless of how deep their roots run in Night City, their petty maneuvers pale in comparison to Arasaka's overwhelming force. Shall I notify Faraday? The male employee's voice came from behind her. Go ahead. Miss V, it's me, Faraday. Faraday dialed V's number. I knew it was you. V replied lazily on the other end. What's up? Have you got a lucrative job to offer me? Indeed, and it's a substantial deal. Faraday responded confidently. Oh, a big deal. Do tell. V's tone conveyed a hint of disinterest. There's an Arasaka convoy transporting a shipment into Night City, and my client has taken an interest in it. Since it's a covert operation, their guards are minimal, and to ensure success, I've hired another small team to assist. Faraday briefly outlined the contract details and inquired, what do you think, Miss V? Are you taking on this job? However, Faraday received no immediate answer. In the brief silence, he thought he heard a faint crackle of static. Miss V. My apologies. The signal was poor. V's voice re-emerged, now infused with enthusiasm. I'm quite interested in the contract you just mentioned. I've decided to take it. Could you send me the detailed information? Faraday raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor, but relieved that he had achieved his objective. If you're willing to take it, I'll send it right now. Hello? Faraday, speak up. In the Wild Wolf bar, V furrowed her brow after just setting down her bottle. She thought to herself that the network signal here couldn't possibly be this bad. Upon closer inspection, she realized the call had been disconnected without her noticing. Just as she contemplated whether to call back for clarification, another call came in. The caller ID displayed the name. Valerie, hello? What do you need? V answered, casting Faraday's matter aside, as she had never truly wished to take on that job. In her mind, none of the so-called lucrative deals brokered by intermediaries ever seemed reliable. My dear Miss V, I have a deal for you. Are you interested? Hearing the familiar tone of an intermediary, V couldn't help but glance at her system's time display. It was indeed 2076. Chapter 36, Interception. Miss V. Inside the railway freight yard, a dilapidated warehouse door swung open. David, Kiwi, and Falco entered, having arrived at the rendezvous point agreed upon with V. Clearly, V had arrived earlier, perched on a tattered sofa with a cigarette dangling from her lips. Appearing to have been waiting for quite some time. Why are there only the three of you? V glanced at the newcomers, curling her lip as she asked, where are Pyrrha and Rebecca, and Lucy? The vehicle belonging to Falco cannot accommodate so many individuals. David responded to V's inquiry with ambiguous remarks, asserting that a single hacker, Chiwei, suffices. Following Man's abduction, Dolio also retreated into the shadows. David, having inherited Man's mantle, took on the role of the new captain and continued to accept assignments. Initially, Pyrrha harbored some reservations about David succeeding Man, but upon witnessing David's upgraded implants, he fell silent. David was reluctant to undertake this high-risk commission, deeming the peril unnecessary. However, while conversing with Faraday, he received a text message from Valerie urging him to accept the assignment. Thus, David had no choice but to grit his teeth and proceed with the commission, as obeying Valerie's directives was a condition of the implants she had provided him. Although he accepted the task, it did not imply that he intended to drag the entire team into this perilous situation. Consequently, his ultimate decision was to conceal the assignment from Rebecca and Lucy and proceed with it nonetheless. As for Chiwei and Falco, Chiwei had prior connections with Faraday. Therefore, it was impossible to keep the large commission from her. and she genuinely required hacker support. Bringing Falco along was simply because this assignment necessitated his vehicle's capabilities. V smiled playfully, refraining from further inquiries. I am quite curious. Chiwei squinted her eyes at V, questioning why she was alone. Where is your partner? Upon hearing Chiwei's question, V turned her gaze towards her, a smirk gracing her lips as she replied, I desire to relish a share of 1 million euros. Does that answer satisfy you? Chiwei's expression shifted upon hearing the response, and she fell silent. With everyone present, V stood up from the sofa, declaring, let us move out. Faraday had employed these individuals, who seemed to excel only in reckless endeavors. V stood atop a hillside in the Badlands, observing the mercenary forces deployed by Faraday being systematically vanquished by the Arasaka security team. The primary targets have deviated from the road. Our opportunity has arrived. As the Arasaka convoy successfully diverted, Chiwei's voice resonated through the communication channel. All right, we are moving out, David commanded, hefting his L-69 shotgun, just as Falco initiated the modified vehicle. V's figure transitioned from the hillside to the interior of the vehicle. Faraday drove his armored vehicle directly down the slope. Inside the jostling vehicle, Chiwei, seated in the passenger seat, wielded a tablet displaying her cybernetic eye, prepared to hack into the transport truck, while V in the back held a rocket launcher. Half her body protruding from the sunroof. As Falco's vehicle touched solid ground, V pressed the launcher S trigger. The rocket, trailing a long plume, shot forth from the tube, aimed directly at a behemoth truck trailing the target vehicle. Following a resounding explosion, the behemoth truck was sent tumbling, rolling along the road. Falco maneuvered the modified vehicle into a drift, positioning himself directly behind the target vehicle. Another one, V discarded the empty launcher and drew her RT-46 Storm revolver, targeting an Emperor 620 Ragna that had approached from behind. Leave this to me. David brandished a Prelude and an M76E Omaha, dual-wielding them as he activated his Cyan Wiston and exited the vehicle. In an instant, David's figure appeared atop the Emperor 620 Ragna, both pistols aimed at the heads of the Arasaka security soldiers who had leaned out to shoot. Two bursts of crimson mist erupted in the air, and David seized the corpse from the driver's seat, hurling it out of the vehicle before taking the driver as position himself. V affix a proximity mine to it. David slammed the gas pedal, accelerating towards the target vehicle. I'm going to ram it. Heh, crazy boy. V chuckled upon hearing David's declaration, using her foot to flick a proximity mine from the vehicle, catching it with her hand. After disengaging the safety, she tossed it towards the rear of the target vehicle with the finesse of a frisbee. Noticing the mine had magnetically adhered to the rear, Falco swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel to clear a path for David's vehicle. Following a violent explosion, Falco and Chiwei turned their gazes towards the interior of the vehicle. Is everyone all right? That brat is fine. V appeared unfazed, sitting in her seat, lightly nudging the sprawled David with her toe. But he seems unscathed. V pointed towards the front of the vehicle, prompting everyone to turn their heads, only to discover that the target vehicle continued to advance, seemingly unscathed. Damn it, David exclaimed, rising and gritting his teeth. Its IC is impenetrable. I can't breach it at the moment. Chiwei's cold voice echoed from the front seat. Furthermore, there's a cliff just ahead. I'll give it another shot, David retorted, activating the Cyan Wiston in an attempt to depart. However, V firmly pressed him back down. You've had your turn. Now it's my time. With those words, V vanished from the vehicle. Oi. Falco's eyes widened, watching as V appeared directly in front of the oncoming truck on the road. Questioning her intentions, surely she wouldn't dare. V stretched her arms and took up a stance akin to an iron pillar, bracing for the high-speed collision with the truck. With a thunderous metallic crash, the truck collided with her as though it had struck a solid iron column. The front crumpled severely, while the rear lifted due to inertia. Ultimately, the truck flipped in midair before crashing down violently onto the ground. Perilously close to the cliff. As the truck began its aerial somersault, Falco simultaneously slammed the brakes, executing a drift that brought the modified vehicle to a halt beside V. I'm fine. Go check the cargo. V dusted herself off, nonchalantly addressing her astonished companions. That guy. Chiwei narrowed her eyes at V, pondering internally whether she was still human. Chapter 37. Fangs. This one. Is no simple matter. A female employee in the Arasaka counterintelligence department remarked while observing V and David through a drone. Far more formidable than what we gleaned from the intel. The male employee beside her turned, inquiring about the testing procedures. What shall we do? As per usual, the female employee replied, glancing at her colleague. Where's that Gloria? In the Azure Tower. The male employee responded. To be precise, at the front desk of the Azure Tower. Go and discuss matters with her. the female employee instructed, retrieving a controller for a hovering vehicle. We are pressed for time. Heavy Hammersan is already waiting for the prey to arrive at the Azure Tower. I say. V crossed her arms, observing Chi-Wei, who was diligently inputting code. How long will it take to unlock this? Be quiet. I'm working as fast as I can, Chi-Wei retorted angrily, her fingers flying over the tablet. V smirked, glancing at David. Perhaps you should have sought Lucy's assistance from the outset. Her? Chi-Wei snorted dismissively. While I prefer to avoid gossiping behind people's backs. If Lucy were to discover that this job involved Arasaka, David would likely find himself trapped indoors today. David remained silent, merely shrugging his shoulders in resignation, offering a non-committal smile. Speaking of which, Falco surveyed the surrounding terrain. It's so open here. If someone were to attack us now, we'd be done for. You've said it. Be pointed towards their approach. Aren't the enemies arriving? Damn. Falco exclaimed, spotting Arasaka vehicles appearing on the horizon. Did those who diverted them get wiped out? I'm not referring to Arasaka's forces. V replied ominously. Just as her words fell, they witnessed 2 Arasaka vehicles being abruptly lifted by an explosion. A fleet of vehicles adorned with military insignia materialized behind them, including Magma Lizard tanks and missile launchers. Take cover beside the truck, V warned, noticing the missile launchers rotating into position. They're likely here to seize the cargo. They won't directly attack the truck. As the Magma Lizard and missile launchers opened fire, shells and missiles sent shockwaves and dust billowing across the open terrain. Okay. Done, Chi-Wei suddenly exclaimed, as the truck's cargo doors swung open. The 4 hastily entered the cargo hold, braving the onslaught of shells and bullets outside. What in the world is this? Falco marveled at the contents within the cargo hold. This what Faraday has been urging man to investigate. David, astonished, gazed at the mech-like goods before him. Cybernetic titans, military-grade implants. Chi-Wei continued to manipulate her tablet, revealing that this was a secret weapon developed by Arasaka to dominate the military implant market. Tanaka was the project lead. If Faraday sent us to seize this cargo, why is military technology attacking us from outside? Falco gritted his teeth and spoke with palpable anger. At that moment, David received a call from Faraday. Oi, Faraday, what on earth are you doing? David exclaimed, his voice laced with fury as he connected the call, questioning why military technology had appeared here and was attacking them. Equip the cybernetic colossus and eliminate the military's forces. Came Faraday's icy voice through the phone. Unless you wish to preserve your life. What did you say? Hurry up and do it, Faraday urged, if you wish to see your mother alive. After uttering those words, Faraday sent a photograph. It depicted Gloria, her expression dark and sullen, seated on a solitary armchair, flanked by 2 fully armed Arasaka security soldiers. Faraday, what did he say? V inquired. Noticing David's clenched jaw. He said, if we want to live, I must on the cybernetic colossus, David replied as he approached the imposing machine. What nonsense is this? Falco retorted angrily. This vehicle is a mobile installation unit. Chi-Wei finally ceased her manipulation of the tablet, declaring, I have initiated the loading procedure. With that, she tossed the tablet towards David. However, V suddenly appeared beside David and snatched the tablet from the air. What are you doing? Let me handle Arasaka's toys, V replied, instructing the 2 to prepare the vehicle. Then, with a sudden force, she crushed the tablet in her grasp. What are you doing? Chi-Wei exclaimed in a fury, realizing the plan had been completely derailed. You needn't worry, V reassured David, ignoring Chi-Wei. Gloria is quite safe. Then, to the astonishment of the 3, V's coat transformed into a pool of silvery metallic liquid that flowed to the ground, seemingly with a consciousness of its own, and then streamed into the installation mechanism of the cybernetic colossus. You are not V. Chi-Wei's emotion shifted to a mix of shock and rage. I once was, V replied with a smile, now clad in little more than an undergarment, her tone chilling. How long do you intend to linger here? Chi-Wei, recognizing the situation was beyond salvaging, steeled herself to leave the cargo hold. Hey, wait for me. Falco, though perplexed, knew that driving was not something he could miss out on. After the 2 departed, the display screen within the cargo hold shifted in content. Operational permissions acquired. Initiating cybernetic colossus installation procedure. The connectors, which would typically link the colossus to its installer, ejected and latched onto the silvery metallic pool. The liquid then coalesced into a skeletal structure. Cybernetic installation progress. 1. Pop-up report. Loading program. Pop-up report. Driver overwrite complete. Cybernetic installation progress. 100. V's cybernetic eyes illuminated with a crimson glow. The cybernetic colossus descended from the installation platform as if it were an unmanned mech. You are, Miss Valerie. David finally grasped the situation. Faraday has deceived you. This assignment was merely a ruse to use you as a test subject for the cybernetic colossus. Valerie replied, but I, too, have my own game to play. With that, Valerie pushed David to the edge of the cargo hold and turned to exit the vehicle, while the cybernetic colossus followed behind with heavy strides. Upon stepping out of the truck, Valerie spotted Chiwei racing towards the military's forces on a motorcycle, which had ceased fire. Hey, you've had enough of the show, Valerie remarked, snapping her fingers. Suddenly, a military drone observing the open field from a distance was engulfed in a stream of black and red data.